though it may never appear high in the sky, though it may be trapped in a gutter where no one can see it. If you wish to shine, if you still nurture a spark within you, then that thing is, without a doubt, a star. That is Vlan, who, like a star, always rises from the ruins, always shining. In the darkness of a small alley, a young man stood, staring intently at a sword displayed outside his smithy. That was Vlan. He murmured, "No matter how many times I look at it, this thing is still a real beauty." Right behind him, someone approached and scolded, "I knew you were slacking off again." It was Gemina, a girl about his age, standing with her arms crossed, sighing. She asked, "Hey, Vlan, you know you've been spacing out a lot lately, right?" He retorted, "Just leave me alone. It's not often I get a break." She replied, "Oh, is that so? People are talking behind your back because you keep wandering around aimlessly like this." Vlan asked, "What?" Gemina glanced around to see if anyone was nearby, then leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Do you still hear those voices when you hold something like a piece of firewood?" He didn't answer, but his expression told her everything. What kind of sin did he commit in a past life to be struck by lightning under a clear sky? And it was black lightning, no less. It turns out Vlan was afflicted by a mysterious phenomenon. He would occasionally be struck by a sudden bolt of lightning. She advised him to just stay inside the shop. They say the new bishop is very sensitive to things like omens. He got promoted from being a heretic inquisitor. So if he sees even the slightest sign, you'll be sent straight to the stake. He cursed, "Damn it, don't say such unlucky things." But she only said it because she was worried about him. "This is ridiculous. I'm worried about you, and you're still being a jerk." She was telling him the truth so he could be careful and hide it. "Do you think only 1 or 2 people have seen you get hit by lightning? Everyone's whispering behind your back, so stop standing there in a daze. What if you get targeted and dragged off to the church?" Vlan didn't think that would happen just for this. "I'm not going to be dragged to the church just for looking at a sword." She was exasperated. "This is exhausting. Just buy it." He looked downcast. "It's too expensive." Gemina scoffed. "How expensive can something sold at a back alley smithy be? How much? You want me to buy it for you?" He quoted the price, 5 gold coins. Hearing the price, Gemina cursed. "Are you insane?" she ranted. 5 gold coins? For that piece of scrap metal? With that kind of money, I'd rather. Before she could finish, he knew she was going to say she'd eat and party for a whole year with that money. Suddenly, a voice shouted at them. "What? Scrap metal? You little brats, get lost. This isn't something back alley trash like you can afford." It was the old master of the slum's forge. Gemina shot back. "Then who's gonna buy it? It's hanging in a back alley where only back alley people can see it. Have you gone senile, old man?" Being called senile, the old man flew into a rage. "What? Senile? Listen to what these brats are saying." Not stopping there, she continued to add fuel to the fire. "Why are you making trouble for yourself by forging a sword only a knight can use? You're going to die soon anyway, right?" The old man screamed. "Yeah, it's because I'm going to die soon. You little witch, go back to your shop and wash the dishes, you worthless brats." Being called a brat, Gemina yelled back just as loudly. "Brat, you're calling me a brat. I'm a grown woman." Seeing the situation getting tense, Vlan rubbed her head and pulled her away. "Don't start a pointless fight." "Gemina, we're leaving." She relented. Fine. Let's go." "What did I say that was wrong?" Behind them, the old man was still shouting, "You're not going to stop, are you?" As he watched them leave, his anger hadn't subsided. "That damn brat. She's never known real hunger, and now she's turned out so spoiled." At that moment, he suddenly recalled an image of a young Vlan and Gemina, shivering from cold and hunger. "You have no idea how much food I gave you back then. You ungrateful dogs." Unexpectedly looking down, the old man noticed where Vlan had been standing. "Looks like that kid was standing here for a long time again. The mud's all pressed down. He should only be thinking about how to survive." The old man felt a pang of bitterness. It's hard for a kid like him to find ambition in a place like this. "I know it all too well. Someone born in the back alleys can never escape." Holding the sword, he spoke with both determination and regret. "That's why I'll only sell this sword to someone who has the potential to get out of here. I can't let my final masterpiece rot away in this place." Looking back, it was very similar. Even in a gutter like this, something was still shining on its own. The center of the northern economy, combined with the prestige of the Bay family, the beacon of the north. But beneath that brilliant light, there was surely a darkness it overshadowed. Xara, a slum where all things filthy and ugly existed, was that darkness. This place was filled with dregs and sin. An argument was breaking out in a tavern. A drunken man grabbed a woman by the hair and dragged her, cursing at the same time. "You bitch, you should have just shut up and shaken your hips. Who do you think you're trying to fool here?" The girl denied it. "I didn't swindle you out of anything." He didn't believe her. "I've been a merchant for 20 years. Are you trying to sell me opium that has no effect at all? As he dragged her downstairs, someone passing by sighed, "Can't we have one peaceful day?" It was Vlan, who was there to sell his candles. The drunkard immediately took his anger out on him. "Ah, right, the candle seller. Perfect timing. Go find the madam," Vlan said with contempt. "If you want to see our madam, you need to bring gold, not silver." The drunkard roared, "The service here is this terrible, and you still demand gold. If the madam isn't here, then bring your mother or someone." Now, Vlan didn't comply with his demand. Unable to order him around, the man made a baseless accusation. "Those candles you're selling are a scam, aren't they? What kind of candle burns out the moment you remove the wick? What do you expect from a 5-minute candle? If you don't have money, go home and play with your wife." Vlan was not one to back down. He shrugged as if it were obvious, even mocking the man for being broke and demanding. Hearing the insult, the old man got even angrier. "What did you just say?" Vlan wanted to make it clear. "God, what a pain. Fine, you want to test it. You see that clock over there? Let's see if this candle can burn for 5 minutes or not." Vlan seemed incredibly pleased with himself. "If it doesn't burn for 5 minutes, you can do whatever you want with the woman behind me." The man bristled. "Why should I listen to a con man?" Being called a scammer, Vlan's face turned serious as he spoke with the force of a command. "I said, do it. But if it burns for 5 minutes, then I'll beat you to death." Seeing that look in his eyes, the old man was too terrified to protest. The young brat Vlan struck a match and lit the candle. "Tsk. Now who's the real con man?" The old man was scared now, his face trembling as time ticked by. Everyone below watched intently, waiting to see who would beat up whom. A moment later, the candle went out. The old man quickly turned to look at the clock. But the fool, he hadn't realized his mistake from earlier, when it started. "So I have no idea if it's been 5 minutes or more." "Damn it, how many minutes was that?" A sickeningly sweet voice called out, "Oh, customer." He immediately clung to the staff, lost his balance, and fell backward. V coldly announced, "It's been 5 minutes, you bastard." At the same time, he raised his foot for some more interaction, landing another kick in the man's back that made him cry out. The man was beaten repeatedly, but he was too fat to fight back. At this point, he even fell flat on his face on the floor. V closed the door to the room and declared in a cold-blooded tone, "You're dead today." Terrified, the man quickly waved his hands. "Wait." V thought he was about to beg for mercy, but instead, he spoke. "You were the one who cheated first, so don't ask why V kept hitting him." "How can you be a merchant and be so fat?" he growled. "What was that? Telling me to bring my mother here? You're making me sad, because I don't have a mother." The man's agonizing screams echoed tragically through the night until someone finally said, "Stop." Only then did Vlan let him go. The next day, at the tavern, while eating breakfast, he said, "I think someone tampered with the candles. They won't burn for more than 5 minutes. Hearing no reply, he turned and asked, "Do you understand?" He had to repeat himself. "Jagger, someone is sabotaging our business. Do you get it?" Jagger heard him but answered with silence, just eating and acting like he understood. In contrast to that attitude, someone else took it very seriously. "What? Who would dare? Who would dare sabotage our precious rose candles?" V offered a solution. "Now we have to find the cause." The other person agreed. "Of course, you should start looking." He was dumbfounded. "Why do I have to do that?" The other person said, "Actually, you've already found her." Vlan was surprised. It was only then that the other person's identity was revealed. It was Marcella, the owner of the Rose's Smile. She sheepishly confessed, "It was me. I was just messing around a bit. I wanted to scam those drunks and make a little money." Hearing this, the two of them were speechless. A moment later, he went downstairs, sighing, "Ha! So I beat up an innocent man." At the same time, he comforted himself. What else can be done? If the boss is the one causing trouble, what can an employee do? As he stepped downstairs, he was met with a warm greeting. "Hey kid, I heard you caused some trouble yesterday." "Huh. Turns out it was some of the older guys. You're doing a good job in your position, aren't you? I was just wondering how something like that could happen when I wasn't around." They came over and patted his shoulder. "You pocketed a little money after selling candles yesterday, right? Your big brothers here have places to spend it, but our wallets are flat. We're broke." This was probably something Vlan had often encountered before their shameless attitude. He asked directly, "What do you want?" Bly and his cronies just joked around. "Come on, no need to make that face." He even had the audacity to say, "I'm not demanding you give it to me. Let's make a deal." Vlan knew if he didn't agree, they would cause a scene, so he had no choice but to accept. "What do you mean by a deal?" he hinted. "If you give us some spare change, I've got something to give you in return." He then introduced a pickpocket, a clumsy, stupid one with terrible plans. Then he dragged over a young black boy who had been beaten black and blue by them and asked Vlan, "How about it? Look familiar, right?" He shamelessly demanded money as a ransom for the boy. "I'll give him to you for the price of 40 silver coins. That's cheap, you know?" Vlan gritted his teeth. "What about his fingers and his ankle?" The man laughed and denied it. "I didn't do that. Do you think I'd be calling you if I'd already cut them off? I just roughed him up a bit. He's still in one piece." Vlan cursed, "Damn it." Then he threw the bag of money at them. The moment they saw the money, they started cheering. "Our little brother is truly our pride and joy." But he didn't forget to threaten the boy. "Be careful. Next time, it won't be this simple." Turning back to Vlan with a friendly, family-like attitude, he asked, "What's wrong?" "We're gang members, not murderers," Vlan said, annoyed. "For someone who shakes down your own people, you sure have a lot to say." Walking past him, Bly said smugly to his cronies, "See, I told you Vlan would agree. That's why he manages all the little brats on the street. Got it?" And with that, they were all gone. He called the boy over. The boy, afraid of being scolded, quickly tried to explain himself. "I'm sorry, Vlan, I was only trying to steal a little." But Vlan didn't interrogate him. He asked, "Where are the broken bones?" "Nothing's broken, sir." Thankfully, what those guys had said was true. "V, shoot him away. Get lost before I beat you up." The boy ran off, not forgetting to thank him. "I understand, sir." "Thank you." Left alone, Vlan muttered regretfully, "Sigh, I'm even further away from my 5 gold coins now." At the seaport, a pair of hands were swiftly writing, but that kid was lucky. Because he didn't end up like this after pickpocketing, he said, holding up his left hand, which had only 3 fingers. This was Haben, a whale hunter for Captain Hoover's family. He recalled the past when he was tortured while trying to protect Vlan and Jamina, having his fingers and ankle cut. That time, he became an example for everyone. He wondered aloud, "I heard the Rose's smile has been messing with the candles this time, is that right?" Vlan, sitting opposite him, was surprised. That story has already spread this far. Haven also hadn't expected to hear this news. It had been a long time since a rumor like this had spread, but everyone doubted its authenticity. The boss makes the candles, but she's not the type to cause that kind of trouble. You know that, right? That was what Vlan was thinking, too. That's what I mean. It seems like even Jagger already knows. They aren't the type to cause a disturbance for no reason. He understood what Vlan was saying. They're not that type of people, but they did it anyway. That means they have a reason. V wondered, what's the reason? Haben was 90% sure they needed money, and fast. He warned him, be careful. There's only one reason a gang would be in a hurry to gather money. A war with another gang. 5 leaders run the slums. First is the Knight of the Prostitutes, a man named Jagger. The pig butcher named Black Bear, the gambler nicknamed Dice, and finally, the whale hunter Captain Hoover and the money grubber, One-Armed Jack. The darkness within each person's life silently approaches, hiding in the night. Just like now, it seems some event is about to unfold. Vlan had to face an aggressive mob, and their leader called out, "Hey, you little brat, where's your boss?" It was One-Armed Jack. Disaster strikes without warning. It can be the unforeseen destruction of your life. This money grubber came here himself, he silently guessed. "Does this mean we're preparing for war?" One of the underlings, seeing he didn't answer, yelled, "Hey, didn't you hear the boss? He asked where your boss is." Vlan thought for a moment, then pretended not to know. "I don't know. I just sell candle lamps, so I don't know anything." Not getting a satisfactory answer, the man cursed, You little milk-fed brat." Then he rushed forward, smashed everything on the table, and yelled in his face, "If you don't know, you better go find him and bring him here to me." Even though the candles were sent flying everywhere, some of them even broke, and despite the other guy's aggression, Vlan remained silent and didn't react. Everyone else in the tavern just stood around watching. No one dared to step forward and protect him. But everyone, even Jamina, was surprised by Vlan's indifferent attitude. "Oh, man, they're all ruined. I guess I can't sell anything today." He finally spoke, feigning disappointment as he bent down and diligently started picking up the candles. This act only infuriated the other guy more. He wanted to see fear, to see the boy beg, not this. "Hey, are you blind or something?" But Vlan was surprisingly polite. "Sir, what's wrong with your leg?" The man was confused. Vlan looked up, meeting his gaze directly with a threat. "Your leg's about to snap." "Your leg." The man's face turned red with fury. "You little bastard." He then lunged forward to teach him a lesson. A fight is just one small part of a war. Despite having a smaller frame than his opponent, Vlan didn't flinch. He stood ready to receive the blow with a proper stance and a clear strategy. He rushed forward with the stick and decisively smashed it right into the man's leg, then straightened up to deliver the final blow. In the end, it only took 2 hits, one to the leg, one to the face. The man's teeth shattered as he was knocked out cold on the spot. That is what brings victory. Everyone who witnessed it had the same expression, jaws dropped in utter astonishment. Even one-armed Jack was no exception. In this slum, that rule never changed. The winner stands tall, and the loser lies on the ground. Seeing their comrade unconscious, the remaining lackeys all charged at Vlan at once. Damn it! How dare you bastards fight in front of him? But before they could reach him, Jack raised his hand and gave an order. Stop, he smiled. I really like this kid. I only have one hand, so this is all I can manage. Hope you understand. Vlan was calm. I don't discriminate against disabled people. The man burst out laughing. Ha ha, what a crazy kid. Then he stepped closer, his voice a threat. Let's you and I have a private chat. What would come of this commotion? The boy wasn't scared at all. I'm not sure either, but they should have died sooner. Suddenly, a voice called out to the man, cutting off their conversation. Jack, what brings you here? It was Jagger, who greeted him cheerfully. If you told me you were coming, I'd have grilled some meat for you. Jack sneered. We're not that close. In contrast to that hostile attitude, Jagger remained friendly. We have a guest downstairs. Why don't we head up first? The man refused. Forget about the meat. You got any good wine? Dropping the hospitable act, Jagger replied cryptically. Marcel would never let her guests down. The man complied. If that's the case, I'll have to give it a try. They then moved upstairs, leaving a total mess behind. Vlan, left behind, let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I almost died. He looked at the pile of candles with dismay. So many of them are ruined. A while later, as he was cleaning up, a voice called from behind him. Hey, superstar. Your boss had a lot of good things to say about you. I guess I really do have a good eye for talent. It was one-armed Jack and his group of lackeys. He made an offer. If you're tired of the smell of candles, you can come work for me. Vlan scratched his ear as he declined. But I kinda like it here. They feed me, give me a place to sleep, and they even pay me. The old man laughed. Ha ha ha. Well, we can do that too. He then tossed a gold coin toward the candles. 1 gold coin. This is too much, Vlan said. The man still hadn't left. If you come over to my side, I'll give you that much all the time. I'm a sucker for talent, after all. Only then did he and his lackeys finally leave. Time to eat. Seeing Jack's attitude, Vlan guessed his mood was pretty good. Did the negotiations go well? Vlan. Jamina called down from upstairs. She said Jagger wanted him to come up. Vlan sat with Jagger, but the atmosphere was strangely silent, which he also found odd. Jagger said, I was planning to give this to you later, but I guess I'll have to give it to you a bit sooner. He handed Vlan a gleaming sword. You have to carry this with you at all times. He instructed him carefully. Vlan understood implicitly. He could feel it in the air. From Jagger's attitude to the madams and the key people in the back. The conversation between Jagger and one-armed Jack must have been terrible. Jagger said gently, From now on, don't sell candles anymore. Vlan was surprised. Then what should I do? Collect money from the shops or go on patrol. The man told him the truth. I received intel that one-armed Jack brought in someone from the outside. Apparently, he's a mercenary who used to be a knight. Vlan cut in. Like you, Jagger? The man said grimly, Yes, like me. This is a real threat. One-armed Jack is the leader of countless men. But to him, Jagger, a former knight, was still a difficult wall to overcome, because a whole flock of sheep can't fight a single wolf. But if he invites another knight, things will immediately be balanced. Jagger pleaded, We're at a disadvantage. That's why I need you. The boy was surprised. Huh? Me? He didn't explain further. I'll be giving you your first mission soon. Haben was a disabled man. His fingers had been cut off and he couldn't even walk. He used his sharp mind to learn how to read and do math, and he was now using that ability to serve under the leader, Hoover. Looking at Haben, I realized I could study hard and use that knowledge to climb higher. That was the reason, and the motivation, for why Vlan had focused solely on physical training since that day. As he was concentrating, a voice called out from his subconscious, Kid, you have to lower your elbow. He sighed. Geez, he's always so chatty whenever I train. A month ago, after being struck by a bolt of black lightning, I started hearing someone's voice. That demonic whisper speaks up whenever I hold anything that resembles a sword. Instead of a sword, maybe I should have bought some holy water first, Vlan grumbled. Whatever. They say the more you answer, the more it talks. Focus, focus. Always give it your all. Focus your mind and your strength. And strike. Just as he was about to swing, the voice told him to lower it again. He unconsciously followed the advice and was surprised by the result. It's so different. If what I was doing before was just swinging a sword, this is swordsmanship. At the same time, suspicion mixed with curiosity arose. What is this thing inside my head? Some time later, as the world entered a frigid winter, the weather on the mountain was even more terrifying. A man gently wiped the blood from his sword and sighed. Age is a terrifying thing. It was Stannis, a knight. I can feel the biting winter wind all the way to my bones. Suddenly, he froze, seeming to notice something strange in the distance, hinting at me from over there like that. How clever. I wonder if it was intentional or not. He then walked closer to the person over there. Stop, I'm here. A voice from within the forest asked, Are you Stannis? He confirmed it. Yes, I am Stannis. And you must be Vlan. The guide mentioned you came from the streets, but you have blonde hair and blue eyes. Anyone who didn't know better would think you came from a noble family. The one who had signaled him was none other than Vlan. He looked much more mature now after all his training. He handed him a letter. This is from the boss. Stannis opened it and read the contents, understanding why Jagger had summoned him. The enemy has a mercenary who is a former knight. It's no surprise the higher-ups want my help. Vlan spoke up. All right, I'll lead the way for you. We'll set out the day after tomorrow. But the man just stood there, refusing to follow him. He sighed. I don't know if I should follow this idiot. Vlan slowly tried to assure him of his credibility. I can guarantee that I can at least guide you, but the man still seemed to want to test him. I have my doubts. Can a guy who makes the sound of a summer animal in the middle of winter as a signal really be that smart? Vlan flinched slightly when he realized how quickly the man had caught on. The man threatened, If you say what I think you're about to say, that there are no enemies here, I'll take your life on the spot. Faced with such an imposing attitude, Vlan didn't flinch. Whatever. Please follow me. I don't want to mess up my first mission. Only then did the man let it go. Walking behind him, he observed, Look at this kid. I deliberately created such a dangerous atmosphere, and he's not the least bit bothered. Then he chuckled to himself. Jagger is going to love this kid. A young man worth shaping. A while later, the two took a break in a mountain cave, lighting a fire. Neither of them said a word, but Vlan's gaze was fixed on one thing. It was Stannis' sword, and the man noticed. He asked, What are you staring at me for? First time seeing a retired knight, and up close, you look like a country bumpkin. Vlan wasn't about to take that lying down. Where are you from? From Xara. Vlan let out a sarcastic sigh. Oh, so a village, then. Stannis was speechless, getting a taste of his own medicine. I wish you'd lead me astray, just so I'd have an excuse to chop off your head. Vlan opened a bag of freshly roasted meat and retorted, Hey, why are you so scary? Am I not even allowed to joke? Seeing the pile of meat, the man's face lit up. Oh, that's some fresh beef. I hope I get a share of that. But Vlan's reply was a second slap in the face. I didn't bring any for you. Don't you have anything to eat? He certainly did, but it was just dried meat that was both salty and hard to swallow. He hesitated. I do. But Vlan wasn't listening. He started grilling the meat. Behind him, Stannis could only swallow his saliva, drooling. Oh, that smell is just awful, he thought, wanting to make a deal with the kid. Kid, aren't there a few things you wanted to ask me? The boy was confused. What's with this sudden change? I'll answer one question in exchange for a piece of your beef. You won't get another chance. So, he wanted to eat but was too proud to ask someone younger than him. Vlan knew it all too well. He read him like a book. How much do you want? If you want some, you can just ask. The man jumped to his feet. You brat, I have my pride to maintain. He crossed his arms and explained, Knights are supposed to only accept rewards they've earned. Vlan's expression sharpened. But you're retired, aren't you? He ignored that and persisted. The boy cut him off and asked his name, to which he replied, Stannis. Then he asked his age, and he answered, 42. In truth, Vlan also wanted to learn from someone with experience. Do you know how to wield aura? Stannis smirked. Looks like the kid is finally showing his hand. He explained, all knights have the ability to use aura, but applying it in actual combat is another story. The boy asked again, So, can you do it or not? Stannis was being evasive. Well, Vlan immediately understood the hidden meaning. He took out all the meat and gave it to him to get an answer. Take it all. Stannis looked into his eyes for a moment, then repeated his earlier words. Knights only accept rewards they've earned, he said, unsheathing his sword. But sometimes, we have to be flexible. After all, I've been eating nothing but dried meat for days. Vlan was incredibly excited. Really? Am I really going to get to see it? Stannis stood in the middle of an open space, holding his sword firmly with both hands, his left eye shut tight. Vlan couldn't help but ask, Why did you close your left eye? I have to reveal the world inside my soul. The surrounding scenery instantly changed, becoming silent. A blue light emanated from that eye as he slowly said, Watch closely, kid. This is the essence of a knight. A radiant light enveloped the entire sword. Stannis suddenly opened his eyes, and the immense power forced the boy to raise a hand to shield himself. Aura! Under the bright moonlight, the image of the mighty swordsman, with his determined eyes and glowing sword, was deeply etched into Vlan's mind. Outside the fortress, beneath the high, sturdy walls, Stannis spoke dejectedly. "This is terrible. I feel like a total bum." Vlan tried to comfort him, but it's unique. It's not that bad. Looking like a bum is still better than looking like a knight. I'm not talking about my appearance, but how I feel inside. A knight full of honor, looking like this. My hair's a mess, my beard is patchy, and my face just looks tired of life. The boy quickly offered to help. "I'll take you through a secret passage. You can't go through the main gate, you're too easily identifiable. Let's move. I'll get a bath ready for you when we arrive." Soon after, the two arrived at a deserted area. Stannis couldn't help but speak up. "It's so quiet, probably because it's late." Just as Vlan replied, they both noticed something was wrong. Stannis asked in a serious tone, "Is this place always like this?" The boy broke into a sweat and replied, "No. It looks like this place has been attacked. Before them now were bodies strewn everywhere, blood spattered all around. It seemed a fierce battle had taken place." Vlan said urgently, "Let's go. I'll show you a gate that only members of our guild know about." The man turned and asked, "What about the kid?" Without looking back, the boy rushed off. "I'll go through the main gate to draw their attention. See you later." The main gate also bore the scars of the chaotic battle. Vlan panted, wiping sweat from his brow. The inside wasn't any better. Tables and chairs were overturned, and food was scattered all over the floor. "I've returned safely. Good. That money grubber has made his move. The skills of those greedy bastards are truly extraordinary," Jagger said, as Marcel carefully bandaged him. Vlan asked cautiously, "Are you okay, sir?" "This is the first time I've had to fight a knight-level opponent in a long time." Behind them was a man who had been knocked out. Jagger quickly changed the subject. "More importantly, did you bring him?" The boy quickly replied, "Yes, the main gate was under surveillance, so I told him to enter through the back. He should be arriving soon." Veins bulged on Jagger's furious face as he growled, "Good. Tomorrow, I'll grab that greedy bastard by the neck. This time, I'll settle things once and for all. By the way, what does he look like? He's not going to wander off, is he?" Jagger seemed worried. Vlan immediately dismissed the idea. "No way. He'll be fine. He seems like a good person, too." Marcel chimed in. "Stannis has a noble side to him. After all," Vlan added, "and he looks pretty agile, too." Jagger asked, "Did he lose weight?" "Well, if you want to live a long life, it makes sense to take care of yourself." Vlan replied, "Yes, and he's also a knight who can use aura. Tomorrow will surely be our day." Jagger's pupils suddenly constricted. He asked again, "What?" The sound of footsteps on the floor grew louder and louder. Vlan heard it and said, "Ah, it sounds like he's coming up." As the steps grew closer and closer, Jagger urgently asked, "Vlan, is he really using his aura?" "Yes, I saw it." Hearing that, he tightened his grip on his sword and yelled, "Get behind me. S doesn't know how to use aura." It was only then that Vlan shockingly realized what he meant. At that very moment, the mysterious man was already standing behind him, his sword still stained with blood. The man spoke, "You've come a long way during this time." Both of them immediately looked at him warily. "It's been a long time, senior." The impostor, his face splattered with blood, slowly curled his lips into a sinister smile. He slowly wiped the blood from his sword and said calmly, "You really can't escape old age. The winter wind these days really chills you to the bone." Glancing behind him at the glaring red blood stain on the white snow, he continued indifferently, "It sounds plausible, but are they just that stupid? Or was it intentional?" The other person had been eliminated at some point, their eyes not even closed. At this point, Jagger was on guard, extremely wary of him. The impostor said scornfully, "You've changed a lot. Why have you come looking for me?" Veins popped on Jagger's forehead. Duke Gaida has passed away. Jagger never took his eyes off the cunning man. "It's a complicated matter, so it hasn't been announced publicly yet, but soon everyone will know." The man nonchalantly poured wine into a glass. The atmosphere grew even more tense as their gazes clashed. Neither quickly nor slowly, he raised the wine glass in his hand and declared, "A toast to our poor Duke Gaida." Jagger, on the verge of losing his mind, clenched his teeth and roared with fury, "You bastard." Then he quickly lunged forward, his reflection appearing on the glass. With a crash, the blow landed, cracking the floorboards. The glass was sliced in two. Both Marcella and Vlan stared wide-eyed in utter astonishment. The fake Stannis had moved at some point and was now right behind Jagger. He continued his unfinished sentence. "And to the new Duke, Lord Sigmund." Jagger roared, "Godwin," and quickly spun around, slashing straight at him, but unfortunately, it was blocked. With the clang of two swords colliding, the two of them remained locked in a struggle. The impostor, without a hint of fear, said calmly, "Lone Knight Jagger is to return to base immediately. That is the first order from Lord Sigmund." He shouted in anger. "Sigmund is not my lord," the man retorted. "Of course. The Duke didn't think you'd return obediently anyway, and frankly, he doesn't want you to." As he said this, a cunning glint appeared in his eyes. Furniture was sent flying everywhere as both of them took a stance, their hostility towards each other palpable. For every step Jagger advanced, the man hastily retreated just as many. Jagger didn't hesitate and thrust straight forward. Stannis quickly dodged. He quickly stood in front of Marcella. "Marcella, it's dangerous here. This way." The two of them hurried away. Behind them, Jagger was still swinging his sword relentlessly as they finally made it out of the room. A voice called out from downstairs, "Hey Vlan, what's going on up there?" He quickly shouted back, "Bly, hurry. Get everyone up here now." Before he could finish his sentence, Jagger's large frame was sent flying out the door. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Jagger just hung there, suspended in midair. Stannis appeared amidst the wreckage, growling, "You make the same foolish decisions as always." Crash. He fell straight to the floor, dust and debris flying everywhere. Everyone quickly gathered around. "Chief, what's happening?" Jagger let out a dry cough, struggling to get up. The man just looked down at him, his eyes filled with contempt. Suddenly, a knife flew out from nowhere, which he quickly blocked. Vlan didn't hesitate to provoke Stannis, glaring at him without a shred of fear. The man paid him no mind, brushed him aside, and charged downstairs. Vlan screamed in panic, "Jagger, run!" But he was struggling immensely, unable to even lift his body. Stannis showed no mercy, aiming straight for him and slashing down hard. With his quick reflexes, Jagger was lucky to escape with his life, but the situation hadn't improved at all. Stannis spoke in a cold voice. "You should have followed the Duke's orders that day." Jagger struggled to reply, "I'm human, too. I couldn't follow that order." Before he could say another word, the man refuted him. "No, you are a knight." Jagger gritted his teeth, determination clear in his eyes. Behind him, everyone had drawn their weapons, ready to fight. The man carefully assessed the situation, then said, "This night has dragged on for too long." Slowly closing his eyes, he continued, "I need to rest." On the other side, Vlan was running for his life towards them, his eyes filled with worry. The sword in his hand began to emit a blinding blue light. Vlan charged forward, screaming fiercely, "No." His eye color began to change as his aura was about to activate. He kept trying to stop it, shouting, "Stop." But slash marks had already appeared on the bodies of everyone around, including Jagger. In just an instant, he lunged, unleashing countless sword strikes. The blinding light and immense power prevented Vlan from even raising a hand to shield himself. The entire space seemed to be torn apart, sliced into 1,000 pieces, leaving only a scene of desolate ruins behind. Vlan collapsed to the ground, coughing from the thick dust. His body covered in wounds, he couldn't understand what had just happened. Before he could process it, he saw countless bodies lying strewn before him. Vlan gritted his teeth, hissing each word. "Damn it." In the distance, a figure suddenly approached. A blood-soaked face slowly came into view. He called out in alarm, "Jagger." Drops of blood dripped onto the floor. He froze at the sight before him as warm memories flashed through his mind. The first person to extend a hand to the stray boy from the Black Valley. The one who gave him more recognition than anyone else, and the one he believed to be the strongest. Under the silent blue moonlight, the man coldly grabbed Jagger by the head. Reflected in his pupils was the image of his beloved's severed head, just floating in the air. That boy's world had been cruelly destroyed. He quickly snatched a nearby sword, roaring like an unshackled dragon. The sword urgently warned, "Don't do it." But he had no reason left in him. He just charged forward, unleashing a decisive slash. The man was surprised, recognizing the sword technique. How could a brat with a sword style like this pop out of a dump like this? He didn't hesitate to praise the boy. "Not bad." Not wanting to hear it, Vlan immediately screamed, "Die." But before he could do anything, he took a bone-shattering blow right to the stomach as the man kicked him, sending him flying several meters. Unable to block, Vlan was sent flying. After delivering the kick, the man acted as if nothing had happened, but he was also thinking very carefully. It was his instinct. That spin was pure defensive instinct. The swordsman couldn't stop worrying. "Breathe. Don't pass out." Vlan struggled to his feet, groaning ceaselessly. The man posing as Stannis hesitated. It'd be a waste to kill this little seedling now, even if he comes back with a sharp sword one day. Watching potential grow is always entertaining. Having made up his mind, he flashed a sinister smile and slowly approached the boy. "You've led me here, kid. A knight only accepts fair and just compensation." Vlan looked up in confusion. "What?" The man disdainfully tossed some meat at him and revealed, "My name isn't Stannis, and I'm not 42. Because you have suffered an injustice, and I have gained a great deal from you, I shall compensate you. However, I'll also be taking this." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Jagger's severed head in his hand. Then, with a tone of superiority, he said to the boy, "For this is my fair compensation, and the right of the victor." Vlan clenched his jaw, pure resentment twisting his features. He hissed through his teeth, "I will kill you." The man, unconcerned, turned away, tossing a few words over his shoulder. "Don't think you'll be compensated with your life a second time." The sound of grinding teeth filled the air as he screamed without hesitation, "I will take your life, Godwin. I swear it." As his figure faded into the distance, Vlan used every last bit of his strength to yell, "I swear it." Two lonely figures made their way down a deserted street. Jemina carefully supported Vlan, who was laboriously dragging his feet. Suddenly, a sharp pain from his wound made Vlan collapse with a quiet groan. His breathing grew difficult, and he was drenched in a cold sweat. "Get up!" A cold command sounded in front of him. Marcella stood there, her expression serious. "You want to die here?" Vlan had no will left. He just sat dazedly on the ground. Seeing him in this state, Marcella grew incredibly frustrated. Smack! She slapped him hard, her eyes blazing with anger. "Snap out of it, kid. Do you even know the difference between us and the people who live on the streets?" Marcella growled, her eyes shining with fierce resolve. "It's opportunity. Even if they fail, they can always get back up because they can afford to pay the price. But what about us? Look around. This right here is the price of failure." Before them was a scene of devastation, with bodies lying everywhere. For people like us, falling means dying. We were born into this. She gripped Vlan's shoulders tightly, trying to transfer her last bit of reasoning into him. "Don't throw away the only chance you've been given." Tears rolled down Marcella's face. Back in the present, Vlan fought through the pain, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Jemina asked with concern, "Are you all right? Should we slow down?" Vlan clenched his jaw and answered resolutely, "No, keep going. It can't end like this." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "Find them. Jagger's little lackey is over here." The pair immediately broke into a run. "Damn it, run." The men quickly gave chase. The nest was destroyed, so no matter how young the fledglings were, they had to fly. The two of them didn't dare stop, running for their lives hand in hand. After a while, the pursuing group lost their trail. Where'd they go? They must have run this way or hidden in an alley. Find them at all costs. There's a big price on their heads. One of the men grumbled, "I'll make those brats pay for the humiliation I endured that day." Split up. They couldn't have gone far. They quickly fanned out, completely unaware that on a large nearby door, the lock had been broken. Behind the door, Jemina held her breath to keep from making a sound. Vlan clutched a knife, ready for a fight. He thought anxiously, "We can't keep running like this forever." He then turned to Jemina. "Jemina, stay here. Don't come out until it's quiet outside." "Huh? What about you?" "I'm going to find us a way. Those bastards are sticking close to each other. It's too dangerous for us to be together." Exhaustion was evident on his face. Jemina, alarmed, insisted, "I don't want to. Let's go together." Marcella promised, didn't she, that she'd help us get to the right place. Back to the convent before sunrise or even to Haben's place. She couldn't hold it in and screamed, "I said I don't want to." Vlan was at his wit's end. "You never listened to me, you idiot. Do I look like I'm in any shape to protect you?" Hurt. Jemina's face began to crumple. But suddenly, a man's voice called out, "Who are you?" Both of them startled. Jemina quickly reached for the nearby knife, holding it up warily. In front of them was a man holding a lamp, looking at the two of them with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing here?" Seeing him start to move closer, she yelled tensely, "Don't move." The old man, completely baffled, said helplessly, "What's the matter with you? Why are you barging into a stranger's house?" She tightened her grip on the knife. She screamed, "I told you not to move. I'll really stab you." The old man didn't say another word, simply observing them with a serious gaze. Jemina was already trembling with fear, her eyes filled with tears. The old man spoke gently, "I understand. Now, how about you put that unsightly thing down?" She clenched her jaw and demanded, "Give me a sword." The old man was flabbergasted. "Huh? The sword? The one hanging on the wall? It's dangerous to go outside into town now. I'm not joking, so give it to me." At this, Vlan finally spoke up. Jemina put it down. She ignored him, her voice growing louder. "Give me the sword now." Yes, the old man thought, this is the true nature of those who live in the back alleys. This is their true character, the character of thieves who take everything they can just to survive. The old man gazed pensively at Jemina, silently judging. Has that little girl turned into someone like this? Her youthful face clearly showed a mixture of fear, recklessness, and determination. The old man simply let out two quiet words, "How sad." She looked almost feral, clenching her teeth and gripping the small knife as she let out a cry. Vlan quickly yelled to stop her. "Gemina." The old man simply closed his eyes in silence. The knife swung. Vlan's eyes flew open in astonishment. Swish. Locks of hair fluttered to the ground. In her hand, she held her own severed hair. The old man was also taken completely by surprise. Her voice was a trembling whisper. "Here. I know it's not enough, but I promise I'll pay you back. I swear it." With tears streaming down her cheeks, she desperately offered the locks of hair in trade. Gemina pleaded with all her might. "So please, please, give the sword to Vlan." The locks of hair fell from her grasp, one by one. The old man seemed frozen by the young girl's actions. He was silent for a moment before he could gather his thoughts and turn to Vlan. "Are you planning to leave?" Vlan answered stiffly. "Yes." The old man stared at the boy, thinking, this young man. He's doing what I've dreamed of my entire life, something I could never achieve. But he still hasn't been able to fully spread his wings under that sky. The old man rubbed his forehead and let out a helpless sigh. "Kids are so much trouble for adults. Follow me." With that, he turned and started walking down the snow-covered road. A cart began to roll slowly, loaded with a messy pile of goods. Gemina couldn't take it anymore and cried out, "Ugh, what is that smell?" "Model." The old man spoke up. "Stop complaining and just push. This is the only way." A loud shout startled him. A few menacing young men stood before his cart and started questioning him. "What are you doing out in the middle of the night, old man? Are these bastards trying to block my way?" Before the old man could answer, the man spoke again. "Are you dumping trash? But why at this hour? Damn it, you people made a huge mess and blocked the whole alley. My house is full of garbage I can't even throw out." The old man let out a sharp breath and launched into a long tirade. The man found it an eyesore. Wow, this old geezer's got a temper. Suddenly, he noticed the figure of a person completely covered up behind the cart. "Who's that?" "You're not alone, old man." I was exhausted, so I asked them to help me in exchange for some bread. "Then why don't you guys come over and help push?" The old man yelled. "Tease. I'm only showing you respect because you're the only blacksmith in the back alley. But I have to check him out." With that, he approached the figure, placed the tip of his sword on their hood, and said coldly, "Don't move, unless you want to get cut." Then, without hesitation, he slashed the hood open. His sharp gaze made even the old man break out in a cold sweat. Oh God, making a living is so hard. Gemina contorted every muscle in her face to create a hideously ugly expression that would make a demon weep. Sweat was also pouring down her face. Only then did the man lower his guard and say, "All right, get going." The old man then asked, "What the hell are you looking for?" "One of Jagger's men, the one with blonde hair. He's the only one who went missing." The old man looked annoyed. "Teesk, so can I go now?" The other man shook his head. "One more thing, we have to do a thorough check. Hey, you, check the cart." Vlan, who was hiding under the pile of junk, flinched. Gemina and the old man were just as terrified. "Don't. You'll kick up dust everywhere." The man who was ordered walked over menacingly and replied, "Fine, then take it over there." The old man racked his brain in distress. "Damn it, should I lead them somewhere else?" "No, there's nowhere else to go." The man started looking through the junk. There was so much stuff on the cart, but then he noticed something. Gemina, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel anxious. She lowered her head and bit her lip. He just kept searching in silence. "Don't be upset, this is just my job," he said, gripping the spear in his hand tightly before thrusting it hard into the pile of junk. She was too scared to look, quickly covering her eyes. The old man's heart was pounding in his chest. The man on the other side showed no signs of stopping. I heard Haben launched a search near the river. Hearing this, the two of them froze. He must have a reason for doing that. The spear grazed past Vlan's face, missing a fatal spot by inches. "Anyway, I'm just letting you know." His face remained perfectly calm. He then pulled out the spear and said, "All right, you can go." The old man turned to leave but remained wary of him. "Consider this me paying off my brother's 40 silver coin debt to you," he whispered softly. Vlan was silent, a hint of sadness in his heart. "Thank you." After that, the group left without any more trouble. The snow continued to fall. Finally, they all arrived. "We're here. This is the dump." Gemina was on the verge of tears as she said goodbye. "Farewell, Vlan. Please take care of yourself." In the quiet of the night, he was pushed away with a pile of trash. The old man watched, his heart aching. Gemina couldn't hold back her tears, worried sick for her best friend. The path that boy was now setting out on had been the old man's lifelong dream, and it was paid for with a young girl's tears. The bright moonlight illuminated the frost-covered mountain ranges. A gleaming sword flashed in the open space. Vlan stared at it blankly, raised the sword in his hand, and began to talk to it. "Can you hear me?" Immediately, a voice replied. "Who are you?" he asked with a serious expression. "I do not know." The sword answered with complete honesty. "I can't believe it. You've given me so many tips on swordsmanship, yet you don't even know who you are?" The sword was at a loss for words. "Tease. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll help you, and you'll help me. I will become your memory, and you will become my sword," he said resolutely. "I don't care if you're a demon or not. The only thing I'm afraid of is—" As he spoke, the towering image of Godwin appeared before his eyes. But then he declared boldly, "Is nothing at all." The sword responded in kind, "Very well. I shall teach you about my blade." On a clear day over the snow-capped mountains, the family crest of House Bay was hung on every tent in the army's camp. Chess pieces were placed on the board. "Too easy," Joseph, the second son of House Bay, said to himself. He frowned and remarked, "This is far too simple." An officer entered the tent to make a report. "Young master, I have returned." He looked up and replied, "Ah, yes, you're here." Jagger stood tall and solemn, a serious greeting for his young master. Then he inquired, "It seems something is troubling you, my lord. Are you worried?" With a somber expression, Joseph confessed, "It's because it's too easy." Jagger recounted the favorable outcomes to his young master. The monster subjugation was going smoothly, casualties were low, and all of them were mercenaries. Hearing this, Joseph had a question. Aren't deserters simply classified as insignificant missing persons cases? A result with no variables or deserters. Everyone will doubt my command abilities. A flicker of anger appeared in Joseph's eyes before he continued, including my father and the court vassals. And of course, my half-brother, Rudiger. Jagger listened intently, speechless. The more Joseph thought about it, the more his anxiety grew. At this rate, I'm done for. If I can't become the next duke, it's obvious what Rudiger will do, Joseph recalled. House Bay brought glory to the army, proven by the history of my father and his own brothers trampling over each other to seize that very title. Joseph looked up, contemplating. "I don't have enough swordsmen. Except for you, of course, Jagger." Jagger promptly reported, "Young master, besides that, there is something else I wish to report to you." Joseph ordered, "Speak." Jagger began, "There is a very suspicious soldier. A spy sent by my brother," he wondered. Jagger denied this theory. "That's not why I suspect him. You'll understand when you see him for yourself." Now, before them, was a goblin that had been cut down with bloody sword strokes. Seeing the sight, Joseph had to cover his mouth with a handkerchief. How disgusting. Could this have been done by a child who just learned to hold a sword? He looked at the goblin's dangling corpse. Jagger prompted, "Please look over there as well, my lord." He observed the goblins hung up on wooden planks. Joseph assessed that the slashes were quite sloppy. "They're all the same." He frowned as he walked. "This one is a little better. So is this one." Then he looked at them all as a whole. Joseph was horrified when he realized it. "Wait, are these all from the same person? But they're all different." He called out to Jagger, "Don't tell me this was all done by one person." All of this, around them was a vast chamber filled entirely with the hanging corpses of goblins. Jagger didn't deny it. "That's right, young master. These are the ones that appeared yesterday, and the area you were looking at earlier is from a month ago." As soon as he finished speaking, Joseph was completely astonished. He stared at the goblins, utterly speechless. "Impossible. All in just 1 month?" Joseph immediately questioned it. Meanwhile, high on the snow-covered peaks, blood splattered everywhere as 2 more goblins were slain. The group of mercenaries charged relentlessly into the horde of monsters. Their commander led them, holding the formation tight. "Don't let them escape." A sharp blade flew swiftly through the air, and seeing the corpses before them, the soldiers roared in victory. "Finally, we get to see the grand finale. All right, let's get the rest of them." But suddenly, everyone's expression grew tense, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. Seeing their reactions, the other soldier asked, confused, "Huh?" He had no idea that behind him stood a giant goblin, raising its wooden club high. A powerful blow came crashing down, its force so immense that the remaining soldiers couldn't possibly block it. The monster was rippling with muscle, its fangs sharp and its eyes burning with a gaze that could set the world on fire. The remaining men, though they had their swords and shields ready, turned pale. All of a sudden, the beast let out a deafening roar and charged straight for the rest of the group. It swung its powerful arms without a hint of mercy, attacking the unlucky ones. Those who hadn't been targeted screamed in terror. "This is insane. Where did that thing come from?" It even took down Team 5, fall back. Nearby, a man on horseback observed the situation. Then, a knight under Joseph's command barked out an order. "What are you doing? Get back in there, now. Do you really expect to get a reward after a performance like this?" The mercenaries quickly shot back a harsh retort. We were never told there'd be goblins. You should have hired higher-ranking soldiers, or better yet, go fight it yourself." Hearing his subordinate talk back, he cursed in a rage, "You worthless bastards." But before he could even charge his horse forward, a soldier was sent flying right toward him. On the other side of the field, the goblin continued its frenzied slaughter. Seeing it, Ven froze, then sheathed his sword, deciding not to advance. Abruptly, a figure appeared, their footsteps leaving deep prints in the snow. The person had a sword at their hip and golden hair that shone like the sun. The soldiers were also puzzled by this strange arrival. "Who is that?" "It's Vlan." Cheers erupted from the crowd as they recognized him. "That's right, it's Vlan of the Prayer. Vlan's here. Enough talk. I'll handle this." The powerful figure dashed toward the goblin. It was startled by the new enemy, letting out a few growls as if in question. Taking advantage of the goblin's surprise, Vlan swung his sword with great force, a single slash streaking across the demonic goblin's bare back. It let out a single cry, which was enough for Vlan to realize one slash hadn't been damaging enough. The spirit within his sword warned dodge. Just as the goblin brought its club down with surprising agility, Vlan swiftly dodged out of the way. The goblin's attack had missed. Vlan slid across the snow. He said to himself, "Damn it, I failed again." The spirit of the sword scolded Vlan harshly. "You idiot. You can't even do it after I taught you how." He cursed helplessly under his breath. "If I could do that, I'd be a genius, mastering a sword technique perfectly right after hearing it once." Once more, Vlan stood up to face the beast while retorting, "I was just testing you to see what you were made of." The goblin roared, veins bulging on its forehead from the sheer force of it, its wooden club swinging down but failing to hit the agile figure. Vlan landed a slash on the goblin's upper body, then retreated to dodge the next blow. Taking the hit, the goblin gritted its teeth in pain. It gathered its strength, gripping the club with both hands and raising it high for a powerful strike that sent snow flying everywhere. The cloud of snow slowly settled, but beneath the giant club, there was only a crater in the ground. Vlan stated confidently, "This time, I'll definitely land my cut." Behind the goblin was the powerful aura of the swordsman, who was gathering all of his strength. Startled, it spun around just as Vlan unleashed a decisive blow. Meanwhile, Jagger was still giving his report. Joseph frowned and repeated, "Vlan of the Prayer, you say?" "Jagger, investigate him immediately." Jagger obeyed. "Yes, sir." After hearing the report, Joseph was filled with suspicion. It makes no sense. His sword slashes were twisted and sloppy, but they've improved. I can't believe he could become proficient with a sword in just 1 month. At this thought, Joseph couldn't help but smile. Back on the snowy field, the red of the giant goblin's blood stained the landscape as its body was sliced in two. Vlan frowned, breathing out a cloud of white mist after his attack, and Joseph couldn't help but praise. He's a genius. The band of mercenaries grumbled to each other as they cleaned up the battlefield. "This is all junk. There's nothing useful here at all." "Ha, seriously. I was hoping we'd find something valuable since there were goblins around." His subordinate, G, suddenly exclaimed, "Chief, wasn't this a great haul?" While carefully sheathing his sword, Vlan reminded him, "Stop babbling. Just take the items I already marked." G quickly replied, "Already done. No one would dare try to take the #1 spot from you, Chief." He eagerly tried to make conversation. "Hey, the subjugation is almost over. What are you planning on doing next? If you don't have any plans, why don't you partner up with me? If we combine your sword and my brains..." Before he could finish, Vlan ruthlessly crushed his hopes. "My principle is to not get involved with scams." Vlan's sarcastic remark made G narrow his eyes in annoyance. He retaliated by hitting Vlan's weak spot. "That mercenary emblem, you can't use it forever, can you?" He dangled a tempting offer. "I know someone who can forge a perfect one." Vlan growled in anger. "What did you just say? Watch your mouth. If that was an offer, I'll let you off with a warning, but if it was a threat, I'll kill you." G's face went deathly pale at this terrifying reaction. He immediately tried to calm him down. "I'm just saying this because I'm worried about you, Chief. It's a waste of your talent to make pennies as a cavalry commander." Vlan glared at him and warned, "If you want to keep your head on your shoulders, shut up and get back to cleaning." G knew he couldn't persuade him any further and scurried away in fear. "All right, I'm on it." Vlan huffed in anger, thinking to himself, "I'll have to teach him a lesson someday." Then, he turned and walked deeper into the forest alone. Watching his retreating figure, a few soldiers gossiped curiously, "Vlan's going to pray again. Man, he's really persistent." With that, Vlan went to a small clearing and knelt before his sword. The men secretly watching from behind the birch trees exclaimed, "Damn, this is insane. Is he really not a noble? He was definitely born different from the rest of us." Seeing his devout and pious posture from their viewpoint, how could they possibly know he was actually swearing up a storm? "Damn it, I still can't kill it in one hit." The spirit in the sword just told Vlan, "You idiot, I already told you." The technique to take down a monster in a single strike is incredibly difficult to learn. You're wondering what you're missing, so what exactly is the problem? The mysterious teacher explained in detail. If you raise your sword and channel power into your body to attack, you have to focus on spotting its weakness first. Vlan grimaced at the advice. Do I really have to understand that? The sword immediately scolded him. Why wouldn't you understand? The moment your opponent reveals a weakness, you have to strike immediately. Only then did Vlan nod in agreement. That's true. I'll pay attention to it. But he didn't realize that behind him, the other soldiers were turning to pray together. A new bustling day had begun in the snowy northern land of Xara. On the dining table was a steaming bowl of meat stew. Watching the spoon being lifted, Vlan asked suspiciously, "What kind of meat is this?" "This is meat, right?" Guy answered, "I have no idea. It's free, so who cares?" In most other places, the boss doesn't feed you at all. The soldiers at the same table chimed in. "You really think he's feeding us for no reason?" "Yeah, it's salty, but it's still good." But Vlan wasn't convinced. "Enjoy your meal," he said before leaving. The group of mercenaries chattered. Is the chief going to see the priest again? Should I pray for something? The fact you're asking means you've already failed. You think praying will make you as good as him. Inside the priest's tent, Father Endera saw him and greeted him with a gentle smile. "Vlan, come in." Vlan bowed his head politely. "Father Endera, I hope you slept well last night." The priest replied, "I always rest peacefully." Endera then started a conversation. "I heard you came to pray last night as well. It must have been cold, right?" Vlan answered piously. In the Lord's embrace, how could one still feel the cold? But inwardly, he was cursing his mysterious teacher. "That bastard made me practice my swordsmanship all night." Hearing his response, Endera laughed loudly. "You sound more like a priest than I do." Suddenly, a young acolyte came to call for Father Endera. "The meal has been served, Father." He nodded. "All right, thank you, son." And with that, he pushed Vlan into a chair. "I was just about to have breakfast. Eat with me." Vlan skillfully tried to refuse. "I didn't come here for breakfast." But Endera and Jang had already clasped their hands together. "Come now, let's pray." And so, Vlan had to join them. The priest's voice rang out steadily. "We thank you, Lord, for the food you have given us today. We pray that you grant us strength through this meal. Let us strive to do more good deeds." As he prayed, Endera peeked over at the young man. Seeing his serious expression, he praised him silently. Truly a sincere man. Even in a humble place like this, he hasn't lost his faith. Endera told himself, "I must guide him. This young man intends to spend his life seeking glory on bloody battlefields. This, too, is one of the Lord's sorrows." The moment Endera paused, the word Amen was spoken. He gently said to Vlan, "Come now, let's eat." The young man obediently replied, "Yes, sir. Thank you for the meal." The fragrant breakfast on the table lifted his spirits, precious bread and soup. Time to eat. Just as Vlan was about to enjoy a rich bite of bread, Endera spoke up. "Ah, about your swordsmanship. I only know about it because I'm used to you. But it seems word has reached Lord Joseph. Lord Jagger came by asking about you 2 days ago, with his cheeks stuffed full of bread." Vlan replied blankly, "Oh, and then what?" The priest told him with a proud tone, "I recommended you. I told him I have great expectations for your future, because you truly are a sincere young man." Endera's high praise made Vlan freeze in shock. The priest analyzed the situation. The House of Bay is a prestigious noble family, even for the North. Working there would provide you with a much better environment than you have now. Vlan's eyes darkened as the priest continued. "You deserve to enjoy such things." On his way back, Vlan couldn't help but complain. "This is getting complicated. It looks like I've attracted attention again." The sword agreed. "It can't be helped. My sword style can only be learned through practice. Did you not think getting too close to the priest would be a problem?" Vlan hesitated. "I had to be sure." The sword challenged Vlan. "Are you certain that I'm not an evil spirit?" Vlan indirectly answered by talking about Endera. "They say Father Endera is famous and possesses immense holy power, so much so that he was nominated for the position of bishop. Since he couldn't detect me, everything is still safe for now. But if possible, I should at least be prepared to escape if I'm discovered." The sword pointed out a flaw in his plan. "At your current level, don't you think they'll just pretend not to notice your fake identity?" Vlan nodded. "If they get suspicious, they'll discover that I was the one who killed that thieving mercenary and took his place. Then I'd be guilty of identity fraud on top of being involved in a murder." The spirit hidden within the sword mocked Vlan. "You're pretty ruthless, aren't you?" He immediately gritted his teeth and retorted, "You're an accomplice," perhaps realizing it would implicate him as well. The sword offered a plan. "I think you'd be better off running away. Only if you can wisely argue your case could that incident be recognized as self-defense." Vlan added, So, let's say I escape tonight. If I take Guy with me, I could get my hands on another fake identification badge. Then, suddenly, the sword changed its tune. I think it'll be difficult to escape from here. Even Vlan was stunned and asked, "Huh?" The sword warned him. Someone's approaching you from behind. Judging by the aura he's giving off, he's at least a high-ranking knight. Having been warned, Vlan instantly went on the defensive, using his sword to protect himself. Jagger was quite surprised to see him pointing his sword, but Vlan managed to hold his defensive stance calmly. This quick reaction successfully scored points in Jagger's eyes. He sensed my presence. This kid is more useful than I thought. The man looked at him and announced, "Lord Joseph wants to see you." Hearing this dreadful summons, Vlan thought with regret, I shouldn't have overthought it. I should have just run immediately. I have no idea what will happen if I get captured here. He replied without a hint of fear. It would be my honor. Because deep down, Vlan knew that in a high-stakes game, a steady expression is one of the secrets to defeating an opponent. Jagger was curious about his reaction. "You knew I was coming?" Vlan answered honestly. "I heard the priest mention it, though I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." The more he interacted with him, the more excited Jagger became. Interesting. This young mercenary punk is remarkably calm about meeting me. The man turned and ordered, "Follow me." Vlan watched the man walk ahead, his sharp eyes narrowing with suspicion. Should I make a run for it now? But the sword promptly reminded him, don't even think about escaping from him. A knight of that level could take your head in 3 moves. Indeed, just looking at the man's tall figure was enough to silence anyone. They didn't even dare to cough, let alone disobey an order. Vlan was frustrated that his plan had failed. Damn it. There's no way out of this. The two of them arrived at Joseph's barracks. He was holding a book, but still greeted him, "I finally get to meet you." "A pleasure." Jagger watched as Vlan, with perfect etiquette, bowed in return to his young master. "The honor is all mine, Lord Joseph." He asked him with concern, "Did you run into any trouble while carrying out your mission?" Vlan replied formally, "Thanks to your dedication, sir. We are all very grateful." Joseph looked at his striking appearance, blonde hair, blue eyes. "I'm guessing you're the son of some Xara noble. Your name is Vlan, is it?" Vlan answered respectfully, "Yes, my lord." A slender hand closed the book. Joseph suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I should have told you this sooner." Suddenly, Jagger dealt him a stunning slap across the face. Vlan reeled in pain, not understanding what was happening. Jagger glared at him with sharp eyes. At the same time, the young master spoke up. "I despise liars." Vlan of Xara. Vlan indirectly admitted, "You already know everything." Joseph continued, "Someone confirmed your mother was a prostitute, but I couldn't find out who your father is. Do you know who your father is?" Faced with this tasteless question, Vlan snapped back. What a joke. Asking a prostitute's son who his father is? As soon as he retorted, Jagger kicked him in the leg. Vlan cried out in pain before collapsing to his knees. The man warned him, "Know your place, kid." While Vlan stared at him with hateful eyes, Joseph stepped forward. Thinking about it, it really is a funny joke. It's a mercenary organization. Perhaps they killed someone and then brought him back. I've figured out why you ran away from Xara. He questioned him. "Where did you learn swordsmanship?" Vlan didn't answer, maintaining his defiant attitude. Joseph observed him before speaking. There's a lot hidden in those eyes. Behind him, Jagger silently began to draw his sword. Vlan gritted his teeth. Then he gave a cryptic answer, advancing like a lightning bolt. "That was my master." But he vanished like the wind. A flash of surprise appeared in Joseph's eyes. Vlan continued. He never revealed his name, but he said. An image of a powerfully built man standing amidst brilliant flashes of lightning appeared in their minds. The story continued, saying that it was his divine eye. It could see the potential in a select few that no one else could. Joseph saw Vlan's determination. His eyes didn't waver. Then he took the initiative to acknowledge his rude behavior. "All right, I apologize for treating you so poorly." Vlan watched him, surprised that his lie had worked. Did it really work? Now, he felt that the boy was sincere enough to share with. "I don't know you, but I'm currently in a very difficult situation, so I want to make you a proposition." The offer was made. "Vlan of Xara, don't you want to reach for a higher position? Power, freedom, survival, knighthood. I'm talking about all of those things." Joseph made an offer that left Vlan slightly agape. "I, Joseph, want to help you achieve them." Two swords clashed, creating a thrilling sound. Jagger and Vlan were in the middle of a fiery sword fight. The surrounding soldiers commented, "He's holding his own pretty well, huh?" Another retorted, "That's only because he's going easy on him." But there was something else that got everyone talking. Has he become Jagger's student? His skills must be exceptional. I'm so jealous. I want to be trained by him too. Meanwhile, Jagger swung his sword down onto Vlan's blocking blade. the powerful strike making him groan. Jagger changed his stance and berated him. You coward. How dare you hold your head high in front of Lord Joseph with those pathetic skills? Does that make any sense? And he launched a powerful attack to teach him a lesson. You really don't know your place, do you? Sparring for the first time, Vlan naturally had shortcomings. The difference in their levels was too great. If I dodge, he'll just attack again. He's too strong. I can't do anything. Suddenly, he had an idea. Jagger also noticed a change in his response. Then there's only one way. Vlan glared and charged forward, their swords crossing once more. Using a new technique, he guided Jagger's wooden sword along with his own, redirecting it away from his body. He successfully deflected the force of Jagger's blow and quickly swung his sword forward. Once again, the two charged at each other. The excited spectators cheered when they saw Vlan's counterattack. He's fighting back. He's actually pretty good. Jagger was pleased to see him fight back so fiercely. All right, this is more like it. Vlan panted, exhausted, as he stared at the man before him, telling himself he hadn't succeeded yet. He just let me show off a little. Just as he was trying to catch his breath, he received some bad news. We'll continue sparring like this twice a day, morning and evening. Hearing this, the color drained from Vlan's face. Twice a day, Jagger walked away coolly. That's it for this morning's training. He wasn't going to let the boy rest too much. Vlan's eyes followed him. He thought resentfully. He's not being sincere at all. He won't even give me a single piece of advice. Just then, the sword praised him. That was a good fight. He relentlessly tore down your burdens and your pride. There are some things you can only learn by getting beaten. Vlan scratched his head evasively. It was nothing special. In Joseph's private barracks, he asked the man, So, you've seen him with your own eyes. What do you think of him? Jagger answered honestly. He's not bad, sir. If he came from a noble family, even a count would take notice of him. Joseph was pleased. I knew it. My judgment wasn't wrong. Jagger pointed out his weakness. But the problem is, he doesn't know his limits, and he's quite arrogant. He immediately replied, he was born and raised on the streets, so that's to be expected. All we have to do is slowly teach him etiquette. I think I found the right person for the job. Hearing this, Jagger pondered. He voiced his concern. An unloyal sword cannot be trusted. Sir. Joseph didn't deny what he said. Even though he bowed politely the moment he saw me, I won't trust him either. It's fine if he shows his true colors like that. He remembered their previous conversation. The boy, Vlan, had made a serious request. There is something I absolutely must do. Joseph was willing. I think this is for the best. A relationship where both sides give each other what they want seems like a stable one. Jagger respected his decision. As you wish, sir. Joseph really wanted to understand Vlan better. He's like a wolf, isn't he? Arrogant, untrustworthy, and yet noble. But Joseph himself had already decided, I don't want to, but I will, even if building a large cage will take quite some time. It seems Joseph is going to set an elaborate and perfect trap, a cage large enough for the wolf. Trapped inside, it still mistakes that for its freedom. Night falls, bringing a bitter chill to a place already covered in snow and ice. Guy shivered uncontrollably. So cold. Why is there so much frost this winter? With the thought that his leader was gone and that Vlan had become Jagger's student, he knew he had to get better, faster, and try even harder. He was alone by the fire, holding a spear and muttering to himself. It's one thing to succeed, but did I really have to do it in this weather? A figure appeared out of nowhere and asked, Is everything all right? Guy answered clearly, Yes, sir. Sir Rodri doesn't seem to have anything unusual to report. Rodri left him with a reminder. Snap out of it and get back to work. He replied obediently. Yes, sir. Crystal clear. Please don't worry. His enthusiastic spirit pleased the man, who praised him. Good. Guy maintained his bowing posture as Rodri's figure grew smaller in the distance. Only when he was completely gone did he continue talking to himself. That man is so tough. A needle couldn't pierce him. He just did his patrol, so he probably won't be back. It's cold, and it's nighttime. Guy's eyelids were getting heavy, and he wondered if he should get a little sleep. He finally started to doze off. Suddenly, a voice called out, What are you doing here? Guy flinched. He hasn't left yet? Rodri's voice rang out again. What do you mean? You're looking for a child? Guy thought curiously. Who is he talking to? Then came Rodri's scolding. You sound insane. A voice replied, I'm looking for my child. Guy listened intently. A child? Why did she stop talking? Guy tensed up as he watched from afar. He made his way closer, and as he watched Rodri's retreating back, he suddenly realized, where is he going all of a sudden? That's not the way back to camp, Guy thought with suspicion. A black mist surrounded Rodri, making Guy wonder. What is that? Guy couldn't believe his eyes. The cracked and hideous face of a woman emerged from the black smoke. She opened her dark, gaping mouth as if she wanted to eat Rodri alive. He grimaced, massaging his aching limbs while complaining about the pain all over his body. Couldn't he have gone a little easier on me? On his way to the training grounds, the mysterious spirit in his sword lectured him. You're a newcomer, so this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many people would pay for the chance to fight against Jagger, because he's an incredibly skilled knight. But thinking back to yesterday's hellish training session, he immediately retorted, "It just feels like he wants to beat me to a pulp." The sword advised him again. That's why your combat skills are improving. No matter what, that kind of determination is important. Vlan felt hurt that the divine sword wasn't comforting him at all, so he pouted. That's a depressing way to put it. Suddenly, a loud call came from behind. Captain Vlan. I mean Captain. Guy waved his arms frantically, shouting, "Over here, over here. Look at me for a second." Only then did Vlan notice the figure by the tree. But before anything else, Vlan started reprimanding him, making Guy want to pout and turn right around. When did you get back? The expeditionary force isn't supposed to have returned yet. Guy tried to explain himself. Captain, I'm planning to run away from here tonight. Vlan was puzzled. What are you talking about? Guy whispered. Don't forget that I came here to find you. Don't forget, I only have good intentions. We should meet up and have some fun sometime. Vlan was confused by his rambling words. What do you mean? He continued to warn him. You shouldn't take my words lightly. I saw it with my own eyes. Here, he hesitated. That forest, the forest we're supposed to be conquering. It's cursed. Vlan's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was hearing. He pressed, What? Guy explained indirectly with a question. You know that a lot of soldiers have been deserting, right? Despite the good pay and working conditions, Vlan couldn't deny it. Yes. Guy then revealed a horrifying truth. It's because the forest took them. They're not deserters, they're missing persons. Vlan was completely stunned. He remembered the horrifying face he had seen last night, as Guy continued his story. A ghost in the forest is kidnapping people. Vlan listened to Guy in silence for a moment. It turned out that silence was him gathering his strength before hitting Guy. He raised his hand and scolded him, You bastard. Even if you're going to spout nonsense, there's a limit. He tried to fight back with both actions and words. I'm telling the truth. It's real. Vlan was once again stunned by Guy's account. Even a knight disappeared yesterday. He asked him, Sir Rodri. Guy nodded frantically. Yes, Sir Rodri. He recounted every detail he had. On my way back, I discovered something. All the people who have disappeared so far have black hair. As soon as those words were spoken, Vlan himself felt a sense of unease. The mysterious tale was over, leaving only Guy hiding his tears and cursing himself internally. He blamed himself. Damn it, I should have just packed my things and run away. If Guy had done that, perhaps he wouldn't have had to endure being a guide. Jagger kept his focused gaze on his back. The man asked him, Can we trust him? Vlan replied, No, but he's not crazy either. This made the man hesitate. He was lost in thought, remembering what his master had taught him. Sir Joseph thinks this is an opportunity. Instead of a meaningless expedition, discovering something strange would be more beneficial. The stream of thoughts pulled Jagger into a state of worry for Joseph. But still, this is making me uncomfortable. So he asked again. So, everyone who's gone missing had black hair. Vlan gave him some news, indirectly referring to Joseph's situation. Something might happen to the 3 knights guarding the outpost. Jagger said, That's because they're all useless. Jagger muttered to himself, But it seems I can't just stand by and do nothing either. Rodri is missing, so someone better than him must be involved. Guy finished his task as a guide. Sir Jagger, the expeditionary team's tent is here. As soon as they arrived, one of the soldiers stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Aaron, Sir Rodri's subordinate. Jagger asked him, So you scoured the entire forest and still haven't found a single trace? He answered honestly, Yes. Even with mercenaries who used to be hunters leading the way, we couldn't find a single footprint. Hearing about the difficulties, Jagger decided, I guess I'll have to check it out myself. He assigned tasks, split into groups of 3, and searched the surrounding area. Spread out, but make sure you stay within sight of each other. The whole unit acknowledged the order. The search went on for a long time, and the sun began to set. Guy grumbled through clenched teeth. This can't be happening. How could you do this to me? Every time he saw Vlan's face, he would scold him, You liar. A backstabber who takes advantage of other people's kindness. He could only remind him, Stop the chatter and focus on the search. I'll make it up to you later. Jagger approached them to ask about the situation. Did you guys find anything? The 2 men answered bitterly, No. Jagger grumbled, Useless. Vlan reported, I'm from the city, so it's a little difficult for me to find someone in the forest. The man questioned him. Then how do you find a missing person in a back alley? Vlan said nonchalantly, Simple. You just grab someone and beat them up until you find who you're looking for. Jagger immediately scolded him. You really are useless. Watching the sun begin to set, Jagger grew a little anxious. The sun is setting. Night is about to fall. Am I really going to have to go back empty-handed like this? Suddenly, he noticed something strange. A river in the middle of this snowy landscape. He immediately asked, have they searched the other side of the river yet? Guy answered, as far as I know, they haven't crossed the river. After all, it wasn't part of the main search route. Jagger thought to himself, there are no traces in the forest, and we've already swept the area once. There's no way we could have missed Rodri and those two unidentified women. So he gave the order, gather the mercenaries. We're crossing the river. From behind, Aaron acknowledged the command. Yes, sir. He called out to assemble the rest of the men. Jagger took a few tentative steps onto the frozen river, sensing that it wasn't completely solid yet. Vlan, at his side, also touched the surface and commented, winter's just about over, but this should still be enough for us to get across. Jagger agreed. If we cross in small groups, it should be fine. As everyone gathered, a murmur went through the crowd. What is it? Did you find him? Aaron replied, no, that's not why I called you over. Jagger announced, we're expanding the search area to the other side of the river. It's not completely frozen yet, so break into groups of 3 before you cross. Everyone responded in unison, yes, sir. And so, group by group, the men cautiously made their way across the frozen river. Guy and Vlan were partnered up again. He let out a yelp, causing Vlan to worriedly ask, what's wrong? Guy voiced his concern. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Vlan snapped at him. That's not a feeling, you're just scared. Guy yelled back. Of course, I'm scared. I'm not some badass like you guys, he grimaced. A guy like me has to rely on his gut to survive, you know. And right now, my gut is telling me we shouldn't be crossing this river. Vlan's tone turned serious. I don't know anything about gut feelings, but I am sure of one thing. It was a warning for Guy. If you try to run away right now, you won't get a clean death. Guy was terrified, breaking out into a cold sweat as soon as Vlan spoke. The only witness flees the scene. I'll hunt you down and kill you myself if you do. With that, Vlan urged him on. Enough rambling. Follow me. Crossing this river is your only way to survive. But Guy stubbornly held his ground, muttering, damn it. Even so, this just doesn't feel right. Guy gingerly stepped onto the ice. The moment both his feet touched down, he yelled, Captain, this thing's gonna break, isn't it? Vlan tried to remain patient. Of course it is. If you keep dawdling, I'll break the ice and drown you myself. Guy crouched down, whining. I can't do it. Vlan had to grab him by the collar and urge him on. Get up. We're the only ones left behind. Guy's eyes were wide with sheer panic. He let out a blood-curdling scream at the sight. Vlan, thinking he was just throwing a fit, cursed, this damn idiot. But when he looked down, Vlan himself froze. Beneath the frozen river were the very soldiers they were searching for. One of them had his eyes wide open, making Guy's blood run cold. He screamed at the top of his lungs, dead bodies. The men up ahead whipped around in shock. The soldiers heard the shout. There are bodies under the ice. And sure enough, countless hands were reaching up from below. Suddenly, they felt the surface of the river shift, and the men scattered in a panic. They began shouting warnings to each other amidst the chaos. What's going on? The ice is cracking. Get to the shore, now. A hand burst up from under the ice, and the corpses had transformed into a horde of undead, charging toward the men. The soldiers were cornered in the middle, surrounded by the undead on all sides. They shouted helplessly, damn it, what the hell is this? We're surrounded. A subordinate cried out in fear. Sir Jagger, what do we do now? Jagger was furious at his own helplessness. This is a trap. An elaborate one. It's as if they knew we were coming. The sun, their only glimmer of hope, was slowly disappearing. Could they possibly win this confrontation, now that night and darkness had fallen, and the soldiers were trapped in this forest? This was never territory for the living to begin with, and now, the horde of undead was about to charge. While the soldiers were facing the undead, back at the church, Father Endera and the young boy Jang were giving thanks to God. Dear Lord, thank you for watching over us today. He prayed earnestly, please guide us with your light, so that we may always walk the righteous path. As the two were engrossed in reading the scriptures, Endera's entire body suddenly began to tremble for no reason, causing the worried Jang to call out to him. Father, the once pure holy water in the cup had turned strangely murky, and a sinister aura began to fill the air, making him speak with dread. My lord, outside the camp, an immense darkness is gathering. Snow fell amidst a thick fog, making the cold air even more oppressive. A female spirit whispered, my child, my child. The plea of a mother searching for her child echoed from beyond the grave. It sounded more sorrowful than frightening. Where's my child? Meanwhile, the frenzied undead charged at full speed toward the soldiers. Tears streamed down Guy's face as he screamed for help. Captain, captain. His captain was currently busy dealing with one of the undead. With his blessed sword, He charged forward powerfully, lopping off the heads of several undead with a single swing. He let out a grunt, already feeling the fatigue. Vlan knew he couldn't push forward. At the same time, he worried about his comrade. Was Sir Jagger still safe? Elsewhere, Jagger himself was fighting off a dozen of the undead all on his own. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheek, proof that Jagger had already expended a great deal of energy fighting this horde. His subordinates weren't faring as well. One man screamed as an undead grabbed his head and bit into his shoulder, while another was being attacked by two at once. Looking at the unfolding chaos, Jagger grew worried. Damn it, this is going to be endless. As he fought back, he realized this trap meant they had planned this all along. I might not know who set this up, but its purpose is crystal clear. One of Jagger's eyes began to glow, emitting an emerald-colored light. Indeed, the aura grew increasingly brilliant, a sign that Jagger was also trying for a quick victory. Thinking, there's no more time to hesitate. His sword became coated in the same blue light, attracting the zombies and making them swarm him even faster. Jagger gritted his teeth, trying to ignore the discomfort in his eye and focus completely on the fight. The zombies shrieked in the face of his otherworldly glow. Jagger's power surged, and hordes of the undead fell with every swing of his sword. His subordinates were ecstatic at their commander's incredible performance, cheering to one another. Rally up. Over here, Sir Jagger is still with us. Jagger and Vlan, two blue beacons of hope and good fortune for the Legion, fought in perfect sync to secure victory. He suddenly yelled, "Vlan of Xara, execute the contract." Vlan, who was fighting nearby, heard him. While snapping a zombie's neck with his bare hands, he yelled back, "Sir Jagger, I will." He commanded loudly, "Retreat to the garrison immediately, and, at all costs, hold out for as long as possible. Protect Sir Joseph according to the contract." He got the order loud and clear just as he finished off another enemy. He started running, urging Godwin, "Let's go." Unable to keep up, Godwin called out, "Captain, wait for me." Jagger glanced back, a sense of unease in his heart. "God, I pray that my men make it to Sir Joseph safely." Then, he refocused on the battle, his glowing sword moving as an extension of his own body, unaware that a familiar figure was right behind him. It wasn't until he looked ahead that he was startled. It was one of his loyal subordinates, now a zombie. He spoke with sorrow to the creature that no longer had a mind of its own. "I'm sorry. I was too late." He spoke the name of the man who had been through thick and thin with him before delivering the final blow. "Rodri. The evening and morning stars have risen. The Legion is on its way to Joseph's base." Meanwhile, Joseph was still completely unaware of the situation. The model young master was engrossed in his research under an oil lamp when the sound of someone running and panting outside made him jump and cry out. "What the hell is that?" A clear cry for help rang out. "Let go of me," making him wonder in confusion. An intruder then burst in, yelling, "Sir Joseph." Joseph stood up and asked, "Ven, what is all this noise about?" The man stammered, unable to explain the situation. It's... A moment later, once Joseph understood, he angrily chewed him out. "You came straight to me without even checking the situation first." Then, making an excuse for his cowardice, said, "That's because your safety, sir, is the #1 priority." His words only infuriated Joseph further. He exposed the man's cowardice by yelling, "Then why didn't you bring your sword?" The man looked down at his hip and gasped in panic. Joseph's brows furrowed deeply. He was about to blow a gasket with Ven. "You're very lucky today. If I were him, I'd have you hanged on the spot." Ven pleaded desperately with Vlan, "Please, forgive me." Priest Endera and the other swordsmen entered the room. The priest politely greeted Sir Joseph. Only then did Joseph's expression soften as he lowered his voice. "Sir Endera, do you have any idea what's going on?" As if reading his mind, Priest Endera immediately provided the answer Joseph was looking for. "It's a demon. Please look, sir." This is a passage from the Holy Scripture, written in blessed ink. Joseph looked, his elegant eyes narrowing again in disbelief. Even the Holy Scripture was reacting to how bizarre the situation was. Endera analyzed the words, which were trembling like leaves in a storm. "This is far from normal." Joseph asked him if there was any way to stop it. He answered honestly, "I am not an exorcist, but I will certainly do what I can." As proof, Endera told Joseph, "I will attempt to release as much of my holy power as possible. However, against a demon of this caliber, I may not be of much help." Joseph nodded. "That's unfortunate, but I understand." He thought to himself, "None of the knights who were left behind can create their own barrier to protect the others." He looked at his subordinates. "But for now, they are my only option." Joseph led the group, ordering, "Let's move." The moment he stepped outside, he was met with a sight that made him freeze in his tracks. He wondered to himself, fog? In truth, hidden within the mist, soldiers who'd been attacked by the zombies were screaming in agony as their bodies started to change. A chorus of desperate cries filled the air. "No! I'm not human. Joseph covered his face from the smell of corpses. He wondered aloud, does this fog cause delirium? Endera responded, I can only be certain of one thing, sir. This is no natural phenomenon. Joseph frowned, thinking, it's affecting me, too. As the group moved forward, an unearthly voice called out, my child. A she-demon appeared, fading in and out of the mist, repeating the same words, my child, where are you? Endera and Jang stared in terror, their eyes wide at the sight of the wandering spirit. The knights' faces also went pale at the ghost's appearance. Joseph was frozen to the spot. The she-demon drew closer, turning her head in all directions, searching for her child. Her monstrous face repeated the question, are you there? The group backed away in terror as she advanced on them, shrieking. The female ghost leaned close to Joseph and cried out, I finally found you, it shrieked, my child, making Joseph break out in a cold sweat as it moved in closer. Its massive hand lunged forward as if to grab Joseph's head. It spread its arms wide, as if wanting to embrace him, all while repeating, my child. Endera clasped his hands, using his holy power to pray for protection. Jang also prayed desperately. Everyone formed a circle to keep Joseph inside, trying to prevent the ghost from reaching him. Joseph thought to himself, is Sir Jagger really the only one who can defeat this thing? Seeing his remaining knights struggling on the ground, an idea came to him. Knight Maxim, they are not worthy. They don't deserve Father Endera's blessing. Meanwhile, the she-demon continued to wail. My child, he finally understood his predicament. It seems, it's a curse. Joseph slowly came to accept that the curse was meant for him alone, but he was more concerned with who was responsible for putting him in this situation. Joseph gritted his teeth, thinking bitterly, who did this? Jang was still young and likely couldn't bear the demonic presence so close. The boy was already coughing up blood. Even so, in this perilous situation, Endera couldn't tend to the boy properly and could only offer words of encouragement. Hold your position. The sun will certainly rise again. The she-demon's hand began to push through the protective barrier. The strain caused Jang to cough up even more blood. The poor boy collapsed, sobbing in panic as he tried to mumble his prayers. Poor Jang was about to give out as the ghostly figure crept ever closer. Joseph looked over at the boy, his heart filled with pity. That teaching assistant has reached his limit. The hymn is about to end. Does that mean it's all over? He was helpless. They couldn't wait for the sun to rise tomorrow morning, but his ray of hope had arrived. Through the thick fog, Vlan's figure seemed to fly in. The demoness whipped around, startled. He and the divine sword would be the ones to banish this darkness. His mysterious master had told him that the creature was cursed. As Vlan approached, the divine spirit explained, that's why a normal sword can't cut through it. He immediately asked, then what should I do? The knight within the sword replied with a question of his own. Can you use aura? Vlan was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? But he still had hope when the divine sword said, there is one way. Vlan quickly asked, what is it? The spirit elaborated. If you let me take over your body for a moment. Vlan was stunned. Is that even possible? The sword spirit replied, I'm certain I can use my own aura. He imagined enduring the possession as the other continued, but I'm not sure if I can use it in your body. Even if I could, you wouldn't be able to move for a while afterward. The divine sword continued. That's why I don't recommend it. Vlan reasoned, so if I don't kill it, I'll be the one who gets killed. The spirit concluded for him. That is the law of the sword. Vlan said to himself, let's do it. His guiding master, uneasy about leaving him, asked if he was sure. Determination shone clearly in Vlan's eyes. I made a promise to Joseph. A gentleman never goes back on his word, and Vlan always remembered, I have a duty. He slowly walked toward the demon to fulfill his mission. The last thing Vlan wanted to affirm to his mysterious master was, I will offer my faith instead of my loyalty. The master understood and replied, I will respect your decision. And so, a courageous Vlan now faced the demoness. It shrieked, ready to lunge and tear him apart. Before Vlan's eyes, everything suddenly went dark and he let out a small cry. His master reminded him it was time. A beam of light from the sky shone down on Vlan's body. He felt lightheaded as he sensed the change, even asking, is this really the world of voice? The light swirled around him like a vortex, and his eyes began to glow. Just like when Jagger began to awaken his energy to fight, even the sword itself was transforming. The demoness facing him was affected by the new energy. It shrieked. The possession ritual must have been completed. The spirit was now inside his body. The combination successfully created a shield of light, resisting the demoness's dark power. Indeed, it was overwhelmed by the brilliant aura. Even young Jang was starting to regain consciousness. Chamcho watched every move of the battle. Endera was overjoyed at this brilliant display, while Ven was terrified by the new, transcendent Vlan. Joseph was also surprised by the turn of events. Vlan gritted his teeth as his body began to fail him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ice, his entire body feeling like it would burst. Vlan screamed, as if to release everything. Joseph frantically called out his name. Vlan bit down hard against the pain, his whole body trembling violently. Joseph recalled his phenomenal display and pondered. That was definitely a trace of aura just now. I don't know how he was able to achieve it, but he must have paid a heavy price. While Vlan was immobilized by the after effects of the possession, the demoness seemed to have recovered. It began to call out, "My child. My child." This was the clearest proof that the battle was not over yet. It was crawling closer to Vlan. Any further delay, and he would lose his chance. Suddenly, Joseph sprinted towards him and shouted, "Stop the hymn." Seeing this, the others tried to stop him. Sir Joseph. He supported Vlan, trying to speak loudly in hopes of bringing him back to his senses. "Vlan, lean on me." Seeing Joseph, the demoness grew even more excited, repeating the words, "My child." Its hand touched his leg. Joseph struggled with all his might, but it was useless against the demoness's strength. He was seething with rage. "This damn, weak body. I can't even break free on my own." From out of nowhere, a loud shout came. "Sir Joseph." A strange hand grabbed his cloak. It was Ven, and he was yelling because of his own action. "Please forgive my impudence." With a single motion, he threw both Vlan and Joseph far away, ignoring the demoness as it tried to grab his leg. Tears welled up in the demoness' black eye sockets at being separated from Joseph. Endera watched with some concern as the two landed hard on the ground. Joseph was grateful for Ven's help. "This is the first time I've ever been relieved to have you around," he shouted. "Thank you, sir." Vlan's hand began to reach for his sword, even though he was showing signs of exhaustion. He quietly called to the priest, "Father, please bless my sword." No matter how tired he was determined to carry out his duty. "I have to help that woman escape this suffering." Priest Endera was silent for a moment before agreeing. "I understand." He gripped the sword so tightly that blood trickled out. He handed it to Vlan after completing the ritual. "I have blessed your sword." Vlan accepted the sword and replied politely, "Thank you, father." Once again, Vlan stood alone to fight, with the hopeful and prayerful eyes of the others behind him. He stood tall before the demoness, who was lying face down on the snow in anguish. In utter desperation, it pleaded, "Please, help me." Vlan looked pensively at the demoness. He thought back to the moment he fought it earlier. It was only for a brief instant, but when his vision went gray, he had witnessed the demoness's painful memories. In the past, she was a woman imprisoned in a dark cellar. Trapped in an iron cage, she had screamed desperately, "My child, I." And there was the baby, abandoned on the cold floor. For a mother, this was horrifying torture. She suffered unbearable agony and she desperately begged, "Please, give me back my child, I beg you." She could do nothing but plead as her child slowly died right before her eyes. That was her terrible memory from when she was human. Can anyone understand the tears of pain, despair, and sorrow of a mother who watches her own child die, completely helpless to save them? Vlan lowered his sword and said softly, "Rest in peace." Even then, the demoness was still haunted by that pain, repeating the question with eyes that had cried countless times, "Where is my child?" Vlan thrust his sword straight through, putting an end to the demoness's tragic fate. In that moment, the demoness reverted to her human form and slowly faded away. The night was over, and the air had cleared. Only the woman's questioning words, "My child," still echoed somewhere in the distance. However, the dense, dark energy was still gathering in a box. A man completely covered in a black hood was controlling it. He was gathering all the evil aura. The denser it became, the more delighted he was. He was probably the one behind everything. However, that poor woman had been set free, which meant the source of the dark, malevolent energy was fading. His once smug face was now twisted in a grimace. He thought to himself that he could no longer feel her presence. Hiding behind a large rock in the middle of the forest, he wondered, has she been defeated? But by whom? Among them, there's only one knight who knows how to use aura. Suddenly, a voice came from above him. Standing on the cliff, Jagger, with his sharp gaze and gleaming sword, accused him. "So, you're the little rat who was pulling the strings, huh?" The words made him tremble. The scene changes. Joseph looks down at the severed head with its eyes still open that Jagger brought back and asks, "The one controlling the corpses?" Jagger replied nonchalantly, "Seems so." He also brought back a box that the man in black had used to control the dark energy. Jagger added that it was a child's coffin. Joseph instructed Jagger, "Please take it to the priest. I will investigate further when we return to Bayes." He obeyed. "Yes, sir." Standing on a cliff overlooking the town, Joseph said with some disappointment, "It seems our expedition was a complete failure." Jagger quickly replied, "I have no excuse, sir." But Joseph shared something that satisfied him. "Even though it was a failure, for some reason, I feel a sense of relief." Jagger continued, And what about that other guy? At this, Joseph smiled faintly. I think we found the one who will become my sword. He recalled Vlan's performance that day, looking pleased. That kid will be a sword that shines more brilliantly than any other. Meanwhile, Vlan woke up with messy hair, asking dazedly, did I sleep for 3 whole days? The mysterious master who had helped him answered, you did. Be more careful next time. I didn't know the side effects would be that strong. Vlan sat on the bed and confided, well, I'm glad. I thought they were going to haul me away immediately, like I was just luggage they'd toss into some random cart. The mysterious person continued, they must have been waiting for you to recover. He also remarked that this Joseph fellow seemed very interested in him. It's unclear if Vlan was listening. Looking exhausted, he closed his eyes, used his sword to push himself up, and walked toward the tent's entrance. He pushed aside the flap and saw a puzzling sight. Outside, the camp was empty. He wondered aloud, why is there no one in the camp? Then he answered his own question. Well, I guess it's only natural. They'd run away after everything that happened. Suddenly, Guy appeared out of nowhere. Seeing Vlan, he smiled brightly and asked, Captain, are you awake? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Seeing him, Vlan joked. Oh, so the first person who wanted to run away ended up being the last one to stay. Huh. Guy wasn't bothered by the teasing and just beamed. Of course. They promised to pay us extra when we return. Guy proudly recounted his own transformative journey. I carried you back to camp and even risked my life to go back and fight alongside the knight. You'd better not forget about this. Vlan made a weary face. All right, I'll keep it in mind, Guy added. Sir Jagger told me to report to him as soon as you woke up, and Sir Joseph is in his tent. You should go see him. Hearing this, Vlan prepared to leave immediately, telling Guy, all right, keep up the good work. Guy was touched for a moment, but then ruined it by requesting, put in a good word for me with them, okay. Don't forget, Vlan grumbled, annoyed. You're so damn noisy. He went to Joseph's tent. Joseph welcomed Vlan with a shimmering glass of wine. He asked quietly, can you drink alcohol? Vlan answered honestly, yes. I used to work in a brothel for a while, but I've never had wine this expensive. Joseph rested his chin on his hand and remarked with a smile, this truly is wine for the nobility, he said sincerely. First, I want to thank you. You could have run away back there. Vlan replied immediately, well, we had a contract. Joseph nodded. That's right, you gave me your word. Still, in his heart, he knew that such a contract was, after all, just empty words, and yet this kid actually kept his promise. He's a talent I can't afford to lose. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Wait, that's not right. It turned out he felt he should change his thought into an affirmation. He's a talent I must have. So, he raised his wine glass, implying, in that case, it's my turn to keep my promise. I will give you a reward worthy of your deeds. Joseph declared, I am formally inviting you to join House Bayes. Vlan was dumbfounded with shock, and so, he left the land of ice and snow for the beautiful and peaceful Vlaner district in Bayes. Jagger reported the situation. Sir Joseph, the mercenary squad has been dismissed. Joseph praised him, good. The report on the expedition still isn't settled, so we'll have to stay here for another day or two. Meanwhile, Vlan was looking around blankly, which caught Jagger's attention. The man approached and asked, is this your first time here? Vlan said honestly, no matter where we go, it's always my first time. So Jagger teased him, what about the Bampen district? Joseph, on the other hand, was more considerate. He said, if that's the case, take the day off. You can go for a walk and see the city. Vlan bowed his head and replied, thank you, sir. Jagger, looking skeptical, added a warning. Don't get lost, kid, and be back at City Hall before nightfall. Vlan reluctantly obeyed. Yes. Watching Jagger and Joseph leave, Vlan's face fell as he thought to himself, I really hate that old man. Hearing his thoughts, the spirit sword finally appeared. It seems Jagger is just as fond of you as Joseph is. Hearing this, Vlan made a disgusted face. Then please stop being fond of me, or my life is going to be ruined. But the thought of enjoying the atmosphere cheered Vlan right up. He said excitedly, anyway, I got a huge sum from the expedition. Let's go have a proper meal. I wonder what's good to eat around here. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed his wrist, and a soft voice called out, Sir Vlan. It was Jang, the young boy in acolyte's robes. Vlan looked down to listen. Oh, little father, is something wrong? Jang smiled and suggested, if you're not busy today, the priest would like to see you. Vlan asked in surprise, the priest? He agreed to follow the boy to the church and was amazed by its grand and vast size, exclaiming in awe, it's huge. Even the other temples in Xara aren't this big, Jang explained. That's because Sturma is the capital of the Bayes district, and Vlaner is the religious center here. Jang took his hand and said, please wait inside for a moment. I'll bring the priest right away. Vlan entered the luxurious room alone, marveling at countless things. Every detail here seemed to be coated in a warm, golden color. He walked toward the altar, lost in thought. Come to think of it, even though I'm a lamb of God who never even said a proper prayer. He rubbed the back of his neck, wondering to himself, why do I feel so guilty? While he was lost in thought, Father Endera appeared from behind him, his voice gentle. Vlan, my apologies for the wait. He nodded politely in return. It's no problem, Father. Thank you for inviting me. The priest smiled kindly. Don't mention it. Then, Endera handed him an object. Here, take this. Vlan asked in surprise. This is? Endera explained. It's your identification card. Vlan couldn't hide the shock on his face. The priest added, I'm sure Sir Joseph has his ways, but an ID from the sanctuary is the most effective. After all, his influence extends across the entire continent. As Vlan was carefully examining the card, a detail startled him. It read, Guardian, Father Endera. The priest patted his shoulder and said, just come find me if you ever need anything. Father Endera spoke with kindness. From now on, I will be your guardian. His words moved Vlan deeply. A priest. All his life. He'd been a kid from the streets, without even a birth certificate. Yet this priest was willing to take him in. Moved, he knelt before him, his heart filled with gratitude as he thought, now I have a guardian to register my name with the vast world out there. From this day on, he was no longer Vlan from the back alleys, but Vlan of Xara. Under a clear sky, a carriage made its way to the estate, and Joseph took the opportunity to explain things to Vlan. The Bay Territory consists of 12 towns and 3 cities. First is the commercial center, Xara, a hub for all trade. Next is the religious capital, Vlan, with its intricate and beautiful architecture. He directed the boy's gaze forward and continued. And right here, where the magnificent palace they were approaching stands, is, as Joseph described, the central city of Sturo. They had finally arrived at the Bay family estate. Inside, Jagger stood with his arms crossed, his expression tense as he instructed Vlan and Guy. You two are now guests of Sir Joseph. Remember, any foolishness on your part will tarnish Sir Joseph's reputation. He lectured them on every little detail of etiquette. Don't go running around like a couple of country bumpkins. Just sit still. Vlan obediently replied, Yes, sir. Next was the matter of food. Jagger instructed. The maids will bring the food when they do. The 2 boys looked utterly confused when Jagger said this. Perhaps they looked too naive. He didn't know how to explain, so he just cut it short. Never mind. Don't eat anything. Just wait. You'll make a bad impression if you eat like savages. Feeling this rule was too much to bear, Vlan spoke up. Even so, surely a little bite is okay. He had barely finished his sentence when Jagger yelled, Shut up. You're forbidden from eating anything. The door opened, and Guy's jaw dropped at the sight of the room, gilded in gold everywhere. This is the living room, he praised. The Bay family is really rich, huh? Vlan replied as usual. I know, right? Suddenly, a voice from within the room spoke. I've never seen you two before. Vlan and Guy tried to peer inside to see who the mysterious speaker was. The person continued, Damn it, I was just about to sneak off for a nap. A pair of long, straight legs slowly stepped out from behind a curtain. Vlan stared blankly at the strange man, his eyes widening in vague recognition. This person. The man gave a slight smile, though his expression remained somewhat cold as he asked Vlan and Guy, Who are you two? Vlan thought cautiously, he looks so familiar, but his aura is completely different. He likened the man's presence to that of an alpha wolf, thinking to himself that he looked like he could cleave someone in two with just a single glance. Guy bowed his head and spoke first. I am Guy. We met Sir Joseph during an expedition. Before he could finish, the man asked, Ah, so you're Guy? He turned his eyes to Vlan and asked, And you? Vlan understood and quickly introduced himself. I am Vlan, from Xara. The man's eyes flickered. Is that so? Never heard that name before, he thought to himself. Let's see what this one's about, he sized Vlan up. Those sharp eyes, he doesn't feel any fear? So confident, even standing before me, he smirked. Looks like Joseph brought back someone useful. I like you. He reached into his pocket, pulled something out, and offered it. Want some beans? Vlan stared at the friendly, outstretched hand. He then bluntly refused, surprising both Guy behind him and the man in front of him. We were told not to eat anything, he repeated. We were told not to eat anything here, which made Guy want to scream. He was completely shocked by Vlan's response. What the hell? This crazy bastard? You can't just refuse the kindness of someone of a higher class like that. The man, having been rejected, looked a little disappointed and replied, Is that so? And thanks to this moment, we have the most shocking event of the day. Vlan of Xara's first, unforgettable act in the Bay residence was refusing beans from Rudiger, the Count's eldest son. Go on, have some. Rutiger insisted warmly. They're good. Elsewhere, Joseph was writing diligently while talking to his father. He replied, Yes, father. There were 3 people in the room. The old man recalled something from years ago. I know, no one has ever impressed you, except for Jagger, whom your mother brought here. The Count made a deal with Joseph. If you can make that boy a knight as strong as one from our own family, I will reward you. He bowed low. Thank you, father. Suddenly, the Count's expression hardened as he warned. I understand you are not skilled with a sword, but never forget that you bear the name Bay. Joseph trembled slightly before his father's imposing presence. Yes, father. The Count then inquired, Are you feeling better? Joseph answered, I am, father. Hearing this, his father told him, I see. You may go now. Before leaving, he said with concern, Please get some rest, father. Joseph walked out of his father's study, and the Count watched his son intently, noticing his slow, heavy footsteps. And so, he instructed his attendant, Ragmus, we should give him more medicine. The old man immediately replied, I'm sure he would be very grateful for that. And Lady Oksana as well. The Count fell silent. That woman, she really cares for her son, doesn't she? The Count asked the old man. And what do you think, Ragmus, about Joseph's report? The old man offered his opinion. We should take it very seriously. These strange events just keep happening one after another. Veins pulsed on the Count's forehead from sheer anger. We must find out who is behind these incidents. How dare they commit such atrocities within my domain? Ragmus connected the events and analyzed them. Even so, the report came from Vlanner. On the surface, it seems to be a combination of resurrecting the dead and casting curses. The more he spoke, the more contemplative the Count became. This cannot be accomplished by just one person. It would require more than 2 dark mages. The Count understood and agreed. If there are more than 2, they must be a group or an organization. Ragmus concurred. Yes, that is a possibility. The Count grasped the armrest of his chair and said, But that doesn't change anything. He stood up and walked away, leaving behind a single sentence. Because the House of Bay will always stand firm in this place, and we are ready to deal with anyone who dares to stand in our way. With a face full of polite menace, the Count said, I hope you find them soon. Anyone who dares to touch a lion's cub will, of course, be punished. The Count issued a decree. Whoever dares to endanger my son and cause chaos in my lands. Night fell, bringing a deep silence to the residents. Jagger and Joseph entered Guy and Vlan's room. The report took longer than I expected. Have you 2 been waiting long? Guy quickly answered, No, sir. He asked him, You're Guy, right? The one who was called out exclaimed excitedly, Yes, Lord Joseph. But Joseph immediately threw cold water on his enthusiasm. We'll discuss your reward tomorrow. A maid will show you to your room. You should get some rest. This made him want to wail, as he had been starving all day. Vlan watched as a pouting Guy left. Yes, if that's all, I'll take my leave. Sir. He sat down, crossed his legs with a serious expression, and said to the boy, Now then, shall we have a little talk? He continued, You saved me and decided to offer your sword to me in the future, correct? Vlan calmly acknowledged, Yes, sir. He asked the boy, You said you have a mission to complete, and I take it that means you need your freedom, right? Vlan answered honestly, Yes. His answer raised a question for Joseph. You say you'll offer me your sword, yet your desire for freedom contradicts that. We need to clarify this. He pressed. What exactly do you plan to do with your freedom? If you tell me, I can consider how much I can help you. Vlan fell silent, his gaze sharp, but he didn't know how to explain. The moonlight from the window shone on Joseph. Vlan then mentioned a title that brought to mind a formidable figure. The Blue Moon Knight, he asked Joseph, Godwin of Gaida. Do you know of him? Joseph silently sized Vlan up. I thought he was just a talented kid, but who knew he had such a special background? He continued aloud. The anonymous figure who destroyed Rose's smile was Godwin, a knight of Gaida. Hearing him mention that name, Vlan's expression immediately changed. I've never forgotten the man who killed my benefactor. He's the one who ruined my life. But he didn't say this to Joseph, simply replying, That's right. He also had another secret, but he's also the person I admire. Joseph fell silent, clasping his hands together, unsure of what to say. He could only tell the boy honestly, I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Those people are beyond my reach. Vlan wasn't too disheartened. I thought as much. Deep down, he knew he had already accepted this. After all, Lord Joseph is only the Count's son. Still, Vlan was glad that at least he was honest with him as soon as he brought it up. In that case, Joseph proposed a different condition. Let's just change our agreement a bit. He suggested, I propose a 7-year contract. Vlan was stunned. After hearing that, he asked in shock, What? Joseph continued, I suppose you didn't see this coming, did you? I just had to swallow my pride as a nobleman. It wasn't an easy decision to make. Vlan was completely bewildered and also intimidated by Jagger's gaze. I'm not sure, but it seems like he's telling the truth. He laid out his offer, a series of dreamlike benefits. I will secure your future, because you are my savior. For 7 years, I will provide you with food, shelter, and training. I will turn you into an invincible knight, second to none. It was a long speech, but the only thing that truly registered with Vlan was the phrase, a knight, which left him in a state of shock. Joseph also laid out the obligations in return. I want your loyalty, and for you to only carry out the missions I assign. Of course, this includes the matter concerning Godwin and things related to the Xara Valley. That is all I can do to help you. Suddenly, he also mentioned Vlan's childhood friend. The girl named Gemina is currently at a convent. Joseph moved closer to Vlan, implicitly trying to persuade him. You can't achieve much with just a sword in your hand. In this world, many things are sharper than any blade, and I have my own weapons, you know. He probed. So, what do you say, Vlan? The conversation came to an end. Joseph stared into the distance and stated his impression of Vlan. That kid is quite ambitious. Seeing him go to such lengths to keep Vlan, Jagger felt a bit resentful. Is it really necessary to go this far, my lord? I can always find other useful children for you. How could Joseph not understand this? I know there are many talented children who inherit their gifts, but being able to actually use those abilities is another matter entirely. He asked bluntly, Are you sure that kid will live up to your expectations? There wasn't a hint of wavering in his eyes. It showed the absolute faith he had in Vlan after that night. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. Even so, in Jagger's eyes, Vlan still had many shortcomings. That kid is quite stubborn and headstrong. He'll be difficult to control. But Joseph was determined to trust his choice. He said softly, I still have you by my side, Jagger, and 7 years is more than enough time to raise a wild beast and make it obedient. Seeing that he couldn't sway him, Jagger relented. If that's the case, then I will do my absolute best. Joseph smiled. I'm counting on you. The more skilled the boy becomes, the more useful he'll be to me. Looking toward the gentle moonlight, he thought of Vlan again. I just thought he was a useful wolf. But after tonight, I understand him better. Who knew he was a child ambitious enough to chase the moon itself? A new day dawned at the Count's residence. Jagger led Vlan to his own little space within the mansion. From now on, this room is yours. It's a bit old, but you have full use of it. Vlan, however, was extremely pleased. Not at all. It looks wonderful, Vlan exclaimed happily. The floor is clean and there's even a bed. It's like a palace for me. Jagger, standing beside him, was a bit perplexed to see him so easy to please. It took Jagger a moment to speak. I see. I forgot you came from the valley and the back alleys. The other trainees come from well-off families, so they have a hard time adjusting here. He actually teased the boy. Well, it seems there are no problems for now, unless you create one. Vlan gave Jagger a pointed look and picked up where he left off. About the peanut incident. That was because Sir Lair. Jagger immediately cut him off. Just forget it. It's not like you listened to me from the start anyway. Once again, Vlan looked up and glared at him, all but saying, But you worked me to the bone too. Jagger then turned to leave, not forgetting to give his junior some instructions. After you eat, meet me at the training hall. We'll be sparring in the mornings and evenings, and also during marches. Jagger was startled by a group of people moving past them. The lady of the house and her handmaiden approached. She greeted him, Jagger, my loyal knight. Jagger nudged Vlan, reminding him to be polite. This is Lady Oksana, Lord Joseph's mother. Bow properly, just as you were taught. He bowed formally, just like Jagger. Hello, Lady Oksana, she replied calmly. Good morning. The lady then turned her gaze to Vlan. She asked Jagger, Is this the boy? Jagger answered, Yes, my lady. Lord Joseph selected him personally. Oksana observed him intently and said softly, I see. Vlan looked at her cautiously. Before him stood a noble and elegant middle-aged woman. His cheeks flushed red with shyness, feeling a bit awkward in the presence of such a high-ranking noble. She started the conversation. Thank you. I heard you save my son, is that right? Vlan stammered in reply, I only did what was right. Oksana told Vlan, I will reward you. You did something more wonderful than you realize. Vlan was touched by her kindness on their very first meeting. Thank you, my lady. She patted his head as if he were a small child and complimented his beautiful hair color. Along with your blue eyes, she added. Though your shoulders are broad, you're still too thin. You'd look wonderful if you ate properly. I'll have some clothes prepared for you. Her warmth made Vlan's cheeks blush even more. He said shyly, Thank you, my lady. Oksana smiled at the boy's well-mannered reaction. Then, she and her retinue departed, but not before saying to him, Keep up the good work, Sir Jagger. He bowed respectfully. Have a good day, my lady. Only after the lady was truly gone did Vlan finally let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Jagger felt like teasing him. What was that all about? I never knew you had this side to you. Why so shy? Vlan admitted. Well, it's because I've never met a noble woman before. Even so, Jagger didn't hold back his praise for Vlan. Not bad for a first introduction, and he partly sympathized with Vlan. To be honest, I'm not exactly comfortable around her either. He then suggested, let's go eat. This left Vlan completely bewildered, but he still replied politely, yes, sir. The two went to the military mess hall, where a man was sniffing loudly yet chose a bowl of mushroom and onion soup. As Vlan sat down to eat, he was surrounded by several senior cadets, most notably the one who deliberately snorted into his soup bowl. He intentionally insulted him. Oops, sorry about that. I mistook you for a trash can because of that garbage smell coming from you. The others roared with laughter at his tasteless joke. Vlan really wanted to deal with him, but he chose to restrain himself by scooping the thing out. He flicked it out of his bowl with his spoon and calmly continued eating, thinking to himself, this is happening sooner than I expected. When they saw he didn't react, everyone scowled in annoyance, especially the instigator. He fumed. What's with this bastard? How can he be so calm? In truth, he was remembering Jagger's warning. From now on, you are a guest brought here by Lord Joseph. Any foolish actions could affect his reputation, so be careful. And that's why he had to calculate his next move carefully. How do I beat these idiots without affecting Lord Joseph's honor? So the guy stormed off in a rage, making sure to leave a parting shot. You'll be seeing me again soon. But Vlan spoke up. What's your name? The bully was taken aback. What? Vlan repeated, his eyes like daggers and his voice a low growl. I said, what's your name? The guy was suddenly terrified. What is this killing intent? He paled and answered quietly. It's Sovanin. Vlan repeated the name, Sovanin. He then sent a message of his own to Sovanin. I'll remember that name. Elsewhere, Count Peter and his attendants were observing the grounds. He turned his head and noticed the swordsman training area in one corner. Seeing everyone training so diligently, he remarked with satisfaction. It seems all the cadets are participating in the sparring session. Ragmus stepped up beside him, and Peter said, let's watch a little longer. He didn't object. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, Peter's eyes were drawn to a figure. It was Vlan, staring into the distance. He asked Ragmus, is that the boy? I heard the child had blonde hair. The count assessed him. He looked sharp. Ragmus, however, noticed something strange and pointed it out to Peter. Master, please look over there. He had spotted someone hiding and watching them. Following his sharp instincts, he guessed correctly. It must be Jagger. That child is probably his responsibility now. Well now, an idea sparked in the count's mind. He said, shall we go have a closer look? I want to test the skills of the one my son has put his faith in. With a swing of his sword, his strikes were like a raging storm. Vlan and his sparring partner were locked in a fierce exchange. One defended while the other waited for an opening to attack. Back and forth they went. It seemed his sparring partner was beginning to tire. He grimaced, gritting his teeth as he parried Vlan's powerful counterattacks. Peter noticed this as well. He quite liked the boy's spirit. Quite aggressive, isn't he? Even though his opponent is twice his size. The count murmured, he's reckless. Ragmus, beside him, was surprised. Is he, my lord? Master, he answered indirectly by analyzing. But at the same time, he has courage. He's applying everything he's learned in a real fight. Yes, indeed. He had always been a fast learner, evidenced by how he'd engraved his lessons into his mind. Remember this, Vlan. Every sword fight begins with your feet. By using the power of your legs, you can instill fear. Vlan may not have been muscular, but that was how he always leveled the playing field against his opponents. Next were Vlan's sharp movements and demeanor, corresponding with the technique of influencing his opponent through the motion of his feet, shoulders, and even his gaze. But that alone wasn't enough to secure a complete victory. As proof, Vlan's opponent was now attacking him, shouting, take this. It was time for Vlan to apply another lesson. You can control your opponent with your movements, and just as the man in front of him was about to bring his sword down, Vlan instantly moved aside with lightning speed, successfully dodging the blow. His partner was stunned by his momentary slip-up when victory seemed certain. Vlan seized the opportunity while he was still bewildered and charged forward. His blade quickly struck his opponent down. The man cried out, clutching his stomach in pain, thinking, he was clearly aiming for the left side. How did he get me? Still bitter about his defeat, he was then grabbed by the hair by Vlan, the pain so sharp it brought tears to his eyes. Vlan spoke from behind him, Sovanin's little lackey. You were having a great time laughing at me in the mess hall yesterday, weren't you? He challenged him forcefully. Go on, laugh now. But the man could hardly smile anymore as a punch sent blood gushing from his nose. The onlookers broke out in a cold sweat, terrified by the scene. They were in awe as Vlan beat the man to a pulp. Watching from the balcony, Ragmus had to exclaim, "Good heavens, we can't let the children fight like this during a sparring session." But the Count just shook his head. "Leave them be. To become a knight, one needs a strong resolve." He glanced over at him. "That young man over there seems quite pleased with the outcome." Indeed, Jagger's eyes were practically sparkling with satisfaction, a fact that Ragmus noticed right away. "Oh, it seems you're right." Seeing the situation escalating, the captain ran out to intervene. "Stop. Break it up." The man screamed. "I said stop. Are you ignoring my orders?" Still going at full force, even with his gloves soaked in fresh blood, he finally let the guy go. Vlan stood there proudly, unfazed by anything, even after beating the man until he was left gasping on the ground. He then turned back with a less-than-friendly glare and growled, "My apologies. I lost control." The captain couldn't help but think in fear. "What's with that look?" Vlan strode away arrogantly, ignoring the man being helped up by the captain and the stares from everyone behind him. He returned to his spot, at the same time catching Sovanin's gaze fixed on him. Vlan immediately issued a challenge. "Send my regards to your little lackeys. I tend to lose control when I get caught up in something exciting." Hearing the taunt, Sovanin gritted his teeth. He cursed, "You son of a bitch." But not wanting to get involved with him any further, he offered, "Let me apologize to you first." But Vlan wasn't the forgiving type, so he shot back, "I'm not going to let you off that easily. When I find the right seasoning, I'll call for you." Sovanin was horrified. His face went pale with worry. This guy's insane. Seeing Vlan's savage expression, he thought to himself, Sir Joseph brought a mad dog back from the alleys. Gry, eating with Vlan, took the chance to ask, "Captain, did I hear you beat up some trainees? The rumor is spreading among us servants." Vlan ignored the question, chewing on a sausage as he changed the subject to Gry. "What about you? Is working in the stables going okay?" It was like he'd found the perfect way to get the chatterbox started. Gry began to recount enthusiastically. "Of course. You think I work in some ordinary stable? No way. I'm in charge of the Count's stables, you know." Only after saying it did he realize, wait, that's not important right now. He went back to the original topic. "I heard you beat up those kids in every manor you visit. That's a crime, you know." Vlan just kept chewing his food nonchalantly, his cheeks puffed out, as he replied dismissively, "Why are you so surprised by that?" As Gry listened, Vlan explained, "Have you forgotten? I've always lived a life full of sin. Beating them is just violence that comes naturally." At that, Gry let it go. "Ah, right. I forgot about that." Vlan continued. "Besides, I wasn't exactly subtle about beating them, but I didn't leave any obvious evidence. Plus, they were the ones who started the fight." Gry immediately asked, "How do you think this is going to just blow over?" Vlan remained strangely carefree. "Look around. Is there anyone left who dares to cause trouble for us? Isn't this much more peaceful?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. "Hello." The person was holding a food tray and stammered an introduction. I'm Pochi." Vlan looked at the chubby boy. "Do you need something from me?" Pochi was so nervous that he hesitated for a long time, making Vlan lose his patience. "Sit down or get lost. Don't just stand there." But Pochi misunderstood, thinking he was being invited to sit with them, and lit up. "Oh, really?" So he sat down next to Vlan gratefully. "Thank you for telling me to sit," which annoyed Vlan to no end, though he didn't say it. "I meant for him to get lost." Pochi started his story. "I've always eaten alone ever since I came here, in places like the bathroom." That sounded a bit disgusting, so Vlan subtly hinted, "I'm eating right now. Can't you see? This is my precious sausage. Don't ruin my appetite." Once again, Pochi completely missed the point. "Ah, that stuff is good, isn't it?" Speaking of sausages, it gave Pochi another topic of conversation. "My father is a meat supplier here. The Ko family. We supply all the meat and many processed meat products to places all over the kingdom. My family has been raising poultry and livestock for generations." He even made a generous offer. "I saw you asking for more sausages earlier. Would you like to have some?" Vlan snapped, annoyed at being bothered by Pochi. "What are you talking about? You think this will make me?" But then, when Pochi led him to a treasure trove of meat and sausages, his anger vanished. Pochi had brought the two of them to his personal stash. "My father brought a lot of meat here for me to eat, but this is a bit too much for me to eat all by myself." Hearing this, Vlan remembered that all the trainees here were the young masters of wealthy families. "I forgot. These are people I never would have been able to talk to if I had just stayed in the alley. It wouldn't hurt to have at least a few good connections with these people." And so, Vlan pulled a complete 180 and proactively tried to befriend him. "Pochi, from now on, would you like to eat with us?" As for Gry, his vision was already blurred by all the meat. He'd been drooling in desire this whole time. Pochi was thrilled and grateful, and couldn't believe it. having to ask again. Really? I can eat with you guys. Seriously, Gry needed to learn some shame as he was about to leave a puddle of drool over the food. At least Vlan was putting on a show, taking Pachi's hand. Of course, trainees have to get along, even though his insincerity was pretty blatant. I'm definitely not doing this just for some sausages. Walking down the long corridor, Jagger ambled along, complaining to himself. Serving Sir Joseph and training newcomers isn't the problem, but it's a bit tiring. Now I'll only get to rest when Cade and Maxim have recovered. Sir Jagger, a man called out as he approached. Jagger turned to look at him. Where are you off to in such a hurry? The man was Gregory. He was wearing a friendly smile as he asked Jagger where he was going. Sir Gregory. Jagger grimaced at Gregory, cursing inwardly. What the hell does this bastard want now? Gregory laughed, amused. Haha, you're making your annoyance quite obvious, he teased cheerfully. Jagger remained calm and replied, As you can see, I'm very busy. Gregory smiled brightly and waved his hand, sympathizing with Jagger's hardship. I'm not surprised. To complete Sir Joseph's tasks, one has to be very busy. I understand that. Is there something you wanted to say to me? Jagger asked. Gregory smiled and advised, A man like you should have an attendant to help with your work. Honestly, I don't think it's too late for you to do that. Why don't you mind your own business? Why bring up attendance all of a sudden? Jagger retorted. My boys are all getting fat. They need to lose some weight. Gregory feigned ignorance. What do you mean by that? Jagger asked, confused. It's Vlan. That kid seems like a good fit for me. Beads of sweat started to form on Gregory's forehead. His eyes darted away, and his expression was incredibly forced. This time, he completely turned his face away, not daring to meet Jagger's gaze. I told you, I'm very busy. Get to the point, Jagger said, starting to lose his patience. He had no desire to listen to the man in front of him keep beating around the bush. Gregory looked a bit embarrassed and tried to explain to Jagger. Well, you know, it's not very proper for a knight to interfere in the affairs of an attendant. I'm a little ashamed myself. It seems Vlan isn't being properly looked after. Jagger crossed his arms with a serious expression. That kid has no friends. He thinks he's better than everyone else, so he chooses to be alone. Gregory pleaded. Please, I'm begging you, just tell him that people care about him. I mean, he's my cousin. I can't just let him suffer like this. But it's a little embarrassing asking you to tell him that for me. At this point, the man's initial smile was becoming harder and harder to maintain. Are you implying that I should help you for free? Jagger glanced at him coldly. If everything goes as I wish, I'll owe you a favor. Hearing this, the man knew Jagger had agreed to help. He thumped his chest, his eyes filled with confidence as he assured Jagger. That kid really doesn't listen to a word I say. Jagger looked away, an indescribable expression on his face. But the kid does good work. Gregory spoke up in Vlan's defense. Jagger was conflicted, his thoughts in turmoil. I already told you, he doesn't listen to my advice. He really gets a lot done, just tell him that. Gregory replied with certainty. Bright sunlight streamed through the small cracks in the door, illuminating a small horse stable. From what I've seen, the problem isn't you, Captain. The problem is that you just can't ride a horse. All the horses here are very well trained. They aren't scared of people at all. And yet, they run away the moment you get near. Guy said, puzzled. V sat silently beside him, listening to him ramble on. This isn't an issue of skill. There's just something very strange about it. Even the other stable hands say the exact same thing. Damn it, V swore. He thought to himself, extremely annoyed. It's always been like this. Dogs, cats, all animals hate me. They always run away the second I get close, and now horses are doing it too. He couldn't for the life of him figure out why. Suddenly, Vlan remembered something. Vlan thought back to that night. But I rode Sir Jagger's horse that day, the night we escaped from those zombies. He rode it with me. Sir Jagger's horse is extremely expensive, and it's also a battle-hardened warhorse, Guy explained, and Vlan once again fell into a state of deep, indescribable thought. Can I only ride skilled, expensive warhorses? I can't tell anyone that. I have to learn how to ride a horse, no matter what it takes. He clutched his head in anguish. As the two were talking, a maid entered from outside. Her face was completely serene. Lady Oksana has summoned you. Lady Oksana is calling for me? He asked again in surprise. In the luxurious, gold-gilded room, she sat gently on an eye-catching long chair, looking at Vlan. Who would think you grew up in the slums now? That suit looks good on you. V stood so stiffly that he was trembling as he listened to her speak. Don't make it too tight, leave a little room. He's only 17, he's still growing. Joseph grew so fast at this age too. She gently turned to instruct her subordinate. Oksana's red lips curled into a slight smile. When summer comes, I'll have another suit made for you. After all, Seasonal clothes will help you maintain your physical condition and move better. Thank you, my lady. He shyly bowed his head, his face turning completely red. She remained humble. You saved my son's life. I'm the one who should be thanking you. I apologize for calling you while you were busy with your training. You may go now. After everything was settled, she dismissed him. Yes, thank you very much. He bowed politely and respectfully to thank her. He walked out and carefully closed the door behind him. Phew. Facing the lady is so stressful, he thought, letting out a long sigh as if a great weight had been lifted. I wonder how much this suit is worth. It's so comfortable. I can't believe it's mine now. But feeling this happy doesn't feel like the old me anymore. He looked down at the clothes in his hands, feeling a bit dazed. I can't just keep living comfortably like this. I worked so hard in my training to get into the Bay family, but there's this feeling that I still don't belong here. He thought to himself as he walked. Looks like I've gained weight. This comfortable life has made me lose my drive. Vlan's sad eyes glanced out the window. Down below in the courtyard, a fight was breaking out. You pig, have you forgotten what this is? A brown-haired guy was relentlessly beating a young man who was curled up on the ground. Sovanin raised his hand to land another punch on the person below, his expression cruel and fearsome. This is the price you pay to live in peace. Now, you better get used to it. You must like your new friends, huh? Pochi could only lie still and take the beating, not daring to fight back. Do all you pieces of trash flock together? Just looking at you pisses me off. He kept hitting the boy, cursing nonstop. Vlan took in the entire scene. No matter where you go, human nature is the same. There are those who live in comfort and those who can never live in peace, he judged sorrowfully. In the end, the stronger ones are just bullying those weaker than them. At this thought, a blue light flashed in his eyes, both cold and murderous. He slung the suit over his shoulder and walked away without looking back. I think I'll only wear this for today. Night had fallen, and an ethereal, shimmering blue light surrounded the house. Someone walked up to a door and knocked. Who is it? A weak voice called out from inside the room. It's me. Vlan announced his identity. When Pochi realized who it was, he relaxed completely. V looked at him without saying a word. What are you doing here at this hour? Pochi looked at him with his swollen face. I need something from you. Give it to me. But I like it too, Pochi questioned. Vlan simply grunted, confirming what he wanted. Even if we aren't the close friends I'd hoped we'd be, I always hoped we could be a little more friendly, not like this. Pochi felt uneasy. I guess he's just going to exploit me like all the others. Even so, his face fell and he didn't protest. This is still better than eating alone. At least I might be able to ask him for a favor later. Pochi thought as he took out a slice of ham and handed it to Vlan. Here you go. Don't think so negatively. I'll give you something of equal value in return for this, Vlan reassured Pochi. He was astonished by Vlan's words. A knight I know once said this, Vlan said grimly. A knight only accepts payment worthy of his efforts. Vlan was now holding a sword, facing off against a group of other knights. 14 against 1. Even fights in the slums weren't this crowded. Let's see how long you can keep up that tough act. Sovanin warned with a ferocious expression. V raised his index finger, taunting them. Hurry up and come at me. I went through all the trouble of coming here. Shouldn't you guys do something useful? Sovanin was so furious, his jaw went crooked. Kill him, he roared, then charged toward Vlan. I'm glad you all finally get the picture. V said with a cold smile. Blood will be shed tonight. V took his stance. His eyes were as sharp and brutal as the sword in his hand. One guy got hit so hard his cheek swelled up, and another took a full-force hook to the stomach. The continuous barrage of punches struck absolute terror into the trainees watching from behind. Meanwhile, Sovanin stood outside, shouting orders. Hey, don't retreat like that. He's engaging us. You over there, block him. Surround him. Damn it. Looking at the situation, he was a bit stunned. Son of a bitch, he's completely different from when we dueled one-on-one. How is this possible? He's only been holding a sword for 2 months. Next, Sovanin scowled and roared a threat. Don't you fall back. Remember, I'll kill anyone who dares to retreat. Right after he said that, Vlan rushed forward like the wind before he could even realize it. His cold, blue eyes glared at him, accompanied by a challenging question. You dare to say it, but do you dare to do it? If you've got the guts, then come at me. Sovanin was stunned, then grabbed his sword and swung it hard. You crazy bastard, what are you rambling about? He immediately slashed at Vlan, but Vlan nimbly dodged the blow. Vlan quickly returned to an offensive stance, his mind racing. Throughout the last expedition, I just poured all my strength into every strike without carefully observing the situation. One of his slashes was so powerful that it made Sovanin grimace as he blocked it. The battle raged fiercely, with deadly slashes being exchanged continuously. The ear-piercing sound of their two swords clashing rang out. Yes, the training with Jagger is paying off. I'll keep luring the opponent into the distance I'm creating, then find his weakness. As soon as Sovanen could no longer withstand his relentless slashes, Vlan exploited his opening, beating him so badly he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Every one of Vlan's strikes was decisive, Sovanen couldn't block them anymore. I get it now. The opening, the space, the rhythm of his breathing. He swung his sword wildly as he fell backward. At that moment, he took the full force of my slash and my rhythm. He fell to the ground in agony. Sovanen grimaced and cried out, tears welling in his eyes, my leg. Losing control, I raised my sword, ready to stab down. He screamed in terror, tears streaming down his face. Without a moment's hesitation, I plunged the sword straight down. A terrified scream echoed out, and the other trainees who saw it were horrified. Sovanen's body was trembling uncontrollably. Vlan's sword was embedded in the ground right next to his face. He had stabbed the sword right beside his head, facing him. His cold eyes looked down at Sovanen with a clear warning. Don't you ever look me in the eye again, and don't you ever mess with Pochi. Got it? Sovanen was still so terrified he could only tremble, unable to speak. He was speaking in dead earnest. From his point of view, Vlan lifted the sword while still giving him an incredibly cold stare. Above him was a beautiful full moon, but all he could do was tremble in fear. This guy really intended to kill me. With everything settled, Vlan stood up from over Sovanen. That takes care of my business with Jamin. His blue eyes swept over the other trainees as he spoke coldly. Who's next? You all have to pay for what you've done, don't you? Hearing this, the trainees immediately raised their swords, wary and afraid. Vlan's eyes gleamed menacingly. He walked toward the group, leaving them with one final sentence before he acted. If no one's going to step up, then I guess I'll have to find an opponent myself. The trainees were all pale with fear, shivering as if they had just met a demon. Immediately after, blood splattered everywhere amidst terrified screams. At the same time, a dark figure appeared behind a pane of glass, silently watching the chaotic scene outside. It was Joseph. He had been standing there, observing everything. How? Special. At the Knights' monthly meeting, the surroundings were incredibly lavish and magnificent. In a long line stood the knights, all with extremely serious expressions. Whether it was intentional or not, on one side were the knights who supported Rutiger, and on the other were Joseph's faction and the neutrals. A solemn voice rang out at the meeting, as if making an announcement, and the one reading was the captain of the knights, Antalas. The work schedule has been rearranged to prepare for the banquet. Rutiger is absent, and the knights are about to depart on new missions. While Antalas was reading, Joseph glanced down at the situation below. Next is the distribution of holy relics sent by the church. He looked at them and thought to himself, the atmosphere has completely changed today. Peter B. S. seemed to be assessing the situation. Looking from side to side, Rutiger's followers looked furious, as if they could tear someone to shreds right here and now. Then he looked over at Jagger and Ven, who appeared quite pleased. Looking back at Joseph's side, Peter B. S. thought for a moment and smirked. It's actually good news. After all, it's been a while since the knights of Joseph's faction have had this much morale. Just then, Jagger seemed to notice him and glance his way. The man looked quite pleased at the moment. He looked back at Jagger. Seeing this, Jagger couldn't help but wonder, is the Count smiling? A while later, as the meeting was ending, the chandeliers on the ceiling seemed to glow as sunlight streamed in. Antalas announced, this concludes the meeting. All knights are required to review their missions. Immediately, everyone began to file out. Some of Rudiger's followers, furious, glared at Jagger. So you brought a mad dog here that likes to bite indiscriminately, huh? This is why they say family background is so important. He just glanced back at them without saying a word. The group became even angrier at his attitude. Seeing the situation growing tense, one of Rudiger's followers clicked his tongue. Don't cause any more trouble. Let's go. One of them seemed to realize something, so that was his subordinate. Next, Gregory walked up behind Jagger, laughing loudly. Looks like you really pissed them off. Jagger looked confused. What do you mean? Gregory just laughed playfully. Come on, you know exactly what I mean. Why act so innocent? Good news travels fast. He seemed very cheerful, speaking with a bright smile. I heard there was a grand exorcism ceremony. The trainer even said he couldn't teach the boy because he's already beyond the standard. Jagger acted as if he knew nothing. He thought for a moment, then replied nonchalantly, is that so? That kid is actually a real handful. Gregory excitedly slapped his own chest. Thank you, Jagger. As promised, I will undertake a mission with you. No matter how difficult or arduous it may be, I will not back down. Jagger turned to leave, waving his hand. I'll remember that. Although he didn't show it on the outside, he was overjoyed. That kid makes me so proud. It's not surprising, though. I mean, who do you think taught him? He had to be at least this good. In a simple room, a suit of armor stood opposite the window. Joseph stood there, admiring it as he spoke. This is a gift from his father to Vlan. Jagger stood beside him, doubtful. The Count prepared it himself, then looked at the armor, slightly stunned and thoughtful. He's truly generous with his subordinates. Jagger stared intently at the suit of armor. That's orc fur. It must be from a gray orc. As soon as he heard that, the other man replied, That's right. Gray orcs only appear in the north. Therefore, armor made from the fur of a gray orc is a symbol of a northern warrior. Joseph crossed his arms and stated his deduction. My father must be quite fond of him. I suppose he proved himself worthy of it. After all, my father accepted him as a knight after only a month. He immediately affirmed, That's right. At least none of the other young subordinates can compare to him right now. He stood there with his arms crossed as he replied to Jagger. I've heard as well. The rumors have spread everywhere. A moment later, Joseph took out a letter and held it up. I can't just sit idly by either. Jagger looked at the letter with curiosity and asked, What is that? He quickly explained to the two of them what our next step would be. Jagger picked up the letter and began to read its contents. This is no ordinary invitation. Joseph looked over at him and asked a question. Could you send a reply for me? Jagger looked back at him with a serious expression. Yes. I've been feeling stressed lately anyway. After dealing with that kid, I have to clean up the messes he makes, too. With everything settled, he seemed quite pleased. Excellent. Then it's decided. Joseph finally announced to the two of them. We will go to Diadema. In a place of stunning scenery, with lush greenery and brilliant sunshine, Joseph's carriage procession had arrived. He and Vlan were sitting inside the carriage. After a moment of silence, he began to explain. Diadema, famous for its art, is a cherished city because people from the north rarely get to eat fruit. Joseph rested his chin on his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips as he continued. It is also one of the routes leading to the central region, making it a crucial trade path. Vlan quickly asked, Is that why Sir Jagger is taking action? Joseph was quick to answer. That's right. A crisis is also an opportunity, especially when it's not our crisis. He maintained the same posture as he continued, The Hugh family is in the midst of a succession crisis. An invitation from the official heir is tantamount to a cry for help. Hearing this, Vlan could only sigh in exasperation. The world of the upper class is so complicated. Joseph, all too familiar with it, said nonchalantly, In the end, it's all just a fight over the land of Diadema, he added, without any expression, and between blood relatives, no less. Joseph completely dismissed it, saying, That's because infighting is a time-honored tradition among the nobility. The official heir of the Hu family, Alicia. Her uncle, Goro, claims she was an illegitimate child. She then disappeared and he is now certain to become the next Baron Hu. Alicia is the late Baron Hu's only child, but because she's a woman, her base of support is not very strong. In the end, she had no choice but to participate in a duel organized by the church. Joseph suddenly became lost in thought. A distant relative. Close, but not too close. She is my 8th cousin on my mother's side. But that's close enough for us to be involved, he stated confidently, crossing his legs. We will seize this opportunity to put the Hugh family in our debt. My father has also agreed to this. Vlan, sitting across from him, replied, I understand. He looked out at Jagger riding his horse, thinking to himself, how impressive. A knight invited by the head of a noble family to uphold their honor. Jagger, outside, suddenly looked over at him and snapped, What are you looking at? Hearing this, Vlan replied, I wasn't doing anything. But the rider outside retorted with great irritation, A lowly vassal like you gets to ride comfortably in a carriage, while the knight you serve has to ride a horse? Is that it? Feeling weary, Vlan slowly replied, I have nothing to say to that. Jagger's eyes grew cold. He shot Vlan a glare, his voice filled with frustration. Only after you defeat the other vassals will I be able to hold my head high. But look at you now. You don't even know how to ride a horse? The man outside continued to rant. I can't believe I have to teach a fool like you. Vlan lowered his head, replying with difficulty, I'm not sure I could even ride a horse that's expensive and well-bred. His remark made Jagger scream with rage. I'm the one who should be riding this expensive, high-quality horse. I'm far more noble than you are. Suddenly, Vlan felt something. Confused, he placed a hand on his chest and wondered, What's wrong with me? Has my heart been racing like this for the past few days just because of his yelling? Vlan's face was etched with exhaustion, which wasn't all that surprising. He looked at the man across from him and thought, Sir Joseph keeps talking nonstop in front of me. Then he glanced over at the angry-faced rider and continued his thought. And to my side, Sir Jagger is constantly yelling at me. Suddenly, Vlan sensed something, an alarm blaring in his mind. A powerful tremor forced the convoy to a halt. Inside the carriage, he was just as stunned. An earthquake, Vlan said, looking bewildered. The ground was shaking, and the unexpected event threw everyone into a panic. Jagger immediately became vigilant and yelled, "Everyone, spread out. Get off your horses, now." Hearing the command, the soldiers quickly dismounted. Vlan, furious, kicked the carriage door clean off its hinges. Damn it! He quickly pulled Joseph out of the carriage, yelling, "Sir Joseph, get clear." Joseph was too stunned to say a word. Once he had calmed down, Joseph looked at Vlan and said, "Your earnestness is admirable, but don't worry so much." Not understanding his words, Vlan just stared back blankly and asked, "Huh." After a moment, it seemed the tremors had stopped. Vlan looked up and announced, "It's over." He assessed the situation. Vlan let out a sigh of relief. "That's the first time I've ever been in an earthquake." Joseph, standing beside him, quickly corrected him. "That was no earthquake." Immediately after, a voice cried out, "Look over there." Then another voice, full of astonishment at the sight before them, yelled, "Whoa, look at the ground." A creature with a massive long body was emerging from beneath the earth. Someone in the know explained, "It's a giant death worm. They're remnants of dragons." The astonishment on everyone's faces was plain to see. Upon hearing this, a look of awe appeared on Vlan's face as he thought, a remnant of a dragon. A corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch upwards into an excited grin as he said, "That sounds amazing." A short time later, in Diadema, the sole city of the Hugh family, a magnificent building loomed before them. This was the destination for Joseph's entourage. Before entering the building, he said to Vlan, "From now on, you are free to move as you wish." This made Vlan ask with some confusion, "By myself?" He looked at the boy and continued, "You can go with that Jagger fellow if you like. Just go and see the sights." As soon as Joseph finished speaking, Vlan was lost in confused thought. Free to do as I wish? How can that be? Noticing his confusion, he asked, "Are you dissatisfied?" Vlan stammered in reply, "No. Of course I want to. It's just that." Joseph cut him off coldly, looking Vlan in the eye. "Think about the reason I brought you here." He then quickly filled him in with more information. A duel of honor is a rare event, and this one is even more so. It's a team competition, with many knights from various places gathering here. This information from Joseph was really putting pressure on Vlan. He added, "Watch them and learn." He stared intently at the boy, lost in thought, seeing is believing. "I want to train him properly, so I hope he can broaden his experience this way." Jagger, who had been silent until now, spoke up with a warning. "Just don't get yourself beaten up in some back alley. All right, we have to prepare for the evening's match, too." Hearing the man's words, Vlan replied helplessly, "I'm not that stupid." Jagger's response was utterly merciless. "No, I've completely lost faith in you. You don't even know how to ride a horse." Before leaving, Joseph gave an order. "You will report to me every evening. If you notice anything unusual, you are to report it immediately." Vlan quickly straightened up and answered clearly. After the two of them left, he looked at the road ahead and said to himself, "Finally, I have some free time to walk around." Vlan walked around, observing the building and silently remarking, "It's smaller than the Bay Manor. It looks old, too. Haven't they upgraded this place?" He glanced at another building, recalling, famous for its paintings. It doesn't look very wealthy." Then, unconsciously, his hand tightened around the sword at his hip. Then, the sound of the sword echoed. "I think. I've been to this place before." The words made Vlan look up, and then another voice spoke. "I remember that tree on the hill." He gave a slight smile and spoke softly. "I need to find a place to pray." High on that hill, a tombstone lay quietly, bathed in the gentle sunlight. The sight before him brought a phrase to mind. "I will give you the sword, and you will give me your memories. I've been taking for so long. It's time to give back." In another scene, inside a room that seemed gloomy, light streamed through the window, lessening the room's darkness. A voice broke the silence. "Thank you for coming all this way, Sir Joseph." He was standing opposite a girl sitting in a chair as he replied, "Of course, I must help the official heir. What's more important than blood ties, right?" His voice was soft as he called the girl's name, Lady Alicia. He calmly reported a few things to her. "Earl Bay has given his permission. Now, all that's left is your decision." Alicia just clenched her hands together and answered slowly, "I've changed my mind. Everything will proceed according to the Earl's wishes." She paused for a moment, then added seriously, "Of course. Only if I win the match." Joseph's tone was absolutely certain as he replied, "You don't need to worry about that because the sword of the Bay family always wins." Time passed, and the sky slowly faded into the colors of sunset. One of the three people walking up the long staircase, Vlan, spoke up. "We can't take her lightly." Jagger, walking beside him, continued, "She carries herself like the head of a household. It seems risky, but she also seems quite capable." Finally, even Joseph added, "I agree. She held the upper hand until the very end." Despite that, he suddenly stopped. a cold expression on his face as he added, "But our plan remains the same." As Vlan stood before the grave on the hill, a thought crossed his mind. All that remains is memory. Perhaps that is why people long to have their mark recorded, because when you look upon the traces etched deep, those memories come flooding back. Vlan's face was contemplative as he spoke. "I wish I could have done more for my mother back then, like this." He knelt on one knee, bowing his head towards the gravestone. "It seems no one has tended to this grave for a while." He reached out and brushed the dry leaves from the headstone. He grasped his sword as if sensing something and couldn't help but speak out in protest. In any case, it's only proper to show respect to a lord. The sword immediately retorted, "Hey, I didn't say a thing." He then drew the sword from its sheath and said, "Now, let's see about you. I came here at your request instead of meeting with the other knights." Hearing this, the sword replied, "My thanks to you." He plunged the sword into the ground and fell silent, as if in prayer. This act caused the atmosphere to shift. A figure appeared behind Vlan, and the sword's voice immediately announced, "Something is returning to me." While Vlan knelt, sensing the change, the sword's voice continued its transmission. "I thought this tree was smaller than this before. When did it grow so large? I believe I was here with someone once." The mysterious figure behind them seemed to recognize something and began radiating killing intent. Immediately, the sword informed Vlan, "It seems something is watching us. I think it knows me." He was slightly stunned, opening his eyes and replying, "What?" Suddenly, the sword asked a question. "May I borrow your body for a moment?" Vlan hesitated for a second but still answered, "Sure, if it's just for a little while." He closed his eyes and said slowly, "Go ahead." Streaks of blue light appeared around Vlan's eyes. Next, he opened his right eye, and a surge of power erupted from his body. Suddenly, he looked astonished, his voice stammering, "What is this?" The sight before Vlan was a giant white serpent. Its flickering eyes were staring straight at him. The sword's voice spoke with doubt. "Is that a spirit?" The serpent's spirit flicked its long tongue. Vlan looked at it and thought to himself, "A spirit? I've seen so many unusual things in this kingdom, haven't I?" He voiced his suspicion. "I think it's looking at me." The sword immediately explained to Vlan, "It's looking at me." The person inside him saw the serpent spirit slithering down and said in terror, "It's coming down here." But the sword was very calm and said, "I don't think it will bite you." Vlan's face paled slightly as he asked doubtfully, "How would you know?" Suddenly, he realized something and speculated hesitantly, "Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, even though it looks strange and huge, I don't feel threatened by it." He saw a beautiful blue light appear between him and the serpent, and he realized the feeling was as warm as the wind on the hilltop. Suddenly, a voice broke the atmosphere. "Who are you?" That voice made the glowing blue in Vlan's eyes slowly disappear. The image of the serpent's spirit also vanished. The newly arrived girl was still on guard as she asked, "How did you get here?" But Vlan remained completely silent. Alicia, dressed in simple clothes for visiting the grave, looked at him coldly and warned, "No one outside the Ho family is permitted here." Her words made him quickly become flustered as he explained, "I'm sorry. I was looking for a quiet place to pray and I found this spot." She was still suspicious and questioned, "Pray." To prove his words, Vlan took out his tag and said, "I'm not a stranger. I'm a squire to Sir Jagger." Alicia stared at the card for a moment before slowly replying, "All right, so you're not a stranger here, are you?" As if a weight had been lifted, Vlan said, "Thank you, miss." But then the air grew silent as neither of them said a word. Suddenly, something occurred to Vlan. "I guess I was a bit rude, just standing in front of a noble's grave like that, wasn't I? If this woman says something out of line that gets back to the city, I'll put Sir Joseph in a difficult position. Just thinking about what Jagger would do to him was incredibly stressful. Then I'd be in trouble too. I should say something to stop her from asking any more questions." With that thought, Vlan straightforwardly asked Alicia, "Is there anything I can help you with?" She didn't understand and asked back, "What?" He immediately voiced his assumption. "You're a servant, right? Aren't you here to tend to the grave?" Alicia looked at him, slightly astonished. Vlan continued, "I did a bit of tidying up before you arrived. The fallen leaves are gathered over there." What he said made her hesitantly ask, "You cleaned it all?" Hearing her question, he replied, "I felt I should show my respect for the Lord." He walked past Alicia with a smile and said, "Just let me handle it." However, not forgetting his goal, he slowly bartered, "But I have one request. Can we just forget about today?" Vlan lost some of his composure and started rambling nonsense. "If Sir Jagger finds out I was here, he'll be furious." But Alicia just chuckled at his words. She turned her face away, looking haughty as she stated her condition. "Perhaps if you clear the weeds from this grave, I'll reconsider." Vlan couldn't help but curse silently in his mind. Seriously, beautiful women are such a pain. But in the end, he could only pout and wipe the grave, which made her break into another smile. A gentle breeze blew past the two of them in the warm, sunset-colored scenery. Sometime later, in a magnificent building, the sound of a sword clashing against his shield made Vlan, who was behind a wall, gape in awe. Amazing. He watched the two men sparring and thought in astonishment. So this is what a duel between the kingdom's powerful knights looks like. The sword at his hip spoke up in praise. He's good. Vlan stared intently at their fight and asked if he meant Sir Colin. Vlan watched him launch an attack as the sword's commentary continued in his ear. Yeah. If he were fighting you, you'd have been sliced in two by now. He watched the man without looking away, breaking into a sweat. He really is strong. He's worthy of his title, the wild boar of the Midlands. However, as Vlan observed, Pablo frankly stated that. But I think Sir Pablo is more impressed with his solid defensive techniques. Hearing that, the sword explained it to him. Yeah, his shield technique is outstanding. He uses just enough force to repel most attacks. Looking at the two of them, Vlan thought to himself, I didn't think the practice match for tomorrow would be this intense. Then he asked aloud, do you think you have to be this good to become a knight? To help him make the connection, the sword quickly suggested someone. Sir Ven is a knight, too. The moment he thought of that man, Vlan's face darkened as he retorted, wait a minute, not all knights are the same, are they? He secretly made a resolution in his heart and stood up straight. I didn't think much about it when I was in Soaloa, but I have to learn everything from now on. My place in this world. I need to get better. Vlan seemed to be putting pressure on himself, a silent reminder. I still have a long way to go and a lot to strive for. On the day of the duel, Vlan was adjusting the armor for Jagger. Suddenly, the man spoke up. Tighter, kid. He quickly replied, yes, sir. Vlan glanced to the other side and saw a man with blue hair and a smug look on his face. He thought to himself, so he's the one trying to usurp the inheritance? That blue-haired man's name was Ender. Jagger suddenly told him to keep his eyes wide open. It's not every day you get to witness a duel between knights of this caliber. Vlan replied while adjusting the man's tunic. Yes, sir. After the reminder, Jagger's voice softened a bit as he said, I don't know what happened yesterday, but don't worry about it anymore. Vlan looked at him, slightly surprised. Seeing his expression, Jagger explained, why so surprised? It's written all over your face. Vlan was shocked because he had always been comparing himself to the people here. This made Vlan feel insecure, and he thought, honestly, I was really surprised. After all, the skills of the knights I'm watching. I can see their strength is completely superior to mine. The man closed his eyes and offered a piece of advice. A baby should start by walking. You're not ready to run yet. The higher your goal, the harder you have to work. Every word he spoke seemed to awaken Vlan's hidden potential. Vlan was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, I understand. Suddenly, a shout rang out, everyone, bow your heads. The grand doors to the arena were opening. He, like everyone else, looked up to see. In that moment, Vlan couldn't help but think, the head of the house is quite famous. Come to think of it, I've never seen her. Rumor has it, she's very young and beautiful. A girl with slow steps approached, wearing blue shoes and a blue dress. Suddenly, Vlan felt that something was wrong. An announcement echoed. Alicia is entering. And now he could see her face clearly. The sword, ever the opportunist, said, well, now you can add disrespecting a noble to your list of crimes. At that moment, the only thing he could do was curse himself in his mind. Alicia approached the chair at the center, between two rows of people standing at attention. She was escorted by a tall man from behind. As she passed Vlan, she glanced at him, making him jump. Alicia's clear blue eyes made her gaze seem even sharper and colder. Vlan bowed low, trying to minimize his presence as much as possible. He was panicking inside. I'm dead meat, she recognized me. Alicia averted her gaze, not exposing him, and continued walking. She sat down on the throne. Crossing her legs, her sharp gaze radiated a cold, noble aura. Once she was seated, a red-headed priest spoke. Now that all participants are present, we shall begin the duel. May the gods be our witness, and let the sun bear proof of this contest. No one said a word, but everyone understood. A duel to the death was about to begin. On one side were Alicia's retainers, including Juber. Duncan and Jagger faced the other side, Pablo and Colin, under Ender's command. All fell silent, awaiting the battle, a battle worthy of renown, yet truly brutal. On the throne, a symbol of supreme power, was stained the blood of the Ho family, the blood of a royal that shined with a blue hue, like the color of the sea. Their veins are filled with a responsibility and duty that no ordinary red-blooded person could ever bear. A white cloth is thrown out, signaling surrender. However, Alicia isn't ready to change her blood's color to blue. She screams in anger. Enough! Stop this at once. Covered in wounds, Duncan tries to keep fighting, but a voice strikes him down. We surrender. Despite a long gash on his forehead, he struggles to speak, managing to force out the words, "No, this fight isn't over yet." The priest points to the white cloth Alicia just threw. "Sir Duncan, your lord has decided to give up. Please, accept your defeat." As if provoked, Duncan still refuses to accept defeat. "My lord, that was a truly magnificent duel." Duncan closes his eyes, unwilling to look at him. He retorts sarcastically, "Am I still your master?" He looks at the gloating man, his heart filled with regret. "I raised you to be a warrior, a sturdy shield to protect the Tiger clan. However, you became a sword that would slay its own master." Duncan grits his teeth bitterly. "How pathetic." Cheers erupt as the priest announces the victor. The winner of this duel is Sir Anders Knight. Someone approaches Ander to congratulate him. "A fine start, Sir Ander." Ander replies smugly. But of course, the next match is up, Jagger versus Colin. The referee's voice rings out. "Next knights, please step forward." While Jagger is cold and composed, Colin exudes an air of eager contempt for his opponent. The referee continues to announce the rules. "I will repeat this to be clear. The use of auras is strictly forbidden. The fight will end immediately if a contestant or their master intends to surrender. Furthermore, the duel will be halted at once if either contestant is gravely injured." Before the match, Jagger turns his head to look at Vlan. He points to his own eye as if to say, "Watch and learn, you foolish brat." Vlan is slightly taken aback by this. Back in the fight, Jagger raises his sword, his green eyes seeming to glow. Today's lesson will now begin. The towering Colin rushes forward, bringing his sword down. Jagger calmly faces him. "The subject of today's lesson will be this pig in front of me. I'll take him down in no time." As the sword comes down, Jagger gracefully steps aside. Colin yells, putting all his strength into the blow. Jagger nimbly dodges and then counterattacks him. Jagger maintains his usual cold expression. Colin is starting to get tense but still acts arrogant. "I was just off by a little. I can win this." He lunges, swinging his sword at Jagger, but the man avoids it with a simple step back. Colin tells himself, faster, stronger. Colin's relentless attacks are all easily dodged by Jagger. While Jagger is focused entirely on defense, Colin rushes forward recklessly. Outside the ring, Ander and his subordinates are gloating. His power is truly incredible. Just as the rumors say, he's backing his opponent into a corner. Pablo stands behind them, watching intently without a word, as if he's noticed something. A corner? Don't they realize how strange the flow of this duel is? The swordsman himself must have noticed it by now. At this point, Colin is starting to panic. Damn it, why? Why can't I even touch him? Jagger watches him with a cold expression. Having lost his patience, Colin furiously charges at Jagger, screaming, "You bastard!" As he rushes into attack, Jagger lowers his stance and closes the distance. Just as Colin's blade is about to land, Jagger swiftly swings his own sword. Suddenly, a voice from the sword echoes in Vlan's mind. "Watch closely now. What he wants to teach you is about to be revealed." Before Colin's sword can even land, Jagger dashes forward and strikes him. Colin's eyes are filled with disbelief and anger, while Jagger remains as cold as ever. Colin's eyes become bloodshot. He lets out a small cry, and a second later, he backs away, then charges forward, swinging his sword with all his might. As the battle reaches its climax, the sword's voice rings in Vlan's head again. "That's it. Do you see? He's making his opponent miss by parrying the attacks. That skill is called a counter. After his opponent stops, Jagger is still completely unharmed. Watching the fight, Vlan begins to understand what a counter is. It's an attack used to defend against an enemy's blow. Use the enemy's own force against them, making them lose stamina and leave an opening. The moment both swords hit the ground, the fight is over. Jagger coldly looks down at the opponent kneeling before him. Colin no longer has his initial arrogant look, only fear as he looks up at the man. He's on a completely different level. Jagger exudes an immense power that makes his opponent tremble. He stands there like an insurmountable wall. Completely defeated, Colin lowers his head and stammers, "I surrender." When the referee makes the announcement, Alicia lets out a sigh of relief. The winner of this match is Lady Alicia's knight, Sir Jagger. Hearing the result, Ander and his cronies are furious and disappointed. Jagger turns and leaves the arena. He approaches Vlan and asks, "Did you learn anything?" The boy smiles politely, "Yes, sir." "Thank you very much, sir." The final match has arrived, Pablo versus Juber. The referee's voice rings out once more. The final duel is about to begin. Pablo speaks first. "I am Pablo of Anstein." Juber says with a contemptuous look, "There's no need for such a stuffy introduction. We've met before, haven't we?" Pablo repeats with a serious expression, "Pablo of Anstein." Seeing his opponent is so tense, Juber raises a hand to placate him and introduces himself. Juber. Outside the ring, the sword comments to Vlan. It seems Alicia has found herself a strong piece. Pablo is on par with Colin, but Juber is on a completely different level from both of them. Juber looks over at Alicia and Joseph. Alicia flinches for a moment, not understanding what he's planning. A second later, he bows his head in a farewell gesture. Now Joseph is also startled, confused as to why the man is bidding them farewell. Next, he bows again, then says with a smirk, Juber hereby surrenders this match. Those words shock Alicia, Vlan, Jagger, and Duncan. Even Joseph loses his usual composure and frowns. Ander, who benefits from this, claps happily from the sidelines. He surrendered. If that's the case, then this tournament is over, isn't it? Joseph can't hide his surprise. Does this mean? He had 4 people on his side from the very beginning. Ander continued to gloat in his victory. Now, swear before the gods. Swear to serve me, and only me, with the heavens as your witness. Joseph's sudden voice stopped him. This duel is not over. Ander maintained his scornful expression, reminding him as if doing a favor. Alicia's knight has already surrendered. I understand your concerns, Lord Joseph. However, this duel is over. Joseph remained calm. This duel will not be considered over until I receive a satisfactory explanation. He tried to restrain himself, veins popping on his hands. He asserted that House Bays would never accept such an outcome for the duel. Lord Ander, we should at least hear what he has to say. Joseph scowled, observing the situation. Lord Joseph represents the north. That company of knights belongs to the central region. People in the room began whispering amongst themselves. If something were to go wrong here, it could spark a conflict between the north and the central region. Standing closest, Ander overheard every word, and unable to stay silent any longer, he spoke up, probing. If that's the case, then what should we do? Joseph's expression darkened as he calculated his options. The best-case scenario is no longer possible. Now, I can only avoid the worst. Right now, only a victory can decide the next step. Only then can we forge a plan for the future. Snapping out of his thoughts, he made his proposal. Please allow this duel to continue. As he spoke, he gestured toward Alicia on her throne. We cannot allow Lady Alicia's reputation to be tarnished by a surrender. Hearing this, Ander offered his own condition. Does your side have anyone to replace Sir Rupert? If you do, we will accept your proposal. He flashed a cunning smile, already scheming. Dunn was the only other member of Alicia's knights, and an unwritten rule stated that guests should not bring too many knights with them. There was no way another duel could take place. Joseph's gaze sharpened. Fine, I have someone. Ander froze, stunned. Joseph's voice was powerful, ringing clear for everyone to hear. I, Joseph of House Bays, under the honor of Lady Alicia, will choose our champion. He pointed at Vlan and declared, Vlan of Xara. Vlan was startled, his face frozen. Realizing who Joseph had chosen, Ander roared in fury. But he's not even a knight. He's not worthy of participating in this duel. Joseph ignored his outburst and said calmly, in honoring the duel, anyone who carries a sword may fight. Ander didn't care about the reason. He refused to let Vlan fight. But his opponent is a knight. Nominating a mere vassal to this fight is an insult to the name of House Anston. Joseph, no longer holding back, retorted, and what about your side? You let this happen. Did you give any thought to the honor of House Bays? His sheer presence left Ander speechless, unable to utter another word. He continued, You dare provoke House Bays with these cheap, garbage tricks. His face was resolute. I will vouch for his honor. With Joseph having gone this far, Ander, though unhappy, had to concede. Very well, if that is what you wish. On the surface, he was respectful, but inwardly he scoffed. What can a low-class vassal possibly do? Vlan still couldn't believe what he had just heard, turning to Jagger, who was standing behind him. Am I really going to participate in this duel? Fighting a knight? In front of everyone? Jagger replied, Yes. Vlan's expression was a mix of awe and disbelief as he asked, I'm not going to die here, am I? Jagger very seriously assured him, If the situation turns dire, I will personally intervene. Still not entirely reassured, Vlan added, But what if it doesn't get dire, just kind of bad? The man fell silent, not answering him. Vlan waited, but when no answer came, he grew confused. He thought, Why isn't he saying anything? Joseph walked over and called to him, Vlan. He then embraced the boy. Surprised by the sudden hug, Vlan quickly said, Lord Joseph, you don't have to do this. Joseph's expression was ice cold as he whispered in his ear, Just stall for 10 minutes. That's all you need to do. He explained, I already have a plan in motion. I've already given Ven his orders. You just need to buy us time. Vlan calmed down and replied, Will 10 minutes be enough? Joseph answered, Longer is even better. Accepting his orders, Vlan's expression turned serious. Understood. I'll do my best to hold out there, Joseph warned him. Be careful. Vlan walked away without looking back. Yes, Lord Joseph. He approached Alicia, placed a hand over his left breast, and bowed respectfully. Alicia nodded in return. He turned to face the knight, announced his name, and drew the sword from his hip. I am Vlan of Xara. The knight's eyes were filled with contempt. He said nothing, simply drawing his own weapon and charging. He growled angrily, "You're not even worthy of knowing my name. The moment a worthless little brat like you appeared here, this duel lost all its honor." Worth? At the mention of that word, Vlan's eyes grew cold. I hate that word. Why does everyone only value things that are beautiful and polished? I may have come from a place with little worth, but what exactly do I lack? His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, but I have no intention of ending my story here as a nobody. With a powerful aura and a sharp gaze, he challenged the knight. What makes you and I so different? The knight's words were laced with scorn. The standards of House Bays have truly hit rock bottom. Vlan grimaced in annoyance. The knight raised his weapon. You can forget the rules of the duel. Come at me with everything you've got. He looked at Vlan provocatively. I'll make sure to pull out weeds like you by the root. Vlan focused his mind, preparing for battle. Today, this boy deserved to shine. He charged forward with his sword, attacking with incredible speed. The two weapons clashed, creating a series of deafening rings. The knight glanced down and saw Vlan's sword trembling slightly. He pressed down with force, sending Vlan flying back. Because for the first time in his life, he had raised his sword not for himself, but for someone else. Vlan charged forward again, constantly analyzing his opponent's weaknesses, aiming for the left side where the knight had just used his sword to block. The two attacked relentlessly, neither giving an inch. Habit is a fearsome thing. Everyone outside the ring watched the duel unfold. Couldn't help but be impressed. He's fast, he thought. Looks like he's not just some ordinary brat. Now, the boy was on the offensive, while he was on the defensive. After a few exchanges, his opinion of the boy began to change. This kid has the kind of ferocity he needs, like a starved wolf. The boy was drenched in sweat. He taunted him. You've got good spirit. But suddenly, a chill ran down the boy's spine as the man swung his sword in a powerful attack. He saw that the boy blocked his sword, but he was clearly struggling. Kneeling on one leg, his whole body trembled as he used all his strength to hold back the attack. You're still nowhere near my level. The boy didn't answer. The man felt an uncomfortable impact, like he'd been hit with a rock. Growing impatient, he swung his sword. Are you done playing games? Once again, the boy struggled to defend. The powerful collision left him feeling a bit dizzy. Try to redirect the attack, he thought. Then I'll have a chance to counter. The man continued his assault, and the boy kept parrying until he was sent flying, his body slamming hard against the solid wall. He groaned in pain. Right now, he was like a limp rag doll sliding down the wall, but he didn't give up, using his sword to push himself back up. The man walked toward him. The two faced each other, one standing, one kneeling. He spoke in a cold voice, praising the boy. Impressive, kid. The boy's body was covered in injuries, but his eyes were filled with determination. The man remarked with admiration. It's still too early for you, but you're a kid who's worthy of my respect in this place. He raised his sword. It's a shame. We have to end this here. This was your choice. The boy bit his lip in anger. He had done his best. His eyes widened as he saw the blade approaching. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his own sword to attack. Joseph and Jagger stared at him in disbelief. The two of them had been watching all along, waiting for the right moment to intervene if things got dangerous. And it wasn't just them. Everyone there, including Alicia, had the same shocked expression. The man couldn't believe it. Is this a counter technique? For a moment, the boy's silhouette seemed to merge with Jagger's. The crowd around them erupted in murmurs. How could that happen? A mere guard blocked a knight's sword? It must have been a fluke. Just look at him. The crowd assessed him carefully. He can't even hold his sword properly anymore. Exhaustion was written all over Vlan's face as he took ragged breaths. But Pablo didn't think so. A fluke. No way. Something strange here. Even I was surprised he could pull that off. The boy's whisper caught his attention. Why? Why is it? Only you? Pablo thought to himself. Is he losing consciousness? The boy's turquoise eyes showed clear fatigue, his voice growing fainter. I don't know either. He saw through it immediately. The boy was thinking about something, while in a subconscious state, perhaps a dream or a desire he needed to fulfill. The boy's mind began to fade, his feet feeling as if they were sinking. A boy who had suffered so much in the past, always longing to rise up. The image of a gleaming sword flashed in his mind. He wanted strength, he wanted power, and he wanted an opportunity. And he always dreamed that in the future, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. When he looked up, he was standing in front of a small shop, his eyes gazing at the magnificent, opulent castles that seemed a world apart from the gloomy one he was in. He wanted to reach that brilliant place and erase his past. Snapping back to reality, he clenched his teeth and hissed. I've always wanted to get there, too. Pablo froze, staring at the scene before him, at a flower about to bloom, a brilliant flower no one had ever seen before. An aura enveloped the young man, his spirit and determination seeming to swallow his opponent whole. The clang of clashing swords rang out once more. Outside the fight, Ender exclaimed, "What's happening?" With his hands now bloodied, the boy gripped his sword so tightly that even Jagger was surprised. "I never taught him more than that," he thought. "That technique. I only showed him the basics." Vlan relentlessly attacked, putting pressure on his opponent. Moving with agility, he unleashed a powerful swing. The man was utterly astonished. "He's using the same swordsmanship techniques I did." His fear and hesitation were gone. In their place was pure determination. His mind has stabilized. Pablo also saw the change in Vlan. Interesting. Though drenched in sweat, the boy kept rushing forward, trying to close the distance. He couldn't help but wonder, where is that fighting spirit coming from? For a split second, the boy's sword seemed to glow, coming dangerously close to Pablo's neck. He was startled, thinking, the sword, it's like it's roaring. Wait, is this flower really about to bloom? Vlan continued to press forward, determination etched on his handsome face. Without hesitation, the man raised his sword high. If that's the case, then I must fulfill my duty as a knight. A powerful slash headed straight for the boy. He followed up with another strike. Taking another critical hit made it difficult for Vlan to defend. A flower was about to display its most beautiful self. Blinding sparks flew from where their swords met. The boy gritted his teeth, holding his ground. The crowd outside watched in horror. What is that? A blue-white light began to envelop the sword. Juber, Colin, and Jagger both recognized it as a powerful form of resistance. Pablo suddenly roared, "Shield! Get me a shield!" A soldier quickly responded, "Yes, Sir Pablo." He equipped the shield, remaining wary of the boy, then immediately used it to block the attack. He announced his name proudly. "I am Pablo. You have earned the right, boy. State your name before me." The boy spoke softly. "I am a boy born in the back alleys, a place without laws." His mind grew hazy again. His footprints were imprinted on the ground, stretching out step by step. "But I have always wanted to rise above, to go to those brilliant places, to escape my old life." He finally came to a stop. To do that, I have to prove my strength. That magnificent, grand place was now within his sight. In a flash, the golden color of the lights turned into a brilliant turquoise. "I am." And then he screamed, "Vlan of Swara." A dazzling aura erupted, enveloping him completely. The immense energy was so blinding that the people around had to shield their eyes, unable to hide their astonishment. At that moment, a brilliant golden aura activated as well. Pablo roared without reservation, "Come at me, Vlan of Swara." The boy let out a deafening roar and charged forward. The battle had reached its climax. Two massive sources of energy were about to collide. After what felt like an eternity, a blood-stained hand, still gripping a sword, lay motionless on the floor. Beside him, Pablo smiled gently, letting the boy lean against him as he offered warm encouragement. "You did well." Vlan collapsed from exhaustion, the fatigue on his face momentarily easing. Ender came over and started running his mouth. An aura is an aura. Using auras is forbidden in this match. That bastard should have been disqualified on the spot. Pablo glared at him, his eyes filled with icy contempt. "You pathetic fool. You see a beautiful flower and your first thought is to pluck it." Just then, Joseph and Jagger slowly approached. He bowed. "Sir Pablo, thank you for fulfilling your duty as a knight." He replied, "I only did what I had to. It was a moment I will treasure." He then turned. "Priest, was that an aura?" The priest stammered, "Yes, it was." "So, between the sacred rules of this duel and the joy or defiance of a warrior, which is more important?" he asked bluntly, his voice cold. For a moment, the priest was rendered speechless. The master tactician, a title held by only one person in human history with extraordinary abilities. He established actions and commandments that came with the aforementioned noble title. He also said that a swordsman must give their all. It is both an honor and a duty. And it also relates to royal authority and the sanctity of battle. Joseph continued, "Sir, in this battle, the rules and honor are in conflict. The honor of a swordsman or the duty of his station. No one here can say which is right and which is wrong. I believe what has happened here must be reported to the Swordsman Council and the Royal Palace," he continued, his expression still like ice. "Until we receive a definitive answer from them, the outcome of this duel will be postponed. All the talented and faithful young people throughout this kingdom deserve the right to let their flowers bloom. Ability and effort are always beautiful, and it's even more precious when young warriors can display those fine qualities. Therefore, everyone must earnestly protect these magnificent moments. All who wield a sword and respect that honor must carry out their mission and duty as a swordsman, according to my words. The Sword Master, the founding king. I, Frozen, leave this commandment to you all." At a magnificent mansion, Vlan, his wounds bandaged, groaned uncomfortably with his eyes still closed, muttering, "What? Water." Immediately, a glass of water was filled. His face was still contorted in pain as he shifted, his whole body aching. Here, the glass was offered to him. Vlan's eyes flew open in surprise. "Whoa, Sir Joseph," he replied gently. "Seeing you recovering puts my mind at ease." Flustered, the boy shut up. "My apologies, sir." "It's all right, relax." Placing the glass in his hand, he asked, caringly, "Where does it hurt?" "I'm fine, thank you, sir. To be honest, I never expected you to go that far." His eyes showed his sincerity. "Thanks to you, the duel has been postponed." "Postponed, sir?" Vlan asked, bewildered. "It means the match has been suspended without a final result. The situation is complicated because the sacred laws of combat are all tangled up with the swordsman's code." For a second, Joseph's expression turned serious. Vlan suddenly remembered that voice mentioning the swordsman's code once before. He continued, "To become a knight, one must take an oath to follow the swordsman's code. If all goes well, you too will have to perform this ritual one day." Vlan was utterly astonished, his turquoise eyes wide. For a fleeting moment, an image of himself in armor, riding a warhorse as a knight, flashed through his mind. Joseph slowly stood up. "Take good care of yourself. If I stay any longer, I'll be disturbing your rest." The boy quickly replied, "I'm fine, I can already." Before he could finish, the man cut him off. "I can't allow that, because I am the type of person who knows how to cherish what is precious to him." Joseph turned to look at him with a resolute gaze. The scene shifts to Alicia's location. She asked, "What about the guests?" "They've all left, one by one." "Damn it, I didn't even get to give them a proper warning." Her face looked somewhat downcast. His anger's gone too. Duncan, who was beside her, answered, "It was postponed, after all. I've requested the church to arrange for a personal escort through the priest." Alicia's brows furrowed. "I can't believe I have to just let the people who dragged me through the mud walk away peacefully. It feels like my heart has been trampled on." He slowly analyzed. "There will be a next time." The situation made it unavoidable. "The important thing is that you now have Dima completely under your control." "I had to." A complex look appeared in her eyes as she asked again, "What's the situation with the rye fields?" "Not very promising. If the yield continues to drop, should we consider switching to barley?" Alicia considered it carefully. Duncan immediately replied, "Perhaps we should wait a while longer. Changing the industrial structure isn't a decision to be made lightly." "You're right. It's really hard to decide right now." She agreed after careful thought, but couldn't help but sigh as her head was still throbbing a little. After completing a mountain of trials, it seemed there was another mountain right ahead. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Alicia quickly asked, "Sir Duncan, most knights know how to ride a horse, don't they?" Though a bit surprised, he quickly answered, "Of course. You can't call yourself a knight if you can't ride. That skill is just as important as swordsmanship." Looking out towards the courtyard, she said, "I guess it's true that nobody's perfect." Duncan, curious, also looked and immediately understood. "I understand your misery, my lady." Jagger and Vlan were struggling on horseback. Unable to hold on for long, he was thrown off, landing sprawled on the ground, trying to push himself up with an aching back. Jagger couldn't help but speak up. "You said switching to an expensive horse would work. I guess we need an even more expensive and better one." The man behind him, seething with killing intent, clenched his fists and punched him right on the head, not forgetting to lecture him. "Think before you speak." Vlan rubbed his head, retorting grumpily, "But I did get on the horse's back last time, didn't I?" Even though Jagger was the one holding the reins, his friend quickly came to his defense. "Yes, sir. Sir Jagger. He really did get on the horse's back." The man's expression grew serious. "This is bad. I really thought teaching him myself would make a difference. Could the problem really be the horse? Does even my own horse despise him? It's as if it's afraid of the person standing before it." An image of Jagger with an icy expression flashed in his mind. The man had no choice but to say, "That's enough for today. We'll train again tomorrow, okay? Let's take tomorrow off too." Vlan was speechless, giving him a disdainful look. "Then when am I ever going to learn how to ride a horse?" Jagger didn't answer right away. "Let's postpone it for now," Vlan replied, exasperated. "I heard that word a billion times before I even got here. Is there a problem?" "A small one." The man sighed. "This isn't something we can solve quickly. We'll figure it out when we get back to Storama. I have other things to do today." With that, he turned and walked away. "What?" he wondered, looking at Vlan. "Why do the horses seem to hate you more and more?" The boy was at a loss. What if the more expensive ones are the same? How about taking them off? They must really love their horses. Think carefully before you open your mouth. He shot back without missing a beat. "And you think you're any better? Sir Jagger must love riding his horse around the stable all day. He finished with a smirk, not forgetting to add one last thing. So, I'll be leaving now. I'm going to take this outstanding young man to meet the nobles. Vlan couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. What the hell is the problem? I wonder if it's because you're moving too fast. Animals are usually sensitive to movement. The voice of the sword suddenly rang out. What should I do now? You need to learn to control your own inertia. It's a form of mind control. If you can freely use your aura, you'll be able to subdue your own inertia. Vlan pondered thoughtfully. I still can't quite picture it. Besides, my own aura feels very vague to me. It's only natural. Using an aura during real combat requires intense training and hardship to master. Remember Jagger's words, don't try to run before you know how to walk. He could only sigh in acceptance. All right, they said, we'll return to the demon continent after the closing ceremony tomorrow. He lifted his head, his gaze lost in the distance as he pondered. Should I go back one last time? Elsewhere, Jubber was deep in thought. The mission was a failure, but he was certain his master would be understanding once he heard the circumstances. How can you stop the waves from crashing on the shore? Was it truly beyond his control? The powerful image of Vlan flashed through his mind once more. In the end, it was just bad luck. God. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. That lowly vassal. His expression soured with irritation. The sound of steady footsteps rang out, then abruptly stopped. His eyes showed no surprise as he spoke casually. Well now, that's quite an aggressive greeting. He paid no mind to Jagger's sword pressed against his throat. With that same damn look in his eyes, the man continued, You don't have to do this. Jagger, not to be outdone, immediately shot back. Oh, I feel I absolutely have to. So don't you dare underestimate me. How long have you been waiting? Got nothing better to do? It's my day off. The conversation unfolded, with neither man willing to yield an inch. Then isn't this a waste of your day off? The man's scornful attitude only made him more infuriating. Hostility was plain in Jagger's eyes. A day off is for taking care of unfinished business. I know you're not happy. I don't plan on letting this go, but my hands are tied. As it happens, I don't have many choices either. The man slowly placed his hand on the blade. It's a shame. Our jobs are similar. You should at least understand that. Jubber refused to back down, his killing intent flaring. What can you do about it? If your master tells you to bark, you just bark, don't you? Jagger gripped his sword tightly as the atmosphere became suffocating. Jubber shot a death glare at Jagger. The tension in the air was palpable, neither man willing to back down. Jagger stared daggers at him, but then Jubber suddenly broke into a grotesque smile. I think that's warning enough. As he spoke, he raised a hand in a gesture of peace, but his every word grated on the ears. People call you a swordsman, but that's not really accurate. You're just a dog that bites whoever your master points you at. If you're done barking, then go enjoy your day off. A single drop of my blood means war with the Sa. Without letting the guy get another word in, Jagger punched him square in the face. Jubber staggered back, losing his balance and slamming hard against the door. My master is a good man, so I don't mind being his dog. Jagger shot back flatly. How lucky for you. Is that all you've got? The man asked, painfully bringing a hand to his face. Not even close. The sharp reply came with a fist buried in his stomach. The man's eyes widened as his insides lurched, and he collapsed to the floor in a long fit of coughing. Jagger calmly turned on his heel, but paused to look back and say, We're both swordsmen. You should understand, right? Yeah, I think we can stop now. The agony was still written all over the man's face. Jagger stared at Jubber with pure contempt. I hope we meet again, because here and now, I can't make you pay enough for insulting my master. The man slowly rose to his feet. I'm sure we'll run into each other again. The Empire is in decline. This is no time to be forming factions whenever one feels like it. A sinister look spread across his face, and with that, he started to walk away. I'll be on my way. He left Jagger standing there alone. Jubber even had the nerve to wave goodbye. Jagger watched him go, thinking to himself, it's time. The time when people need a sword more than ever is coming. A scene of bloody chaos was drawing near. Elsewhere, the sun was beginning to set. Vlan stood quietly in front of a large tree, as if an old friend was trying to speak to him. The sword replied, Yes, to be honest, I can't believe it. I'm just as surprised as you are that the spirit recognized me. Let's just take a quick look and get out of here. Before we run into Lady Alicia again, I'm here. As he spoke, he thrust the sword into the ground, activating his aura. An eye-catching blue light flashed, and a serpent spirit instantly appeared to face him. Vlan, flustered for a moment, broke into a nervous sweat and asked, Is this a friend of yours? I hope so. It slowly slithered closer to him, then wrapped itself around him a few times. I think it's greeting you. This is what it's supposed to do. Just then, the serpent spirit raised its head and stared at Vlan. then seemed to smile as it happily swished its tail. He asked doubtfully, "Why is it suddenly acting like this? Don't even try to understand spirits. They come from another world. The fragile souls of mortals can't possibly comprehend everything, and that includes this world." The serpent spirit raised its head high, swaying back and forth, then suddenly reared up and let out a call. From the nearby grass, a turquoise mana continuously billowed out, erupting from the ground and racing up the tree trunk, lighting up the whole area. Vlan dazedly accepted the fragments of mana, marveling to himself. "Oh, this is so warm." Then, he suddenly realized something. These were tiny fragments of mana covering his entire body. The sword explained. "How interesting. I never thought I'd get to witness that forgotten mystery here." The spirit's blessing. The serpent spirit looked tenderly at Vlan, creating an incredibly warm scene. A few days later, at a magnificent castle, Alicia was bidding farewell to the members of the Barco family. She spoke up. "I feel terrible for sending you off like this. I should have thrown a grand banquet." Joseph replied graciously. "Your sentiment is more than enough. Besides, you now have to mend the rifts within your own family, don't you?" She bowed her head slightly. "Thank you, Joseph." The delegation bowed respectfully. "We will take our leave now." Suddenly, Duncan's voice cut in. "Please, wait a moment." The vassal of Basbusa stepped forward. Vlan looked on, confused about what was happening. Joseph turned and gestured to him. "Go on up there." "Yes, sir." Watching him walk up, Jagger whispered from behind. "I suppose they prepared a ceremony?" "Perhaps. I did tell them to keep it simple," the man replied. Duncan continued, kneeling down. "I am truly, deeply grateful, Sir Vlan. Without you, I would not be standing here today." Alicia gently expressed her own gratitude. "You have defended our honor and enlightened us in our battle of wits against that wretched swindler. No words can express this gratitude." So, she slowly offered her handkerchief. "Even though you are not a knight, I wish to bestow this upon you today." It seems Joseph, watching from the side, saw through everything, just as I thought. She's very smart. To prove her connection to Bay, she chose their common ground, Vlan, as a way to show her gratitude while also gaining an advantage. Vlan was a little confused. "Oh, it's valuable, so I should just take it, right? If a noble gives you something, you must accept it. That's basic etiquette." Remembering Jagger's teachings, he couldn't help but sweat, thinking, "The last time I refused to take Rudiger's peanuts, I had more than my fill. I don't want to get hit again." He hesitantly accepted the handkerchief with both hands. "Thank you, Miss Alicia." The entire crowd around them was utterly astonished. Jaeger's head throbbed, and his face darkened. "Ah, I didn't think about that. He grew up in the poor back alleys, so he wouldn't know anything about the nobility." Joseph was a bit more understanding of him. Duncan, standing beside them, hesitantly tried to intervene. That's not the way either. But Vlan was still clueless. When a young lady offers a handkerchief, a symbol of her honor, there are two good ways to receive it. First is to hang it from the pommel of your sword. And he's still not getting any of this. Second is to accept it with both hands. One is to show respect, and the other is for love. A rosy pink scene of the reluctant couple suddenly appeared. Alicia instantly blushed, while the youngest Quen, Vlan, still had no idea what was happening. The people around them froze again, as if they'd been glued in place. "I will definitely put this to good use." Vlan's final remark left the crowd behind him speechless, and he still doesn't get it. What's wrong with them? On the way back, he could still say things like, "It's been a while since I've felt this thrilled. Although it's partly my fault." Even Joseph was at a loss. "I guess the bards around here won't have to worry about making money anymore when they tell your story." Vlan sulked from the teasing. "I'm sorry." But Jagger wasn't about to let him off that easily. "From now on, whenever a noble gives you something, you look at me. Got it?" "I'll remember," he replied in a small voice. Joseph spoke up again. "Congratulations." He looked at the boy with a profound gaze. "You have now been knighted by a high noble. So from now on, you've been promoted to an honorary knight." Hearing this, Vlan was stunned. Vlan asked in surprise, "An honorary knight? Me?" Joseph rested his chin on his hand and said with a smile, "Not exactly. At least, wherever she is, you will receive the treatment of a knight." Vlan was dumbfounded by that answer. He couldn't help but doubt it. "A knight? Me? A knight?" Joseph slowly explained. "Of course, only within Derma, because she has only just become a baroness." As if understanding everything, Vlan thought to himself, so that's why they call it an honorary knight. Clutching the handkerchief, he told himself it made sense. There's no way becoming a knight is that easy. Seeing Vlan lost in thought, Joseph cut in first. "You only received it by chance, but don't you dare lose it. That isn't just a handkerchief, it's Alicia's honor." Vlan felt a bit awkward and carefully asked, "What if I lose it by accident?" "You'll have to take responsibility yourself." Joseph shot him a warning glance. This happened because you accepted it with both hands. This sent a shiver down Vlan's spine. I can tell from his eyes. This isn't something even Joseph can handle. He clutched the handkerchief and replied meekly, I definitely won't lose it, sir. Then Joseph held up a contract. The outcome was absurd, but thanks to you, I don't have to use this anymore. Vlan was puzzled. A contract? That's right. Joseph nodded. This is proof that Alicia borrowed 10,000 gold. Vlan's jaw dropped. 10,000 gold? He continued. It was to provide for her soldiers in case she lost the duel. If she lost her status, Alicia would have had to surrender herself. This was the only way to save her, Joseph said grimly. Of course, she didn't actually borrow the money. This made Vlan wonder, why did you choose Lady Alicia to lose the duel, which meant giving up her right to win? Joseph's expression darkened. Motivation is like an ember in the ashes. All it takes is a gust of wind, and the fire will blaze again. With Alicia in Bay's hands, Aang will definitely feel the pressure. I see. Vlan swallowed hard. I think I'm starting to understand a little about how nobles live to prove themselves. Suddenly, Vlan detected movement and shot a glance behind him. Joseph asked him, What is it? I heard a noise from the west side of the forest. On the other side of the green meadow, a cloud of dust rose into the sky, heading their way. The sound of hooves grew closer, stunning Vlan even more. A troop of horses was charging straight toward their carriage. Vlan was about to draw his sword to prepare for battle, but Joseph quickly stopped him. He signaled to the boy, Sheathe your sword. His eyes were ice cold. I made preparations before the duel even began. They both got out of the carriage. The group of men dismounted and knelt before them. Lord Joseph, forgive us for our late arrival. Joseph looked down at them with a cold expression. Is that so? In the end, I had to ask you to do something else. Then he changed his tone. You've worked hard. Rise. The leader of Bay's secret sword unit glanced to the side. Is that him? The Marquis who accepted Lady Alicia's handkerchief. The rumor has already spread throughout the region. Joseph sighed. It had to be that way. You'll grow to like him eventually. At that moment, Vlan suddenly realized the leader was looking at him like a predator stalking its prey. The aura emanating from this man was completely different from other knights. He broke out in a cold sweat, like the smell of danger that radiates from the dark alleys. My intuition is telling me not to get involved with this man. Joseph made an offer. Since you're on your way back to Shuma, why don't you travel with us? But the man skillfully declined. We must return quickly. What a shame. Thank you. The leader placed a hand over his heart and said reverently, I am only fulfilling my duty as Bay's secret sword. Bay's secret sword? Vlan was surprised. Who are those people? And what's with that black bag? He looked toward a large, blood-stained black sack. Joseph noticed the boy's unusual state and raised an eyebrow. Are you curious about what's inside? Ah, yes, a little. It contains the world of the nobles, a world that is cold, cruel, and unforgiving. Inside the large sack was the head of Alicia's uncle, Ender. At the Bay Estate, a group of traveling pilgrims was passing through Shuma's territory. Should I welcome them? It seems they don't want to be. They said they just want to quietly observe the Holy Dragon's seal and then leave. Ragmus reported from the side. Count Bay mused, this unpretentious attitude of theirs. It's been a long time since I've met such sincere pilgrims. I suppose it would be fine to discreetly look after them, he said idly. Understanding his master, Ragmus replied. I knew you'd say that, my lord. We have the right to enjoy what we deserve. R calmly agreed. Then I will make the arrangements. Count Bay suddenly brought something else up. But my second son and Vlan. I heard they performed a miracle this time. At this, R frowned. Yes, there was a phrase in the report that made even an old man's heart like mine pound. Count Bay sank into his memories. Swordsman's rule number 1. I haven't heard that term in a long time. How nostalgic. Training elite soldiers begins by selecting those with clear bloodlines and innate talent from the very start. These rough gems are cherished and nurtured, which is why it's rare to see extreme cases that require invoking rule number 1. He nodded. Swordsmen are so treasured these days, which is why we see it so rarely. If you had been there, you would have been very pleased. He replied lightly. It wouldn't just be me. There would certainly be a few others. At this rate, with BS's golden generation, the old masters will have to start pampering the youth. Sir Joseph would be delighted. Count Bay closed his eyes, pondering. He was barely hanging on, so I thought he had given up. I never expected him to crawl out of that mire and bring back something so precious. I must consider it carefully. In the end, I can only choose one of the two. In the dining hall. Hey, have you heard? They say Vlan is back from his mission. At this news, the entire dining hall erupted in chatter. Really? Apparently, he challenged a knight. I even heard a rumor that he has his own faction. No way. That's ridiculous. A street rat using aura? Sovanin and his cronies grew tense, hearing this. Just then, the dining hall doors opened. Man, I'm starving. How long has it been? A month? Vlan held his head high, walking confidently inside. The dining hall suddenly fell silent. Not a single person dared to speak, whether they came from rich or humble families, whether the gap in status was large or small, none of it mattered, because the war of the alley kids was over. The mere appearance of one person who had stepped one foot into another world was enough. A plate of grilled sausages had just been served, and Vlan unhesitatingly picked one up and started eating. Geez, Vlan said while chewing. It's so annoying trying to eat like this. Bo chimed in with a friendly laugh. I think it's going to be like this for a while. Everyone's heard about what happened in Dioma. Rumors, sure, travel fast. Vlan licked his fingers. Bo changed the subject. By the way, what are you planning to do for the break? A break? Vlan looked up and asked. Bo explained. You don't know? We get a break twice a year. All the trainees get their vacation days this week. I get one too? Vlan thought to himself. I'm not a disciple from some famous family, and besides, I don't have anywhere to go. Hearing this, Bo excitedly offered, Then do you want to come to my house? My father said he wanted to formally invite you. Then he scratched his head and chuckled. Actually, I've never brought a friend home before. Vlan suddenly understood why he was so excited. Looks like you've been failing at this for a while. Huh. Afraid Vlan would refuse, Bo quickly tried to explain. We're really hospitable to guests where I'm from, and we have an unlimited supply of fresh barbecue. Vlan was lost in thought, so Bo made an even more enticing offer. Didn't you say you were looking for a horse? I told you what my family does before, right? We can arrange a horse for you from anywhere nearby. I think we even have some thoroughbreds that are better than Jagger's horse. Hearing this, Vlan's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you sure about that? I need to make sure I actually get the time off. Seeing Vlan suddenly so fired up was a bit confusing for Bo. At the training grounds, Vlan was practicing swordsmanship with Jagger. Noticing Vlan was distracted, he swung his sword in response. Focus. Vlan put all his strength into his strike, but this only angered the man more. With one tricky move, he brought Vlan down. I told you, don't do what you can't do. You think you've become some hotshot after crossing swords with a knight in Dioma? This remark stunned Vlan. Have my words become a joke for you to ignore? Jagger questioned coldly. This left Vlan speechless. They locked eyes for a long moment, then Vlan stood up and bowed his head. No, sir. I'm sorry. Jagger wasn't letting it go. If you're just forcing yourself, then don't come here. And if you think you can do it without me, then don't seek me out. That's all for today. You can go. With that, he turned and walked away. Yes, sir. The achievements he's accumulated are brilliant, and I'm proud of them. But they're still so raw, like sand on a seashore. Watching Vlan's retreating back, he mused. He's still so weak that a big wave could wash him away at any moment. It's still very dangerous. On the way back to his room, the voice in his head wouldn't stop questioning him. I told you to focus on the basics. If I were him, I'd be angry too. Vlan mumbled. I just wanted to make it appear one more time. Not every knight can use an aura, but that doesn't mean a knight who can is weak. An aura just shows a person's potential to become stronger. You need to remember you've only been holding a sword for a short time. A magnificent flower blooms only from a solid foundation. If he didn't value you, he wouldn't have scolded you. Think about what Jagger said again. Vlan sighed. Fine, he frowned. I'm used to contempt and ridicule, but that was disappointment. This made Vlan feel dejected. Damn it. That expression hurt more than being hit with a wooden sword. Just then, the voice spoke up again. In the end, you couldn't even ask about the break. This snapped Vlan back to reality. Ah, right, the break. Forget it, he sighed. How can I even think about a vacation in this situation? I should just practice my swings until I can't think anymore. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. At midnight, in the garden behind the dorms, Vlan was relentlessly practicing his swings. A long drag mark from his sword was etched into the ground. All right, that's enough for today. Is it time already? You hit your daily quota a while ago. If you use too much energy, you'll just exhaust yourself. If you get injured or something, all your efforts up to now will go down the drain. He stretched and looked up at the moonlit night sky. You're right. He mused to himself, I've only managed to achieve one thing that radiates an aura. Up above the dorms, Jagger was still watching him. Following his gaze was the full, bright moon in the night sky. A wolf chasing the moon? Huh. In the fiefdom of Raven Noma Chinova, the citadel was burning relentlessly, screams echoing everywhere. Inside the castle, rivers of blood flowed and bodies were strewn about. I was wondering where you were. You were carrying out your final mission. A figure in battle armor strolled slowly through the castle. So, you finally made it here. Ravnoma used the last of his strength to look at the person before him. Look, They all say that the master's reputation is what's most important, that one's own honor always comes second. That doesn't mean you should just blindly follow orders. The knights of the former Count Gaeta weren't like that, and that's precisely why they're all dead now. Godwin looked absolutely murderous. Unfazed, Rafnoma continued, Godwin, your light will fade eventually. Deliver this message to Count Gaeta for me. I'll be waiting for him in hell, as you wish. With that, Jin swung his sword and cut Rafnoma down. A vacation? Vlan asked, surprised. Joseph rested his chin on his hand and replied lazily, yeah. The House of Kano invited you, right? Vlan was stunned. How did you know? Word travels fast. Sir Gregory's aide has been spreading the news everywhere. Vlan immediately pictured it in his head. Kano told Gregory. Then Gregory told Jagger, and Jagger passed the news on to Joseph. Joseph continued, I was going to give you a break anyway. Since you've already decided where to go, I won't stop you. Thank you, sir. Vlan glanced over at Sir Jagger, but the man didn't even spare him a look. Noticing the strange dynamic between the two, Joseph chuckled softly. Looks like there's a story there. If I butt in, this quiet tension might break, but some relationships are best left alone. Vlan felt so awkward he could barely breathe. Should I just say goodbye to him and go? Jagger then offered a few words of advice. Even on vacation, a knight must never let down his sword. Taking the cue, Vlan replied, yes, sir. Jagger glanced at him. Skip practice for just one day, and you'll feel it. Skip it for a week, and everyone will notice. Inwardly, Jagger was relieved. He knew that even without the warning, the boy wouldn't slack off. Still, I should keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't stray. He then spoke up, well then, I'll see you when you get back. This made Vlan brighten up instantly. Yes, sir. I'll remember that. Just then, Joseph chimed in with a warning. But don't get your hopes up. Even the House of Kano might not be able to solve your problem. Find out just how difficult those horses are to tame. If you find one that listens, investigate which region it's from. Yes, sir. All right then, you can go. See you next week. Then, as if it were an afterthought, Joseph added, you don't need to bring me back a souvenir. I understand. Vlan immediately understood the hidden meaning behind those words. He's telling me to get him a gift, isn't he? I think he really liked that jam Pochi bought for him last time. After Vlan left, Joseph mused to himself, the House of Kano. If things go well, they might even cross paths. It's possible. After all, they're both noteworthy individuals. What happens if someone takes notice of them? They'll just come and ask me directly, even though I have no intention of permitting it. Meanwhile, Vlan was feeling bewildered. How did I end up here? As a maidservant helped him put on a cloak, she remarked, this color suits you very well. The dignified Oksana looked at him. You look quite good in your armor, don't you? With such a strong physique, you look good in anything. You should try on a few more things. Vlan lowered his head bashfully. Thank you, Lady Oksana. So, you're going to the House of Kano for your vacation. When you're invited to someone's home, it's all the more important to look your best. Oksana instructed him on proper etiquette. These are the basics. Don't bring shame upon your parents. She stepped gently in front of him. So you won't embarrass me either, will you? Her words made Vlan stare in astonishment at the gentle, dignified woman before him. His ears turned red as he mumbled, yes, my lady. When your vacation is over, I'll hire a tutor for you. One slip-up with your manners is more than enough. She was laying out her plans for him, wasn't she? This startled Vlan a little. Pardon me, my lady. The title of knight is practically a minor noble rank, so you must learn to act the part. Yes, my lady. I understand. She gave a signal, and a maidservant brought over a fruit basket. Take this. Vlan, you shouldn't arrive at someone's home empty-handed. Vlan bowed. She's so thoughtful. All right, have a wonderful vacation. Carrying the fruit basket, he walked out and stopped to look at his reflection in a mirror. The difference between his past and his present was immense. It felt so strange. It's like I'm wearing clothes that are too big for me. Then, he thought of an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. Gemina. They said she's at a convent, right? I hope she's okay. He, too, would just have to wear clothes that didn't feel like his own. Over at the convent, everyone was gossiping about Vlan. Looks like that aide from the House of Bear is about to get famous. Did he do something amazing at Didoma? Not really. He's just incredibly handsome. Gemina remained silent, scrubbing the floor, not joining their gossip. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Hearing this, she suddenly froze. He must be from a noble family, and he's so young but already has a sword aura. He might even become the North's representative knight. Gemina clicked her tongue. Whatever. He can't do that yet. It's good enough that he's still alive and well. Nearby, 3 nuns saw her stop working and grew annoyed. Hey, redhead, what do you think your hands are for? You don't even pay to be here. and you still do a sloppy job. You should work for the rest of your life to repay us. Now hurry up and wash the dishes, unless you want the Mother Superior to scold you. Even if she left, she wouldn't know how to survive and would just starve to death. Getting her used to a life of servitude here isn't such a bad idea. Let's go. Make sure you finish before lunch. Jamina muttered. I should have known, seeing that smile. She remembered her first day there. This place isn't for just anyone. This is one of the places closest to God. We cannot take in girls who have been in unclean places. That's absurd. These children are all virgins. Marcella retorted. They are children under the care of the bishop. Even so, we cannot just take them in on such short notice. Marcella screamed. And why is that? Do you know how much money I've donated to you people? It's enough to care for them for 10 years, with money to spare. The Mother Superior looked flustered. About that. What about her? She was asking Marcella about Lady Jamina. Marcella turned and snapped at the children. You all should be worrying about yourselves. Go on, get inside. She started to lead the children in, but the Mother Superior blocked her. Not you, Marcella said irritably. I have no desire to enter. Anyway, please, just take care of the children. They're good workers. Look, they're here. His henchmen caught up to us. Get inside, now, Marcella screamed. One of Jack's men grabbed her by the hair, pulling her backward. Got you, you bitch. Tears streamed down Jamina's face as she screamed. No, Marcella. Marcella. She watched helplessly as they dragged Marcella away without mercy. The doors slowly closed. As her flashback ended, tears dripped steadily onto the floor. She trembled as she whispered Vlan's name. Standing before the gates of the Kano estate, Vlan's jaw dropped as he thought to himself. Even though he isn't a nobleman, they say he holds considerable influence in Sten. But looking at a mansion like this, his wealth is on another level. Before him stood the magnificent Kano mansion. The butler of the House of Kano came out to greet them. Welcome, young master. Seeing the butler, Pochi shouted with joy, startling Vlan. Pochi ran and hugged the butler. It's been too long. I've missed you so much. The butler smiled warmly in return. I'm also very happy to see you again, sir. Pochi immediately asked, Where's my father? The butler replied, He is currently receiving some unexpected visitors. The butler then glanced towards Vlan with a suggestive look. If you're okay with it, we can go take a look around the lawn first. It's our pride and joy. You raise your hand and say, Sure, I'm fine with that. The butler bowed his head, thanking you for your understanding. Then, Vlan made a suggestion. But I want to see the horses first. I was really looking forward to seeing them. Of course, the host couldn't refuse a polite request from a guest. The butler replied, Of course, we'll do as you say. The butler added, The master said he would personally introduce the prize horses to you, but it wouldn't be bad to see the rest. The butler pointed toward the stables. This way, please. Before they even arrived, the horses seemed to have caught his scent and became agitated. The moment Vlan got close, the horses turned and fled, and then the cows grazing nearby also took off. The sheep, horses, and water buffalo all ran away, and the two of them stood there in an awkward state, at a loss for words. Man, this is driving me crazy. So what if I can use an aura? I can't even ride a horse, he said, his face full of despair. While everyone else is galloping coolly, I guess I'll have to eat their dust and chase after them. Pochi, feeling sorry for Vlan, said, Let's see the rest of the horses we have on our grounds. Whether for combat, riding, work, or slaughter, I'll show you all of them. There's bound to be one that's a good match for you, he replied gloomily. There will be, right? Pochi affirmed, Of course, he added. There are also beautiful and rare horses you haven't seen yet. The ones with good bloodlines that my father bought for a very high price. I'll try to convince my father to let you see them. Pochi patted his shoulder comfortingly. All right, let's see the rest tomorrow. Let's just enjoy dinner first and let it all go. As sunset fell, they began to tour the mansion. The first place was the kitchen area. Since it was time for dinner, the kitchen was incredibly bustling. The dishes being prepared were enough to make anyone hungry, and upon seeing such a large kitchen, Vlan couldn't help but exclaim, This is impressive. Vlan asked, Is there anything in your house that's done in moderation? Everything is just so much. Pochi could only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly. Someone's voice called out, They're here. The two of them looked over. A tall man walked up and introduced himself. Welcome. I am the master of this house, Owen Kano. My apologies for not being able to personally welcome our esteemed guest. Vlan bowed with a hand on his chest in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Vlan, Sir Daha's guard. Owen Kano replied cheerfully, I know. Rumors about you have even reached Storama. He came over and patted his back. Welcome. He felt a bit flustered by the enthusiasm from Pochi's father, who was thinking, So this is the boy who is said to have shown an outstanding performance in the sword tournament in the Duchess's domain. The birth of a new star is the pride of Xara. He laughed happily. Pochi has made a good friend. He quickly invited Vlan inside. Please, come in. Let's talk while the meal is being prepared. As the host, I am delighted to have such distinguished guests visit us today. As he followed Owen Kano's lead, Vlan thought to himself, oh, right. He also said there were other guests. Are we going to be sitting together? Owen Kano suddenly spoke up. And everyone here is a flyer. Isn't that something to celebrate? Hearing this, Vlan couldn't hide his curiosity. Who could they be? They opened the door and entered. Vlan saw something unexpected. A man full of authority was sitting in front of the fireplace, surrounded by people. He immediately froze. Why is this person here? Is it a coincidence, or was this planned? The guest sitting in the chair, with his hands clasped together, spoke. It's been a while, hasn't it? Rutiger glanced over. What a surprise. Both Pochi and Vlan bowed in unison upon seeing Sir Rutiger. Sir Rutiger, I didn't think you would be here. Rutiger then asked him, I wonder if you would be all right with dining with me today. The food being prepared looks too appealing to refuse. On the outside, he was calm, but inside, his mind was screaming. Damn it, the atmosphere in here is completely wrong. As soon as I look up, I'm met with a barrage of eyes staring right at me. And they're all glares that could kill. It seems they really hate me. I can't possibly refuse Sir Rutiger's goodwill. But I have no choice. I have to go along with it. His guards are looking at me like they want to eat me alive. What can I do just sitting here like this? After careful consideration, Vlan answered seriously. Today is fine, since I was looking forward to it anyway. He hadn't expected such a confident reply. Rutiger smirked and asked, I hear you're on vacation. Are you free tomorrow? He didn't quite understand and immediately asked back, What do you mean, sir? Rutiger didn't hesitate to propose. Let's go somewhere tomorrow. The next day, when the sun was high overhead, the entire group of people and horses had gathered, ready for the trip at Rutiger's suggestion. As for him, he was just bored, so he kept staring at the beastkin girl in front of him. The girl turned her head, looked back, and snapped, Why do you keep staring at me? Is this the first time you've ever seen a beastkin? The girl's name was Dorothea, of the beastkin tribe, Lu clan. Vlan quipped, There's a first time for everything. Dorothea replied, Well, it'd be even weirder if you had seen one of us before. I hear you're from the back streets of Xara. How did you become a flyer? Hearing someone mention his origins, Vlan's face instinctively darkened. Why is that so fascinating to you? Considering his lordship's mage is a beastkin, that's stranger than my background. The girl was momentarily at a loss for a comeback. Furious, she could only glare at him. She asked again, Have you really used an aura before? How can you not ride a horse when you can already use an aura? She continued, Even that useless-looking guy knows how to ride a horse. He replied, In this world, anything can happen, can it? She retorted, But isn't this a bit much? I really can't believe a knight like you doesn't know how to ride a horse. Vlan grew more and more tired, to the point where he was too lazy to even explain. Does she know how to do anything besides run her mouth? Thinking about the days ahead, Vlan couldn't help but sigh. This vacation of mine is going to be a total disaster. How did it come to this? What a pain. Not getting the answer she wanted, she asked again, Are you even listening to me? And so, the two went at it, neither backing down. She'd say something, he'd say something back. He started first. Are all beastkin as talkative as you? Isn't that racist? Or are all mages this chatty? That's job discrimination. You wouldn't understand. Seeing the two behind him refusing to yield, Rutiger turned back to mediate. Dorothea, don't tease him too much. It was very difficult to get him to come here. Dorothea retorted. Unconvinced, that bastard keeps making an ugly face every time he looks at me. Rutiger explained that anyone would react that way if she kept bothering them. With no way to argue back, Dorothea silently swallowed her anger. She was furious. The group traveled a bit further. Rutiger's guard pointed ahead and asked for his master's opinion. Sir Rutiger, what about this area? Rutiger replied, It looks good. We'll have a better view since it seems very open around here. Seeing this, Pochi remarked that it looked like they would be hunting here. But deep down, he knew they didn't look like they were planning to hunt. They hadn't even released the falcons from their cages to scout. Rutiger's guard suddenly pointed into the distance. Sir Rutiger, over there. Following the guard's direction, Rutiger's expression wasn't pleased, but he spoke anyway. We've run into someone. I didn't expect to find a group of pilgrims here. Rutiger commanded, Raise the banner and show them our intentions, so they don't feel threatened. The family banner was quickly raised by the guard. Rutiger sat on his horse, his expression filled with arrogance, his hand gripping the sword at his side. Now then, shall we start looking for our prey? In the vast green meadow, a herd of horses grazed leisurely. The lead stallion, standing on a cliff, sensed that something was wrong. In other words, it felt a threat to their peaceful moments approaching. There was no doubt about it. A thundering sound was getting closer and closer. The lead stallion let out the first whinnies, warning its herd that deep beneath the earth, something was stirring ominously. Rudiger's troops were on a distant mountain, yet they moved parallel to the group of white-robed pilgrims on another. They rode on horseback, observing the pilgrims' situation. It seemed Rudiger was protecting them. Vlan, sitting in the carriage, had already observed this and deduced the truth. What hunt? This is clearly an escort mission. He never intended to come here to train falcons from the start. Lost in thought, the carriage hit a rock and jolted. He swayed in his seat. I'm getting motion sick. Maybe it's better to walk. The kind-hearted Pochi asked, Are you okay? Do you feel like throwing up? Vlan replied, It's not that bad. He didn't look well, slightly bowing his head and placing a hand over his left chest as he whispered, But my heart keeps pounding. Pochi asked again, Is it because the carriage is shaking so much? He answered evasively, What's there to complain about? I'll be fine after walking for a bit. Then he looked around. The scenery here is really beautiful. Pochi smiled brightly and said, Isn't it? I really wanted to show you this. Pochi added, These grasslands stretch all the way to Van. Sometimes monsters appear, but thanks to Sir Joseph, we have less to worry about this year. You don't trust Sir Joseph, Pochi confirmed. That's right. It's thanks to the expedition last winter that you also participated in. He suddenly remembered and exclaimed, That time? Vlan looked around and said, So I guess I played a part in creating this peaceful scenery. From a distance, he saw something rushing towards them and asked curiously, What is that? A herd of countless horses was charging towards them at an incredible speed. Seeing this, he let out a gasp. The herd quickly approached Vlan's group, seeming to flee from something. He froze at the terrifying sight, thinking over and over, What is this? What's happening? The herd was stampeding at full speed towards Vlan's group. A guard reported, It's a herd of wild horses, all of them well fed, Rudiger said. Right now, they're just uninvited guests. Noticing something strange, Rudiger's face darkened. But why are they moving south? All the soldiers were baffled. The guard found it strange too. That's right, it's very odd. They should be heading north where the new shoots are sprouting. Looking at the horses' urgent movements, Rudiger thought their actions are unusually urgent, as if they're being chased by something. Meanwhile, upon seeing the horses, Vlan had been clutching his chest, his face pale. He seemed to sense their fear and wondered, What are they so afraid of? Suddenly, an earthquake struck, throwing them into a panic. Sir Rudiger, is it an earthquake? He sensed it wasn't an earthquake. I remember this vibration very clearly. From beneath the ground, there was a sudden massive explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere in front of Rudiger's men. Everything descended into chaos as the creature emerged. Rudiger's group and the pilgrims all gaped in astonishment. One of the remnants, a subterranean death worm. As soon as it surfaced, it swallowed the horses that were still fleeing in terror. It bit down on a horse's head, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Witnessing this scene, the beast tribe maid shouted, Something's wrong. Death worms aren't carnivorous. Why is this happening? And then, her eyes widened in shock as she discovered the real reason a non-carnivorous species like it had become so insanely bloodthirsty. On top of its head was a glowing stone that was the cause of today's events. She screamed, That's a strange aura. Emanating from the death worm's head, the horses had changed direction. A guard immediately reported, Sir Rudiger, the wild horses have changed their course and are heading towards the pilgrims. The aura from its head then commanded it to turn towards the pilgrims, right where the horses were running. The pilgrims, realizing they were being targeted, began to shout, No, the death worm is chasing the pilgrims. Rudiger whipped around and asked Dorothea, what attracts a death worm? She answered honestly, Death worms have neither ears nor eyes, so they can only sense vibrations in the ground. Rudiger roared, Snap out of it and find a way to lure that thing over here, startling Dorothea. Yes, Sir Rudiger. Rudiger immediately gave an order to Vlan. Vlan, take Dorothea to high ground and protect her. The moment you find a way to get that thing's attention, send me a signal. Vlan quickly accepted the order. Yes, sir. As you command. Rudiger raised his sword and yelled, Everyone, listen up. His face became fierce. Whether this makes sense or not doesn't matter. What matters is being where we need to be and doing what we must do. Our duty is to fulfill the mission entrusted to us by the Count. The soldiers began to draw their swords for battle. Rudiger's troops charged forward, determined to protect the pilgrims. All the guards and soldiers responded in unison, roaring, Charge. Follow Sir Rudiger. As he advanced, Sir Rudiger thought, This worm isn't behaving normally, and this entire situation is bizarre. He immediately suspected that someone was behind this, manipulating the worm to do these things. Rudiger thought angrily, You've got some nerve. His gaze sharpened, aiming straight at the worm. This is the Count's territory. How dare you? A blazing red flame erupted from the sword, as if symbolizing Sir Rudiger's rage. At the peak of the highest mountain, the female mage was dropping magic vials to the ground. Doroshia anxiously fumbled for a potion vial. A vibration. A vibration. What color was the vibrating seal? Hearing the word seal, he turned to look, thinking it was some kind of mystery imbued with divine power and aura. Mystery. That makes for the perfect trio. Vlad marveled. There must be a reason she's Sir Rudiger's mage. At the same time, a giant vortex of fire suddenly appeared in the distance. Fatty stuttered in shock. What is that? The worm, being incinerated by Rutiger's flames, had to scream in agony. Fatty screamed. Sir Rutiger looks so badass right now, fighting that insect. Vlad watched from afar, completely stunned. He's incredible. He's on a completely different level. A voice spoke up. His sword technique is still unrefined. He didn't have time to prepare properly. Rutiger cursed under his breath. Damn it. Are you trying to tell me you're the toughest thing out here? The worm seemed to be preparing a counterattack from its mouth. The death worm opened its maw wide, aiming straight for Rudiger. He reacted instantly, kicking the stirrups hard. The monster suddenly slammed its head into the ground. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Rudiger and his horse dodged a devastating blast. It burrowed deep into the earth. Everyone couldn't help but ask with concern, Sir Rutiger, are you all right? Rutiger warned them gravely, don't let your guard down. This death worm is not something to be taken lightly. Standing in the crowd, Vlad happened to overhear their discussion. This is just too difficult. No matter how skilled he is, he can't possibly fight an opponent that's underground. Rudiger stood tall, full of righteous spirit. He raised his sword high and commanded, find it. It must be somewhere around here. In unison, they all shouted, yes, Sir Rudiger. Then he looked around, wondering to himself, where on earth is it? Suddenly, someone shouted, Sir Rudiger, look over there. A group of people could be seen clearly in the distance. The death worm continued to expand underground, causing the ground to bulge visibly. It was rushing toward that group of people. The soldier cried out, they're pilgrims. The death worm is heading straight for the group of pilgrims. Rudiger immediately spurred his horse on, shouting, damn it, after it, now. Vlad, over on his side, also grasped the situation. He quickly turned and called out, Doroshia, I think we need to hurry. But Vlad found Doroshia busy drawing something with her tail. He immediately lost his patience. Is this really the time to be playing games? Doroshia quickly explained. What are you talking about? I'm not playing around. This is a unique werewolf technique. Doroshia's drawing emitted a faint light. She grumbled, if you hadn't been bothering me, I would have been done by now. Once finished, she hurriedly said, Fadi, get this to Sir Rudiger, quickly. Just rub it or cut the paper in half to use it. The chubby kid cluelessly pointed to himself and asked, are you talking to me? Seeing his reaction, Doroshia felt like she was going to lose her mind. Making this location seal has already completely drained me. Now you expect me to walk all the way over to him. How am I supposed to make it in time? And this blondie here doesn't even have a horse to ride. Even with a horse, you might not be able to catch up. The death worm moves faster underground than on the surface. Sir Rutiger's knights don't even have a chance of catching it. Vlad heard everything Doroshia said. He thought, at this rate, it's going to get away. He reached out and snatched the paper from Doroshia. Vlad quickly started running. He resolved to himself, this is the last resort. Doroshia was startled by his action and cried out, Blondie, where are you going? That idiot. Vlad ignored her calls, charging straight ahead. Doroshia screamed, there's a cliff there. He paid her no mind, sliding down the cliff face, thinking to himself. From the very beginning, Sir Rudiger and Sir Joseph have had conflicts over the inheritance. On top of that, his knights are all the elites of Baez, so there's really no need for me to act. However, the more Vlad thought, the more scared he became. Thoughts of those animals kept circling in his mind. I still remember everything so clearly, deep down in my bones. That feeling of powerlessness as the vast world snatched away my home. Vlad gritted his teeth, struggling to focus. Focus the strength in your toes. Just as he was running down, he tripped on a jutting rock. Vlad couldn't react in time, his body flailing in midair. Next thing he knew, he was falling. Vlad's body tumbled down the cliff, slamming into one spot, then another. Vlad immediately curled into a ball, his body rolling down the cliff like a ball. After a few tumbles, Vlad finally hit the ground. From that height, it's hard to say. Vlad fell and sprawled on the ground. Then he painfully stumbled back to his feet, letting out a cry. Fatty, for some reason, cried with joy. Whoa, he did it. Doroshia, watching from above, was also surprised. He fell from that high and he's completely fine. Vlad clutched his stomach, panting heavily. Even he himself felt it was a miracle. I can't believe I'm still alive. I thought for sure I'd have broken a bone or two. Just then, Vlad's body suddenly began to glow with a mysterious blue light. At that moment, a horse was marching with the caravan. As if sensing something, it suddenly turned its head to look at Vlad. His entire body was enveloped in a beautiful blue light. The clear eyes of the black horse seemed to hold the same kind of light. The sword spoke up, explaining for him, "It's a blessing. If it weren't for the blessing of the serpent spirit, you would be dead." Vlad marveled. "That's incredible." "Yeah, so let's go there again sometime." He picked up his things and continued to run. With a sense of conviction, he thought, "There's definitely still a chance. For now, I have to go this way first." Vlad looked to the other side and exclaimed under his breath, "The pilgrims." Among the crowd was a familiar figure. Vlad stopped in his tracks. He suddenly remembered this priest from before. Vlad was stunned. Priest Endera. He's the leader of the pilgrim group. Vlad became more tense than ever, his eyes searching frantically. Where is Sir Rudiger? At that moment, Rudiger's troops were approaching. He couldn't even make out their shapes yet. Vlad worried they were still too far away. The death worm would harm the pilgrims before they could get there. He clutched the location seal in his hand, his tension at its peak. At this rate, the priest will be in danger. So this location seal. Vlad shut his eyes tight, struggling with the decision. The sword's voice echoed once more. Sometimes, coincidence takes the form of fate and forces you to make a choice. He muttered a curse. Damn it. The death worm was approaching fast. Vlad threw the location seal into the air. He thought to himself, I don't have time to hesitate anymore. I need to act now. Vlad drew his sword and swung it with a single, decisive strike. He reconsidered. To be more precise, I have to act. No more hesitation. With pure determination in his eyes, Vlad watched as the location seal activated, emitting a powerful blue light. Vlan's body was enveloped in light from the locating seal. A stream of sigils appeared, and in the blink of an eye, Vlan's sword was covered in glowing characters brimming with energy. He raised his sword and shouted, "Take this, you bastard." Vlan decisively plunged his sword into the ground. The entire space seemed to freeze, and then a powerful force erupted. The sword reminded him, it's still not enough. Amplify the fusion frequency to the point where you can summon your own world. Vlan focused with all his might, unleashing his power. A colossal wave of energy washed over him. Vlan's eyes flew open, his entire body was surrounded by immense power as a voice called out. "Look at me!" The death worm cried out from beneath the ground. Remnant of the fallen dragons. Vlan stood there, stock still. His expression was somewhat agitated. The death worm underground was losing patience and about to surface. Flying nearby, Rudiger Bays couldn't help but be astonished. Dorsh's group watched on with tension. Vlan broke into a light sweat. He stood alone against the massive death worm. It was an obvious mismatch, no matter how you looked at it. The death worm told him, I am right here. The death worm opened its massive maw, full of sharp fangs. It aimed straight for Vlan and dove down. A blow so powerful it shattered the very rock and earth. Vlan deftly dodged the attack and retreated. The spirit's voice warned him, don't even think about fighting it. You need to fall back. Your current strength isn't enough to battle that thing. The fact that you've held it here this long is already a great feat. Vlan glanced over at Rudiger Bays' troops. I know. Seeing them running over, Vlan wondered, aren't they ready yet? However, the death worm made a new move. It once again opened its mouth and lunged towards Vlan. He gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the sword in his hand. The death worm used the same move again, slamming its head into the ground. Vlan couldn't withstand the impact and was sent tumbling. He lifted his head, only to see the death worm burrowing into the ground. It would be even harder to deal with now that it had tunneled underground. Vlan cursed in frustration. Damn it. It went back underground again. He glanced around nervously, wondering, where is it? The sound of its movement echoed from the ground all around Vlan, making it difficult for him to pinpoint its location. Vlan tried to reason it out, left or right. He was suddenly horrified. Don't tell me. Is it heading for the pilgrims? Just then, Vlan looked down at his feet. He could feel the ground beneath him shaking violently, and visible cracks had already formed where he stood. The sword urgently warned him, get out of the way. But it was too late. The death worm erupted from the ground right under Vlan. He thought in panic, it's too late. Rudiger Bays witnessed the death worm rampaging not far away. He cried out, no! The death worm emerged from the earth. It stood tall amidst the chaos, and from within the swirling dust and smoke, the figure of a knight on horseback appeared. The horse was pure black. Rudiger Bays stared, stunned at the scene before him. The horse carried Vlan past the death worm, escaping the fray. Sitting on the horse's back, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. A horse. It's a real horse. I'm riding a horse. The sword spoke. Use your soul's world to look at its forehead. Vlan immediately did as he was told. He then saw a faint horn on the horse's forehead. He gasped. "This is?" The sword explained. "It's a spirit, a magnificent black horse with a single horn. This horse carries the bloodline of a unicorn, a lush green meadow bathed in gentle sunlight." In the next moment, horse's hooves galloped through, treading upon the green grass. Vlan rode the horse, his face filled with clear delight. Vlan rode majestically, laughing out loud as he galloped. It was obvious he was enjoying this feeling immensely. He smiled joyfully. Vlan stopped to take in the scenery. He thought to himself that the view from horseback was truly amazing. Vlan's perspective seemed to have widened. He spurred the horse forward, laughing with excitement. This is insane. But just as he was enjoying the moment, Rudiger Bays rode up beside him, calling out, "Vlan." As they rode side by side, he asked, "Are you all right?" Vlan replied, "Yes, Sir Rudiger, I'm fine." Rudiger Bays looked at Vlan's weapon thoughtfully. He embedded the sigil directly onto his own sword. He charged that ferocious beast without a moment's hesitation. Rudiger Bays began to see him in a different light, musing. A spirit willing to sacrifice himself for others. Huh. This young man charged into action with the disciplined spirit of a swordsman. Rudiger Bays suddenly told Vlan that his decision was both grand and courageous. "You have fulfilled your duty more nobly than any knight here." Vlan, a bit flustered, replied, "Huh. Oh, thank you, sir." Rudiger Bays probed him intentionally. "What do you think? Can you control that horse at will?" Rudiger Bays said with determination, "Only when that death worm is destroyed will the pilgrims be safe. We have to take a gamble now." Vlan replied, confused, "But that thing is a fallen dragon." But Rudiger Bays asserted, "You and I, we can do it." Rudiger Bays' eyes were filled with sharp determination. His expression made Vlan break out in a sweat. Looking towards the death worm, Rudiger Bays laid out a plan. "You have Dorsh's sigil and you're riding a magnificent horse, so you can try to lure it away. Lure it out of range of the pilgrims, and then we attack it." Having just learned to ride, he wasn't very confident. "Can I really ride this horse?" But then the horse suddenly glanced back at him. When Vlan saw its eyes, he understood. "I see. You're here to save your herd too. All right then, let's do this together." Vlan chose to trust his horse. He replied to Rudiger Bays, "Yes, sir. I can do it." Rudiger Bays said, "Good. Circle around that hill and come back to me. I'll be waiting on the other side." Rudiger Bays immediately spurred his horse and left. "Yes, Sir Rudiger." Vlan rode away from Rudiger Bays' group. The death worm was immediately drawn to him. Vlan glanced over his shoulder. The death worm was indeed chasing him, still as ferocious as ever. Vlan looked quite pleased. "That's right. Just keep chasing me like a good little worm." He shouted, "Let's go." Vlan, alone on his horse, headed straight for the designated target. Seeing Vlan's speed, the group behind him was astonished. How can he accelerate so quickly? A slight smile pulled at Rudiger Bays' lips. He couldn't help but praise. Both rider and horse are very skilled. Vlan lured the death worm out of the danger zone. The sword reminded him, "Lower your sword to the ground. You must let your very existence flow through the sigil's vibrations." Vlan obeyed, spurring his horse while dragging his sword on the ground. As the horse galloped on, it left a long, glowing trail on the earth. Vlan gritted his teeth, shouting as he rode. A voice reached him. "Look, boy, there's a dragon chasing you." As resolute as ever, the voice continued. "It's following the light you're emitting." Everything was going according to plan. Rudiger Bays moved forward. He gave an order to his soldiers. "All of you, evacuate the pilgrims to safety. The remaining soldiers will prepare for an emergency." They shouted in unison. "Yes, Sir Viger." V rode out into an open field, with the corpse worm behind him, shattering a cliff face in its pursuit. Rudiger Bays saw the situation up ahead and thought to himself, "It's here." Now, it was Rudiger Bays' turn. He drew his sword, and the air grew scorching hot, as if on fire. Rudiger Bay lightly tapped the gleaming blade, and the surroundings turned into burning lava. He was still leading the corpse worm, nearing his destination. He looked ahead, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was Rudiger Bay, standing there amidst a relentlessly expanding inferno. Seeing his surprise, the longsword explained, "He is temporarily expanding his inner world. This is a method that can only be used by knights who are capable of deep self-reflection." Rudiger Bay, he is a much more powerful knight than I thought. Witnessing this firsthand, V could only remark that the man was so ferocious he could easily burn down his own world. The death worm aimed its terrifying maw towards the spirit unicorn in V, but suddenly, something else caught its attention. It slowed down, a change V immediately noticed. The death worm was no longer chasing him. It closed its mouth. This made the boy anxious. This is bad. The dragon remnant has detected the threat from Sir Rudiger's soul world. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, I can't let this happen." My own soul world is too weak to draw that monster's attention again. I have to buy him more time to gather his strength. While he was lost in thought, trying to figure out how to stall the monster, the spirit unicorn suddenly turned back towards the death worm. He shouted in alarm. What's going on? The unicorn continued straight for the monster. V cried out anxiously, What are you doing, kid? Where do you think you're going? But the unicorn didn't hesitate, running in circles right in front of the monster, despite V's panic on its back. Hey, this is way too close to that monster. It let out a long neigh, as if trying to say something. Whoa, that's amazing. V couldn't help but exclaim, completely astonished by what was happening. A stream of light shot out from the spirit unicorn's forehead. The unicorn reared up on its hind legs, and the longsword explained, Your soul world and the blessing of the white serpent are resonating with this horse. A sacred, long-forgotten secret is rising from the memories within your soul world. This successfully drew the death worm's attention. It seemed to sense this powerful surge from the soul world. A brilliant, bluish-white light radiated from where he and V stood. The monster was now completely fixated on them. It advanced, its mouth full of jagged, sharp teeth gaping open. Everything was going according to plan. He shouted, Let's go. A hornless unicorn and a horseless knight. On some distant horizon where you and I met, we became one. In that pitch-black night sky, a single white star appeared. The man and the unicorn sped towards Sir Rudiger. Meanwhile, Rudiger, sword in hand, was concentrating with all his might to make his soul world's power grow even stronger, a red aura surrounding him. On the other side, the boy and the unicorn were trying to hold back the monster. It's still not enough. I need a little more time. Rudiger's soul world was growing stronger, but he needed to be faster because it was only a matter of time until this monster lost interest in them. Sweat rolled down V's face. I'm at my limit. I can't squeeze out another drop of energy. The sound of galloping hooves thundered from behind. 2 riders on 2 horses quickly closed in on him. No, to be exact, it was 4 riders on 4 horses, all coming to help him. They shouted encouragement. Don't give up, kid. Keep going. They were the 4 renowned knights. With them here, things would be all right. All of them coming together caused the resonating soul world to expand. The brown-haired man rode up beside V and shouted, Hey, kid, just keep moving forward like this and ride past Sir Rudiger. The boy quickly replied, Yes. They were getting closer to Rudiger. V called out, Sir Rudiger. Hearing the call, Rudiger opened his eyes. The surrounding flames blazed brilliantly. He had gathered enough power. Just as the death worm arrived, its hideous mouth wide open. Excellent. Now, it's my turn. This is the domain of Bay, a land where monsters like you are forbidden from causing any chaos. His eyes blazed with furious sparks. Rudiger then used his sword to create a massive, fiery tornado, his burning rage consuming everything around him. Begone. He slashed his sword towards the monster. The powerful flames lit up the entire area. All the pilgrims and Priestess Dorothea were utterly astonished as they witnessed this heroic spectacle. As for the 4 knights, they were immensely satisfied. V, however, looked down, lost in thought. So this is the world of a knight capable of deep self-reflection? A true and incredibly powerful soul world. The monster was incinerated by the flames Sir Rudiger had created. This was far beyond ordinary. Seeing the soul worlds of the knights felt like looking up at an infinitely tall mountain. He thought of the other knights. I wonder if Godwin could do something like this. Sir Jagger and Sir Pablo simultaneously asked themselves, could I do that too? V gripped his sword tightly. Of course, you can. If your soul world is stable enough that nothing in this world can make it waver. Rudiger sank to one knee, leaning on his sword. The monster before them had been burned to ash, leaving only brilliant flames dancing on the grassland. V walked over to Rudiger and asked, Are you all right, sir? He turned around, his face weary, but he didn't forget to praise the boy. Welcome back. You did a great job. The young man looked at the field before them with some concern. With a fire this big, won't it burn down the entire grassland? He answered gently, The grass here is quite damp, so it'll be fine. It'll just get a little scorched and then go out on its own. And with that, the battle was over. He seemed to have used up all his strength. His whole body was trembling, but he still wanted to joke with the kid. More importantly, right now, I'd kill for a beer. Though he tried to stand, he was completely exhausted and plopped right back down on the grass. Oh, boy. I guess this is the price you pay for expanding your soul world to its absolute limit. He held out a hand to V. Care to help me up? But instead of pulling Sir Rudiger up, he chose to plop down beside him. I'd rather just fall with you. Rudiger looked at his outstretched hand, a little dejected. He sighed with a slight smile and changed the subject to something more cheerful. You're pretty good at riding that horse, you know. Not at all like the rumors that you can't ride, huh? V answered confidently. As you can see, the problem was never with me. Rudiger looked up at the horse and commented, "That's a pretty special horse," V admitted. "It is." A shadow flickered past his face. A voice rang out, impressive. The brown-haired knight spoke, "You're pretty tough for a kid, huh? Good enough to break through my vassals." He looked at the boy with admiration. "Good job, kid. See you around." Rudiger sat beside him with a cheerful expression, while Vlan scratched his ear in embarrassment. "Thank you, sir." Suddenly, a voice called out to Vlan. It was Father Andera. He stood up, placing a hand over his chest in a salute. "I'm glad you're safe." The priest's eyes shone as if he just had a revelation. "Oh, I see. Now I understand." He recalled the scene with the great serpent, where the same light had appeared. "I knew I had seen that light before." He raised both hands. It was the light that pierced the deepest darkness. He took the boy's hand, and the priest knelt before him. "Thank you, Vlan of Xara." This was so unexpected that the boy could only respond politely. "Yes, Father." The priest closed his eyes and prayed, "O Lord, to this child who has received your will, who acts only upon your will." Following the priest's lead, the rest of the flock knelt and prayed in unison. "Please comfort the child, who protected his spiritual world, and bless this shining boy with your mercy and compassion." In the middle of the vast meadow, a beam of light shot down from the sky, illuminating the boy. Today, countless hearts merged into a single ray of light. His spiritual world had expanded. The sunset enveloped the magnificent castle of Count BS. A letter arrived. The Count stood by the window, letter in hand, and asked the person behind him, "Are you sure this is true?" Ragmus affirmed, "Yes, my lord." Dorothea sent word through the crystal ball. The Count angrily crumpled the letter in his hand. "I only sent them as a precaution. I can't believe we're dealing with dark magic now." Ragmus speculated. "It seems some of them have remained in the north." The Count was worried. The Empire has always turned a blind eye to this, which is why ancient, cursed creatures are slowly reappearing. The old man tried to soothe him, but at least we have some good news. The Count agreed, "You're right. That kid's name keeps popping up lately." He mentally reviewed the incidents involving the boy. Last year's monster hunt, the duel of honor at the lake. Now he's involved in the traveler's business. If it weren't for him, Bay would have been disgraced. Truly admirable, the Count ordered, "Summon Joseph." Ragmus questioned him. "Are you really going to permit it, my lord?" He turned and affirmed, "We must grant privileges to those who have earned them." As dusk fell upon the vast plains, everyone set up tents for shelter. They lit 2 large bonfires and gathered around them for warmth. Not far away, Vlan had also lit a small fire. He sat cross-legged, intently cleaning his sword. He carefully wiped away the scratches on the blade. He muttered, "Looking at you like this. You must have been through a lot, haven't you?" Rudiger, sipping wine as he walked, approached Vlan and said, "Why are you sitting all by your lonesome?" The boy turned to greet him. "Sir Rutiger." He knelt on one knee beside the fire and asked, "Where's that blockhead?" The boy replied, "I think Dorothea dragged him off to do something." Rutiger, who seemed a bit tipsy, continued to question Vlan. "And Father Andera?" Vlan, still focused on cleaning his sword, answered, "He's praying with his flock." The knight sighed, "Everyone's busy, huh?" Then, he offered the bottle to the boy. "Want a sip?" The boy turned and hesitated. "I'm cleaning my sword, so." His voice turned melancholic. "You're rejecting me again." He looked up, closed his eyes, and recalled their previous encounters. "You didn't take the peanuts I offered you. You brushed my hand away when I tried to help you up. Come to think of it, you've rejected me every time I've approached you. Did Joseph tell you to do that?" The boy carefully took the bottle from Rudiger with both hands. "It's not that," he exclaimed in surprise. "This is whiskey." The knight raised his index finger and added, "The kind noble's drink." The boy raised the bottle to his lips, smiling to himself. They're brothers, after all. Their personalities may be different, but their taste is exactly the same. Vlan's sword then caught Rutiger's attention. He reminded the boy, "You'll have to get that sword looked at when we get back." Vlan stopped drinking and replied, "I already went to the smithy a few days ago. He said the hilt has to be removed." The knight took the bottle back. "Huh? It seems fine. Why remove it?" The boy held up the sword. He said the connection between the hilt and the blade is too dangerous. "Unless I can find the person who made it, I'll have to get rid of the hilt." Rutiger raised the bottle for a drink. "A sword is like its owner." The boy continued, "That's why I refused. You know I don't want to lose it. Everything this sword holds is a memory to me." Hearing the boy's confession, the knight paused. "Even so, you have to get it fixed. It's looking a bit rusty." The boy held the sword up in front of him to admire it and replied, "Yes, that's why I have to find the one who forged it." The knight grew a bit curious. "And where would that person be?" The boy's face turned somber as he said, "Xara." "I see. You always said you were from Xara." Rudiger looked at the boy affectionately. "Xara, the shining land." "Vlan, The nickname fits perfectly, because today, this boy was the one who shone the brightest, and his eyes shone the brightest too. Now he fully understood. So that's the reason. The reason his younger brother went to such great lengths to secure the boy's service. Rudiger staggered to his feet and surmised, "You can't get it fixed right away, can you?" He continued, "If you're that desperate to prove yourself, someone will acknowledge you sooner or later." The boy probably didn't understand his words just yet. Rudiger placed a hand on his shoulder. "I mean, you've done well to have survived this long. The sword will find someone to repair it." He walked away, not forgetting to wave and call back, "Get some sleep. We're heading straight for Starama tomorrow." The boy watched his retreating figure, feeling a renewed sense of confidence. He's right. One day, I will definitely get it fixed, because this sword and I have a place to return to. He cherished the blade, smiling as it reminded him of someone, and of the wonderful days in Xara. On the vast plains, 3 bonfires warmed the cold space. The sound of hooves echoed from the mountainside. Among all the people there, it only had eyes for the boy. The spirit unicorn stared intently at him. In its eyes, the boy's entire body emitted a cool blue light, the same gentle blue light as the celestial spirits behind it. Night had also fallen over the Count's castle. In a luxurious room, 2 women were seated at a table. One was embroidering, while the other held a book of embroidery patterns. In the circular hoop was the image of a lush tree. She pulled the needle through and asked, "This should be good enough, right?" She held the embroidery up for the maid. "What do you think? Does it look like a Hino tribe hat?" The maid, still holding the pattern book, replied, "Yes, my lady. It looks exactly like the drawing in the book." She placed the finished piece on the table and picked up a blank embroidery hoop. "Perhaps I'll just embroider another one, shall I?" The maid quickly turned to a new embroidery pattern and replied, "Here you are," the lady said calmly. "You don't need to show me. I've already memorized every single stitch." She confided while embroidering, "You know, this is the first time I've ever done this. When I was a little girl, I only ever saw my mother do it." The maid smiled cheerfully. "Well, that makes it all the more precious, my lady." The lady agreed. "That's true. This tradition is slowly being forgotten anyway. The knights these days are all coddled in silk and luxury. They're not worthy of carrying that flag." It was a white flag, carefully hung on a T-shaped frame. She emphasized that only they, the true knights, were permitted to raise this flag. Dawn broke with a clear sky. Above the vast green plains, the carriage procession continued on its way. Rudiger Bays rode alongside a young knight, gazing at the surroundings in admiration. The young knight said, "It's a magnificent sight. I've never seen anything like it." He couldn't contain the excitement in his voice. The scene was of a herd of horses and a group of people running freely together, led by the unicorn spirit, No, who was galloping prominently at the front. Rudiger replied, "You're right. This is truly a rare sight. This is probably the first and also the last time." He then turned his head to look back. He saw Vlan in the carriage, staring intently outside, and thought to himself, in this brief time they've known each other, perhaps they have both become very special to one another. Vlan pursed his lips and thought, I knew that this was the moment we had to say goodbye, watching No run wildly out there. A sharp, longing look appeared in his eyes. Because there is something I must do. Outside, No glanced back at him. And you also have the responsibility of leading your herd. Suddenly, the galloping unicorn spirit came to an abrupt halt, its momentum causing it to rise up on its hind legs. The herd of horses behind it also stopped, watching it stand tall and neigh with pride. In the carriage, Vlan smiled upon seeing No's action. His affectionate eyes held a hint of sadness. The time has come, and No looked back at him with sincere eyes. Our journey together can only go this far. Under the brilliant sunlight, the human and the spirit exchanged a final, parting gaze. Goodbye. Sitting with Vlan, Priest Endera spoke comforting words. You shouldn't be too sad about having to say farewell. Successfully getting his attention, the boy slowly replied, It was just something I said in the heat of the moment. But his sad, reluctant expression clearly showed the emotions he was trying to hide. But seeing the boy's expression, Endera smiled gently and comforted him. It's true that it's very difficult for people to speak their true feelings. He closed his eyes, speaking from the bottom of his heart. Our lives are a cycle of meetings and partings. Parting will bring you to tears, while meeting will bring happiness. He glanced outside gently. Even I can see that this was a truly wonderful encounter. I wonder when you and it will be able to meet again. In any case, the depth of a bond isn't simply determined by the time spent together. Vlan smiled gently, thinking, That's right, we'll meet again someday. We definitely will. The unicorn was still standing on high ground, watching over the group. It was their promise. The scene shifts to Count Baze's mansion in the middle of a torrential downpour. In the pitch-black room, only occasional flashes of lightning could be seen. Count Joseph sat on a chair in the center of the room, one hand on his head, deep in thought. He spoke to his aide. You say the house of Count Rafnoma has fallen? Ragmus, standing opposite him, reported, Yes, Count. We just received the urgent news. Joseph had been worried for a while that the actions of the western territories were strange, but who would have thought it would come to this? He rubbed his forehead with a frown. Is the house of Count Gaida that powerful? It seems the western houses have rallied around Gaida and formed an alliance. It seems even Rafnoma, the ruler of the west, was defeated due to being outnumbered. Joseph continued to question Ragmus. Why has the royal family done nothing? The old man replied that they couldn't find out what was happening in the capital, so Count Joseph placed a hand on the armrest, stood up, and interrupted. I understand, he thought to himself. The North has a much more distinct identity than any other region. That's because it isn't subject to the influence of the royal family and the power from the capital, thanks to the strong city walls it has built. He walked slowly toward the window, but because of that, it's impossible to know what's happening in other lands. Looking at the pouring rain outside, he continued, I never expected a county's house to fall so easily, and not just an ordinary family, but a covenant guardian family. He frowned, thinking that the laws and traditions of the past no longer held any meaning because of the new rulers. The Count concluded that this was a turbulent era. Ragmus, behind him, agreed. That's right, my lord. No matter how loose the Empire's authority becomes, there must be a limit. The fall of the house of Count Rafnoma is likely a sign of a new era. Lost in thought, Joseph suddenly noticed something. Through the window, he saw many white-robed pilgrims below, carrying a cloth-wrapped chest that was carefully bound with ropes. He frowned and gritted his teeth. Damn it, they aren't pilgrims. They're refugees from Rafnoma, arriving with the Old Covenant. An old man leading the group carried the white chest inside. Meanwhile, back with Vlan, his expression was helpless. What should I do? Vlan stood there hesitantly, sweating profusely. He stood in front of the door but didn't dare to knock. Rescuing the pilgrims was a good thing, but since I helped Sir Jagger, Sir Joseph won't be happy. Thinking of the one-eyed Sir Jagger and how he would react, he growled to himself. That brat. Are you insane? It's your fault I'm in this mess. Sir Jagger might just beat me to death. Despite that thought, he raised his hand to knock. There's nothing I can do about it now, he reported. I have arrived, my lord. Joseph. The person inside called out, Come in. Vlan cautiously opened the door and entered. Joseph was writing something, with Jagger beside him. Joseph asked, You're back a day early, aren't you? The boy replied nervously, Yes, my lord. That's just how things turned out. Hearing this, Joseph remained calm. I've heard as much. You weren't injured, were you? I'm fine, sir. Vlan. Joseph instructed. That's good. Even so, you should still take proper care of yourself. The boy was surprised. Yes, my lord. I will do as you say. But in his heart, he thought, So, is everything all right? He seems like his usual self. Suddenly, Joseph looked up at him. His gaze carried a fury that felt like it could burn him to a crisp. Vlan immediately regretted his thoughts. No way. How could I have been so stupid? I'm so dead now. I knew it. He's furious. Joseph slowly spoke again. It seems, as you can see, that I don't know much about the dark alleys where you used to live. Hearing those words startled him a bit. He folded his hands, his cold expression unchanging as he continued to ask. I've heard that the gang conflicts their only end, when all members of a gang are either dead or have surrendered. Is that true? Vlan was surprised. Why was he suddenly asking him about this? But he still answered, Yes, my lord. I believe that's the case. Joseph pressed on. So you're saying it's not even possible to send a letter there? That question left Vlan even more bewildered. Pardon? What letter are you referring to? Joseph clarified. I'm talking about a letter to your lover at the monastery. He was referring to Gemina. Vlan was exasperated. She's just a friend. Joseph continued. Whatever she is, it's not like I'm just now learning about the situation there. I'm talking about the fact that we can't send a message to Xara for fear that the people there will be harmed. I want to be understanding, but resolving this issue will take a lot of time and effort. Vlan remained silent, not knowing what to say. Joseph continued. That man, one-armed Jack, certainly has his own value. Vlan thought that was probably true. After all, that greedy man must have used a large sum of money to establish relationships with the people in power in Xara. Joseph pushed himself up from his desk. But you have done an excellent job of proving your worth to me. He walked away from his desk. Since you have endured so many hardships for my sake, I should repay you, as we promised. This made Vlan curious. Joseph walked over and stood before a stately flag, telling him, This is a banner that represents a person's honor. It said that in his time, knights always carried a banner like this. After saying that, he fell into thought for a moment, something I can never have in this lifetime. So I decided I would give it to a knight to carry. And you? He glanced at Vlan, thinking the boy was more than ready to take it with both hands. He solemnly took the banner down with his own hands. You are worthy of carrying your own banner, and House Bay will guarantee that worthiness. As I promised that day, House Bay will give you its full support. His expression softened slightly as he told him, You have received a title from Lady Alicia and are a subordinate of House Bay. Vlan, hold your head high with pride under your own banner. He stood before the boy, holding the banner with both hands as he advised, Take this and return to your homeland. Go and sweep away the useless fools who have shackled you. Find your true freedom, and then return to me once more. Those sincere words from the second son of House Bay left Vlan completely stunned. Joseph smiled at him. Mr. Jagger smiled too, and Vlan's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. He saw the good memories of his life flashing before his eyes. The simple sword given to him by the girl and the old man. The identification card authenticated by the priest, the handkerchief embroidered with the noble lady's name, and even the banner with the family crest. All of these things had formed the roots of the young man. He knelt on one knee. All of this was the culmination of everything he had achieved. He knelt before Joseph, with a sharp gaze, a grateful smile, and 2 streams of tears running down his determined face as he spoke with reverence. As you command, my lord, in the lavish mansion. Joseph sat on a chair in the middle of the solemn room. Below the steps were old Ragam and a group of people completely covered in white cloth robes. The group's representative was an old man standing before a mysterious box covered with a white cloth and bound by iron chains. Looking down at the hall, Peter was the first to speak. So that is the proof of the pact. The white cloth covering the box was removed, revealing a red and black chest carved with the winding shape of hard scales on its surface. It was carefully locked with multiple chains, and in the center was a round, red lock carved in the shape of a dragon. Priest Endera placed a hand behind his back, gesturing to the chest as he replied, Yes, Lord Count. The dragon's fragment currently lies within. The image of a massive dragon screaming in agony under a knight's blade appeared as he spoke, a fragment belonging to the true dragon of perfection, who was once defeated by the founding king. Hearing this, Count Peter nodded in understanding. Looking down, Priest Endera placed a hand over his left chest and bowed respectfully. It is most regrettable to have to say these words, but the house of Count Raffinoma is the only family in the West capable of protecting the pact. Peter closed his eyes and spoke slowly and softly. I understand. I will dispatch my knights to you. I will provide my full support in moving the proof of the pact as safely as possible within my means. Please make yourselves comfortable here as our guests until the preparations are complete. Endera bowed his head sincerely. Thank you, my lord Count. Behind him, the group in white cloaks who had come with him covered the chest with a white cloth again. Together, they carried the chest and moved outside. Count Peter remained seated in silence. Peter's face showed a hint of worry. Suddenly, DM spoke, consoling him. Do not worry too much about it, Lord Count. They have no other choice. Peter descended the stairs, each step heavy. I know. From a Westerner's perspective, the only guardian family of the pact that can match them in strength is. He paused for a moment before continuing. The ruler of the north, Duke Timer Baranov. He stood silently before the window, his mind a tangle of thoughts. I know there's not much I can do to help them with this, but at least my actions can help lighten the burden on the shoulders of those pilgrims. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on something outside. Oh, I haven't seen that banner in a very long time. This surprised old Ragam, who asked, Pardon. He walked closer to the window to look outside with Peter. I see it now. The image of a banner stood out. Ragam continued, It has been a very long time since I last saw that banner fly. The 2 men stood watching the carriage to which the banner was attached, and then the Count spoke. He could have rested for a while before setting off. Old Ragam speculated. Perhaps he cannot control his own eager anticipation. Peter seemed to understand, thinking to himself, That's right. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to contain myself either, if I were returning to my homeland. He remembered the image of that knight proudly raising the banner full of family crests. A true knight is one who can be the master of himself. In his mind, he silently encouraged the young knight, Go. Go back to your homeland and fulfill your duty. The carriage left the city, carrying a determination for which the banner was proof. In contrast to the sturdy, sparkling city, there were still slums somewhere. There were suffering people with no families or homes, wandering the streets. A person in a black, hooded cloak stepped forward. The sign of an inn appeared in the darkness. A group of men were shouting raucously in front of a room. When are you going to come out? Model. They were rowdy. Tonight's my night. Come out and play with me. Another voice cut in your dreams. The one with the most money gets to talk. Crude words spewed from their mouths, aimed at the girl hidden behind a screen in that room. They kept shouting, Pour me a drink. Marcella. That was the name of the beautiful girl putting on her makeup, the one they've been calling for. A voice in the room said to her, "They're acting like a bunch of pigs out there. If you're ready, then get out there." A heavily made-up old woman with silver hair, a hooked nose, and a long pipe in her hand continued, "You need to serve as many men as possible tonight if you ever want to pay off that debt. Get to it, you wretch." Marcella shot the old woman a sharp glance, and the woman scowled, annoyed by her piercing gaze. Suddenly, the old woman stepped forward and grabbed her chin. "Let's see how long you can keep up that defiant attitude. We have plenty of time. In the end, you'll be stuck here until your body begins to rot." Her words were dripping with provocation. Marcella seemed surprised, but quickly regained her composure. She flashed a bright smile and let out a snide remark. "Live a long life, madam." The old woman froze, her eyes silently judging. This insolent thing. No matter how you crush it, it always fights back. The old woman crossed her arms, turned her back, and ordered, "Hurry up and get ready, and get out there now." Marcella placed the lipstick brush on the table. She thought to herself with confidence, "Well, I managed to climb to a pretty good position for someone with such a shameful background." She flipped her hair with a chic, self-mocking laugh. "Even so, life here isn't all that different from before. But at least I'm still alive, unlike the other girls who lost their lives in this chaotic kingdom." She gathered her long skirt, stood up, and strode outside. Immediately, the crowd of men erupted in shouts. "She's here. I've been waiting for you, Marcella." Her inner monologue continued as she looked at the men, who seemed like disgusting demons starved for carnal pleasure. "This is the path to my own destruction." They were causing a ruckus in the small corner. Nearby, the old woman puffed on her pipe. "Come now. Have you all been waiting that long? Whichever one of you gentlemen is eager to taste the sweet nectar of the black rose, show me the shine of your gold coins." Instantly, the men who only think with their lower halves started shouting, "Here, 1 gold coin." Another man scoffed, "1 gold coin? I'll bid 2. There were even viler men among them. "Can we pool our money? We'll put in 3 gold coins together." They argued endlessly. "You pig-headed fool, you think that'll work? In that case, I'll pay 3 gold coins myself." Voices overlapped as they fought. "You madman, that's my money too." The old woman smirked with a greedy smile, thinking to herself, "How delightful. This wilted flower is surprisingly good at making money. I'll slowly drain all her sweet nectar and then toss her aside like the wretch she is." A bald man shouted, "4 gold coins. That's my final offer." The old woman grinned, satisfied. "Finally, a price that sounds halfway decent." The others stared at the man who shouted the price with disbelief. "Hey, you have 4 gold coins?" The other men pouted and cursed under their breath. "Damn it. I could have a month of fun with other girls for 5 gold coins." The old woman glanced at Marcella with a smug expression and began to speak. But then, a voice suddenly rang out, 100 gold coins, sending all the men there into a stunned silence. The old woman's eyes widened in astonishment. Everyone turned, searching for the owner of that voice. The old woman, shocked, thought she must have misheard. "What?" Footsteps sounded on the stairs, and a firm voice repeated, "I will pay 100 gold coins." Marcella shuddered, her fingers digging into her own arm. That sound. She remembered someone's footsteps. It was an old, familiar sound that brought back the image of a man with a sword, covered in blood, the one who brought destruction to her family long ago. That gaze, that smile, so cold-blooded. It was Godwin. His was the sound that reminded her of those old days. The man reached the top of the stairs. The old woman stammered, "Es, sir. Did you just say 100 gold coins?" He walked past the filthy men and approached the counter, exuding a terrifying, murderous aura. The men stared at him in fear, parting to let him through, all silently wondering, who the hell is this guy? His presence is no joke. He reached the counter. "May I sit here?" The old woman observed him intently, sizing him up. Everything he wore was expensive. Even if the 100 gold coins were a bluff, he could easily pay her 10. She put on what could be called a friendly smile. "Here's the menu." But he held up a hand to refuse. "No need. Even after being away from this place for so long, I still remember these dishes. Grilled sausage and black pudding, with a side of potato cake and bran bread." Hearing those words, Marcella's eyes widened. After speaking, he lowered the hood of his cloak and finished his order. "Just give me her usual." Marcella covered her mouth with both hands in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. She remembered a scene with the 3 of them back then, when the color gold didn't come from the rod of lust and desire. It was the color of the peace he radiated, a reminder of a peaceful past when Marcella used to bathe him. The color that little boy carried with him back then has now returned, shimmering with a metallic sheen. V placed a hand on his chest, his eyes on the verge of tears, and said, "I'm home, Marcella." He and she just stood there, looking at each other, filled with emotion and nostalgia. Marcella, hearing the shocking news, covered her face as tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks. She stood there, stunned for a moment. V, now in the guise of Vlan, simply stood there in silence, his striking blue eyes filled with unreadable emotions. He looked at her sorrowfully, when suddenly something made Marcella startle and her eyes fly open. She covered one side of her mouth with her hand, her expression grave as she whispered to V, "Get out of here, hurry. This place is completely controlled by Jack's men." While she was talking to V, in the distance, an old woman was watching the two of them. She had a scowl on her face and looked like a very difficult person. She wondered to herself, "What's this? Do they know each other? There's something strange between them. I have to separate them, just in case something unexpected happens." With that thought, she turned away, her gaze sharp. On the other side of the room, a group of men were gathered. The old woman beckoned to them with her hand. A red-haired boy and a scarred man noticed her, their cold expressions unchanging. As if understanding her signal, they all stood up. The heavy sound of many footsteps stomped on the floorboards. Marcella saw the group of fierce, burly men approaching and began to tremble. V also seemed to sense the approaching danger. As they drew closer, he took the moment to say to her, "Before I pay, I have a few scores to settle." The old woman, standing at a distance, was taken aback by his question and asked, "What for?" As if hearing her, he shouted. The sound startled her. Vlan turned around, his eyes changing to a glowing green, his face completely emotionless. "There's something I need from him." The sight before them startled and confused the men. The scarred man spoke up. "This psycho is ridiculous." With that, he drew his sword, ready to fight. "How dare you say the boss's real name?" Before he could finish his sentence, something sliced across his throat. Red sprayed everywhere, and then a black shadow shot forward like a bolt of lightning. A single slash from his sharp iron sword. Vlan had taken down the scarred man, his expression still unwavering, cold and ruthless. A few drops of blood splattered onto his handsome face. The man died before he even knew what was happening. He collapsed to the floor before everyone's stunned eyes. Everyone stood frozen, staring at Vlan as if they couldn't believe what had just happened. Even Marcella was shocked by his actions. The scarred man's blood pooled on the floor. The old woman was the first to react. She screamed in terror. Vlan spoke, "Everyone, be quiet." In his hand, he still held the sharp blade that had just killed a man. He continued, "Shut your mouths and wait." The old woman was still terrified, beads of sweat forming on her face. His voice remained cold as he said, "If that bastard doesn't pay up, I'll take your lives to make up for it." The old woman was trembling with fear, but the remaining men didn't back down. They all raised their swords and shouted, "What nonsense is he talking? Who the hell are you? Who sent you?" Vlan's eyes flashed, his face darkening as dozens of swords pointed at him. Suddenly, a voice called out a name, Jagger. It was Vlan. His face was the same, only now it looked more fierce and terrifying. "I am the last blade of Jagger." The men asked again in astonishment. "The blade of Jagger?" One of them suddenly shouted, "I remember now. Blonde hair, green eyes. That bastard is Vlan." Another man asked in disbelief, "What, that punk? Wasn't he already taken care of?" Another replied, "How should I know? What's important is the price on his head. If we can just take him down, the boss will surely reward us with countless gold and silver. If you were going to stay alive, you should have known to stay hidden. Did you come here just to die?" With that, the whole group charged forward to fight Vlan to the death. He remained calm, his steps firm as he advanced. "Enough nonsense. Come on. Just like that day. Come and try to kill me." His powerful words and fierce expression made the entire group break out in a cold sweat. Vlan appeared both heroic and terrifying. The men asked in confusion, is he really the same kid from back then? He's more like a bloodthirsty wolf now." In their eyes, the image of a mighty, green-eyed wolf appeared, filled with a ferocious dignity, ready to tear a man apart at any moment. Vlan grew impatient. "Are you just going to stand there?" He moved like the wind, his small but deadly sword cutting down the first man in a single strike. As he moved, he said, "Fine, then I'll attack first." Suddenly, one of them ran up from behind to launch a sneak attack. He spun around, blocking the man's move and striking him in the stomach, leaving him stunned on the spot. Another one fell at his hands. Seeing this, the others didn't hesitate and charged straight for him. The scene was pure chaos. Vlan targeted one man, his eyes cold as steel as he aimed his sword straight at him. Every swing of the blade was met with a scream. The sword pierced through the man's head, every scream marking another life taken as another man collapsed at his feet. "I won't spare a single one of you." The sword flashed again and again. One man, two men, three men. One by one, they fell before the handsome, cold-blooded face of Vlan. Marcella witnessed the bloody scene before her, and trembling, she covered her mouth to stifle a sound, her face drenched in tears. Elsewhere, a framed picture showed a beautiful woman with a red flower in her hair. A burly man was drunk, downing bottle after bottle of liquor, Thump, the sound of something being slammed on the table. One-handed Jack sat sulking in his chair. He looked up at the ceiling, thinking to himself, Jagger. Ever since he disappeared, Sarah's back alley has pretty much become my territory. I need to go even further. I'm not the type to stay in one place. He raised his anchor-like hand into the air, admiring it. That's why I don't hesitate to take everything from others, their wealth, their territory. I use the bodies of my enemies as a ladder to climb higher. Only when I've reached the absolute limit did I realize that life in the back alley is still decided by those guys up there. He picked up the liquor bottle again, drinking and cursing. This damn life. I believed that winning was everything, but even so, I've lost before. And yet, here I am, still in this position. The previous winner was Jagger, and the one who ended up dead was also Jagger. He lowered his head, brooding. Maybe one day, my fate will be the same. A single word from someone, up there, and my fate will be sealed. He wiped a few drops of liquor from his lips and cursed, son of a bitch. Suddenly, a bald-headed subordinate of One-Handed Jack burst through the door and shouted, Boss, we're in trouble. Jack looked at his man and asked, What is it? The man, his face covered in sweat, replied, We're surrounded. Hearing this, One-Handed Jack pressed, Huh? Where? By who? The entire back alley. Soldiers have us surrounded. Another man looked out the window and exclaimed, Boss, it's true. There are soldiers at the back gate, too. They're all from Sarah's security force. Another man, stunned, asked again, What the hell are you talking about? Why is the security force here? We already paid them this month. How should I know? All the subordinates in the room started to panic. Only One-Handed Jack remained seated, his head bowed in thought. Then he spoke, Aren't they just on a routine patrol? Look how many heads are rolling out there. This is for real. It's dangerous. One-Handed Jack smirked. I had a feeling this day would come. So it's today. Ha. He gave a dangerous smile, his face radiating a terrifying killing intent. All the better. Instead of racking my brain over where to fight, it's much easier to kill them when they're right in front of me. An image of Vlan appeared, sword in hand, with thousands of bodies at his feet, his green eyes glowing. At the barracks, a group of soldiers had gathered with the mayor of Sarah Town and Ven. The mayor, standing behind Ven, spoke up. We've received the order to finalize the troop deployment. Ven glanced at him and asked, Are the other alleys completely blocked off as well? The mayor answered nervously, Of course, sir. He nervously took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat pouring down his forehead and continued, We did the best we could. Ven stared directly at him and asked, Oh, you say you did everything you could. Then why did you let things get to this point? You know it, too. The count has already found out. The mayor could only stand to the side, wiping away sweat in fear. I have no more excuses. It must be because that One-Handed Jack is so skilled. Ven glanced at him and cleared his throat. The mayor just wiped his sweat, avoiding Ven's gaze. The mayor looked at Ven and wondered, Who is this man? How could a single knight know the situation in Sarah's dark alleys so well? The mayor's expression changed again as he tried to flatter Ven. In any case, you're here now. I'm so glad that the people who made Sarah so rotten will finally be wiped out. Ven glanced at the mayor in disgust, thinking to himself, You're the rotten one. How could a petty alley boss control such a large system? Ven pictured the mayor hugging a pile of gold with gleaming eyes and cursed internally. You're the one behind all of this, secretly letting everything happen under the title of mayor. And of course, the price you received was a hefty compensation. Ven sighed. He could tell just by looking. It was like how anyone who's eaten meat knows the taste. Anyone who's taken a bribe knows one when they see one. Seeing this, the mayor standing nearby hesitantly asked, When will the knights from inside arrive? The ones specially sent by the Bay family? As the mayor hesitated, unsure what to say, Ven spoke up, He's already here. A pair of feet in blood-soaked boots slowly approached. Ven looked toward the door at the silhouette of the approaching person and continued, It's him, right over there. The mayor couldn't believe it. His face twisted as he asked, Just one person? He gestured frantically with his hands, worried. Sir Ven, will he be all right? I've gathered all the knights dispatched to Sarah. We should leave this to them. Ven just glanced at the man with contempt. Ven shook his head and replied, That won't do. The mayor asked in confusion, Huh? Why not? Ven just glanced at him, answering in his head, Because Lord Joseph put a great deal of effort into preparing for this. The large, dark silhouette was Vlan. He approached, his clothes covered in blood and his body riddled with wounds. Ven thought to himself, Vlan's official debut battle. Ven asked in a low voice, Are you sure you'll be okay? Don't be like this. How about we let the soldiers go with you? I heard there are over 50 people in there. If you get hurt, how could I possibly face Lord Joseph? Vlan looked at him and answered, Even if I get hurt, I'll make sure it doesn't cause you any problems. Ven looked at him scornfully. I told you, I can't let that happen. Ven looked at Vlan with an exasperated expression. Vlan stared forward seriously. Ven finally relented, saying, "You promised." Ven handed a flag to Vlan and said, "Lord Joseph told me." Vlan looked at the flag in Ven's hand as he continued, "To give this to you in front of everyone." He presented the flag to the young man and went on, "Now, let's begin." Vlan took the flag and replied, "All right." He then powerfully drove the flagpole into the ground. The flag slammed down, sending dirt and rocks flying. The banner unfurled. Vlan stood beside it, gripping the staff with a grim expression that made everything feel mysterious. A soldier in the ranks immediately spoke up in surprise. "Whoa, is that a flag? I thought the tradition had been lost to time." Another man immediately spoke up. "Who is that guy, anyway? He's so young. How could he have received that flag?" Someone else added, "They said the Bay family sent that knight personally." Vlan's back, standing before them, made him look solitary. His eyes turned vicious. He stood there alone like a lonely king, silently declaring, "Right now, this land is my domain. Under the honorable names that have vouched for me, I will execute my right over your lives." Then his expression grew serious. Ven pulled out a scroll. Ven yelled, "You scoundrels of the dark alleys. One-handed Jack, listen up." He held the scroll and shouted at the top of his lungs, "You have disobeyed the rules and laws of the Bay family and leached off the lives of the people. So I, Joseph, the rightful lord of Xara, can no longer tolerate your evil and have sent my representative." Vlan stood coldly under the flag, listening as Ven continued to read. "From now on, all the rights he exercises are rights granted by myself and the Church of Faith." Ven bellowed, "One-handed, Jack and your underlings, open the gate immediately and let my rightful representative in." As soon as he finished, the soldiers slammed their spears on the ground in unison, creating a truly magnificent scene. All the soldiers shouted in unison, "Bay, Bay." The men in the dark alley gritted their teeth in anger. Jack was sitting on a cushioned chair with a pile of wine bottles beside him and another in his hand. He heard every shout from the soldiers clearly. "God protect the representative. Death to one-handed Jack." Ven rolled up the scroll, glanced at Vlan, and said, "Now, both justice and command are on your side. There's no need to hesitate. Go on and do as you please." Vlan said, "Thank you." The man reminded him to be careful. Vlan, holding his sword in front of the dilapidated building, replied, "Understood." The voice of the swordsman's spirit echoed a reminder. "He's probably getting ready. Widen your perception. He'll attack from all directions to take your life. This battle will be completely different from any you've fought before." Vlan closed his eyes to focus. "One of the basics of battle is to seize the initiative. Let's start this with a bang." He stood calmly, holding his sword as if entering another world. He thought to himself, "On that day, if I had not called Ven, would Jagger still be alive today?" He asked himself again. Today, Vlan stood before Jagger and his men, his sword covered in blood. Or maybe even before that, he thought of Jack and Jagger. If one-handed, Jack had never threatened Jagger in the first place. He continued to sink into his own thoughts. Countless ifs and maybes have haunted me, so in the end, there's only one solution left. Vlan opened his eyes, which were now filled with killing intent. He resolved that he must kill one-handed Jack. He drew his sword back, gathering his strength. He swung the blade forward with immense power. The force of the blow knocked everyone around him to the ground. The men nearby were forced back by his power. The crowd descended into chaos, throwing punches and kicks at each other. Vlan stood watching the crowd, covered in wounds. He reminded himself, "His world is consuming mine." He tightened his grip on the sword. "Therefore, I must end this here." He planted his feet firmly to sever this chaotic connection and move forward. He smashed through the wall and entered. He spoke to the crowd before him, "I am Vlan of Xara." He looked down from above. Besides being the legal representative, I am also a righteous avenger. He slowly stepped inside, speaking as he walked, "I am here to end our feud." He stood alone in the heart of the enemy's den. He took a deep breath, then shouted, raising one hand, pointing his sword to the sky, and calling out again, "I have returned." Jack was sitting in a room, drinking wine. He thought to himself, "That voice." He slowly stood up, bringing a hand to his mouth and letting out a savage laugh. His eyes widened as he thought, "So, the legal representative has come to take my head." The promising constellation, Vlan, was waiting for him. A man yelled, "Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, a group holding swords charged in unison, rushing toward Vlan. He swung his sword and charged toward them. He dove into their midst, and with a single slash, he sent them all toppling to the ground. They couldn't believe it, shouting, "What?" Vlan's eyes gleamed as he swung his sword, cutting down all the men rushing at him. From behind, another man charged forward, swinging his sword powerfully at him and yelling, "Die!" He braced himself, spun around and swung his sword behind him, slicing into the man's neck. His head was severed, flying into the air and landing at Vlan's feet. The remaining men began to feel afraid. They asked each other, "Is that really Vlan?" A man at the back of the line barked, "Don't just stand there like idiots. Surround him." Hearing this, everyone gripped their swords tightly, their faces contorted with rage. They surrounded Vlan. Despite this, they still felt a sense of fear. They hesitated, pushing each other. "What are you doing? If you're ready, then attack him." The men thought to themselves in terror, "He's an absolute master of the sword. If we recklessly charge forward, we'll be the ones to die." They looked at Vlan standing in the middle of their circle, but everyone was trembling with fear. They pushed one another. Someone, "Get up there." Seeing their fear, Vlan spoke in a soft voice. "You don't need to think so hard." His eyes blazed. He roared, "Because in the end, I will slice every last one of you into 100 pieces." A blinding white light erupted, leaving the men around him stunned. Vlan's eyes shone brightly as he swept his sword in a circle through the crowd, and one by one, they screamed and fell backward. The entire circle of men was wiped out, their agonizing screams echoing loudly. The others looked at the scene before them, their voices trembling with fear. How can we possibly stop someone like him? Suddenly, someone from the upper floor shouted, "Throw the iron net at him." The man holding the iron net yelled, "Get out of the way." The iron net was dropped right on top of Vlan. He quickly dashed out from under the spot where the net fell. Iron nets were continuously dropped down. The men shouted in anger, "Damn it, just throw everything you've got at him." But he effortlessly dodged every iron net. The men on the upper floor angrily yelled down, "Stop him." "How is he so fast?" Vlan stopped behind a pillar. The men above shouted, "He's hiding behind the pillar. Drag him out. We can't hit him from this position." Another person shouted in protest, "No, just leave him. Just block the stairs. As long as the stairs are blocked, he can't get up here." Someone gave an order, "Upper floor, get ready. The moment he comes out of there, throw knives at him." A group of men stood ready with their swords. Vlan looked at the ambush party and thought to himself, "What a pain." He calculated, "If I charge straight through them, it'll be too reckless." Someone started to taunt him, "Hey, you little punk, if you're so confident, then come on." Vlan calculated his options. "What should I do? I can't just keep using sword light forever." He suddenly noticed a rope tied up ahead. He muttered to himself, "Gemina always used to complain about this." He looked up at the curtains hanging high above. Then he smiled and said, the curtains were so heavy they made it hard for her to even walk around. The waiting men looked at each other, confused. He swung his sword, severing the curtain rope, which snapped and fell rapidly. Vlan braced himself and leaped up, grabbing the rapidly falling rope and holding on. He began to swing on it. The men below could only stare at him in bewilderment. He glanced back at them. Vlan let go, dropping down and landing on the second floor. The men on the second floor saw Vlan and screamed in terror. He flew up here. The group called down to the first floor. "Everyone, get up here now." Vlan glared angrily at the men before him. He asked, surprising, "Is this rabble all you have to fight me with?" He yelled, "You bastard." Then he charged at the crowd standing in front of him. The other men raised their swords in unison and rushed toward him, shouting, "Kill him." Vlan nimbly dodged the first man's attack and swung his sword at his neck, causing him to cough up blood. After that, the men behind him were knocked down one after another. He deftly dodged while swiftly dealing with these small fries. He thought to himself as he fought, "They possess sharp blades, but the way they move and approach me is unbelievably stupid." He easily dispatched them one by one, even scoffing. Even Sir Jagger's wooden sword was far more dangerous than this. After Vlan finished off the group, he was drenched in sweat. He stopped, breathing a sigh of relief, but suddenly his eyes flashed. He quickly leaned back, dodging an arrow that was flying toward him. The remaining men were holding bows and arrows, continuously shooting at him. They shouted, "Tisk, this little rat." The men on the first floor holding swords yelled up, "Just keep shooting. We'll block the stairs." Hearing this, the archers fired their arrows at Vlan in unison. Vlan quickly dodged each arrow, his eyes darting around before he bent his knees to build momentum. He leaped down toward the group of archers. He grabbed onto a chandelier above as a foothold. He dove toward the men below, his eyes gleaming. He swung his sword continuously at the crowd, sending blood splattering everywhere. The remaining men saw him and cursed, "Son of a bitch." Vlan took a step forward and spoke, "What a hassle." He looked at the men in front of him and continued, "Just you wait. I'll come to you myself." When the men heard him say this, their eyes widened in fear, and they gripped the swords in their hands tightly. He picked up a water pitcher nearby, poured it into his mouth, then smashed it on the ground, splashing water everywhere. Dressed in blood-soaked clothes and holding a fresh, bloody sword, he casually wiped his mouth and asked, "So, what now? Should I come over there, or will you drag your own corpses over here?" He smirked, glancing at the men. I guess I'll have to go first. After all, you've all been staying in my house for so long. It's about time I collected rent from you. Hearing this, the men's eyes widened in terror. Meanwhile, he thought that Jack's henchmen must have believed this was their territory. He stepped toward them with his sword drawn. But that was a fatal mistake. This place is the Rose's smile. He slowly advanced, causing the crowd to back away in fear. Vlan's home. His eyes lit up. In the silent, dark night at the harbor, the orange glow of lights still flickered from the window panes. Haben lowered his head and sighed. That one-armed Jack is insane. He held a pen in one hand, writing something, still muttering to himself. Even the gangsters in the market wouldn't go this far. How am I supposed to deal with him robbing people so blatantly? He rested his forehead in his hand, his mind racing. After Jagger's death, he's like a completely different person. He used to torture his debtors, but he never pushed them to the brink. The more Haben thought about it, the more worried he became. This can't go on. In just a few months, the Dark Alley's economy will collapse. He started talking to himself again, trying to figure out a solution. I'm going to lose my mind. How am I supposed to report that someone is stealing smuggled goods? Suddenly, a crewman under Captain Hoover burst through the door, shouting, Haben, sir, have you heard? The Dark Alley has been sealed off. Haben couldn't believe it and quickly asked, What did you say? Who sealed off the Dark Alley? The young man's next words left him frozen in place. It's Storama's people, of course. They're here to arrest one-armed Jack. Seeing Haben's silence, the young man spoke louder. All of Sarah's guards are surrounding us. Haben helplessly brought a hand to his forehead, gently rubbing his brow as he sighed. So, one-armed Jack has finally crossed the line. I can't say I'm happy about this. Even if Jack is gone, this whole alley will turn into a sea of blood. The young man suddenly spoke up, confused. But I thought you were close with him. Haben asked. Who? The young man answered casually. Hearing his name, Haben relaxed a bit. He wondered, why bring him up all of a sudden? The young man scratched his neck and explained honestly. Well, I didn't see it myself, but there's a blonde-haired kid in the group that came from Storama. He muttered, My God, he's not the only person in the world with blonde hair. The young man persisted. That's not all. When he heard the next sentence, Haben couldn't help but freeze. He also called himself Vlan of Xara. Haben looked up at the young man and stammered. What? Is that true? When he heard the firm confirmation, he froze once more. Yes, word is he came back to purge Jack. Seeing Haben trembling, the young man reached out a hand, about to ask if he was all right, but a thought was racing through Haven's mind, and he didn't even notice him. I've been hearing all sorts of rumors lately. An image of the fight between Vlan and Pablo flashed in his mind. During the duel for Dema's honor, his aura manifested. The young vassal of BS who played a part in the Deathworm hunt, a majestic young man in a cloak stained with blue blood, Vlan of Xara. A hand, missing 2 knuckles, gripped a cane tightly. Maybe the rumors are true. Leaning on his cane, Haben walked out of the room, leaving the young man behind. I have to see this for myself. At that moment, Vlan, covered in blood, was charging forward, swinging his sword. His blue eyes gleamed with a terrifying coldness. With a single slash, he severed a man's leg. From behind, a man lunged at him, knife pointed forward, screaming, Die. Vlan quickly spun around. He threw his sword, striking the man in the forehead and sending him to the next world. As soon as that one bit the dust, the others charged forward without fear. Some with knives, others with axes, creating a chaotic scene. Faced with this sight, Vlan didn't flinch and charged into the crowd. In a flash, he took them all down. Splattering blood created a gruesome scene. Suddenly, a man enveloped in a blue light appeared behind Vlan. He couldn't help but marvel. His speed is just speechless. As he observed, Vlan continued his slaughter. Talent, relentless effort, and a powerful will deep inside. A pair of eyes slowly opened. This kid. Just as the thought ended, Vlan pinned a man down with his foot and pressed his sword down, like a natural-born butcher. Vlan gave a provocative smile, his blue eyes seeming to glow. I gave you all that time. You've probably had your teeth fixed by now. His opponent was now trembling with fear, the whites of his eyes showing. With several teeth missing, he could only let out whimpers. Vlan was like a cat playing with a mouse, raising the sword. Looks like you don't need this anymore. Huh. Droplets of blood dripped from the sword, pulled by gravity. The opponent's arm trembled, trying to block the blade. When Vlan stood up, the man was completely lifeless. At that moment, a voice from the sword echoed in his mind. That's enough. Looking back at the piles of corpses, he remained calm. Yeah, this is more than enough. I can't perfectly recreate what happened that day, but Vlan glanced back once more, then continued toward the stairs. It was time to put an end to everything. He closed his eyes, then opened them again as if to steel himself, Then he walked up the stairs step by step, his blood-soaked sword in hand. In the room, a man was sitting. The door slowly creaked open. Vlan walked in calmly, his eyes glowing with the same blue light as when he was fighting. I'm here. In the ruined room, only a large man was left, sitting silently with his head bowed at the bar. The boss, one-armed Jack, didn't turn around. So it's you, the new star? Welcome. He pushed a glass of liquor aside, offering it to Vlan. Care for a drink? He glanced back. The tall young man stood silhouetted against the light, covered in fresh blood, still silent. Seeing this, Jack sighed. You're no fun at all. Jack stared at the reflection in his wine glass. Are you really Vlan of Xara? He then picked up the glass and downed it in one go. I heard the rumors, but I didn't believe them. He set the glass down on the table and let out a satisfied breath. Vlan's reflection appeared on the empty glass. I should have greeted you sooner. I should have had the warden teach you a lesson. Vlan continued to listen in silence. Ah, but that's probably not it. Jack looked towards Vlan and said softly, You've probably already killed him. Vlan just kept staring silently at one-armed Jack. He slowly stood up, smiling. At least you're the one I know killed him. The truth is, I let you slide because I didn't want to deal with you. Jack drew his sword from its sheath, turning to face him with a twisted grin. But I'm the type who likes to be sure of things. The two faced off, creating a strangely contrasting scene, a chaotic connection. This dark world is eating away at my own. Recalling the one-armed Jack of the past, I no longer feel the admiration I once had for him. Vlan stepped back into a defensive stance. Now I'm certain. He raised his sword, ready to fight. His world can no longer hold me back. Both Jack and Vlan were in their fighting stances. Vlan said coldly, Here I come. One-armed Jack still wore that same condescending smile. Fine, you charged at him. After all, his very existence is an enemy to me. A massive amount of energy was released, sending out a shockwave as the two swords clashed. The force was so great that both Jack and Vlan trembled. Worry was etched on Vlan's face. I will treat him with all the sincerity I have left. Meanwhile, Jack maintained his contemptuous expression. He pushed Jack back with all his might, a look of concern flashing across Jack's face. As the sword nearly touched Jack's chest, he swung his own, forcing them both to retreat. Vlan stepped back to gain momentum, and a second later, he leaped into the air. He rained down a flurry of slashes, forcing Jack to struggle to dodge. This was the Dark Alley's way of showing respect. A powerful overhead slash, delivered with most of his strength, was blocked by Jack. The force brought Jack to his knees, making him cry out. An immense surge of power from Vlan pressed down, forcing Jack's body to the ground. His eyes were filled with a coldness that was more terrifying than any brutality. Fast as the wind, Vlan rushed at Jack with his sword. Jack used his own blade and his iron hook arm to block the blood-stained sword. He grunted with the effort. Jack swung his sword with all his might, throwing Vlan back and catching him off guard. Before Vlan could regain his balance, Jack brought his sword down. Vlan reacted, quickly stepping back and blocking with his sword. Jack relentlessly pressed his attack. What a surprise. The new star, who once held a wooden sword, has changed so much. He leaped high, a vicious look on his face as he stared down at Vlan, his large hands gripping his sword, ready to strike. Hey, good. You had to be at least this strong to come back here and get your revenge on me. Vlan was temporarily on the defensive, his face tense as he used his sword to block his opponent's attack. Jack sneered, an admirable improvement. He laughed arrogantly. Suddenly, a memory from the past surfaced. A young boy standing in a dark, dilapidated alley, surrounded by the languid, starving figures of the poor. I had a dream once, too. Before the boy were magnificent palaces glowing with a warm, sparkling orange light, a stark contrast to the dark alley. He wanted to reach out and touch it, dreaming of holding those bright stars in his hands at any cost. And I needed power to seize those glittering stars for myself. He clenched his fist as if to capture the light, but it was impossible. The hand that wanted to grasp his dreams in adulthood now tightly gripped a sword. It had been stained with so much blood. Stronger, more bloodthirsty. I did everything I could. He walked through a sea of blood, a mountain of corpses at his back. Just like that, I reached the pinnacle of the dark alley. As Jack looked up at the light, he realized it was all still so far away. His incomplete arm could never reach that dream place. Even if those stars no longer shone, having been tainted by blood and greed, they were still my stars. In an instant, the warm lights turned into a sea of flames. The castles and houses were submerged in blood beneath Jack's iron hook. A brilliant light flashed. Jack reflexively shielded his eyes from the blinding glare. From within the light, Vlan appeared, his sword raised, ready to strike. Jack froze, unable to react. What? His hands tightened on his sword as blood sprayed from his arm, splattering onto his face. He gritted his teeth to hold onto the shining things in his grasp. Vlan, landing from above, severed Jack's right arm with a single slash, leaving him stunned. A blue light seemed to flash in his eyes as his sword, radiating a powerful energy, surged forward. I, too, must be worthy of that light. His arm severed, Jack recoiled backward. The severed limb flew through the air before landing on the ground. He cried out, using his hook arm to cover the wound. After the killing blow, Vlan's breath came out as mist, his face covered in sweat. Jack let out a groan of pain and anger, but a second later, he broke into a wicked grin. His hand clutched his wound, but he kept smiling and staring intently at Vlan. Not bad. I wish Jagger could have seen this. His words enraged Vlan. The taunt had worked, and Vlan charged at him once more. Shut up. The sword only managed to strike Jack's iron hook. Vlan charged in anger. You don't deserve forgiveness. You helped cause Jagger's death, and you destroyed Marcel's rosy smile. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, swinging his sword as he charged. Because you're the bastard who caused all the sin in this alley. His slashes were all blocked. But it was enough to push Jack back. You deserve to die. He was furious. Blood from the wound splattered all over his face. When he saw an opening, he lunged forward, attacking with his iron hook. He laughed maniacally. What a fun day. Vlan's sword slammed into Jack's hook, knocking them both back. Should we break out all the Zoom wine in the dark alley to celebrate? He said, tauntingly. You're going to go much further than I ever did. Provoked, Vlan grew increasingly agitated as he charged forward. I said, shut your mouth. After he lunged, his sword was blocked again. It sent them both staggering back. While Vlan was furious, Jack maintained his provocative expression. Vlan charged forward to attack once more. Jack didn't just defend. He lunged forward to attack as well. A spray of fresh red blood shot out, pooling on the floor. The shadows of Vlan and Jack fell long across the floor. Vlan's sword had pierced Jack's chest before his hand could even fall. Blood trickled from his mouth, but he smiled as if liberated. Yes, this is better. He thought of the Jagger from long ago. Instead of being cut down by Jagger back then, it's much better to die at the hands of a kid trying to climb to the peak of glory. Vlan, his eyes showing dark circles, calmly asked him, do you have any last words? Jack lowered his iron hook arm toward Vlan's head. He was still smiling. You did well. Jack's face was old as he growled, you've had your rest. Now go. Vlan looked up warily. He pulled the sword out of Jack's body, making him cry out as blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. Vlan stepped back. Jack clutched his wound and dropped to his knees, blood pouring out relentlessly. Blood flowed from both his arm and his chest, but he still hadn't collapsed. That's enough. He backed away, half of his face shrouded in shadow. He stared at him intently. I've lived a wicked life. But it was a passionate one, wasn't it? In his eyes, Vlan was covered in blood, yet he still radiated a brilliant light. Even though in the end, I was miserably defeated by your world, which shines brighter than mine. He was still smiling, his voice trembling but firm. I did my job well enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his own iron hook to slice it across his stomach. Jack let out a loud, proud laugh and yelled, I lived a very fun life. Now, I'm off to see Jagger. One foot lifted off the ground as he leaned backward. His final gaze swept across Vlan's expressionless face, and he fell. His body was covered in wounds, but he kept a smile on his face from beginning to end. A crazed smile. Vlan just stood there, staring into the void, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Sweet revenge had to be carried out as a matter of course. Drops of blood still clung to his sword, dripping to the ground, yet he stood perfectly still, lost in thought. What is this bitter taste? Vlan turned his head and saw the glass of wine the man had offered him earlier, still sitting on the table. He slowly walked over and gently picked up the old glass. Vlan raised the glass and downed it in one go. After he finished, he let out a long sigh, recalling one-armed Jack's face and his last words, which he couldn't stop thinking about. You're going to go far. He lowered his head, lost in thought, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He set the glass back on the bar. Here, you can have it back. Vlan turned and walked away, leaving behind an empty glass and a gold coin. He didn't look back. A knight never accepts charity. An empty glass and a blood-stained gold coin, left there forever. Vlan headed downstairs. Bodies were strewn everywhere, from the upper floors all the way down to the lobby. This was the dark alley of sin, a place where you'd find stagnant pools of water, reflecting the tragic fates of its people. He stepped over the bodies. But what awaited Vlan today was a place filled with light, a stark contrast to the dark, damp den and its reeking corpses. He glanced back one last time. Jack's smile was still there, even in death. One drop of water had finally escaped this dark world. Vlan turned and left without hesitation, leaving behind a void in the young man's heart that would be difficult to fill. Outside, one armed Jack's base. Ven was worried. That's strange. Why is it so quiet? I wonder if something happened. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shattered doorway. In his hand was a sword stained with blood that hadn't yet dried. Ven breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, there he is. But the young man just gave him a cold look, saying nothing. An immense pressure radiated from him, weighing down on the shoulders of the entire Bay Legion and making everyone break out in a cold sweat. The soldiers were stunned, thinking to themselves, is he covered in blood? But it was just a fleeting thought. But did he really kill 50 men all by himself? They watched in fear as Vlan trudged through the rubble. I'm seeing it with my own eyes and I still can't believe it. I can't even bring myself to get closer. It was more than just respect. Ven's jaw hung open, sharing the same thought as his men. This was closer to all. Mixed with fear, in their eyes, Vlan looked like a giant, his oppressive shadow covering everything. But in reality, he was struggling to breathe. His bloodshot eyes stared straight ahead. Ven was speechless, waiting to see what the young guard would do next. Then, Vlan turned and walked away, his head hung low. Vlan, a voice called out his name, echoing with each of his bloody footsteps. The young man turned around. A man was raising a wooden crutch in the air, yelling, Vlan, it's me, Haben. Vlan dazedly repeated the name, as if it belonged to a stranger. He looked toward the voice. Vlan. In the distance, it really was Haben. He was trying to push past a few soldiers to rush toward him. Vlan's blue irises contracted in shock. He couldn't hide his astonishment. Haben. Seeing this, Ven gave an order. It seems you know him. Let him through. Haben hobbled forward on his crutch, the sound of his uneven footsteps echoing. Vlan's eyes widened as he stared at the man approaching him. Haben was equally stunned as he called out, Hey, are you all right? In front of him stood Vlan, his armor stained crimson with blood. A smile spread across the blonde-haired boy's lips. Vlan said, relieved, It's you. His sword clattered to the ground. Ah, damn it. Vlan cried out as he collapsed into Haben's arms, muttering a few complaints. It hurts like hell. My whole body aches. Haben couldn't help but frown with worry. What is it? What happened? Vlan closed his eyes peacefully, a faint smile on his lips. He didn't hesitate to share what he was thinking. Finally, I feel like I'm home. The next morning, in the beautiful city of Xara, Vlan leaned out the window, letting the wind toss his hair about. He still couldn't get used to this. Maybe it's because this view is so different from the dark alley. He sighed in admiration as he gazed at the peaceful city streets. Just then, Guy pushed the door open, carrying a basin of water and a towel. Oh, Commander, you're awake already. You should be getting more rest. Vlan replied, lying in bed all day is even more uncomfortable. My whole body aches. What's that? Guy smiled kindly and held up the wooden basin. It's some water for you to wash your face. Vlan narrowed his eyes at him. What's gotten into you? Seeing his suspicion, Guy froze. Huh? I'm always like this. In reality, he was nervously biting his nails, his mind racing. The commander's old friends from Swara are starting to show up. At this rate, I'll have a hard time keeping my position. After following him for so long, I can't go back to being a simple guard at Bayes. Vlan gave Guy a knowing look. It seems he's worried about that. I know exactly what's on your mind. Then he leaned on his arms to reassure him. Don't worry. As long as you do your job well, I won't abandon you. Guy jumped, startled. Really? You promise? Vlan raised an eyebrow, a hint of a threat in his voice. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to test me. Guy looked like he just struck gold. No, I believe you. But the young man just sighed, exhausted. Ah, Guy suddenly exclaimed. Lord Ven wishes to see you. Vlan nodded. Is that right? Good. I have something to discuss with him as well. A lavish table was spread with countless sweet desserts, making Vlan's expression darken as he sighed. If I eat all this, I'll definitely kick the bucket. Ven, on the other hand, looked even more miserable as he replied, I'll die if I don't eat. He then tried to force-feed himself a piece of cake. He gestured to a pile of papers on the table next to him. Take a look at these documents. I have to go through them all, but it's an endless task. One-armed Jack's shadow reached even the deepest corners of the dark alley. Vlan stood at attention and agreed. That's to be expected. He grew up here, after all. He controlled everything. Van finally finished the cake in his hand. It'll probably take a while before we know the full extent of the situation. He then asked, So, what are you planning to do now? I'm the one who has to deal with the aftermath, but your part is over. Vlan thought for a moment before admitting, I don't know. Ven explained, Until Lord Joseph arrives, you'll be on the reserve team. You can help me out with a few things from time to time. Vlan was hesitant. What could I possibly help you with? I don't know the first thing about paperwork. Ven cut him off by handing him a document. You think I don't know that? The young man took the official document from him. Commander of the guard unit, acting authority. Seeing that Vlan still looked confused, Ven clasped his hands together and explained, "It's the authority to make arrests. Basically, it gives you the power to mete out punishment to a certain degree. Lord Joseph wants to use this opportunity to clean up the dark alley completely, wipe out the old guard, and replace them with something more suitable. That's his next move. You'll be the one acting on his behalf to carry out this mission. After all, you're the one who knows the dark alley best." Vlan finally accepted the assignment. "I understand." Ven reached for another pastry. "You don't have to start right away. For now, just get some rest. Go see your old friend again. And remember to bring your girlfriend along." Vlan retorted helplessly, "I already told you, she's just a friend." Ven ignored him. "I've already applied to visit the monastery. I figured they'd approve it immediately. Who knew they'd tell us to wait a few more days? I'll let you know when there's news." Vlan spoke up. "Thank you, sir." He couldn't help but think, "He's more thoughtful than I expected. I didn't even have to ask." There's one more thing." Vlan thought about his plan before asking, "Sir Ven, are all of Jack's remaining henchmen in prison now?" Ven replied, "Yes, we've arrested all of them. Their hideouts were scattered everywhere." Vlan asked for permission. "Can I go there?" Which made the man ask in return, "The prison? What for?" Vlan's eyes suddenly turned incredibly cold as he replied, "I need to find someone. If I can't find them here, I'll tear this entire dark alley apart to find them." A few guards led the way. Jack's subordinates were imprisoned in the innermost section. Vlan replied, "Thanks." Then he stepped inside the vast prison. Behind the iron bars, the prisoners couldn't help but whisper among themselves when they saw him. "Is that him? Jagger's grandson?" At that moment, Vlan's face was filled with killing intent. The henchmen continued their quiet discussion. "No way. How can he be Sir Bay's representative? If that's not the case, then why is he here?" One of them said doubtfully, "Don't tell me he's here to hunt down those who participated in the Rose Smile attack." By now, Vlan had approached the cell door. He held his head high, his gaze sweeping down menacingly. They couldn't help but gape at the pressure, and in an instant, they scrambled in a panic to the corner of the room. Vlan didn't seem to pay them any mind and instead looked around. Finally, he identified his target. The other prisoners were startled when they heard Vlan's voice. "Found you. It's hard to recognize you in the dark, especially when you look so grimy." Vlan's words drew everyone's attention to that young man. He also seemed to realize he was the one being addressed and looked up. Vlan smiled casually and said, "Just give me 40 silver pieces, and I'll get you out of here." He remembered, years ago, on a garbage cart, when a guard had spared his life. Then he called out the name of the now somewhat gaunt young man. Vlan grinned, his eyes crinkling. "You know just how much you owe me." The guy couldn't help but gape. The wretched are often cast aside in this society like old rags. For the first time, someone reached out a hand to him, reminding him of the scene at the garbage dump, a place where a glittering treasure always shone, even among the ashes. That boy was here today. Vlan's appearance was now brilliant and radiant. At a majestic church, in the kitchen, a few nuns leaned against the window, exclaiming in unison, "There he is." Down on the sprawling lawn, a carriage stopped, and an incredibly striking young man stepped out. The girls' shrieks echoed as they admired Vlan's face. "Oh my God, he's so handsome. He has blonde hair and blue eyes. He must be one of Sir Bay's knights," the girl standing at the end asked. "I think a knight is supposed to visit today. Could that be him?" Someone replied, "It's possible. It's wonderful to see such a young knight." The girls watched the procession and sighed. "Look at the way the sister is guiding him. It's so admirable. And the people walking behind him, they all have positions of power. If he weren't a knight, why would they be following him? They must have paid a lot of money just to vote in favor of Sir Bay through that night, right?" The girls giggled to each other. "No doubt. He must be very important. That's why the sister even bought a lot of wine to store in the cellar." Behind them, a small girl with calloused hands was still diligently washing a pile of dishes. Just then, an older nun pushed the door open. She scolded them in a stern voice. "Why are you all still gathered there? Haven't you heard we have an important welcoming ceremony today?" The girls bowed their heads in embarrassment. "Yes, Mother Superior, we'll get to work right away." Seeing this, she muttered as she left, "Hurry up. The prayer service will begin soon." Once the older nun was out of sight, the girls frowned and called out, "Hey, redhead. We got scolded because of how slow you are." The small girl hesitantly replied, "I'm sorry." The sharp-tongued nun crossed her arms and ordered, "You heard her say to hurry up, right? We're going ahead. Make sure you finish washing that pile of dishes quickly." The red-haired girl didn't stop working as she replied, "Yes, miss. Let's go." The girls said cheerfully to each other, "We'll save the front row seats," leaving Gemina to wash the dishes alone. Outside, in the grand hall, an announcement rang out, "We have a special guest today." Vlan stood before countless nuns, with the abbess chattering on beside him. He comes from the family of Count Bay and is his trusted knight, also the one blessed and acknowledged by Father Endera. The nuns below gazed at him, their faces blushing. The one acknowledged by Father Endera. And what's more, he is the pride of Count Bay. He's like a knight straight out of a fairy tale. The praise seemed to flutter like sparkling wings in the sunlight shining on Vlan's face. But he didn't seem to mind, his eyes continuously scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. The girls below couldn't help but whisper among themselves. "Oh my God, he's looking this way. I think I just made eye contact with him." Vlan said to himself after scanning the crowd once, "I don't see her here, but I requested that all the nuns be summoned here." After finishing the introduction, the abbess announced that it was time for prayer. Seeing this, Vlan paused for a moment, then, looking annoyed, he turned, knelt on one knee towards the cross, and began to pray in the beautiful sunlight. The sight made the nuns below gasp in admiration. Just then, a pair of small feet came running. Vlan didn't miss the sudden sound and seemed to know exactly who it was. He gave a slight smile. Gemina bent over, panting, before the slowly opening doors of the great hall. She wiped the sweat from her chin. Thank God. The prayer service isn't over. Gemina straightened up and moved forward, intending to go to her spot. At that moment, Vlan stood up and turned to look at her. Her thin, small figure in a wrinkled and dirty dress was the first thing that caught his eye. This did not please Vlan at all. He clicked his tongue, which the abbess noticed. She quickly asked, "Is there a problem, sir?" Vlan suppressed his anger and replied, "She's too thin. Have you been starving her?" The abbess was completely stunned by his words. "Excuse me, but what are you talking about?" Before she could finish, Vlan stepped down from the high platform. "Damn it, I'm losing my composure." He strode quickly towards the bright red hair at the back of the hall. The nuns from before watched with bated breath. Vlan frowned, trying to hold back his anger. Gemina, dazed, thought to herself, is that Vlan? I don't think so." She recalled the young boy from the dark alley all those years ago. He was a world away from the person standing before her now. Gemina lowered her head with a bitter smile. There was no way this could be Vlan. "Hey," the call made her jump. Gemina looked up at the tall young man and answered, "Yes." Vlan's brows furrowed even tighter. The person in front of him was just so small, and on top of that, her hands were red and calloused, and the hem of her skirt was caked in mud. Vlan grit his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He knelt down and used his own cloak to wipe Gemina's skirt. "Why do you look so filthy?" This single act made countless jaws drop. What the? They know each other? Vlan continued to mutter. "So they didn't even feed you properly, and even let you wear such ragged clothes." Gemina's eyes widened in astonishment at the person before her. A sense of familiarity washed over her at Vlan's caring gesture, causing her whole body to tremble uncontrollably. Her hands slowly reached out, touching a lock of his hair. Vlan, still focused on cleaning Gemina's skirt, called out, "Hey, answer me." At that same moment, a few tears fell onto his shoulder. Vlan gently looked up. Countless tears streamed down Gemina's face as she finally recognized her family. Vlan pressed his lips together, then stood up, a look of sorrow on his face. He said, as if making a declaration, "Take care of all the paperwork. She's leaving with me today. Let's go home, Gemina." Vlan took the hand of the girl who was still sobbing in front of him. "Let's go home." Hearing this, Gemina cried even harder. The girl once had a home, but it was long gone. But now, "let's go home," was something she had never heard. Gemina remembered the freezing nights sharing a single thin blanket, with no home, no family. The two of them were just homeless children without a bite to eat, always living in hardship in the dark alleys. A steady hand reached around Gemina's back, and Vlan pulled her into his arms. He let her cry her heart out. But now they had found each other. This was the home they had both dreamed of. Inside the luxurious carriage, Gemina clutched a bundle to her chest, huddled in a corner, not daring to move. She looked tearfully at the person across from her, and Vlan felt helpless. "Why are you making that face?" Gemina asked suspiciously. "What do you mean?" The young man wondered. "Why do you keep staring at me like that?" The girl stammered. It was because, at that moment, Vlan sat before her as if he were shimmering in the sunlight. It made Gemina shyly hide her face behind her bag, swallowing the words she wanted to say. "It's because you've changed so much." Vlan looked at his friend and couldn't hide his own awkwardness. He turned his head to look out the window. "It's only been 6 months and you're already acting shy." The carriage fell silent again. Gemina secretly glanced up, gazing at Vlan's indifferent face and marveling. "He's like a nobleman." Then she looked down at herself. Gemina was overwhelmed with a sense of shame. Just then, Vlan called out, "Hey." She quickly replied, "Huh." But her reply was cut short by a sweet candy being popped into her mouth. Vlan flashed a mischievous smile and said, "You've been spacing out this whole time. Eat this and wake up." Gemina felt the sweet flavor melting in her mouth. "What is this?" Vlan replied nonchalantly, "Caramel. A knight I know gave it to me." The girl asked curiously, "How did you get something so expensive? You didn't steal it, did you?" Vlan put his hands behind his head, not bothering to answer. "Think whatever you want." Gemina smiled bitterly. When Vlan looked back, he saw her trembling uncontrollably. He panicked. "Why are you crying again?" But it seemed Gemina was even more panicked. "You were too late." The girl turned her face away, trying to wipe away her tears as she cried, leaving Vlan at a complete loss. He could only rest his chin on his hand and look out the window. Geez, what beautiful weather. A starry evening. No matter where you were born in this world, everyone deserves to cherish a star in their heart. But letting that star return to the night sky is another matter. Inside the simple house was a scorching forge, the coals still glowing among the last embers. Just like me, the old blacksmith thought to himself, uselessly corroding away, unable to do anything. This is the end of the line. Haven't had a single soul here in days. With that thought, he struggled to his feet. Outside the gate, the weapon stand was still empty. The blacksmith stared at it for a moment, as if remembering something. I hope he's doing well. He was both admirable and pitiful. The image of the boy with the dagger that night surfaced in his memory. He didn't hope for much, just that the kid wouldn't freeze to death. A late visitor approached. "Oh, are you closed already?" The blacksmith replied without interest. "Yeah, come back tomorrow." But the other person immediately dismissed the idea. "No can do. I'll be busy tomorrow. I have to get it done today." The old man frowned. What could someone from the slums possibly be busy with? But the visitor's next words made it impossible for him to ignore. "This sword needs to be repaired. It's been a long time since I last had it fixed." Vlan presented his sword and said, "The other blacksmiths said they couldn't do it. Only you have the skill." The old blacksmith's eyes widened in speechless amazement. The young man smiled and asked again, "Can you do it?" At that, the old man shouted, "Wait, yes, of course I can." He eagerly threw open the gate to welcome Vlan. "Come in, sit down and tell me." "Here." Vlan handed the sword to the old man. "All right." The blacksmith inspected the scratch-covered blade before exclaiming, "Fantastic. I can see you've really put it to good use." He asked with delight, "Where did this scar come from?" Vlan didn't hesitate to tell him. "From the goblin hunt last winter. I still wasn't used to a sword back then." The two of them continued, one asking and the other answering. "And what about this one?" "In a duel of honor with Dur." "And this one?" "I recently had to act as bait to catch a deathworm. The sword scraped against the ground while I was luring it." The old blacksmith was amazed by the thrilling tales of monster hunting, duels of honor, and even hunting death worms, remnants of fallen dragons. "I'm so proud of you." He smiled at Vlan over his shoulder. "Unlike someone like me who wasted his time in the slums, you've always been tirelessly pursuing your mission." At that thought, the old man burst out laughing. "Ha ha. I'm more excited than when I forged the masterpiece of my life. Wait here. I'll fix it right away." He began his work by first stoking the molten fire. The blade gleamed in the forge with a suffocating, burning flame. The old man's passion, after a long time, was ignited once more. The star that had lost its light was shining once again. The blacksmith continuously hammered away, repairing his creation. After a long night, early the next morning, Haben, holding a bottle of wine, asked doubtfully, "The rose smiles I owe you, the one Rasco is holding. You're saying you have it?" Vlan smiled and replied, "That's right. Because it was a fair deal." Haben, dangling his feet off the edge of the pier, continued to inquire, "So, are you going to run that place now?" "She can't start right away, but this place should be sorted out soon enough." Haben agreed. That makes sense. After all, that place was a bloodbath after the battle. "So, what are you going to do now?" "Heading back to Sturma?" V casually shared, "I'll be here for a while. I'm on vacation." Hearing that, Haben let out a relieved smile. "Ah, it's so good to see you again. A man who follows the orders of nobles." Vlan turned and began to explain, "They also told me to research something in my spare time." Haben asked, "Research what?" V answered in a serious tone, "The hidden assets of one-armed Jack, or anything else we still don't know about. After all, the remnants of Jack's crew are still causing trouble everywhere." Haben offered, "I can help you." Vlanik looked at the bottle of wine in his dear friend's hand and said, "Of course you should help me. That glass of wine isn't free, you know." Haben chuckled. "Listen to you." V changed the subject. "Marcella seems to be looking for other girls to keep the tavern running." Haben added, "But they've probably all been sold off." The young man remained hopeful. "I'm sure we can find some around here." Haben stroked his chin, thinking, Golden women, huh? There's got to be a connection between the two." V frowned, displeased. "Sounds complicated, doesn't it? I've investigated a few names, but they left almost no trace." Haben asked, "Like who?" V recounted, "There was one. Her name is Anna. and a few people with her. Haven't agreed. You're right. That's strange. There should be some trace of them here. He recalled. One-armed Jack did a lot of things when he ruled the back alleys, but this is completely different. I'll look into it too. But the intelligence organization in the back alleys just collapsed recently, so I can't help much. Suddenly, a figure from the shore waved and called out to Vlan. The man quickly reported, I've checked it out. There really is a suspicious place, just like you said. Hearing this, Vlan stood up urgently. Good. Let's go check it out now. I'm leaving. Haben waved to him and said, All right, if I find anything, I'll let you know right away. Then he sighed as he watched him go. He just got back and doesn't even have time to rest. At a shop with a sign advertising meat, the subordinate stood guard outside while Vlan spoke with the owner inside. In the owner's hand was a piece of paper covered in writing. He asked, What about these people? V said indifferently. Let's just say you've met them. The shopkeeper questioned, Why are you looking for people in a butcher shop? We don't trade people here. V stared him down. Is that so? I'm busy as hell, and now I have to deal with this trouble first thing in the morning. Find what you're looking for and get out. The man focused on the work in front of him, ignoring V, who was still behind him. Vlan looked around before asking, But has this place always been a butcher shop? I remember it wasn't like this 6 months ago. The shopkeeper was silent for a moment, then replied, Ask Black Bear. I was given permission to sell meat here. One of the 5 leaders of the back alleys, Black Bear the pig butcher. Looks like he's intentionally trying to use his superior's name to intimidate me. Vlan scoffed. How pathetic. Then he said, Fine, I'll ask him myself. But this is interesting. How did you know whose name was on that paper without even flinching? The question, filled with killing intent and a sense of having him cornered, made the shopkeeper freeze. V analyzed. In the back alleys, when you show someone a piece of paper with writing on it, their first reaction is anger. After all, learning to read isn't easy for the people here. Since you're an outsider, you probably don't understand the customs, do you? Instead of pork, V growled, You're trafficking people here, aren't you? A silence fell over the old shop, and then the butcher spun around, swinging his arm. The blade sliced through the air in a swift arc, but it was no match for Vlan's speed. He effortlessly dodged his opponent's attack. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. Who are you? Where are you from? V laughed in response. That's my line. Cooperate, and there won't have to be any bloodshed. This made the man curse. Damn it. Vlan's smile deepened as he nodded. That's right. Now that's someone from the back alleys. You, he ordered his subordinate while drawing a short dagger, closed the door. Business here's finished for today. V held the weapon in his hand, ready to fight. Wiping the blood from his dagger, he questioned the defeated man. Since when have people like that been coming here? His subordinate explained. Recently, many people like that have been coming and going. One-armed Jack couldn't manage them all. After hearing this, Vlan asked, It's that chaotic? The subordinate glanced at him and continued his report. After that day, he changed a lot. With a pensive look, Vlan let out a sigh. He thought about the trafficker's testimony. I'm just a middleman who receives them. Only the slave traders know the details. V analyzed internally. How can that group so brazenly trade people in the back alleys? And I don't even have a legitimate reason to start this investigation. Where is the root of this problem? After a moment of thought, he exclaimed, We're just looking into the matter as we pass through. I'm sure it's the right thing to do. His subordinate calmly replied, Of course. But the other high-ranking knights, they will investigate the details of the incident themselves. Suddenly, a young boy came running towards them, out of breath, shouting, Vlan. It was Net. He shouted, I went to ask around about the things you wanted to know. Some of the kids saw her. V smiled brightly and handed him a skewer of grilled meat. Excellent. Here, take this. Net's mouth watered at the sight of the meat. A meat skewer. Vlan asked Net, Who were the kids that saw her? He replied, A brown-haired girl named Anna. My friend said they saw her get on a strange carriage about a month ago. V fell into a thoughtful silence. Just as I thought. Was she sold off somewhere else? Net continued with a mysterious air, but there was something strange about it. V asked, What do you mean? While enjoying the last piece of his meat skewer, Net shared, My friend said that all the women in that carriage were pregnant. Vlan was so bewildered, he broke out in a cold sweat. What? All of them? Net replied with a firm tone. That's right. He said their bellies were all quite large. His subordinate remarked, That's odd. Why would anyone buy pregnant women? They can't work. V didn't say a word, just rested his chin on his hand. Seeing this, the subordinate turned and asked, Is there a problem? Is something wrong with that? V was lost in thought. The fact that Anna was pregnant is already hard to believe. Why would anyone buy and sell pregnant women? Even in the back alleys, those women wouldn't be able to do anything. This shouldn't be happening. The image of a demoness suddenly flashed in his mind. Next came the image of a girl in agony, reaching out to Vlan with despair in her eyes. Then, as tears streamed down her face, the girl raised her hand as if seeking help. V speculated internally, "Don't tell me. Will they turn into those women who lost their children and became monsters?" He recalled a reminder. One must pay attention to the warnings from within one's own thoughts. A bad feeling is the beginning of everything. V gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. I hope what I'm thinking is wrong. He quickly composed himself, but there's no harm in preparing for the worst. Model. At a luxurious dining table, two people were talking. One asked, "You noticed something unusual, didn't you?" The other replied, "That's right." Mr. Ven curiously enjoyed a pastry. "Seriously, are you planning to work without any rest?" Vlan retorted, "You're the one who told me to keep an eye on one-armed Jack." Ven explained, "I didn't think you'd investigate everything so quickly." His face darkened. "How am I supposed to rest if you don't stop and just keep digging into things? I just finished all the paperwork here." Ven continued, "Is this so serious that you can't stay and rest for a day or two?" With a grim expression, Vlan replied, "It looks that way." Ven warned him, "Think carefully. This isn't a problem we can just solve ourselves." Vlan was silent for a moment, then he spoke up. "If this is beyond your authority, I can just report it to the mayor." Ven quickly corrected him. "Hey, that's not it." He glanced down through the window, thinking to himself that he just didn't want to deal with this on his day off. Ven turned his head back and exclaimed, "Oh, for heaven's sake, is everyone trying to force me to work from all sides?" Down below, a procession of knights carrying Joseph's flag was marching. Leading the knights was Jagger. Ven looked surprised. He said he wouldn't arrive for another 2 days. The cavalry then stopped in front of the city hall. Joseph, with a face as cold as ice, stepped down from his carriage. The mayor of Xara town greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, Lord Joseph, I am so honored by your visit." But Joseph paid him no mind, walking right past him to ask Ven, "Is everyone doing their jobs properly?" Ven scratched his head and replied, "Of course, sir. I hope your journey was a success." "Lord Joseph." Joseph continued his questioning. "Nothing's happened here, has there?" Ven beamed. "Of course not, sir." Joseph stared straight ahead with a suspicious gaze. Vlan, sweating bullets, looked down as if trying to avoid his gaze. Joseph spoke. "Oh, it looks to me like something has happened." He strode inside aggressively and announced, "Let's go inside. I want to hear all about it." The mayor of Xara town obsequiously welcomed him. "This is the mayor's office, my lord, please." Jagger stepped forward and said sternly, "Allow me to inspect it first, sir." This action left the mayor utterly bewildered. He hastily protested. "Now see here, this is a bit offensive. Are you suggesting I've hidden something dangerous inside to harm Lord Joseph?" Jagger turned his head and growled, "I'll be the one to determine that." The mayor of Xara town flinched. He stammered out in a trembling voice, "There's really nothing suspicious. If you don't believe me, go ahead and check." Joseph suddenly glanced over at Vlan. Then a satisfied smirk spread across his face as he said, "Good job, kid." Although Vlan was surprised, he quickly replied, "Ah, yes, thank you, sir." Joseph asked curiously, "So, is there something you wish to tell me now?" Vlan shared, "Well, I was just hoping not to complicate matters unnecessarily." Joseph said, "It's fine, just say it." Vlan explained, "I require assistance for a few reasons. It would be better if I could discuss it privately with the mayor." Joseph smirked and thought to himself, the strict education and training have finally paid off. You can finally handle things on your own, can't you? He silently mused. "After all, even with my family's backing, I can't protect you forever. You have to solve things yourself." Joseph said aloud, "You've made the correct decision." After a moment of inspection, Jagger reported, "Lord Joseph, everything is clear." Joseph walked in and praised him effusively. "You have a wonderful office, Mr. Major." He looked out the window. "The view from here is excellent." The mayor of Xara town said gleefully, "That's right, you can see all of Xara from here." Joseph's voice suddenly deepened. "But there is one thing." He ran his hand along the arm of a chair and remarked, "This chair should be replaced. It looks too large and unsuitable." The mayor of Xara town's eyes widened as he asked for clarification. "What do you mean, sir? What's wrong with the chair?" He suddenly panicked and exclaimed, "Lord Joseph, you can't possibly mean." Joseph sat down and clasped his hands together. He spoke in a cold voice. "Now then, Vlan, you can say everything without any worries." Vlan, the mayor of Xara town, and Ven froze for a full 5 seconds. Joseph continued. To the new mayor of Xara, someone was hurrying through the muddy streets. It turned out to be Vlan, who sighed in frustration. "This smell is driving me crazy, and it's so hard to move around this place." Vlan thought to himself, the poorest and most complex of the dark alleys. A chaotic place where all sorts of strange smells mix with the scent of blood. Vlan suddenly stopped, glancing back to see a group of strange people in the dark alley staring intently at him. Vlan thought to himself, the intense stares of the people who live here. When death from starvation is always looming, they're always hostile towards outsiders. There must be a good reason why. One-armed Jack doesn't touch this area, he muttered, as if he'd figured it out. Vlan came to a conclusion. This must be the alley the butcher was talking about. In front of a house, someone was knocking patiently. It was Vlan, who knocked without saying a word. A man looked out from behind a small peephole in the door and asked in a raspy voice, "Who is it?" Vlan replied, "You must have heard from the entrance to the alley. Everyone's on edge." After hearing that, the man quickly slammed the peephole shut and called out, "Wait a minute." Vlan silently deduced, "They're playing mind games." He thought, "I probably shouldn't let myself be ignored like this." The old me would have had to put up with this all the time. But as a reel of memories played through Vlan's mind, he lowered his head and thought, "Right now, I carry the honor of many people on my shoulders." Vlan looked up at the sky with a pensive gaze. The sky today was beautiful, with fluffy, floating clouds. Vlan squeezed his eyes shut. "I can't let this go." The sky gradually changed color, from a vibrant blue to a brilliant orange-red. It signaled that a long day was coming to an end. Vlan's feet were sinking slightly into the soft, muddy ground. He stood firm like an ancient tree. That door slowly opened. A man stepped out confidently and invited him. "Come in." Vlan didn't move. He closed his eyes, looked up, and took a deep breath. The man asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you coming in?" The man broke out in a cold sweat. Vlan also stood still and said nothing. Losing his patience, the other man clicked his tongue as he turned to go back inside. "Seriously, if you're not coming in, then get lost." Vlan spoke up. "If you close that door right now." He lowered his head and continued in a mysterious tone, "You won't be able to take responsibility for what happens today." The man was stunned. "What?" Vlan turned, grabbed the wooden pole from his hand, and demanded, "You're the ones who started this, aren't you?" Vlan slammed the wooden pole into the ground. The flag on it bore two majestic symbols. He introduced himself, "I am Vlan of Xara. Under the honorable names that have vouched for me, I will execute the authority granted to me." V glared at the man and growled, "Make sure you deliver this message to Black Bear. Come out and meet the legal representative of BS yourself." He asked sarcastically, "I'm sure you've heard the rumors, haven't you?" The man's face turned pale and his eyes darted around nervously. V said, "Just imagine what would happen if I were to plant this flag and go in there." His shadow stretched out over the motionless bodies. V threatened, "Don't take my words lightly. This is my final piece of advice for you." Just then, the mayor of Xara Town walked out of the city hall with heavy steps. Tears welled up in his eyes as he turned to look back at his old workplace. Joseph, standing above and looking down, confessed, "I didn't mean for that to happen, so I feel a little guilty." Jagger replied, "He's just reaping what he sowed. The countless corrupt deeds of the city's ruling class have been exposed, so he won't be able to escape his punishment in Stura." Joseph replied, "That's true. It's just that I feel guilty because my actions brought his punishment upon him sooner." He changed the subject. "Anyway, what did Black Bear say?" Vlan reported. "He said he would do his utmost to cooperate." He remarked, "Looks like it was easier than I thought. I expected him to be more stubborn. Perhaps the fact that he and I both come from the back alleys helped us." Joseph was a little surprised, thinking to himself, "No way. No matter what, he's still the leader who rules an entire district." He raised a question in his mind. He's not used to this kind of work, so he should have run into trouble, but he completed the mission brilliantly. The plan to train him into a perfect knight, rather than just an ordinary swordsman, is proving to be a great success. After a moment of thought, he turned around and praised, "Well done." Joseph placed his hand firmly on the pommel of his sword, looking down from above at the subordinates under his command. Joseph scanned the group: 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 officials, 30 elite soldiers, and 1 personal guard. He thought to himself that these were the subordinates who would share his destiny. Thinking of the family throne, if he became the next head of the house, they too would be granted special privileges. "If I'm eliminated from the competition to become the head, we will all fall together. Xara is the final stepping stone for everyone." After some thought, he spoke up, "From now on, we will begin the smooth administration of Xara. I will give it my all, but there is no time to worry about anything else." Joseph considered inwardly, "Although we still can't fight back against the darkness that has enveloped the corners of Xara, we can't be prepared for everything either." He smiled and encouraged himself silently. "If up until now we've only been toddling along, then from this moment on, we must truly start to stride forward. This moment might just be the last chance I'm given," Joseph ordered. "Therefore, this task will be entrusted to you, Sir Gregory. Please select the members of the investigation team right here." Gregory placed a hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and replied politely, "Thank you, my lord, for entrusting me with this great responsibility. Joseph analyzed, a knight who always remains neutral, even within the family. He is not someone who would be blinded by the conflict between brothers. He glanced down below. Although the man wasn't entirely his subordinate, he was competent enough to handle this responsibility. Gregory shared with relish, due to the nature of the mission, there will be many instances where we'll need to pursue others. He looked over at Ket and stated his wish. I'd like to work with Ket, whose tracking abilities are outstanding. Gregory then turned to Vlan and exclaimed. He held out his hand and said cheerfully, I hope we'll work well together, you promising star. The scene shifts to Museum, the domain of Utman. The rain poured, the wind howled, thunder roared, and the sky was as black as ink. Utman stood by the bed of his young son. The boy lay motionless on the sickbed, drenched in sweat, his breathing faint. Utman was deeply saddened, wondering, if I do this, will it really save him? The blue-haired woman gave a faint smile and replied confidently, Of course, my lord Baron. Utman watched with a broken heart as his little boy let out weak moans. Racked with pain, his arm was trembling uncontrollably. Utman stammered, Then, I'm counting on you. Tears streamed down his face like rain. As long as you can save my son, I'll pay any price. The blue-haired woman began to float as she comforted him. Don't be so heartbroken, my lord. Her eyes glowed with a strange purple light, emitting a ghostly aura. She whispered, Because the gods cannot see everything. She stood in the center of a magic circle, surrounded by a purple aura. The blue-haired woman said smugly, They could never know that someone like me exists. The rain continued to fall in heavy sheets. Below, a few people stood in the rain, taking in the scene. Gregory watched the raindrops fall and said to Vlan, Terrible weather. Vlan looked at him and replied, Yeah, it's a shame. We almost made it in time. Gregory retorted, That's life. Man proposes, God disposes. Then, he took out a small flask of liquor. Vlan silently observed his every move. Holding the flask, he looked at Vlan with an inviting smile. It's quite cold. A little drink wouldn't be a bad idea, right? Want a sip? He didn't answer, simply turning his back and walking away, leaving a single statement behind. I'm going to gather some branches. Gregory could only watch him helplessly. They're all wet. It won't be easy to light a fire. Vlan replied without hesitation. It's still worth a try, isn't it? He watched Vlan's retreating back, taking a sip of his drink as he spoke. You're just like him. Truly, Jagger's personal guard. The sky remained gloomy, the sound of rain pattering in the cold forest. The young man, Vlan, in his black cloak, continued to pick up branches in the forest. He held a piece of wood in his hand, muttering, These are all useless. At this rate, we'll freeze to death in this cold rain. A handsome young soldier stood behind him, his hands full of freshly gathered wood, and spoke up. These branches might work. They're hollow on the inside. Vlan turned around to face him. Ah, thank you, Sir Ket. With that, he held out his hands. I'll take them. He took the wood from Ket's hands, but the other young man just stood there, staring at him without a word, which made Vlan a bit curious. Ket raised a hand to his chin, as if deep in thought. After a moment, Ket began to speak. Vlan looked at him, curious. Ket bowed, placing a hand on his chest in a gesture of sincere respect. Thank you for what you did last time. Hearing this, Vlan was a bit flustered and quickly explained, I was just doing my job. Please, don't mention it. So, how are you doing now? Ket heard him and rubbed his head, replying, I'm all right, all thanks to you. For a moment there, I thought I was going to lose a limb. Suddenly, Gory called out from a distance, Watching you two makes me feel like I chose the right people. He said this with a laugh, a bottle of liquor still in his hand. So many people turn down this job just because they're knights. Vlan and Ket seemed to have the same thought, both picturing Gory in a chibi art style. He continued to ramble on. From now on, I'll be traveling under this identity. No longer a knight, but a mercenary. From this point forward, we are in the territory of Upmantman. Luckily, the Black Bear cooperated, so we have a lead on them, but we don't have any evidence. His face grew more serious. He continued, Even though we're in the north right now, this place is outside of BS's territory. Joseph can only help us up to this point. Our mission is to investigate the village without being detected. Vlan and Ket listened intently. Gory asked, Is that clear? They both replied in unison, Yes, sir. He and Ket started walking ahead. All right, let's head back now. Get some rest and prepare for tomorrow. Vlan remained still, observing something. He stared in one direction, thinking to himself about those mournful cries on that winter day, hoping he would never have to hear them again. The rain stopped, and the carriage continued its journey. Gory had a worried expression. Man, I have a feeling we're about to be ambushed. Gory looked incredibly down and exhausted. I suddenly got a bad feeling, and there's no one else around. Vlan, in the back, also sensed something behind them and felt extremely uneasy. constantly turning to look back. Despite that, he reassured everyone. It's probably just because it's early in the morning. Kai suddenly pointed straight ahead in one direction. Reporting to Gory, I see an inn up ahead. A gloomy, hazy house appeared through the fog before their eyes. He exclaimed, "Oh, now that's some good news. Let's go. There's a man living in that house." Seeing the line of carriages approach, the man was extremely surprised. "Good heavens, customers at this hour?" Gory stepped forward to greet him cordially. "Because of the heavy rain yesterday, we couldn't make it to the village. Could we each get a bowl of soup?" the innkeeper asked. "Are you mercenaries? Things have been chaotic around here lately, so we can't just let anyone in." Tucked away behind the counter, a small, pretty little girl was secretly observing the strange men, her cute face and big, round eyes filled with curiosity about the people before her. The adults were still engaged in a lively conversation. Gory was explaining to the innkeeper, "We just want to stay for a few days because of the weather. Are you really going to turn us away? We'll eat here, too." Vlan saw the little girl and, with a gentle smile, raised his hand to wave, thinking to himself, "She looks so much like I did when I was little." Seeing a handsome man wave at her made the little girl blush bright red. Suddenly, a voice called his name, Vlan, startling him. While everyone was still talking, he turned and walked away. The little girl's eyes followed him. He went to a secluded spot and whispered, "What is it? You don't seem like your usual self." The man's voice rang out, "I think this is the place." Vlan's eyes shot wide open in surprise. The other person continued, "I will lend you my spiritual sight. Look at that little girl." Then, he closed one eye, and a stream of light emanated from it. A distorted image of purple smoke appeared from the little girl's cross necklace. The sight left him utterly stunned. The purple smoke, tinged with black, clung to the little girl. The other man said, "A curse." Vlan thought to himself, children are usually so innocent, and yet they're always the first to be sacrificed. I'm used to seeing this. He remembered himself as a child, adults always snatching things from the hands of children. The past came flooding back. He had watched with his own eyes as his friends were brutally beaten by adults, and he could do nothing. The only thing that awaited those empty-handed kids was death. They would freeze to death, die from the cold, or die from exhaustion while crying and searching for their parents, the very ones who had abandoned them. In the midst of that hell, I decided that when I grew up, I wouldn't be like them. I would never live like that. He remembered using a club to beat those violent men senseless, before the astonished eyes of his friends and the utterly terrified faces of the other adults. Those are the vows I made. A child with a determined gaze and a sharp expression had grown up in that moment. And when you make a vow, you must keep it. Knights are people who keep their word. Here and now, that determined gaze and sharp face had matured, having endured many hardships while growing up, and had changed somewhat. But some old traces remained unchanged. He stood before a large temple, thinking, there are children who need to be protected. The man's voice inside him rang out. It seems to be here. The energy from the necklace stops at this place. Vlan said, let's go in. The other replied, all right. The temple was dark, with the only light coming from the main entrance where his silhouette was stepping inside. Standing in the middle of the temple, he whispered, do you see anything suspicious? The other replied, not yet. Vlan agreed. You're right. It looks far too normal. But he kept looking around suspiciously. What is this? Something feels strange. The other person signaled that someone was coming. A shadowy black figure was slowly approaching him. Vlan was quite surprised. I can't look like I'm here to investigate. I have to act as naturally as possible. With that thought, he sat down and rested his chin on his hand, pretending to think. The stranger spoke first. You must be new here. Vlan glanced over and replied, just arrived this morning. A priest with a kind face raised his hand in greeting. Ah, I heard about you. A mercenary, I see. Vlan bowed his head. I'm sorry for entering so abruptly. As he was speaking, he suddenly noticed something, a red book with a strange symbol on it. Vlan was stunned. This is why it felt so strange. Ever since entering this village, I haven't seen a single proper cross. The priest, his face still gentle, said, you don't need to apologize. It's quite all right. The arms of God are always open to everyone. Always. The man's voice spoke to Vlan. I don't sense anything unusual about him, at least not right now. Hearing this, Vlan fell into a thoughtful silence, observing. Model, he continued. Ah, to protect our children, the children of the god. Vlan asked a villager, who seemed quite surprised. An epidemic? Where did you hear that rumor? Vlan answered frankly. The priest told me while I was praying at the temple. The villager listened, thought for a moment, and then said, well, if the priest said so. Vlan quickly explained. Afraid of being misunderstood. According to our plans, we have to stay in this town for a few days, and hearing about an epidemic here has me worried. The man wiped his sweat with a towel and reassured him. Well, You don't have to worry, because it's just a strange disease that only harms children. Vlan asked doubtfully. Only children? But how? The other man replied, How should I know? I heard it's a disease spreading through most of Upman's territory. It's hard to believe. Maybe the gods are angry. But that's the situation. Having heard enough, he turned to leave, not forgetting to look back and say, All right, thank you, sir. As he walked, he couldn't stop thinking. Women are disappearing in Swara, and here only children are dying from a disease. It seems like they're related. This definitely isn't a normal epidemic, but I still don't have any clues. He asked the voice inside him. Should I go back to Xara and borrow some holy relics to bring here? The voice replied, The relics they'd lend you won't work. I think this is a curse cast by some dark mages. Only a highly trained senior priest would be able to detect it. Vlan asked again, How do you know something so important? The voice answered, I'm not certain. It's just a guess. Vlan's face grew serious. This was really confusing. I'm pretty sure my feeling is right, but I still don't have any leads. The church gave them to us. A child's voice called out. In the distance, he saw 3 children. They were talking to a person completely covered in a green cloak. One of the little girls said, The priest gave one to my friend, too. In the cloaked person's hand was a strange cross. The person stared at the cross, deep in thought, then returned it to the little girl. That person turned and walked away. The children cheerfully said their goodbyes. Vlan watched from a distance. This person is suspicious. If I'm lucky, I might find a clue here. The voice also warned him, Be careful. That person is emitting a strange aura. They won't be easy to deal with. Vlan reassured it. It's fine. He said with a proud look, I've been a robber and a thief, but the job I held the longest was a pickpocket. The voice sounded exasperated. I don't think that's something to be proud of. By a small house, as dusk began to fall, Vlan stood observing from behind a tree. He had followed the stranger for a long way and was feeling quite confused. Why do I get the feeling I'm being lured out of town? The voice teased, Hey, Mr. Pickpocket. It looks like he's already noticed you. Vlan scowled, silently plotting. He whispered to the voice, I shouldn't tail him anymore since I've memorized his appearance. I should go back and report to Sir Good Game. The voice seemed to know something. Well, the stranger had stopped and was standing still, but Vlan didn't notice. The voice continued, It seems he isn't going to let you go. Vlan was confused. The stranger was doing something. Suddenly, the voice shouted a warning, Hey, he's coming. Just as Vlan turned around, the stranger was already upon him, a sharp sword in hand. He reacted just in time, quickly drawing his sword. The 2 blades clashed. Vlan, not yet steady on his feet, was about to fall. He still didn't understand what was happening, silently wondering, What is this? The voice that always helped him said, Don't stop, move and dodge. To your left, watch out. Heeding the advice, he spun around and leaped, successfully dodging a fatal blow. He slid a good distance away. The 2 faced each other, the air thick with tension. That was a close call. He looked at his opponent. Just from those few sword strikes, I can tell that person is. His eyes narrowed. The figure before him was truly imposing. A knight. The person glanced at him, sword in hand, their sharp gaze saying nothing. Vlan stood up, ready to fight. He looked at the other, speculating. Whether they're a knight who was stripped of their title or an active one, I can't accurately gauge their abilities. If that's the case, he thought, closing his right eye. His left eye began to glow blue. The other person remained silent and still, then suddenly charged forward like the wind. The secret to a single, fatal sword strike that could send an opponent to their death. Vlan's eyes shone brightly, a blue light emanating from his entire body. Just as the other person lunged, their sword came within centimeters of him in a surprise attack. Vlan swiftly leaned to his left, successfully dodging another fatal blow. I only have one chance, just one moment. With that thought, he gripped his sword. The blue light enveloped it as he aimed it straight at the knight. The blade struck the hood of the person's cloak, tearing a section of it. The beautiful blue sword flew straight towards the person's head. His opponent reacted incredibly fast, their yellow eyes glowing as a golden light reflected onto their sword. Vlan was stunned. An aura? The voice inside him exclaimed. Vlan stopped. At that moment, the blue and gold swords had already clashed. It's too late, he thought. His opponent was also stunned, their eyes wide. The 2 powers collided, creating a brilliant light that enveloped them both. An explosion occurred, sending them both flying back. As for Vlan, he firmly gripped his sword, holding his ground. He was frustrated, sweat pouring down his face. The stranger was walking towards him, a dazzling golden light radiating from behind them. The person had long hair and glowing yellow eyes. The man's voice inside Vlan said, We've faced someone like this before. Hearing this, he was completely shocked. As if remembering something, the image of his opponent became clearer. A girl with long white hair, glowing yellow eyes, and a noble face came into view. "That's a holy night," he stammered softly. "A holy night. Does that mean I should try to clear up this misunderstanding?" The voice replied, "Well, I think it's a bit too late for talking. The faster the sword, the fewer the words. That person has likely already made her decision." Hearing this, he also stood up, his gaze sharp as he looked at his opponent. He gripped his sword tightly. "I'll have to beat you before we can talk." The girl also gripped her sword, looking at him expressionlessly. As she swung her sword, ready to fight, the voice inside him yelled, "Answer me." The intense battle began, and the two, seemingly equal in power, charged at each other. Right from the start, Vlan had to groan internally. She's heavy. The nature of this attack is completely different from Pablo's. "How can she suddenly emit such a terrifying aura?" the voice explained. "That is what's known as a blessing." The girl leaped high into the air, a brilliant light and that strange cross appearing behind her. The voice continued, "She doesn't need to create her own world, because the word of God is higher than this world." The girl's face was emotionless, her icy gaze delivering the decisive blow. With a dazzling flash of light, she swung her sword down, crashing it against his. As he struggled to resist the fierce attack, he cursed inwardly. "It's so unfair. She gets this insane power just for following God's will." But his eyes narrowed as a thought occurred to him. The clash of swords echoed in the desolate place. He successfully blocked the ferocious blow. While defending, he observed that even with this overwhelming blessing, the paladin still had openings. Just then, the woman prepared another attack. As another sword strike came straight for him, Vlan saw his chance and opening in her form. He aimed directly for that weak spot, thrusting his sword forward. The soulless blade, brimming with power, caught her so off guard she couldn't react. He pointed his sword straight at her. He thought triumphantly, "Gotcha." The sword was inches from her face when, quick as a flash, she dodged his attack. He was stunned by her swift reaction. The voice warned him, "Focus. Get your balance back." A foot stomped hard on the ground, and Vlan was thrown backward by the girl. A single second of distraction left him unable to react. Crash! He was slammed hard onto the ground. Vlan was in agony, his eyes wide open. The impact was so strong it left a large crater in the earth. He struggled to roll onto his stomach as a sharp steel blade was pressed against his neck. The girl behind him appeared like a knight, a mighty and powerful hero under the light of the evening sun. Vlan was still in shock. What was that? How is that possible? A man's voice explained. "The armor arts is the armor that girl is wearing. It's a special technique used by paladins to control the tip of their sword." He turned to look at the person before him. A combination of a blessing and armor arts? What a cheat. And on top of that, she hadn't even broken a sweat. She intentionally showed me an opening to lure me into attacking. Her sharp, elegant, and mysterious face remained emotionless. Vlan realized something and, closing his eyes with a sigh, thought, "I've been played." The girl, with a fierce gaze and a steely voice, asked him who he was. Vlan raised his hands in surrender and quickly explained, "I'm from Xara. I have something to investigate here." The girl asked suspiciously, "From Xara?" The fog was thick, and the orange glow of the evening sun was incredibly beautiful. Only then did the girl place a hand on her chest, bowing her head to introduce herself. "I am Justia of the Northern Archdiocese of San Lagino. It must be Providence that I've met knights from Xara in this place." Gregory also bowed his head in greeting. "Miss Justia, why don't we sit down and talk?" He gestured toward a nearby table, and she agreed. Justia began to speak. "I'm investigating the strange things happening here. At first, I thought it was some kind of plague, but it seems to be a curse." Her face grew grim. She continued, "I've discovered traces of an ancient holy relic." Gregory was quite stunned to hear this. "A curse? But isn't there a church here? Evil spirits shouldn't be able to run rampant." She stated her opinion seriously. "I believe the church itself is the source of this curse." Vlan, standing behind them, broke into a cold sweat. The voice inside him remarked, "She's really sharp." Gregory hesitated, thinking, "This situation seems more serious than I thought. A paladin who follows God also believes the church is the culprit. But this isn't B.S. territory." He clenched his fists helplessly. "This is beyond our jurisdiction." Justia silently observed his every gesture. Then she spoke, breaking his train of thought. "Please extend my thanks to the new mayor of Xara." He looked at her, confused. Justia continued, "His Excellency is truly a man of foresight, having grasped clues that even we did not possess." Hearing this, he tried to understand her meaning. Is she asking us to stay away from this, or is she just being considerate? Matters related to dark magic are for the church to handle. We have no reason to dig any deeper. With that thought, he replied, "All right, I understand." Vlan, standing behind Gregory, thought silently. A line has been drawn. He frowned, contemplating the weight of power and responsibility. Night fell, and the inn's lights glowed in the dark mist. Vlan sat by the window, resting his chin on his hand and watching the scene outside, his mind still preoccupied. It looks like we won't be able to find Anna. The little girl walked up to him and whispered, "Are you leaving soon?" Vlan kept his gaze fixed on the window, his face gloomy as he replied, "Yeah, we'll probably have to leave soon." The little girl was sad. "Why so soon?" He just said listlessly, "Because our work is done." The little girl said, "In this world, no work is ever truly done." He looked at the little old soul in surprise. As he looked at her round face and eyes sparkling like stars, he thought, this kid actually hit the nail on the head. He then sat with his arms crossed and asked, "Don't you have any friends? Why do I always see you here?" The girl answered innocently, "Father told me not to go outside." He looked out the window again, seeing the innkeeper's reflection in the glass. He thought to himself, well, that makes sense. Nothing around here is normal. The little girl looked up at him, her eyes shimmering as she pleaded, "Can't you stay a little longer? The church said they're going to give out gifts soon." He asked, "Gifts?" From a distance, the innkeeper chuckled as he wiped a glass, explaining, "They're planning to gather the children for a celebration. In times like these, I'm very grateful for that." Vlan turned his head and asked, "When is it happening?" The innkeeper replied, "I heard it's in 3 or 4 days. They said the priest himself will come to call for the children." The little girl was still pleading, "Can't you stay until then?" Vlan held his glass and thought in silence. Lady Justia has already sent a carrier pigeon requesting reinforcements. The paladins will arrive in 4 days. I wonder if that'll be enough time. Then he answered, "I guess I can." The little girl's face lit up with a bright smile, and she asked again to make sure, "Really?" As she spoke, she rummaged through her pocket. "Here, you can have this." He was curious. "What is it?" "A flower ring." The little girl smiled brightly at him, holding out a small ring in her hand. He took the ring from her, looked at it, and sighed. "There aren't any flowers on this. How can you call it a flower ring?" Vlan looked at the ring in his hand, guessing it was made from the grapevines climbing the inn's wall, in a town where it's hard to find even a single flower. The innkeeper called out his daughter's name, "Marion, time to go upstairs. It's bedtime." The little girl turned to look at her father, disappointed, but before she could finish her sentence, her father urged her, "Hurry up." Marion sulked and called out, "Okay." She looked at him and pressed, "You'll be here tomorrow too, right?" Vlan looked at her and said teasingly, "Probably." With a smile still on her face, Marion looked at him cheerfully. Then Marion waved at him and said loudly, "You have to be here. Okay. Promise." Vlan waved back. Marion happily started to quickly climb the stairs, but then her steps suddenly slowed. For some reason, Marion's body began to tremble. Vlan, unaware, was still looking out the window as the little girl's legs wobbled. She fainted. Seeing this, the innkeeper rushed to his daughter Marion. Hearing the noise, Vlan turned around and was shocked by the scene. The innkeeper held his daughter in his arms, calling her name over and over. "No, Marion. Marion." The little girl was completely limp, her skin pale and her eyes lifeless, her whole body trembling. Vlan reacted instantly, running straight to her, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." The voice of the man inside him boomed. "I lent you my world. You might not be able to solve this just by looking, but you should at least be able to grasp the situation, shouldn't you?" Then, his eyes glowed again, revealing an image of the poor little girl being tormented and ensnared by black smoke. That voice rang out again. "The Lei Yuan has manifested. Someone is rushing down." The man seemed to be in a hurry. "What's going on?" the innkeeper asked, frantically shaking his daughter. The little girl's face was deathly pale, and her limbs were trembling. "No, Marion, wake up." Seeing this, Gregory seemed to realize something, and Gia, who was next to him, also wore a grim expression. "Justia, this girl's face is drained of all color. The whites of her eyes are showing, tears are streaming down her face, and her life force is slowly being drained away." Seeing this, Justia immediately analyzed her symptoms. Her breath is fading. This must be a curse that's draining her life force. Vlan looked at the girl with a troubled expression, thinking to himself, "Damn it, that white smoke is flowing towards the church. How am I supposed to explain what I'm seeing to them?" Suddenly, Justia's face darkened as she spoke. "It seems they've noticed my presence." Hearing that, the word shocked was written all over Vlan's face. She silently blamed herself as a memory surfaced. "I was too careless. I thought holding back would be enough, but I never imagined they could still sense that much divine power." With that, she pressed her lips together, turned, and walked away. Gregory and Vlan watched her go. Before leaving for good, Justia made one last request, her eyes filled with determination. "If I don't return, explain the situation to my colleague who will arrive later." Gregory could only close his eyes in resignation, causing Vlan to glare, unable to understand why he was just standing there watching. The young man's eyes were now filled with hatred, absolutely furious, all because of the constraints of responsibility and authority. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, a scream suddenly echoed from outside the door, and they both looked out. Another family was experiencing the same thing as Marion. The husband, looking frantic, said to his crying wife, "Honey, our child is not okay." It was the same for another family. Their little boy suddenly started foaming at the mouth. The father urgently yelled at his son, "Breathe, just breathe." But then the boy passed out, throwing the family into a panic. "No, wake up, son." Other families, one by one, began to experience the same situation. Terrified screams echoed throughout the village. "No," Vlan gritted his teeth in fury. He thought back on his actions, organizing his thoughts. "I didn't escape that dark alley just to survive. I don't swing my sword just because I admire knights." Then he thought of the children whose life force was being drained and the image of the grimy children from his memories, telling himself that if he just stood by and watched, it would be no different from choosing to stay in that filthy, dark alley. Vlan stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his brow furrowed with determination as he silently urged himself to move. But suddenly, Gregory blocked his hand, his face stern and his voice serious. Vlan looked at him questioningly. "I understand how you feel, kid, but listen to me, you promising young man." He glanced at Vlan and continued, "The weight of a knight's sword must match its sharpness." Vlan's eyes widened as he heard the man's next words. "You will definitely become a knight, so you must remember this." From the bottom of his heart, the man advised him, "Our swords demand justice and responsibility." Vlan scowled in frustration. "If I can't protect what needs protecting, then what's the point of justice and responsibility?" Gregory calmly replied like a teacher, "Yes, you understand now. Now, repeat what I said." Hearing that, Vlan became even more confused. "Huh? Repeat what?" An image appeared of a powerful knight in shining armor under the sun, holding a massive, majestic sword. "For now, this is the only justice we can rely on." The scene shifts to where the life force of the poor children is accumulating in a bell, like a source of dark energy. Justia was also there, standing motionless below, silently looking up at the horrifying sight. She looked at it, certain. No matter how much dark energy surrounds this place, this is still a land created by the gods. Nothing can defy the will of the divine. Then she opened the door and stepped inside, bringing a source of light into the large, dark room. Justia's shadow was cast onto the floor like a giant, and what caught her eye was a line of text written in blood. She couldn't help but be shocked. In front of her was a person surrounded by a barrier. Justia immediately recognized it as a symbol of blasphemy, which put her on high alert as she drew her sword into a defensive stance. The man, as if he knew she was coming, spoke without turning around. "You're earlier than I expected." He turned slightly, but because of the backlighting, Justia could only see a dark silhouette. "But why did you come alone? Just you and me?" Then he turned fully with a chilling smile. "When you're still holding such a thick book, how can you possibly send prayers to the people here, right?" She frowned, looking puzzled. The people here hadn't changed their positions. Justia stood there like a solid statue. She glanced around but still found it strange. This place is filled with a bizarre energy, but there's no one here. Suddenly, zombies appeared, startling her slightly. This is the life force of the children, now converted into dark energy, fueling his own power. He raised his hand, reveling in the abundant energy. "All right, then." He spread his arms wide and shouted, "Let the ceremony begin." And with that, the zombies charged towards Justia. But she quickly got outside and shut the door. The sound of the zombies banging and breaking things echoed from within. She tried to keep her distance from the door, but the zombies attacked right through it. Justia was momentarily horrified. Once they broke down the door, they swarmed out like ravenous demons, their words a jumbled mess. "It's so dark, I can't see anything. Where's my child? Find my child for me." Justia roared in anger. "How dare you do this? Do you not fear the gods?" He took off his glasses and laughed, his voice mocking. "The gods are indeed fearsome. But what does that have to do with me?" The book fell to the floor as he continued his incantation. Just then, his face twisted into a horrifying grimace, "Because I no longer need to return to the Lord's embrace." At the same time, the zombies rushed in. Justia slammed her sword into the ground, knelt on one knee, and began to enact her justice. "To the glorious commander of the holy armies, Rosino, who stands beside the Lord." Just as the horde was about to reach her, she continued, "In the face of evil's oppression, in exchange for a great price, release these unfortunate souls." She opened her eyes, which flashed with a brilliant light, radiating a powerful aura. "I will be the one to pay the price." Then, phoenix wings of fire appeared behind her. The aura of a key figure appeared. In the once peaceful sky, a sudden ray of light shone down upon the castle. The castle began to crumble, and the zombies running towards her started to disintegrate. Justia stood in the middle of the palace with large wings. The halo expanded, causing the zombies immense pain and surprising the stranger. He looked towards her. This was the holy magic of Suolame. As she cast the spell, her hair stood on end, and she gripped her sword with both hands. He knew this spell was a light that could be seen even without eyes, illuminating the darkest of places. Although his dark energy was also fading, he remained calm, looking down at his own hands in praise. Did Justia just summon that light without any ritual preparation? You're more impressive than I thought. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a curse, and a dark energy appeared. Despite this, he then summoned a cursed sword and continued. No matter how bright that torch is, it has its limits. Looking at the girl before him, who seemed exhausted and was gritting her teeth, his face showed contempt. That magic has a powerful backlash, doesn't it? It's a miracle exchange for the user's lifespan. He stepped forward, stomping on the open book. You of all people should know, right? That at the end of that glorious light, he said, pointing his sword at Justia, there is only an endless, enveloping darkness. As the halo shone down, the zombies were instantly purified. They collapsed, lying scattered on the floor. Justia was now nearing her limit, but she continued to fight on. As soon as one group of zombies fell, another horde rushed forward, making her wonder, there are still this many? Just how many people have been sacrificed? The man approached her and said, now, then. He looked down at Justia's face. It's time for darkness to descend. Hearing this, her eyes filled with killing intent. Despite her struggles, she continued to fight. O glorious commander of the celestial army, O Saint Regino, who sits beside the Lord. He laughed cunningly and mocked, a futile act. But she didn't give up, praying, may your church defeat all enemies. Then she cast her magic, a light even more dazzling than before. The image of a knight holding a sword appeared as feathers scattered everywhere, alarming him. She was willing to sacrifice herself for the villagers' peace. At the very least, I have to take this guy with me, even if it costs me my life. Suddenly, a burning vehicle came speeding towards them, causing her to stop mid-chant. The villain was also surprised, while Vlan screamed, die. The vehicle accelerated, and Justia quickly leaped to the side. Gregory shouted, get out of the way. The vehicle charged at the man, but he wasn't scared at all. Instead, he scoffed, how ridiculous. Then, with a single blow, the parts of the cargo truck were sent flying everywhere. While the villain's vision was still obscured by the flames, Vlan charged in, swinging his sword down with a cold expression on his face. Touching the children was crossing the line, you bastard. Just as the sword was about to hit, the villain blocked it. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Vlan's face was filled with rage, while the other man's expression remained unchanged. Right now, Vlan's eyes held nothing but pure hatred for him. At that moment, Vlan's divine power awakened, causing the villain to have a sudden realization. So that's it. Now I see. This made him even more ecstatic as he exclaimed, to think I'd meet you here. Vlan didn't understand what he was talking about and cursed, stop spewing nonsense and just die. He swung his sword with all his might, but the man dodged back. Gregory ran over to ask, Lady Justia, are you all right? She tried to stand up and advised him, Sir Gregory, you shouldn't have come here. He sighed and said, there was no other choice. The children are dying. Looking at the pile of bodies, he asked, by the way, what's going on? She quickly explained, we have to get to the bell tower. The source of the curse is there. Hearing this, he nodded in understanding. I see. Since time was short, Gregory secretly devised a plan. There's no time to deal with this and then go up. We have to risk splitting our forces. Looking back at Kale, who was trying to take down zombies, he schemed. Sir Kale can't use aura, so he fell silent mid-thought, looking towards Vlan. He changed his plan on the spot. I have to separate him first. He unleashed his power, causing the ground to crack under the strain. He shouted, I'm here. As fast as a lightning bolt, he ran straight to where Vlan and the other man were fighting. Gregory grabbed the man and pushed him far away. Vlan was stunned, and before his opponent could react, he was blown away in an explosion. Gregory appeared from within the smoke. He yelled, ambitious young man, there seems to be something in the bell tower. I don't know what it is, but get up there and destroy it. Vlan quickly agreed. Right. He ran towards the bell tower at full speed, but the villain just gave a treacherous smile. And where do you think you're going? He then used his dark magic to control the zombies. Seeing these obstacles in his way, Vlan cursed, damn it. Even as the zombies were about to reach him, he didn't back down and continued to press forward. Slashing one after another was exhausting him, and he complained to himself, there are too many. Suddenly, an arrow infused with aura pierced a zombie's face, making it scream in pain. Confused, Vlan turned back to see Kale holding a bow and Justia imbuing his arrows with aura. Kale shouted, I'll provide cover. Just run straight up. Not letting them down, he followed their command and continued his dash. Back with Sir Kale, a massive amount of aura was gathering as multiple arrows were fired at once. He aimed straight for the zombies. But their numbers seemed infinite. They ran to block Vlan, who was growing anxious and determined to hurry. But these creatures blocked his path one after another. Left with no choice, he had to stop for a few seconds. Vlan shouted, "Out of my way." After just a few sword strikes, the zombies were defeated, causing them to vomit a black liquid as if they were crying. He gritted his teeth and endured it. He rushed through the door step by step, his face filled with determination, his will burning with the desire to save the children of the village. Everything in this world is precious, he thought, remembering the grass ring still on his finger. However, not everyone can protect themselves. The moment the little girl, Marion, happily gave him the grass ring flashed back in his mind. But you knights have sworn an oath to protect them. If you find yourself in a difficult place where evil runs rampant, at the very moment you must act. Do not hesitate. The desire to protect the children of the village restored his will to fight, like yourself to become the torch that dispels the darkness. That is my second teaching. A horde of ferocious zombies charged forward to tear him apart, but they were immediately finished off with a single sword slash. One tried to ambush him from behind, but how could a knight of the Bear family be taken down so easily? He immediately turned around and reduced it to dust. He was fighting a horde of zombies, swarming like ants all by himself. One after another, they threw themselves at him like moths to a flame. Just as one lunged at him, it was immediately struck by an arrow. It writhed in agony before vanishing. That arrow belonged to Ket. It looked like he had to fight his way through quite a battle to get here. His hands, gripping the bowstring, were bleeding. Wiping away his sweat, Gregory joked, "Damn, if only I were this popular on a normal day." There were still plenty of zombies left. However, they were no longer attacking as ferociously. Looking at the horde, he sighed warily. I've seen more than enough horrible things for one day. That included the face of that guy who had been smiling like a complete idiot the entire time. It was that bastard priest. Though he seemed much weaker, he still spoke up. Do what you will. I am not someone who can be destroyed by death. Enraged by the taunt, he didn't hesitate any longer. He raised his sword to finish the priest off, saying, "Let's see if you can keep spouting nonsense after I sever that head from your neck." The priest remained defiant. "Fine," Gregory said. "Keep smiling until the very end." With one decisive slash, the priest's head tumbled to the floor. At that very moment, the horde of zombies behind them froze. Ket observed. They've stopped moving. Just he guessed. Their leader has been defeated. Gregory's tactic had succeeded. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Damn, that was way too close. He pulled a flask from his pouch to reward himself. Tonight, I'm drinking myself into a stupor. Ah, but there's no wine at today's service. Hearing that voice, all three of them froze. The priest's severed head was speaking. If you wouldn't mind, could you spare me a sip? Gregory stared at the head in shock. What the hell? But behind him, the priest's body began to move, preparing for a surprise attack. Ket shouted to warn Gregory. Suddenly, the body froze, and the severed head erupted in ghastly green flames. Justia recognized the creature, a Dueling. The green flames blazed even more fiercely. It let out a barbaric laugh as the room began to crumble into ruins around them. Meanwhile, Vlan was racing upwards, a giant clock bell right in front of him. That's it, the entity in his subconscious told him. This is the curse of a powerful mage. You must do everything you can to break the spell immediately. Vlan obeyed, all right, and then moved forward. It seemed the other three had been defeated by the Dueling. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the entity warned, be careful. Just then, the ground beneath him began to shake like an earthquake. The floor shattered, and the walls began to crumble. Vlan didn't understand what was going on. Seeing a higher platform collapsing, he immediately leaped onto it to escape the rubble. The moment he landed, large sections of the wall flew towards him, but thankfully, he managed to dodge them. He cursed as he continued to evade the debris. Damn it! Suddenly, he fell into a different place. What is happening? Looking up, he was shocked. Before him stood the ruins of a desolate church. The Dueling approached Vlan. Impressive. Vlan growled at him. Give it to me. The knight challenged. If you think you have what it takes, then come and take it from me. Done with words, Vlan charged. I said, give it to me. He intended to end it with a single strike, but the creature dodged it completely with a mere flick of his wrist. He pulled out his cursed sword, wanting to fight Vlan. Don't push your luck. I'm not sure how much longer I can show leniency to my equal. Vlan was taken aback. How am I your equal? The Dueling replied, I wasn't referring to you. Vlan was stunned. What? The knight's equal was the entity inside his subconscious. He was knocked back, but as the knight lunged again, Vlan managed to dodge the attack. He's getting faster, Vlan thought. At this speed, I can't counter. The knight complimented him, a fine landing. Vlan cursed, you bastard, I knew you weren't human. What about the others? Vlan demanded. The knight answered casually, oh, their lives mean nothing to me. There's only one thing I want. The voice in his subconscious spoke. Don't waste your time guessing. No human can move like that. Vlan moved to attack, but his opponent was one step ahead. A bit too slow, don't you think? The knight moved in for the final blow. Just then, the voice called out to Vlan again. Vlan understood and, by some miracle, managed to parry the strike. The knight was surprised. Well now, how did he manage that in nothing but leather armor? He figured it out. To think you're even protected by a spirit. Ignoring his words, Vlan charged in, ready to fight to the death. It appeared to be an even fight, but in terms of pure skill, the Dullahan had a slight advantage. He moved with agility, both parrying and attacking. Vlan was clearly losing stamina. If this keeps up, I have no chance of winning. If only I could meditate like Sir Rudiger. Just then, his eyes began to glow with a strange light. In an unfamiliar space, he found himself face to face with a person. In this child's vast world, so much remains unfulfilled. The figure spoke. No matter what world this child is connected to, it is a world of the spirit, existing within an immense space. You and I stand on separate horizons. I will become a consciousness and merge with you. It was the entity that had been residing in Vlan's subconscious. I will accept your request. Vlan was now more determined than ever. The brilliant light in his eyes slightly surprised his foe. My world will become one with yours. At that very instant, he yelled, you will leave the children alone and not lay a hand on them. Then, he charged forward with the speed of light, and the two clashed with tremendous force. Their fierce battle continued unabated amidst the ruins, but the knight appeared completely unharmed. Vlan cursed himself. Damn it, to think this is the only damage I can inflict. His sword hand trembled. He felt a wave of regret. I'm too weak to bear the weight of this mission. I can only manage 2 or 3 more attacks. The knight was regenerating fast and showed no intention of letting him go. I was lenient with you because I saw you as an ally, but he had now evolved into a new form. It was no longer leather armor. Now, he was encased in what looked like incredibly sturdy plate armor. Vlan was stunned at the sight. Huh, what the? The Dullahan was now more dangerous than ever. He shot forward like a blur, attempting to strike Vlan from behind. The entity in his subconscious screamed, move, now. But it wasn't fast enough. Fortunately, the sword itself missed, but the sheer force of the attack sent Vlan flying. The knight noticed something peculiar. Was he able to dodge my attack in a split second by focusing all of his remaining mana? His potential is significant. He'll become a major threat if I allow him to grow. However, the person I'm looking at right now seems different than what I expected. Indeed, the person he was looking at was Vlan. It seemed that after the last attack, he had passed out from sheer exhaustion. The knight approached him. Even so, I must eliminate any potential threats to the future. With unforeseen dangers looming, he raised his sword, intending to end Vlan's life. Before doing so, he made it clear that he had warned him. Didn't I tell you you'd regret facing me? The blade slowly descended. Just as it was about to pierce Vlan, it suddenly stopped. He was bewildered. A hand had gripped the blade, preventing it from moving any further. It was Vlan, but it seemed his soul had now truly merged with the being in his subconscious. What you've done has crossed the line. This kid already told you once, didn't he? Don't you dare lay your filthy hands on the children. Those were the words spoken to the headless knight. At that very moment, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck down, making the knight scream in agony. I don't know who I am anymore, but I know what I must do in this world. Though this body's memories are long gone, my soul still exists. What I must protect is etched deep within this very soul. I live for this reason alone. It was like an oath, a vow from Vlan directed at the other man. He was now far more powerful, his sword radiating limitless energy. The being told the knight, now, fight like a true knight. Before he could even compose himself, he saw that Vlan was gone. Vlan moved with godlike speed and was already standing right behind the knight, who turned his head but couldn't react in time. What? He was sent flying. He tried to rush forward to counterattack, but Vlan immediately slammed him face first into the ground. The being in his subconscious let him know, did you really think you could defeat me with that pathetic strength of yours? The knight asked in pain, who are you really? But the being refused to answer. I have no reason to speak with a disgusting, blood-sucking parasite like you. So now, it's time for you to pay for your sins. Another bolt of lightning struck down. He cried out in agony, not understanding why this was happening, to think I'd actually feel fear when facing him. Looking at Vlan now, he was truly terrified. That person will definitely defeat me. A monster is charging at me, baring its fangs. He's rushing forward as if he wants to devour me. Vlan once again prepared to charge the knight. And once again, the knight couldn't see him, that bastard. He vanished. He panicked. Where is he? Left or right? Before he could finish looking, Vlan was right behind him, mocking his incompetence. With reactions that slow, how can you still brag about your strength? Hearing this, the knight was a bit smarter this time. Instead of waiting to be hit, he proactively swung his sword with all his might, but the blow never even reached Vlan. Once again, the being appeared, beating him to a pulp. It seemed the one from his subconscious was furious. I can't believe a lowly being like you would dare to mock my disciple. This is a body that has escaped death and has rejected pain. So what is this feeling? What is this vivid pain that feels like it's draining my soul? Vlan's razor-sharp sword slashes tore through the Dullahan's body. Boom! He crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without giving him a moment to recover, Vlan quickly rushed in. The knight was in too much pain to move. How can something this powerful possibly exist in the world? Before he could think any further, the sword plunged deep into his shoulder. The Dullahan roared in pain, but Vlan was unmoved, applying even more pressure and saying coldly, "Give it here." He looked at Vlan in terror. "All the souls you've stolen, give them to me. Now." Showing no mercy, Vlan raised his fist and slammed it right into his face with explosive force. Lightning crackled everywhere as Vlan decisively used his strength to rip open the knight's chest. All he could do was scream, "Arg." Vlan's expression suddenly turned to one of astonishment. "So here are your souls." He simply grabbed the dark mass, focused his power, and shattered it. "Now, everything can return." The Dullahan screamed helplessly as the blinding lightning grew even stronger. The mass of souls began to glow purple, and in an instant, it shattered into minuscule fragments. Beams of light soared upwards, illuminating the entire sky, each one heading to a different place. The souls he had stolen were finally returning to their rightful owners. At that moment, he was still groaning, "I'm sure I know. But I can't remember right now." He watched in shock as Vlan expressionlessly raised his sword, which was now wreathed in lightning. Vlan continued impassively, "The way to destroy scum like you. He's not on my side. I thought he was like me, one who escaped death and pain. I can't remember the way to destroy you, but that doesn't mean there aren't other ways to do it." As he spoke, he pulled the sword from the knight's shoulder, stood up decisively, and brought it down with a powerful strike. One of his arms was severed from his body. The Dullahan writhed in agony, screaming shrilly, as Vlan, like a demon, softly uttered, "I just need to chop off all your limbs. That's as good as being dead." The knight dragged himself away, trying to escape the nightmare before him, as lightning flashed once more. Slash. 2 sword strikes flashed out, and his 2 lower limbs were gone. Vlan's eyes were steadfast and cold as he said, "One arm left." The knight raised his remaining hand, screaming as he tried to find an escape. "Lamastu! Lamastu!" Vlan froze in astonishment as a dark smoke enveloped the knight. As if grasping a final lifeline, he quickly begged, "I am here, my lord, save me." From within the dark smoke, long, spindly arms emerged. Vlan watched carefully as the knight saw the arms approaching him. "Lamastu." They rushed forward and grabbed his head, his own arms still outstretched, hoping for salvation. But he was engulfed by the very being he worshipped. The Dullahan was torn apart right before Vlan's eyes. That power, it was revoking his immortality. He screamed in despair, "No, Lamastu. Lamastu." His entire body was slowly submerged in the chaotic mass, until finally, nothing was left but a pile of ash. Lamastu. A hazy image of a woman suddenly appeared in his mind. "I don't have any memories of that person, but I have a vague feeling about this. What is that existence?" A strange sensation suddenly washed over him. "Oh well, it seems I've pushed this body past its limit." Vlan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Even so, his development has been truly excellent. I'm proud that he could endure me borrowing his body for this long. I'll have to apologize when he wakes up. Vlan's body lost control, gradually collapsing and lying motionless on the ground. The dazzling light of dawn broke through, shining its warmth on his exhausted body. In the domain of Utman, a dark and cold place, upon a lavish throne, the icy eyes and ruby-red lips of a mysterious woman appeared. What a brilliant soul. The recorded traces of the battle are quite cruel. He's using some kind of ancient, long-forgotten magic to destroy my subordinates. Behind every powerful being is the spirit of a conqueror supporting them. Things from the past are beginning to stir. I understand. The time to act has come. At a moment when the guards weren't present, her eyes glinted with a strange, eerie light. The era of chaos I've waited for all this time. My immortal knights, take any life you see before you. Those are Utman's knights. Their combat skills have been honed over a great deal of time. Utman. He paid a hefty price for this transaction. On the sickbed now, the boy had soulless eyes and drool spilling from his mouth. But at least his only son had returned from the dead. But now, a darkness was being nurtured inside his body. He was so moved he was on the verge of tears. That woman got what she wanted again. We will remain in this land until the time is right. Her close associate respectfully received the order, followed by hundreds from her legion of the dead. They all chanted in unison, "We will do as you wish." Lamistu sat arrogantly on her throne in a small house. V asked in surprise, I was out cold for 3 whole days again? Yeah. Luckily, the battle was already over. When I found you, you looked like a goddamn rag. Do you have any idea what I went through to drag you back? Go ahead to haul V all the way back here. He scratched his head, thinking of the Night Brigade. Are they okay? Among them, the captain is in the worst condition. Stop worrying about others and just rest. I'll go report that you're awake. If you need anything, just call me. All right, thank you. As soon as Go left, he sat quietly in the middle of the room, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Thank God everyone's still alive. Yes, that's the most important thing. The sword responded to his thoughts. It seems the barrier Justia created was strong enough to hold until the end, protecting everyone. She must have struggled immensely to unleash that power. She's strong, that's for sure. It feels strange, talking to you without holding the sword. The fatigue was still visible on his face. It is because our consciousnesses were connected. Even if only for a moment, they were shared. So, you can talk to me through my mind like this now? V tried thinking without speaking aloud. Yes. Oh, now I don't have to whisper and worry about people looking at me anymore. No more pretending to pray. His eyes suddenly grew somber. Come to think of it, I never told you this. Even though this is a secret between us, you were the one who saved everyone. Not just me and the knights, but the children in the village, too. A peaceful scene appeared before his eyes. From the depths of his soul, he felt a sense of gratitude. Thank you. In an instant, things became awkward. Neither of them knew what to say. Ah, well. He scratched his face in embarrassment. You tried your best, too. The sword gently encouraged him. A small smile slowly formed on V's lips. A warm atmosphere filled the room, perhaps partly due to the setting sun. Stop. Don't come any closer. A tall man stood blocking his way. I'm from Xara. Miss Justia will know who I am. The man assessed him carefully, but V met his gaze without a hint of fear. Wait there. The man turned away, not forgetting to give him an order. V's eyes scanned the area. They're late, but the holy knights finally arrived. Now the villagers can rest easy. Just then, the man returned with an announcement. You may enter. Thank you. V slowly walked inside. He was completely stunned by the sight before him. Countless bodies of the fallen were laid out neatly along the path. An unavoidable sadness appeared on his face. It wasn't that cold then, so I didn't notice. But I never imagined there would be this many victims. A bright red book suddenly appeared before him. Justia approached and spoke. V, what are you doing here? Miss Justia, may I search this area? He replied immediately. Sir Gregory has already identified the missing women. There's someone I need to find. She looked at him thoughtfully before speaking. Remnants of the curse may still linger. Come receive my blessing after you're finished. V bowed his head. I understand. Thank you. He carefully knelt down, examining each body, when his eyes caught sight of something long, brown hair. V cautiously lifted the covering sheet. Ah, he fell silent for a moment. I was hoping I wouldn't find her here. An old memory suddenly surfaced. Your eye is bruised. You should rest for a few days. It's nothing. You're acting like I broke a bone or something. Despite the bruise on one eye, Anna smiled brightly at him, holding a hot egg in her hand as she replied. Thanks, but I'm just doing what needs to be done. Just keep it. Roll it over the bruised area. He meticulously demonstrated for Anna. Is this a bribe? She teased with a bright smile. I hope you'll help me again next time. That same girl now lay motionless on the cold floor. This world is disgusting, isn't it? His silhouette suddenly seemed so lonely. V slowly raised his hand to wipe away a smudge on her beautiful face. Next time, don't do anything this dangerous. Be born as the daughter of a good family and grow up surrounded by love. He carefully straightened her clothes. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you. The evening sunlight shone down, bringing a little warmth to the girl's cold body. On her ring finger now sat a lovely, daisy-shaped ring. Inside Justia's tent, she reached for a still warm cup of tea and slowly began to speak. He was suddenly sucked into a black hole. Be more detailed. She gently handed the cup of tea to him. V took it and continued. That's all I know. I was too busy fighting. Just blocking his attacks was a big enough pain. Justia became pensive. The sword's voice echoed in his mind. Nice lie. Mixing truth with falsehoods makes the story sound real. Well, I used to work with prostitutes and lived by my wits, so I know how to spin a convincing tale. The aftermath of the battle was nothing but ruins. They show signs of a weak resistance against an overwhelming power. However, I can't figure out what the true outcome was. She thought carefully. I think he called out a name at the end, he suddenly recalled. A name? I can't remember it. My mind wasn't clear at the time, he said, rubbing his head helplessly. Wait, would eating an apple help you remember? She asked, deftly peeling one. I think it sounded like la. He searched his memories, deep in thought. Lamastu? Her hands suddenly began to tremble. She looked up at him for confirmation. Lamastu. Yes, that's right. I think that's what he called out. He immediately agreed. Gripping the half-peeled apple in her hand, she struggled to speak. All right. Thank you for your cooperation. Noticing her strange reaction, his eyes filled with confusion. Justia quickly stood up. Sanrino will not forget what you've done. Go back and get some rest. She then hurried away as well. What a relief. He was glad she didn't suspect a thing. Vlan couldn't help but watch Justia's retreating figure. Setting that aside, did you see the expression on her face? It was as if she'd become a completely different person. Her eyes were full of resentment, her lips pressed tightly together, her face radiating extreme indignation. At a grand and magnificent castle, a steaming hot cup of tea was being poured. Joseph slowly passed the teacup to the person across from him. When did you return to Xara? Old man Layman smiled gently as he replied. It's actually been a little while. If I'd known beforehand, I would have come out to greet you. I'm merely a humble servant now. Why would I make a man of your stature go to such trouble? Young master, more importantly, the old man set down the teacup in his hands, stroking his beard wisely as he asked, where has the boy gone? In the study, Joseph and Layman were discussing Vlan, while Jagger stood behind Joseph. He's currently out on a mission. He's in the territory of Utemen. We should be hearing from him soon. The old man seemed a bit surprised by this. Oh, he's just a servant, but he's already being sent on missions? The old man's expression didn't look too pleased. Actually, I met with the head of the clan before coming here. Joseph and Jagger focused on the old man's words. I only have one ducat left, so I'll be brief. An image of a glistening ducat flashed in Joseph's mind. As if he realized something, his expression turned grave. One ducat, I see. So he didn't just come here because of Vlan. The old man recalled the time he stood before the servants in Sturma, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he mentioned them. The servants in Sturma are all a bunch of idiots. I can't believe those who carry the name Bayan would lead a pack like that. The old man chuckled softly. I wonder if the servant you're raising is anything like them. Jagger calmly replied, he's completely different. He's more the type to do whatever he pleases. This was the first time the old man had ever heard him praise someone, and he couldn't help but let out a laugh. For a difficult man like you to praise him so highly, he must be something special. Being called difficult, he felt a bit embarrassed and fell silent. Seeing this, Joseph also gave a small laugh and teased him a little. There's no need to be so surprised. You already showed me every last one of your embarrassing sides when you were a child. As he grumbled, the old man began to take an interest in Vlan. I hope I find this boy interesting. The unpleasant face of Sovanin appeared in the old man's mind. If he's anything like that Sovanin fellow who acts all high and mighty because his parents have his back, I'll personally punch your servant. Joseph looked at the old man and stated calmly, my servant is an orphan. The old man fell silent. Joseph took the opportunity to pique his interest. Now that I understand Lamone's intentions, I have to stimulate his interest as much as possible. His mind full of schemes, he outwardly spoke of Vlan's pitiful origins to create curiosity for the old man. He grew up in a back alley without any parents. He made it all the way here by himself, with his own strength. His eyes were filled with calculation. I mentioned his background for a reason. The old man gave a smile full of interest. Seeing his expression, Joseph knew his plan had succeeded. I can evoke the memories of his own difficult past, the fact that he also climbed his way up here on his own. Joseph's attitude was extremely humble. You don't necessarily have to give him that ducat, but I hope you can teach him a thing or two. The old man was very pleased with his tact and decided to indulge him. Himph. I'm not usually fond of today's youth. His eyes radiated authority, but, since you've asked. The old man stroked his beard, his eyes flashing with a blue light. He gave a dangerous smile and his voice was slow. I will test him myself. At this time, in another place, a group of people had gathered. Justia placed a hand over her left breast and bowed her head solemnly, saying, We of Sanrino will not forget your courageous actions. Gregory grinned. I hope you'll put in a good word for us. Our lord isn't exactly the meticulous type. Justia bowed her head once more. I cannot lie in my report, but I will do my utmost to repay Sir Gregory for his service. The man was disappointed. In that case, it's better if you don't mention us at all. She glanced over and saw Vlan busy with his flag. She smiled and asked the man, Vlan has a flag. The man smiled confidently. It's been a while since House Bayan has found someone worth keeping an eye on. He's receiving very good treatment, she thought to herself. The signs of a fierce battle. A servant who possesses the will to defeat a Dullahan. Those two things alone are enough to prove he's different. She and the man looked at each other and gave a slight nod. Well then, we shall take our leave. May the blessings of St. Rosano always be with you all. And with that, the two groups went their separate ways. Vlan's group rode away on horseback. He turned his head and waved goodbye to everyone. The villagers also waved back happily. Their smiles were like warm rays of sunshine. He couldn't help but marvel. The village looks so much better now that the fog has lifted. The man heard this and explained, this place was always full of sunshine. Everything that happened in the village was because of him. Vlan didn't ask any more questions, just smiled as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. What a relief. Unlike me, who was buried deep in the dark alleys of Xara, Anna would have wanted to live in a sun-drenched village like this. The village was bathed in a gentle light. He prayed silently. I hope she finds warmth in this place. A flickering fire illuminated a small space in the dark forest. Vlan's group was taking a temporary rest in a small clearing. Everyone else was asleep, only he was awake. The firelight danced across his thoughtful face. I failed completely. If it hadn't been for that voice, I doubt I would have made it out of there. An image appeared in his mind. A figure in full armor, engulfed in blue flames, just like Jagger and Anna. I was nearly crushed by this vast world, unable to even fight back. Gregory, awakened by something, looked groggily in his direction. What were you thinking about so hard, kid? Vlan lowered his gaze and said softly, it's just some little things. The man seemed to see right through him and didn't hesitate to call him out. Yeah, but you look more beat up on the inside than on the outside. Rendered speechless, Vlan had no choice but to confess everything. There are so many amazing people in this world. He bowed his head, his form illuminated by the small campfire, half in light and half in shadow. He looked utterly devoid of confidence at that moment. I don't even know if I can survive among people like that. Hearing the insecurity in his voice, the man gently reassured him. Hey, everyone thinks that at least once in their life. The man no longer laid down, sitting up decisively. There's no single right answer, but I've already found my own. Model, what are you so deep in thought about? The man's face was resolute. I must continue to burn. The fire in front of them danced in the wind. There's no way to stop a flame from flickering in the wind, but as long as it lives, it can keep burning. He stared at the fire, pondering the man's words. The man finished with one last line. Rise, again and again, and burn for eternity. The boy clenched his fists, and everything finally clicked into place. That's right. There are no shortcuts to getting stronger or catching up to someone in an instant. He returned to his original state, his eyes filled with the determination to stand firm and continue to burn, to focus on the now. From within the flames, the image of a mighty knight appeared. He seemed to be taking an oath. Because if I want to fight back against this vast world that's suddenly bearing down on me, I will need to become a great flame. Unbeknownst to him, from a mountain behind him, the silhouette of a creature was making its way to the summit. The creature was shrouded in darkness, its form obscured. All that could be seen were its eyes, which were like miniature universes. The main building. With a solemn expression, Joseph spoke. Well done. Vlan's group had returned and reported the entire incident to Joseph. After grasping all the information, he couldn't help but praise them. I wish to commend you for your efforts in completing the mission, and your handling of the root of the problem is also commendable. His face darkened. However, the act of a House Bayin sword being drawn unsanctioned in another lord's domain is unforgivable. Everyone lowered their heads, accepting the blame. Gregory explained, we sincerely apologize. As the one responsible for the investigation team, I will accept any punishment for this incident. A voice rang out from behind them. Laman, who had appeared out of nowhere, stood behind them. Times have changed. How could you act so carelessly in another's territory? Vlan turned his head to look as the old man continued. What's worse is that you knew full well what the consequences would be. He looked at them grimly. That action is even more deplorable. The boy looked back and forth, still not recognizing the man behind him. Who is he? The air around him feels unnatural. Joseph agreed with what the old man said. He's right. You stumbled into a sensitive matter amidst this chaos. As the royal family doesn't have complete control over the empire, all the unresolved issues are slowly spiraling out of control. The three, including Vlan, stood silently, focused on his words. Territorial disputes, both large and small, are breaking out with increasing frequency all over the region. His expression turned cold. There's no guarantee the North won't suffer the same fate. Gregory continued to apologize. Josette went on. Around the time you encountered this curse from the past, Duke Iron had also taken an interest in the situation in that village. Duke Iron did. I understand your good intentions, but the flames you've stoked are far too large. You're frowning. Laman, standing behind them, spoke up again. You should have left sooner. I heard the San Rosino Holy Knights were also there. You should have let them handle it. A surge of anger rose in the boy. What the hell do you know? You weren't there. The old man scoffed. Youth these days, all action and no foresight. The boy didn't hear another word, the old man said. He gritted his teeth as everyone's eyes turned to him, waiting for his explanation. His eyes blazed like those of a powerful beast as he yelled in anger. If we hadn't stepped in, those children would be dead. Seeing that expression, the old man was thrilled. Look at this. Where did Sir Joseph find him? The old man laughed with delight. I thought he was just some wet-behind-the-ears brat, but it turns out he's a monster. Vlan said, Sir Gregory did what was best for the children. He pressed on. Sanosino saw what we did and said our actions deserved praise, not reprimand. Ah, that's enough, Joseph cut in. Do not test my patience any further. Vlan flinched, and the others were also stunned by his words. Joseph frowned, looking directly at Vlan. The boy bowed his head in apology. Yes, sir, I apologize. Joseph glanced at Lamon behind him, closed his eyes in thought, and finally made his decision. Sir Gregory, I trust you understand. The second law of swordsmen is an extremely sensitive matter. Gregory bowed his head. Yes, Sir Joseph, we were careless. Joseph continued, sensitive issues are piling up one after another. Before Upmetman personally sends a complaint, we should act first and show him our sincerity. He turned his back and delivered the verdict. Knight Gregory, you are suspended indefinitely. Vlan's pupils contracted at the sudden decision. Joseph continued, unconcerned, you will receive no stipend, nor will you enjoy any of the privileges granted by House Bay. The other knights will receive similar punishments. Gregory accepted. Yes, Master Joseph. As for Vlan. Joseph glanced back. Looking into the boy's blue eyes, Joseph thought to himself, I treated you well. I gave you food and shelter. Seeing Vlan's defiant, stubborn expression, he thought, but it seems you're impossible to tame. Joseph was annoyed. It is truly regrettable that you spoke without my permission and have displeased me. He wondered, does my anger come from this humiliation? No. He clenched his fist. I'm just disappointed. Joseph turned and made his decision. You are also suspended indefinitely. He thought to himself, because this is a nuisance. I should have been stricter with you from the start. He continued aloud. You are not to approach me unless summoned. Vlan stood frozen for a moment before leaving, complex thoughts swirling in his mind. I have such mixed feelings. He remembered the faces in the room. Vlan was saddened. I never thought I'd have to see those kinds of estranged looks again. You may be a lowly subordinate, but you've truly displeased Lord Joseph. A voice cut through his thoughts. Lamon looked up and smiled. So, your name is Vlan, huh? Vlan remained silent. My, look at you. Lamon crossed his arms mockingly. You won't even answer when an elder speaks to you. The old man went on, I suppose you were never taught any manners. Those words made Vlan clench his fists. He pursed his lips, thinking, I was taught plenty by the lady, who looked at me with the eyes of a kind mother. That's right. Vlan placed a hand on his chest and bowed. I am Vlan. Then he asked in turn, might I be so bold as to ask your name, sir? Model. His eyes. Lamon was startled, thinking the boy looked like he was asking for his opponent's name before a duel. He smirked. His fighting spirit was stirring again. It's been a long time since I felt an aura this powerful. Lamon leaned on his staff. All right, you want to know my name? Unfortunately, I don't have a name to give you right now. He struck his staff hard on the ground, and V flinched, his eyes wide. Lamon introduced himself. I am simply one who walks the lowest path. He mused, I have not yet completed my duty. There are knights who grow old, but they never tire. Because they could not fall honorably on the battlefield, they traveled the continent to the lowliest of places, seeking to reclaim their lost honor along their own path. Just like the founding kings of the kingdoms on this continent, a swordsman also has duties to fulfill until the final moments of his life. On the other side, Count Gaida had finally prepared a bridge connecting to the north. To be precise, he took over the nearby area and began his work. To reach the north, he will definitely have to pass through us. Duckin said, will he come to our position? Alicia asked worriedly. Duckin was silent for a moment before replying. We should prepare for it. Alicia frowned. The central district has been closed, and before we knew it, the west is about to be sealed in the same way. We need to write a letter to Count Bay. I believe they will help us because they have a reason and a duty to do so. You're right, my lady. Duckin pointed at the map. Once they cross here, their next destination will clearly be Count Bay's estate. Alicia smiled faintly. I'm glad I gave him my handkerchief. Dukin agreed, indeed. We keep hearing rumors about him. These days, he has grown into a handsome young man. She also nodded. It seems he visited San Rosino this time and has a closer relationship with the church. There's nothing wrong with that. Duckin covered his mouth. Oh my, you seem very proud of him. Alicia covered her mouth and coughed lightly in embarrassment. Well, I have done many things for him, you know. Duckin said. Yes, I agree that was a very good move. Thanks to your monitoring of his movements, our spy network has grown much stronger, he added quietly. At this rate, people will start saying that D-Man's famous specialty isn't paintings, but spies. His words made her startle and blush. She turned away and said, since our spy network has gotten stronger, let's expand the surveillance area. If we discover any unusual activities early, it will buy us a little more time. Because we don't have enough troops to deal with surprises, I hope they'll just pass us by without doing anything. Duck-An thought to himself, the world is changing too fast, so fast that even I can't guess what will happen next. But that change isn't entirely bad. Like those flowers that began to bloom when that young boy left, it might bring us hope and peace. That disagreeable old man, if I could, I would have punched him right then and there. Elsewhere, Vlan was talking with his arms crossed. Is that so? The other person replied. The blacksmith asked, but what did you do to this sword? I just repaired it not long ago. How did it end up like this? A headless man. He was a strong opponent, the boy replied. The old man wondered, what does that mean? Vlan found it hard to say. Oh, how should I explain this? He said, the deeper I venture into this world, the more I have to fight enemies I've never seen or heard of before. I think it's my destiny. The blacksmith said, isn't it time you replace this sword? What? Vlan asked. The old man explained, this sword is only slightly better than the dull blades of some mercenaries. You're lucky it can even cut monsters. It's simply made of iron, and the person who made it was an average smith. Vlan was confused. What are you talking about? The old man frowned. If you keep using it, it won't be long before it shatters. He picked up the sword and continued. The man with the large scar across his eye made a request. Please forge me a sword that can slay a dragon. Master Lowen was so shocked he was speechless. He stopped what he was doing and asked the man again, slay a what? The flashback ended, and the old smith recounted the story by the fire. Last winter, a knight suddenly asked me to make that kind of sword. I wondered what he was talking about. He clearly knew your name. I remember he said that Vlan's Xara could cut some kind of vampire. Hearing this, Vlan rested his chin on his hand and recalled, oh, I know who you're talking about. I met that knight during the goblin raid, but he was just persistent about finding the person who made that blade. The blacksmith, holding the sword, agreed. Right. Since he couldn't control his aura, he asked me if this blade had any special abilities. Suddenly, his voice grew somber. Even though I was only thinking of myself back then, you're still alive. He continued cryptically. The truth is, achieving such incredible feats also means coming close to death. Vlan didn't understand and asked again, what do you mean by that? The old man glanced over. Vlan listened intently as the man, holding the old sword, explained. You surely faced incredibly difficult obstacles, and because of that, you've become stronger. This blade has kept its shape through all of that. An image of Vlan collapsing with the broken sword appeared with a warning. If the blade breaks, it won't be the only thing that shatters. The blacksmith's reflection appeared on the time-worn sword. I just hope it doesn't hold you back any more than it already has. I'm sure that person wouldn't want that either. The blacksmith turned to advise him. I'm not saying you have to change it right away, but start considering it from now on. Vlan was silent for a moment before speaking. Are you still taking orders? The old man closed his eyes and refused. This is my final work. Go find another blacksmith. They both fell silent at the same time. The old man remained silent, but deep down, he was incredibly satisfied. No matter how much it's been through, seeing it like this makes me realize it's still the same. He felt sympathy seeing how sad Vlan was. It's natural for a young person to feel sad when parting with something they cherish. To an old man like me, old things are just material possessions. He spoke up, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Besides that, are you planning to take it with you today? He answered hesitantly. There's no rush. But his eyes were filled with sadness. It's nothing. I'll use it later. The blacksmith continued to hold and admire the sword. All right, I'll sharpen it for you, kid. The old man placed the sword on the grinding wheel, and the sparks that flew lit up his aged face. The light from the sparks also illuminated Vlan's sorrowful expression. Vlan held the gleaming sword in his hand. It looked brand new, maybe even sharper than when he first got it. A cheeky grin returned to his face. Thanks. I'll be counting on you a lot more in the future. The blacksmith glared and pointed at him. Just stop by once in a while. Don't go exploiting an old man like me. He sheathed his sword and promised. Next time, I'll bring some good meat. The old man feigned annoyance. You damn kid, what good is meat on its own? He laughed and waved goodbye. All right, I'll bring some good wine too. The old man waved back. Now that's more like it. I'll be waiting. Make sure you come back safe. The blacksmith stood at the door, watching him walk away. He watched until the boy's figure disappeared into the distance. Only when he was far enough away did the old man dare to break into a coughing fit. He dropped to his knees, wiping his mouth with his hand as he fought against the persistent cough. He sighed to himself, I'll have to close up shop for today. I've done all I can. He straightened his back, looking off into the distance where Vlan's silhouette was moving forward. The blacksmith couldn't help but admire his confident and steady steps. A magnificent castle, glowing with a warm light, seemed to appear before the old man's eyes, which was also where Vlan was headed. In complete contrast to the dark, muddy street he was on, the boy would surely be able to escape this harsh place. The blacksmith muttered as he opened the door and went back inside his room. Of course, I hope so. The door closed, and the surrounding street returned to darkness, with only a faint light peeking through the crack in the door and the small windows. Darkness enveloped the deserted street as Vlan walked on with a heavy heart. Suddenly, a stalker appeared behind him, keeping his distance and matching his every step. Vlan suddenly turned into a small alley, and the stalker followed close behind. As he was observing, he was startled to find that Vlan had vanished. The stalker was none other than Lamon. He smirked, praising Vlan in his head. Good instincts. A cloaked figure appeared from above. Lamon glanced behind him. Just as I thought. There's a reason he's able to wear BS's leather armor. Vlan asked coldly, "Why are you following me?" The old man remained stubborn. "What are you talking about? I'm just on my way," Vlan asserted. "I know you've been tailing me since I left the town hall." Lamon didn't bother explaining. "Is that so?" Vlan stared at him intently. "I've had the feeling you've been wanting to pick a fight with me since we first met." The old man just smirked calmly. "That's right. I like that sharpness of yours. Put a little more force into it. Don't let your rage control you. Learn to master it." He's just standing there, resolute. He has more potential than I thought. Suddenly, the old man froze in confusion. So why are Vlan and I staring at each other? Lamon recalled the past. It seemed the boy was deliberately disobedient and only did as he pleased. The old man tried to justify himself. "You should have reined in your reckless actions from the start." "Did I say something wrong back then?" Vlan said bluntly. "If something is bothering you, just tell me. Don't beat around the bush." The old man grew more and more amused. "It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of spirit. The more, the merrier." A moment later, he drew his sword provocatively. "I take it you prefer swordplay over conversation." Vlan stared at him warily. A well-trained knight. I don't know who he is or why he's acting this way. But regardless, he's an acquaintance of Sir Joseph. He suspected there was some hidden reason for all this, but drew his sword anyway. "You're the one who started this." The two faced off, their eyes locked in a tense stare. Whatever their reasons, they quickly charged at each other, swords in hand. Swinging his sword to attack, Lamon deftly parried. "It'll all be over if I can break through," Lamon taunted. "So, you know a few fighting tricks, huh?" Vlan, hit by the taunt, gritted his teeth in anger. He swung his sword fiercely, forcing them both back. Vlan pressed forward with a barrage of attacks, forcing Lamon to retreat and defend. Sparks flew each time their blades clashed. The tip of Lamon's sword intercepted his blade. The tables turned as Vlan was brought to a halt. The old man struck down hard, making it difficult for him to defend. He realized his opponent's strength. He's deflecting all of my attacks with the tip of his sword. This isn't just a fluke. He read my moves after just a few exchanges. I can tell from the way he fights. In Vlan's eyes, Lamon had become a formidable foe. He must have been through countless duels. The old man smirked. "Is that all you've got?" Vlan lowered his head, keeping his composure. "Of course not." Lamon was taken aback. A blue and green aura flared in Vlan's eyes, and his sword began to radiate the same energy. "This is just the beginning." The old man's eyes widened in surprise. These days, in this era of chaos, there aren't many who can use such a powerful aura at his age. He laughed maniacally. "This makes me feel alive again." Vlan rushed forward to attack Lamon. The old man raised his sword to block the incoming strike. The two blades clashed violently, creating small sparks. He swung his sword relentlessly, his movements so fast they were invisible to the naked eye. Yet the old man effortlessly parried each blow. He focused all his spirit and strength into a single strike aimed at the old man, but he still dodged it with ease, Vlan's sword cutting through empty air. The old man looked at him, his eyes glinting with amusement. "I like your spirit." It seemed Vlan didn't hear a word, he said. His entire being was focused on the fight. He pulled his sword back and continued his assault. Noticing this, the old man jumped back, creating some distance between them. Right now, Vlan didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to win. His eyes blazing, he charged forward again. He silently roared in his mind, stealing his resolve. "I won't let him get away, even if my experience and technique can't match his." The two fought on, neither giving an inch. He knew that if he couldn't win with those two things, he still had something else. "I can use my strength to overpower him because I'm younger." The two swords were locked in a stalemate, much like their owners, one old, one young, locked in an undecided battle. The old man was pushed back slightly by the boy's strength, two deep grooves appearing in the ground beneath his feet. He smiled, unable to help but lament, "Time is a cruel thing." Vlan retorted without holding back. "Let's see how long you can keep smiling." The man closed his eyes and praised him. "Your strategy is good." All this time, the old man had just been toying with him, Only now was he getting serious. His eyes shone like stars, and he was no longer smiling. But you chose the wrong opponent to use it on. The two swords vibrated nonstop, and Vlan's entire body was pushed back slightly, finding himself in the same predicament as the old man. The man looked at him calmly. Not bad, huh? This is physical enhancement. Vlan suddenly noticed something different about him. This strength. It was nothing like it was before. The old man raised his hand, and a surge of power enveloped it. It's too early to be surprised. Once you get the hang of it, you can even use it like this. The old man grabbed his sword blade with his bare hand, and a flash of shock appeared in the boy's eyes. This is insane. Is he actually grabbing an aura-infused sword with his bare hands? He tried to pull the sword from the old man's grasp, but it was no use. His sword was completely stuck. Without a moment's hesitation, he let go of the sword. This move completely caught the old man off guard, and his face went blank. He drew a short sword from his hip and slashed at the old man. Although the old man's face was still blank with surprise, his body's reflexes were quick enough to dodge the boy's sudden attack. The old man chuckled. You cunning little brat. Deciding to abandon your sword was a smart move. That's not something a formally trained knight would come up with. Only someone with the heart of a monster possesses that kind of audacity. The boy continued to lunge at the old man. The old man let go of the boy's sword, and the boy's eyes widened as he watched him throw a punch infused with immense power. Caught off guard, he couldn't dodge in time. He took the full brunt of the punch, his body flying backward as another deep trench was carved into the ground. He flipped through the air and landed headfirst. The old man knelt down, a blue flame flaring up on his left hand. He looked at the boy in a panic. Damn it, I got too serious all of a sudden. The old man rushed to call out to him, Hey, are you all right? When the boy didn't respond, the old man started to break out in a cold sweat. Did I break him? His defense is a little weak. Before he left, Joseph had warned him. That kid is very precious to me, so don't you dare hurt him. Remembering that now gave the old man a headache. He stroked his chin, wondering how he would explain this to him. He asked himself, what am I going to tell him now? But the boy wasn't unconscious. On the contrary, he was perfectly alert, his gaze sharp. Gregory once said that in any situation, as long as the flame isn't extinguished, things are fine. Taking advantage of the old man's distraction, the boy shot forward, his entire body enhanced. The old man never expected that the boy could still stand after taking one of his direct hits, and this kid, before the old man could even react, he grabbed him by the collar. He still hadn't given up. He slammed his head hard against the old man's. The two of them stood frozen in place. The boy's eyes slowly closed. That's cheating. His body slowly lost its balance and his voice grew faint before he finally fell unconscious. The old man rubbed his forehead and sighed. Phew. That was a close call. The old man beamed as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. But you are definitely a true talent. The boy was unconscious now and couldn't hear what he was saying. You've passed the castle's test. In the study, Ragam was reporting to Peter about Lamon's situation. Lamon is in Xara. He seems to be very interested in Vlan. Peter glanced at the documents nonchalantly. I know. Ragam smiled faintly. Thankfully, Vlan's attitude hasn't changed. Yes, Peter said, closing his eyes. Lamon was a knight of the previous dynasty. Even I would find him difficult to handle. Ever since he sighed and walked away after seeing my men, I've had a very bad feeling. I don't know whether to say we've regained our pride or to sigh that all we've gained is his interest. Hearing this, Ragam could no longer smile and could only sigh himself. Times have changed. The image of a young Lamon at his peak, commanding tens of thousands of soldiers, is now just a memory. Lamon himself is a living testament to the cruelty of time. That's because he rose to knighthood from the rank of a common soldier. He would have no interest in the pampered soldiers of this era. Ragam's analysis of Lamon's personality was spot on. Peter acknowledged this, but some truths were simply unchangeable. No matter how much time passes, some things remain the same. He put the documents down on the table. His sigh back then wasn't just one of disgust or complaint. It felt like it came from a place of deep sadness. Looking at the suit of armor displayed before him, he was reminded of Lamon's glory days when he was a man to whom San Racino himself had personally gifted a suit of battle armor. Ragam added, the recognition is what made him so special. An idea formed in Peter's mind. After a moment of thought, he decided, maybe I should send a suit to Xara, too? He smiled, thinking to himself that thankfully, the line hadn't been completely broken. The tradition of House Bei Yin continues, all thanks to a common soldier. Vlan finally woke up, his head dizzy and throbbing with pain. He clutched his head, groaning. He couldn't help but curse. Damn that old geezer, my head is still killing me. Once he composed himself, he started to analyze the fight. I've never seen that technique before. I can't believe he infused his body with aura instead of his sword. He came to a conclusion. That man was a hidden master, someone he could learn a great deal from. Well, I guess the reason everyone respects him so much is because he's just on another level. There was a knock from outside, and someone entered his room. Lost in thought, he was slightly startled. It was Jamina, carrying a stack of clean clothes. Seeing that he was awake, she asked, "Oh, you're up? I thought I heard you sleep talking." He reminded her with a sigh, "Honestly, you're supposed to knock before you enter." She shot back, "Do I look like I have a free hand to knock? Why did you wash my clothes? You could have just left them. I would have done it myself." She just giggled at him. "This is part of the service at our tavern. I'm just doing my duty. After all, you're a guest on the 4th floor, the most expensive one." Hearing that, his face went completely rigid. "A guest?" She sounded serious. He managed to say, I don't have that kind of money to pay you." She set his clothes on the table and began to explain. "For you, it's free. Your being here is already a great help to us. A lot of scoundrels might come to the Rose Smile now, not knowing any better." He asked, "Just my presence is enough?" She patiently explained to him. Marcel said, "Your name alone is worth more than enough. You're backed by the mayor of Xara and the second young master of House Bei Yin. Besides, you're also an almighty knight." He felt awkward being held in such high regard. "Not yet. I'm not. Don't go around telling people things like that," he said. She held up a purple handkerchief. "From where I'm standing, you're definitely a knight." The purple handkerchief was embroidered with the name Alicia Hino, the knight of Lady Alicia. His face went pale and he broke out in a cold sweat, stammering an explanation. "About that, well, there's a story behind that." Her voice dropped to a low, dangerous growl. "I was so happy to cut your hair and help you hold your sword," she seethed. "You've really made a name for yourself." He trembled with fear. "Thanks." She stormed out in a rage, slamming the poor door with all her might. He sat on the bed, scratching his head in confusion. "But I've always been grateful for that." Meanwhile, night had fallen over a vast grassland surrounded by towering mountain ranges. In the distance, a loud noise echoed as a cloud of dust billowed into the air. Talented individuals can shine no matter where they are. A spirit unicorn was galloping forward with all its might, dust and leaves kicking up with every stride. Chasing it was a massive horde of riders on horseback. They were hunting it, for people always covet such rare creatures. After surrendering its position as the leader of the herd, it was doing everything it could to escape them. It still remembered what happened that day and was always searching for that boy. Lassos were thrown. The men hurled their ropes towards it. It glanced back, discovering their plan. It was often hindered by those who coveted talented individuals. Quick as a flash, it dodged the lassos before they could tighten around its neck. Seeing it escape, the men gritted their teeth in anger and shouted, "Damn it." They continued their thunderous pursuit on horseback. Spinning his lasso in the air, one of them constantly yelled, "After it, don't let it get away." The boy who rode it that day was not here. It remembered the days when it roamed the green plains with Vong. Returning to reality, it had to overcome this challenge on its own. From high above, a mysterious figure watched the chase, looking down with a predatory gaze. The rider yelled to his subordinates, "We have to catch it." The scene changes to the Rose Smile Tavern at night. At a table full of hot food, Vlan poked a sausage with his fork and knife. Listening to the old knight, Lamon, mumble, "I said I was sorry, didn't I?" The old man held up his index finger with a placating smile. "Let me make it up to you with something really cool, okay? Don't be mad at me anymore, all right?" Vlan replied coldly, "There are some things that even money can't buy." This left Lamon speechless. Vlan continued, "I really like this armor, you know." Lamon looked guiltily at the boy's armor, which he had beaten to a pulp, and said, "I know this armor is only given to the most promising squires." He chuckled. "When I got my first set of armor, I hugged it for days without letting go." Vlan cut him off. "You knew that, and you still smashed it to pieces." That successfully stunned him into silence. The old man hesitated. "Let's move past that. I want you to go on a trip with me." Vlan asked without even looking at him, still focused on his meal. "Go where?" Lamon continued. "We have to show the young master just how useful you are. If you just wander around during your suspension, people will only see you as a troublemaker." Vlan rubbed his chin, frowning in thought. "That actually makes sense, doesn't it?" The spirit agreed. "It does. Besides, Joseph treats this old geezer with a lot of respect." Vlan turned to ask the old man, "What do I have to do to prove I'm useful?" Lamon just chuckled and pointed to himself. "I want you to do something for me. We'll report it later." Vlan asked again, "What is it?" Lamon didn't answer, instead offering a sly grin. "Do you like horses?" Daylight. A caravan of carriages marches across the green plains. Lamon was lying on the grass-covered floor of a carriage, hands behind his head and legs crossed, speaking to Vlan, who sat beside him. They say there was a black horse wandering all over Xara, but one day it just vanished, as if it were possessed. The coachman up front heard this and turned pale. "Ah, I've heard that rumor too. That horse is called a spirit horse." Vlan pressed, A spirit horse? The man replied, yes. I have a bad feeling about this. He imagined a faceless being who could control others. What if it's connected to the headless knight? I heard he can control women as if by magic. The spirit explained, if the rumors about the spirit horse are true, it's possible the two are related. Vlan couldn't help but sigh. Heath, he asked Lamon, who was still sprawled out. Is it really okay to just be lazing around like this? The old man just laughed and replied casually, for now, we just have to follow these merchants, so there's not much else to do. Vlan retorted, at the very least, we should be on guard. The old man remained optimistic. Just relax, kid. That horse will find its way to us. Vlan was surprised. What? It'll find us on its own. How do you know that? Lamon answered his questions. The horse they call a spirit horse is not only fast, but according to the rumors, it also behaves erratically. Vlan was incredulous. What? The old man continued. It often stands at a distance and watches if it sees people riding horses or in carriages. A giant question mark appeared over Vlan's head. Lamon chuckled. It knows exactly what it's doing. It's no ordinary horse. Vlan rested his chin on his hand, thinking, I'm starting to feel uneasy. If it really is a horse controlled by some villain, the investigation team will have to come to Xara to check for any traces it left behind. Lemon threw cold water on his theory. I don't know what you're thinking, but racking your brain trying to guess won't do you any good. You'll find out when the time comes. What's meant to happen will happen. The old man smiled smugly, thinking, the horse was never important from the start. I just wanted to observe you up close for a few days. If I like what I see, maybe I'll teach you a thing or two. He opened one eye slightly to ask Vlan, how long have you been able to use aura? Vlan looked up at the sky, thinking, about 3 or 4 months, I guess. The old man assessed him. If it's only been 3 or 4 months, then that's fast. The boy asked, what's fast? Lamon replied, your progress since you first learned to use aura. But even so, the fact that you don't have your own color yet is quite interesting. Vlan's eyes widened as he asked, my own color? Lamon explained to him, aura is an expression of the heart. The fact that you don't have a color yet means your inner world hasn't been decided. Vlan leaned in close to ask the old man, what do I have to do to find my own color? His question, and his eyes sparkling with anticipation, startled Lamon. Lamon shot up. Weren't you taught anything about aura? He asked, annoyed. And don't get so close to me. Vlan answered honestly, I was. I was taught that the fundamentals are very important. The old man stroked his beard, pleased. Aha, I see, he thought to himself. That nagging old fool must have his own way of teaching the kid. I shouldn't teach him too much, he said to the boy. Humph. Show the world who you are. Don't hide it. Vlan looked confused. What do you mean? The old man explained, create something that can help you bring your inner world to the outside. Knights call it a key, the boy repeated. A key? Growing exasperated, the old man asked, you've seen knights use aura before, haven't you? Do they only use their aura? Vlan looked doubtful. Do they use it in a different way? The old man pushed him. Think carefully. Do they make any special movements? Vlan tried his best, but it was no use. I'm not sure. I was always stuck in an emergency. Then, suddenly, he realized something. Ah! He realized the old man was right. They all performs some kind of action. He remembered Sir Pablo resting his sword on his shield, Sir Gregory swinging his sword as he advanced, Rutiger tapping his fingers on his sword, and his train of thought stopped at the image of Godwin holding his sword across his chest. He frowned at the memory of him. Lamon asked, looks like you've remembered something, haven't you? That is the key. It is both a tool and a ceremony to expand the world within your heart. Vlan asked him, but I've always just used it when I needed to. Whatever the situation, I just follow my intuition at the time. The old man chuckled. That's why I said you haven't found your own color yet. Jagger will tell you about it eventually, but it's not a bad idea to think about it beforehand. As he was speaking, he suddenly fell silent, his eyes filled with surprise and caution. The old man pushed his head down and yelled, get down, get down. An arrow shot straight into the turf on the carriage roof. Guy, terrified, turned around and shouted, what was that? What just happened? Did something just fly past us? Lamon and Vlan stared at the arrow embedded in the wooden frame. The old man said, looks like this isn't going to be a smooth ride. He shouted, ambush. Everyone, stay alert. The knights up front looked back. What? An ambush? What are you talking about? But before he could finish, another arrow struck him right in the face. He tumbled from his horse, sprawling on the ground. Panic erupted among the group. What? Where did that come from? One of them pointed into the distance. Sir, over there. Bandits. On a distant mound, a group of horsemen stood, brandishing their blades and staring intently in their direction. Lemon said to Guy, hey, Get the horses to a gallop and hold the reins tight. Don't let go. Guy replied, "What? Yes, sir." Vlan looked at the group and asked absently, "Bandits? Out here?" Lamon said grimly, "Those are no ordinary bandits. They're much tougher than that." One of them raised a strange-looking blade and reared his horse. Instantly, the group behind him charged forward, swinging their blades with ferocious energy. Are they barbarians? The cavalry unit fired hundreds of arrows at the enemy in unison. The shield-bearing soldiers tried to defend themselves, though some arrows pierced right through their wooden shields. They held their shields, bracing against the damn rain of arrows. Hold the line, maintain formation. The cavalrymen continued to draw their bows and fire. They rode in circles, taking turns shooting. Elsewhere, Vlan, Lemon, and Guy were watching. Lamon sighed in relief. Just as I thought. They're targeting the mercenaries first. Good thing we're at the back of the convoy. It buys us some time. Vlan wondered. The barbarians live beyond the northern border. What are they doing here? Lamon was also surprised. This is the first time I've ever seen barbarians this deep into the kingdom's territory. He stood up and drew his sword from its sheath. And here I thought this would be a relaxing trip. Lamon called to Guy beside him. This horse has blinders on. Driver, get the saddle out here. But this is a draft horse. Lamon was firm. It's worse on foot. To deal with them, we need horses. The barbarian horsemen are strong. They've spent their whole lives on horseback, weapons in hand. They say barbarians are born on horseback. That's why, whether old or young, man or woman, they are all excellent riders. Vlan listened silently, but thought. Except for a few of their warriors, they're no match for a knight. Lamon instructed. Remember this, when facing barbarians, you must neutralize their mobility. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out. Listen up. A, mounted on a horse, stood on high ground surrounded by other cavalrymen and shouted, "We have no intention of killing you. Pay the passage fee, and we'll spare your lives." The mercenaries below were surprised, and their resolve wavered. A passage fee. And you'll let us go? An old man behind a pile of junk stood up and stammered. All right, I'll pay the fee. Just tell us how much you want. The barbarian grinned. Everything. Leave with nothing but your lives. The old man was shocked and horrified. A's face no longer held any pretense of peace. It twisted with malice. Anyone who holds anything back will be paying the toll to the afterlife. The man who had just spoken looked helplessly at the group of mercenaries before him. These cheap mercenaries don't stand a chance. Who would have thought we'd run into robbers in this territory? And barbarians. At that, he looked up. Just staying alive is the best we can hope for now. He was still wary of them. But can we really trust them? A barbarian below the leader turned his head, waiting for the order. A gave a nod of approval. He and his comrades spurred their horses forward in unison. Let's go. From the sidelines, Vlan speculated, they're on the move. They must be planning to loot. He said to Lamon, who had now mounted the short draft horse, I don't like them. The old man agreed. I tried to find something to like about them, but I couldn't. The group of barbarians drew close to the mercenaries, leaving only their leader on the distant hill. Lamon told Vlan, you can't ride a horse, so you only have one chance. He gave a faint smile as the barbarian cavalry continued to advance. Suddenly, the horses startled. Vlan's aura was so immense that the beasts dared not move forward. The horses bucked and spun around, nearly throwing their unprepared riders to the ground. What's wrong with this horse? It's afraid of something. Lamon also sensed something was wrong. Stop. Something's not right. Vlan's expression changed as he realized it too. Damn it, that damn presence is still clinging to me. Lamon charged forward on his horse from behind. Get out of the way. Vlan also climbed onto a wooden crate to get a running start. Damn it. Both of them rushed forward at the same time. Lemon was tense but extremely determined. The attack range wasn't ideal, and the barbarians hadn't dismounted yet despite their horses panicking. But this is our only chance. Seeing them, the barbarians sneered, Who the hell are you two to be so reckless? An old man and a kid. The horsemen raised their swords and spurred their horses on to finish them. Lamon's eyes glowed with a blue light. You bastards. The barbarians flinched at the pressure of his aura. With just a draft horse and his sword, he left a trail of blood wherever he went. How dare you come here and harm common folk? The others saw this and stammered in fear. Whoa, that's an aura. Why is there a knight here? The remaining ones quickly retreated. Fall back, wide in the distance. Suddenly, something made him jump. Before he could even turn to run, Vlan appeared behind him. His eyes radiated a chilling aura. Where do you think you're going? You damn dogs, the barbarian stammered. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was separated from his neck. Vlan landed safely. Another one saw his comrade's head fall, and Vlan had already spotted him. Just turning his head to look at him, surrounded by that immense aura, was enough to make the man break out in a cold sweat. He quickly turned to warn his allies. This is bad. Lamon looked back. Vlan was still standing in the same spot. He shouted a reminder, Vlan, follow me. Their ambush is already half failed. He glanced back, not noticing a warhorse leaping over his head. We have to thin their numbers before they can regroup. Vlan screamed a warning, above you. Spurred his horse, swinging his blade as he charged towards the distracted Lamon. Lamon quickly turned, and their eyes met. The blade swung down, but Lamon managed to raise his sword in time to block it. The old man remained calm. Well now, where did this one come from? A was furious, his brows furrowed as he sought to cut down his opponent. He saw Lamon's sword arm radiating a blue light. He asked coldly, Are you a knight of the kingdom? Lamon sized up his opponent. Look at that. He can stare me straight in the eye without blinking. This one's not going to be easy. He yelled to Vlan, Run, Vlan, he urged. Those mercenaries will flee the first chance they get. Go protect everyone else. Vlan looked worried, but as the old man blocked A's sword, he roared, What good are you without a horse? Hurry up. Vlan obeyed, turning and running as fast as he could. Right, Vlan jumped onto higher ground. As soon as he landed, a barbarian on horseback charged at him. The man raised his saber, about to strike him down. Vlan reacted quickly, parrying the attack. The force of the blow pushed him back. He gritted his teeth, his face covered in dust as the horse galloped past. It's too strong. The horse's speed adds so much power to the slash. The sword, seeing him dazed, reminded him to stay calm and slowly secure an advantageous position. Vlan gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, if only I could ride a horse. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a blue light. The group of men all turned toward a sound. Who's there? Is it the Imperial support warriors? They looked in that direction hopefully, but it didn't sound like many people approaching. A black steed was charging toward them. It feels like a single horse. Vlan froze when he heard the sound from the horse. That neigh. The men, startled by the horse's appearance, began to stammer. Huh? It's that horse. It escaped last time. Why would it come back on its own? A black steed came sprinting in, its eyes flashing blue, its large body rippling with muscle. The son of the steppe. The horsemen aggressively advanced, sabers in hand. The tribal leader's voice boomed. Everyone, gather up. That is the son of the steppe. They twirled long ropes in their hands, spurring their horses towards the spirit Kirin. Leader A immediately flung his rope at the spirit, but it successfully dodged the lassos. Its eyes flared with blue light as it ran circles around the horsemen. One of the men in front yelled, Damn it, it's getting away. A shouted in frustration, Don't just stand there, go after it. By now, Noah created some distance between them, and up above, Vlan quickly moved to the edge of the cliff. He raised his sword high and called out, Over here. He shouted again, I'm here. Sure enough, the spirit Kirin recognized the familiar voice. It stopped and turned toward the sound. Immediately, it accelerated towards Vlan, who also ran to close the distance. Behind him, the leader was closing in fast. He roared, You're not going anywhere. He raised his saber high, aiming for Vlan. But Vlan used one foot as a pivot and prepared for a spectacular leap. A's saber missed the boy. And in that instant, Vlan leaped from the cliff. The boy's face was tense. Below on the grassland, the sound of hoofbeats was frantic. The cliff was high. If either the man or the horse were off by even a little, it would be over. Fortunately, their timing was perfect. Vlan landed successfully on nose back. Standing on the cliff, witnessing the whole thing, the leader couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. The son of the steppe bears sacred blood. How could it let someone not from the steppe ride it? This, however, made Vlan feel incredibly exhilarated. He laughed out loud. Yes, this is it. This is the feeling it told me about. That I don't have to hold back anymore. He reached his hand forward, embracing the brilliant light from the sky. Now I have a horse, too. I can ride like everyone else. Now I can go anywhere I want. The short-haired man leading the group below immediately raised his saber and ordered, Get him. Don't let the son of the steppe fall into the hands of that imperial bastard. Despite the difference in numbers, Vlan and his horse didn't flinch, charging straight into a confrontation. A light emanated from the boy's eyes, and at the same time, the spirit Kirin's eyes also turned blue. That light completely stunned the barbarians. It was the spiritual power of a knight. It shone through the barbarians, who could only let out a stunned gasp. Vlan swung his sword through them, the smell of blood on every stroke. A man with a long beard panicked. Damn it, that bastard is a knight too. He yelled. He's already killed so many. Don't fight him head on. Keep your distance and attack from afar. Vlan wheeled his horse around, and the men panicked. He's already behind us. The long-bearded man directed them. Split up. We'll circle around and surround him. The spirit Kirin let out a loud neigh, and the other horses immediately stopped in their tracks. The barbarians were alarmed. What's wrong with my horse? It won't turn. It's terrified. Sweat poured down the goateed man's face. What could scare them so much? He turned his head, his eyes trembling as they met the brilliant light shining from the eyes of Vlan and his horse. They were right behind them. Now, you're the one being hunted. On the other side, Leader A was raising his saber, preparing to strike, but Laman calmly parried the blow. The two men and their horses galloped side by side, one attacking, the other defending. However, the old man's horse was growing tired and panting heavily, a fact he quickly realized. Damn it, my horse can't take much more of this. This is too much for a pack horse. While he was anxiously trying to figure out a way to turn things around, it closed in on him, his eyes looking like he wanted to devour the old man. Once again, his saber was raised, ready to come down. It's over. This time, the pack horse and the old man managed to dodge the blade, but it had likely reached its limit. Its legs buckled. Meanwhile, the other man's war horse was still full of energy. Dust kicked up as he pulled his horse to a stop. The pack horse collapsed to the ground, its whole body trembling as tears streamed from its eyes. Despite the dire situation, Laman showed no fear. Instead, his rage boiled over. He muttered through clenched teeth. To think, a knight only needs himself and his sword. Nothing can stand in my way. I never thought I'd meet someone else who could make my blood boil like this. The man turned to look at the old man, annoyed. You're a stubborn old coot, but it's over for you now. Behind them, a huge cloud of dust was billowing up. The sound of a horn immediately caught his attention. Isn't that a barbarian's horn? Sure enough, the scene behind them was chaotic. The barbarians, one blowing a horn, others holding their swords, were trying to speed up and escape their pursuer. The old man, stunned, stammered the boy's name. Vlan. That's right. The one galloping at full speed, bravely holding his sword, was none other than the boy, Vlan. This humiliating spectacle of a chase made a leader like A's blood boil. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "You bastard." He yanked the reins, urging his horse toward the boy, and shouted in fury, "How dare you?" He charged off like the wind, leaving Laman standing there, stunned. The man's face contorted. He couldn't accept that Vlan was riding that horse. How could the son of the steppe reject even me? A loud shout caught the boy's attention. "Get off that horse, now." Vlan glanced back and realized it was the man who had attacked him on the cliff. What's he doing here? Could the old man be? He scanned the distance and saw a figure there. The old man was running quickly toward him. Vlan sighed in relief. He's not dead. I seem to have lost all patience. He repeated. I said, get off that horse, now. That's not a steed a man like you should be riding. Vlan retorted. Are you kidding me? Who do you think you are to order me around? The leader roared in fury, his entire body emitting a reddish-brown light. Frowning, Vlan couldn't help but be startled. That's magic. Some barbarians can use magic to establish their own personal domains. The young man pointed his sword forward, ready for battle, all while sizing up his opponent. He's at least on the level of a knight who can control aura. The man roared, I will take your life for the crime of defiling this sacred horse. Vlan shot back defiantly. Go ahead and try. One swung a great sword, the other a long sword, as they charged valiantly towards each other on horseback, the red and blue lights illuminating the entire area. The two clashed while continuously spurring their horses, their blades, infused with two different powers, colliding again and again. Suddenly, a glint appeared in the barbarian's eyes. His other hand gripped the reins tightly, and his warhorse came to a halt. Unaware of his opponent's intentions, Vlan charged forward. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, he's behind me now. Just as he turned his head, his opponent was already swinging his greatsword at him. Vlan couldn't react in time, but his warhorse could. At the crucial moment, it spun around and backed away, saving his life. The barbarian's blow consequently struck empty air. Vlan looked at his steed and exhaled. That was too close. Thanks, you saved me. The barbarian was utterly bewildered. A horse born with the blood of the gods. I knew it was extraordinary, but I never imagined it would be this extraordinary. The two of them are moving as one. Meanwhile, Vlan was also deep in thought. I've faced countless unbelievably strong people until now, but I can match this barbarian's swordsmanship. So the problem here must be my horsemanship. The spirit reminded him. You don't even have a saddle or reins. Vlan didn't deny it. It's true. My calves are shaking so violently that I can't even use my legs properly anymore. The spirit continued. The longer this fight drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for you. Vlan remained calm, but I have a way to turn this situation around. He recalled the old man's words from before. Engrave this in your heart and mind. When you fight a barbarian, you must ground him. Vlan's eyes narrowed. That's right, that's it. Well then, it's time to play dirty. With that thought, he took the initiative and spurred his horse forward. He charged straight at his opponent without a hint of fear. Seeing this, the other man's face contorted. I can't let these two continue to wreak havoc here. I have to end this battle right now. He frantically channeled his power and roared, "Bring it on." But unexpectedly, just as Vlan reached him, he suddenly spun his horse around, kicking up a cloud of dust and sand straight into his opponent's face. The spectators watching from the side roared in unison, "He's running away." Before the confused barbarian leader, Vlan spurred his horse and galloped away. He was so enraged that he gritted his teeth. "You despicable coward, so this is all you've got? And you dare to ride the divine steed?" The magic he emitted enveloped his warhorse as well. The sound of pursuit grew closer and closer from behind. Vlan glanced back. The man was still chasing him. With every hoofbeat, dirt and rocks were kicked up into the air. Vlan simply smirked. He readied his sword and provoked "I hear you people are born on horseback, while I've always lived in the mud beneath their feet." Hearing this, A grew even more furious. His eyes were bloodshot red as he snarled in response, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Vlan didn't flinch. He turned back, his bright blue eyes filled with a challenging, meaningful look. "Since I've done this much for you, it's time you did something I want." With that, he took off the cloak he was wearing and threw it behind him. A strong gust of wind carried the cloak towards the leader, aiming straight for his face and obscuring his view of Vlan ahead. I managed to grab the cloak and toss it aside. He declared confidently, "Your petty tricks won't work." But he never expected that Vlan would risk jumping off his horse. Sword held tight, he launched himself towards the man, whose eyes widened in utter shock. In that moment, time itself seemed to stop. Before the barbarian leader could even process what was happening, Vlan's strong arm wrapped around his neck, pulling him down from his horse. Seeing his plan succeed, Vlan yelled confidently, "Let's fight in the mud." I still hadn't recovered his senses. He only had time to shout, "What the hell?" as they both crashed onto the rocky ground. The powerful impact startled A's horse, causing it to bolt. Using the momentum and the sloping ground, Vlan kept a tight grip on A's neck, dragging him down into the abyss. The two of them tumbled rapidly down the barren, rocky terrain and fell off the cliff together. The barbarian began to panic, while Vlan calmly faced the situation. The powerful impact of their fall caused the ground to crater, sending up a thick cloud of dust. The loud noise attracted the attention of the guards. They turned to Ramon, unable to contain their fear. "Sir." Seeing his disciple take such a risk, Ramon panicked and stammered. He quickly ran to the edge of the cliff, ignoring the danger of the deep chasm. He couldn't help but worry. No matter how strong a knight is, a fall from this height would be. Ramon stared down into the abyss. A brilliant blue aura caught his attention, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha! That cunning brat. I can't believe he figured that out before I even taught him." Down in the abyss, Vlan's emerald aura enveloped his entire body. His sword plunged into the ground, supporting his full weight. A was battered and bruised from the hard fall. His body was covered in injuries, pinned to the ground by Vlan, unable to move. Seeing that he had no way out, he tried to use his status to intimidate Vlan. "I am A of the Budak tribe," he said, hoping it would make the boy hesitate and spare him. Vlan knew, but he didn't care. His eyes were now filled with killing intent. He raised his sword, pointing the tip at A, and replied coldly, "So what?" At the Bay family's mansion, a nun began her report to Joseph about Vlan's actions at the monastery. "I understand you wish to train that servant, but I think you should be careful." Facing the head of the monastery, Joseph sat calmly, listening to her accusations, then replied coolly, "Careful of what?" Her face hardened, her expression souring. She began to recount the day Vlan and Jamina left the monastery. She had yelled at him, "Please stop. What is going on here? How can you take a nun away without following any of the proper procedures?" Her face was stern. "Even if you belong to the Bay family, you can't just do whatever you want." In response to her confrontation, Vlan was nonchalant. "Is that so?" He glanced back coldly at the head nun of the convent, his tone completely blunt. "It's only because of the Bay name that she even has it tomorrow." Here, the flashback ends. Her face darkened, her brows knitting together as she growled without restraint. To speak like that is truly blasphemous. Someone born of the lower class is so impatient and vicious. Then she closed her eyes to calm herself, and her voice softened. "I am certain he will cause trouble in the near future." Hearing her words, Joseph remained impassive. She continued, "I worry he may bring dishonor to your name." He opened his tired eyes and calmly replied, "Is that so?" He began to rethink everything. He knew Vlan had acted disrespectfully in the convent. It had been a long time since that incident. She could have complained about him at any point. But she was only doing it now, right when he was warning the boy. Joseph realized things weren't that simple. The moment Sanino gave recognition to a street-born servant like him, and the venerable priest Endera approved, there had to be some ulterior motive. Joseph's gaze fell seriously upon the nun before him as he began to consider the potential threat. There was only one person who could manipulate the head of the convent, Bishop P. An image of the stern bishop appeared in his mind, clad in red holy robes, holding a staff, looking noble and prestigious, but full of cunning schemes. He started to reconsider the powers controlling Xara. Xara was controlled by two people, Joseph, recognized by his bloodline, and the Bishop of Swara, the one who follows God's word and cares for the people. An image of scales appeared in Joseph's mind. On one side was the Bay family, and on the other, the church. But these balanced scales were slowly tipping towards the church. However, that fragile balance was now being shaken. The achievements of my vassal will ultimately grant me more influence. Now I see their intentions clearly. It turns out I was their target from the very beginning. Connecting all the pieces, Joseph understood the problem. His deep-set eyes began to contemplate what might happen in the future. Joseph mused. While it's true, Vlan gave them a reason to do this, certain boundaries must still be maintained. They must know that I am not obligated to do anything just because of his subordinate's misconduct. Is there some other hidden intention? A voice broke him out of his thoughts. Lord Joseph, forgive me for interrupting your meeting. It was Jagger who spoke. It's the stable hand who accompanies you. Laman has returned. Joseph replied coldly. It seems I'm about to receive some bad news. G anxiously reported, Lord Joseph, the Manji have appeared. The nun gasped in fear, but he remained as calm as ever. He asked serenely, where are they? He continued. On the roads connecting Xara and Vlaner. They're attacking the people there. Joseph's face turned serious as he looked at him scrutinizingly. Did you run away by yourself? Hearing this, G flusteredly affirmed, no, Lord Laman ordered me to call for reinforcements. Vlan has captured the Manji leader and is standing guard there. He immediately asked, what happened to the mercenaries protecting the merchants? He replied, they retreated as soon as they saw an opportunity. If it weren't for Lord Lamon and Vlan, we all would have died. Joseph became pensive. So it's just the two of them protecting those who were ambushed. The nun was also very tense. G stated clearly, that's right. He just smiled faintly. Immediately, he gave an order, Jagger. I want you to personally lead the cavalry. G, I need you to lead the way. Move quickly. Both of them bowed their heads and complied. Jagger said sternly, yes, Lord Joseph. G shouted, yes, I understand. After the two left, Joseph turned back to the nun and asked, isn't he quite a good kid? The nun, confused, replied, I'm sorry. He continued, despite his low birth and impatient nature, he still follows God's will and protects the young flock. The questioned nun stammered in response, that's right. Joseph fell into thought. Bishop P, if we must meet one last time. He spoke to the nun, please relay my message to him. He looked at the nun with a displeased expression and continued, I am truly grateful for his concern for me. His gaze made the nun turn pale with fear, every word a threat. I will pay him a personal visit very soon. His eyes flashed with the thought, I will face you directly. Vlan's group was on the move. He glanced over. In the distance, another group of horsemen was riding towards them. He spoke with concern, I think more and more people are gathering. Old man Laman agreed. That's right, many of them are heading south. He thought, if they were just ordinary bandits, they would have fled the moment their leader was captured. Sitting on the wagon, he looked down at the bound A and speculated. It seems he's a high-ranking warrior. The afternoon sky was a fiery red. He looked into the distance, restless. But the situation is getting worse. If this continues, we'll be in big trouble before we reach Xara. With a worried expression, he mused, hasn't the stable hand returned yet? It looks like the Manji are scattering for now. He suddenly saw something approaching from afar. Vlan smiled, looking at the cloud of dust rising in the distance. He spoke up. Oh, that's right. It's the cavalry reinforcements. Vlan said with relief, it seems my worry was unnecessary. All the soldiers beamed with bright smiles, cheering when they saw the reinforcements. It's Xara's cavalry. We're saved. A, who was tied up, tensed up at the sight. Damn it, they got here fast. He said to Laman, old man, that was an impressive decision. If you had tried to stay without abandoning the goods, things would have turned out differently. The old man replied cheerfully, that's the advantage of being old. All right, now that our aid has arrived, it's time for me to ask a few questions. With a serious face, the old man asked, why have you come here? Why have you advanced so deep into our territory? A replied, we just need the child of the steppe. Laman wondered, you could have just captured the horse. Why rob other people? The man answered calmly, because we also need to make some money to survive. The old man was impressed. Oh, that's rather practical. The man glanced aside and continued to explain, there's no other reason for us to go south. His gaze shifted towards Vlan, who was on horseback, as he continued, I never expected that the child of the steppe would choose a boy from the empire. I guess time truly is a cruel master. Layman felt someone behind him. It was Jagger and G, riding on horseback and joking around. I can't believe you guys had trouble with just a few manji. The old man, annoyed, shot back. What did you just say? If I had a warhorse, these bastards would have run all the way back to Vlan. The man stopped teasing and greeted him cheerfully. Anyway, I'm glad you're safe. I'll take you back to Sarah. Layman looked at the troops in the distance, puzzled. What are you going to do with them? It seems they have their own problems. Jagger said coldly, we're in chaotic times, so we need to stay away from the fearful manji. The man spurred his horse forward, leaving behind a single sentence. I'll persuade them to leave. The man's covered eyes immediately glowed green. That light terrified A. Jagger continued to speak leisurely, like a civilized man. A's eyes widened in panic and fear. This is a whole different world. If he really wanted to. The man froze as he stared at Jagger's terrifyingly imposing back and thought to himself, he could kill us all. He immediately yelled, fall back, everyone fall back. The troops, who were preparing to advance, were confused by the shout, but the man turned to his men and barked an order. You idiots, can't you see the situation? Stop talking and get out of here. The soldiers were all completely baffled. What are we supposed to do? If we abandon him and go back, the chieftain will. But this is in front of Sarah Fortress, and we don't know when more aid will arrive. Jagger still calmly rode his horse, advancing with his weapon in hand, which made the soldiers even more afraid, debating whether to advance or retreat. Besides, now there's another night. We were already having a hard enough time dealing with the old man and the boy. One of the soldiers spoke up with a suggestion. Let's fall back for now. I don't think they'll harm him, since they don't want to start a war with us either. I looked pensively at his troops, and the soldiers unanimously agreed to follow his lead. Right, let's do as he says. The entire group of bandits immediately carried out the order to withdraw, not forgetting to shout a message to their captured leader. Hey, please stay alive, we'll see you again. Layman sighed and looked at Jagger sarcastically. Civilized, huh? The man replied slowly, wasn't the end result very clean? Seeing the bandits retreat, the townspeople cheered happily. They're gone. The manji are retreating. Everyone rushed over to Vlan, who was on No's back, gushing. Thank you so much for protecting us. No's eyes suddenly changed. Everyone was still cheering joyfully. It suddenly reared up and neighed, causing him to lose control. Whoa, that's dangerous. The people around them turned pale and began to whisper, my God, that horse is so wild. It must be because it's a wild horse. Let's stand back a bit. Vlan anxiously stroked it. Why are you suddenly acting like this? Calm down, calm down. Jagger asked him curiously. Whose horse is that? He replied, oh, this one. With a radiant expression, he calmly said, it's a horse I met when I was fighting the death worm before. Somehow, it found its way to me. The man asked, oh, so this is the wild horse you mentioned? Vlan replied, that's right. He smiled as he explained, it's bigger than most other horses and seemed special from the first glance. I'll have to make a saddle for it when we get back. Jagger smiled faintly and praised him. Looks like you're finally going to be useful. By the time they reached the city gates, it was already dark. Jagger turned around, saw Vlan still standing there, and called out, what are you doing? Aren't you coming in? The horse, no, was acting up, leaving him flustered and speechless. Oh, it's not moving at all. Why is it acting like this again? The man also looked on, speechless. Jagger spoke up, I see. It seems quite unhappy that the merchants are approaching. His voice was flat. The one riding it is hated by other horses. That sentence made his face fall in sadness. It also put on a sulky expression when it heard Jagger's words, and the one being ridden hates other people. The man also sighed, completely exasperated. I really never know what to do with you. Both man and horse were crushed by Jagger's final remark. You surely met your own kind. And as a result, Vlan couldn't enter the city and had to stay outside, sleeping by a fire with No. He complained miserably, oh man, it's morning already. Layman brought a cup to his lips for a sip, his cold eyes looking behind him. Vlan sighed regretfully. That was a good horse. The old man looked at him for a moment and said, so, did that work? Vlan looked disappointed and replied sadly, only a little. His eyes gazed into the empty space as he said thoughtfully, I guess those manji people weren't spouting nonsense to us. Vlan couldn't help but think deeply. That horse likes the color red. Suddenly, he remembered A and speculated. Wild horses often move to places with rose vines because on the frozen steppe, it's impossible to find food for them. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Vlan. Blooming rose vines need a certain warm temperature, which is a signal for survival. It means there's food. He immediately looked down at the bouquet of roses in his hand and said, but this much probably isn't enough. If you know what the horse likes, you'll find a solution quickly. Vlan put a hand to his chin, pondering. I guess the more red, the better, right? Lamon, sitting there, replied, probably. The boy stood still, and the old man spoke again. The bigger, the better. After a moment, he affirmed that bigger is usually better. Vlan turned his face away slightly and added, it's also stronger for moving around. Suddenly, a head of red hair appeared in their line of sight. Gemina was carrying large bolts of fabric past where they were. Lamon looked towards her as if he understood something and said, that hair is definitely worthy of being called a rose. The old man couldn't help but ask worriedly, but are you sure it'll be okay? Your relationship doesn't seem very good. Vlan looked at him and answered slowly, she's been nagging ever since we were kids. He smiled cheerfully and joked, our relationship is beyond whether we like each other or not. Gemina's expression was incredibly dark as she said coldly, get lost. Vlan fell silent for a moment before saying, confused, I haven't even said anything yet. She ignored him and focused on her work. I'm working, so stop bothering me. Vlan stubbornly stood his ground and said, just for a moment, just listen to me. Gemina frowned, extremely annoyed. Go find Miss Alicia. I'm busy. Her words took Vlan by surprise, but he didn't give up and continued to ask, I need your help. She looked like she couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily, I said I'm busy. Can't you see I'm working? As Gemina turned around to give him a piece of her mind, a bouquet of roses appeared, cutting her off. She looked at the bouquet in front of her, confused. What is this? Vlan looked straight at Gemina and replied, I want to give you this and ask for your help. She was still very grumpy as she glanced at Vlan. I told you to go to Miss Alicia for help. His blue eyes looked at Gemina as he denied it. No. Vlan smiled and affirmed that this is something only Miss Gemina can do. Those words momentarily made Gemina's face flush red. She quickly turned her face away and asked meekly, what is it? Vlan looked at Gemina, confused. Are you hot? Why is your face so red? Gemina, who had just calmed down for a moment, shouted angrily again, shut up. Later, in a dark cellar under the dim light of a torch, two figures entered. The two of them stopped at a cage. He stood before the cage and introduced himself. I am Joseph, the mayor of Xara. The man in the cage is A of the Buddha's tribe. Joseph looked at the man in the cage and spoke. I have something to ask you. A's voice was laced with mockery, to be personally visited and questioned by the mayor of this city. What an honor. He looked at the man and said coldly, I truly hope this trip of mine won't be a waste. I looked at Joseph with a scrutinizing gaze, silently sizing him up. I've seen many people try to act cold or noble, but I've seen very few like him. The man sat there, shackles on both hands. This man really thinks that way. Standing outside, he spoke up. At first, I thought this was just a traditional ritual in your tribe, but in reality, capturing wild horses is forbidden. After a moment of silence, Joseph said with interest, quite interesting. He couldn't help but say a little more. All worlds should be at peace so they can shine freely in their own way. Therefore, wild horses only truly shine when running on the green plains. Joseph looked at the man, growing more contemplative. It seems you are people who cherish such principles. Hearing these words, A remained silent. After a while, he asked with confusion, so to break that rule, you risked your life to cross the Iron Duke's territory to come here. What is the real reason? The stillness came to an end as A stood up. He slowly stepped forward and said in a low voice, I've been thinking about this while locked in here. It seems this will be better for me. I looked outside the cage and said coldly, I am the one responsible for the future of the Buddhist tribe. There is only one reason I would defy our tribe's taboo and try to capture the son of the plains. He continued bluntly, it's because we need the fastest creature we know of. Joseph couldn't help but be surprised to hear this. Suddenly, A's voice became angrier. You people. He yanked on the chains like a madman. A was losing more and more control as he roared. What the hell have you people done? Immediately, the tip of a sword was pointed at him. Jagger gave A sharp look, a stark contrast between the person outside and inside the cage. Joseph spoke, clearly confused. What are you talking about? A's anger showed no signs of lessening, only growing, as he emitted a reddish-pink power and growled. What did you do to make the dragons go mad? The moment A finished his sentence, he was completely stunned. The dragons, who have been silent for all these years, are becoming aggressive? An image flashed through Joseph's mind. A was furious, screaming his question. What did you do with the dragon shards? He was now completely astonished, not knowing what to say. A's words reminded Joseph of the dragon shards, the proof of the Western oath, which had been safely delivered to the Iron Duke. Is that related to the wrath of the 7 dragons? A looked at him with cold eyes and said, bring the blonde-haired young man who defeated me here. He hesitated for a moment, confused, and asked, what for? Not wanting to argue, the man quickly replied, because there is only one creature that can keep up with the fastest dragon, and that is the Son of the Plains. A pause for a moment, then continued. The Son of the Plains will surely choose either me or him for a good reason. Joseph thought in silence for a moment, then said, I will consider your request. The man's eyes looked at him as if he already knew something and said, You should hurry. You probably know this as well. The remnants of the fallen dragon have inherited the bloodline of the true dragon. A frown and added seriously. They have lived without realizing they were dragons until now, but something has definitely changed. This was new information that Joseph learned from him. Once they realize they are dragons, they will recklessly invade our territory. Then A paused slightly and said slowly, So I'll ask you again. What did you do with the dragon shards? Next, in the Duchy of Baranov, the capital city of Waterpole, a sea blue flag fluttered in the snowy wind. The cold wind and white snow were relentless here. An old man with snow-white hair stood there in contemplation. The fallen dragon is crying. He was the Iron Duke, Timer Baranov. Suddenly, a rushed voice shouted from behind, Duke Baranov. The old man seemed horrified. The dragon shards. His brow quickly furrowed. It seemed Timer Baranov was used to this as he slowly spoke. It's starting again. As he walked, he asked what the mages were doing. The man behind him answered hastily, It doesn't look good this time. They can't calm it down with magic. Timer Baranov's eyes glanced coldly behind him, ordering, Call the bishops who can break curses here. A soldier quickly replied, Yes, your grace. As he walked, he asked, Haven't the holy knights arrived yet? Immediately after, a voice shouted, The captain of the guard knights is on his way. Timer Baranov added, Bring him to me as soon as he arrives. The soldier's voice replied, Yes, your grace. Timer Baranov walked forward toward an iron door. He was slightly startled by what he saw inside. Timer Baranov looked at the door warily, thinking to himself, I can see that energy. It's completely different from anything in the past. He placed his hand on the door, and then the iron door slowly opened. Timer Baranov's expression became even more vigilant. He looked at the scene before him in utter horror and disbelief. The dragon shards, they're resonating with each other. Meanwhile, at the Rose Smile Inn, Marcellum, dressed in simple clothes, looked bewildered at the merchant group whose hands were full of exquisite gifts, happily standing in her inn to repay Vlan for saving their lives. She stammered, Mr. Vlan went out on a mission. Hearing Marcellum's words, the merchant group's mood turned sad and regretful. Oh dear. The merchants turned to talk amongst themselves, their voices a mix of blame and sighs. It seems we're a bit late. That's why I told you we had to hurry. I couldn't greet him at the monastery, so I prepared a gift for him. Their voices filled the Rose Smile Inn with clamor. Marcellum saw this scene, and could only give a wry smile, thinking awkwardly, maybe I don't need to add Mr. to his name. I just got caught up in the atmosphere. Pulling herself together and calming her thoughts, she looked at the bustling crowd before her and thought seriously, No, this is an opportunity. The rumor that Vlan had saved the merchants from the Manji was spreading quickly. If possible, I want to spread his name even further. Seizing the rare business opportunity, Marcellum flashed a standard smile that warmed the surrounding atmosphere. She reached out her hand and began her usual trick of attracting customers to enhance the inn's reputation. He's been quite busy lately. After all, he is a promising talent in the Bay's family. Hearing Marcella's praise for Vlan, the merchant caravans smiled in agreement. Oh, that's right. It must be so. He's destined for great things. She chimed in, gesturing for everyone to come in and use the services of the Rose Smile Inn, because we don't know when he'll be back. Would you like to leave your name? The merchants thought that was quite reasonable. They agreed quickly without a second thought. Oh, that would be wonderful. On the second floor of the inn, Gemina took in the entire bustling scene from the first floor. She was still tidying up the previous guests' bedding to be laundered. Exhaustion was etched in her eyes as she turned her head and sighed, thinking this was something she should be happy about. The image of Vlan's silhouette moving further and further away towards a blinding halo of light, while she stood still, watching him leave, surfaced in Jamina's mind, but it felt like he was growing more distant from her. Her mood was gloomy, and she retreated into her own thoughts so deeply that she didn't even notice when Marcella called her. Marcella stood by the stairs, calling her a few times. Gemina, Gemina. The calls jolted her from her thoughts, and she answered with a start. Yes, madam. Marcella smiled and waved, signaling for her to follow. Down on the first floor of the inn, the merchant caravan had left at some point. Jamina's eyes widened in surprise at her request. You want me to take care of the guests who come looking for Vlan? Marcella replied calmly. Yes. From now on, they will only meet Vlan through you. Jamina was flustered, but they seemed like very important people. She shrank back before Marcella, timidly saying, I think it would be better if you did it yourself, madam. She was also afraid that if she made a mistake, she would cause trouble for Vlan. Seeing Jamina's withdrawn and insecure posture, Marcella tilted her head, feeling helpless with the girl in front of her. She thought for a moment, then continued. If we're talking about who's capable enough to receive Vlan's guests, who with the rose smile is more suitable than you? Hearing this, Jemina lifted her head, feeling a surge of strength. Marcella continued, the Vlan of today probably wouldn't exist without you. Jemina, you need to be more confident. Marcella's words were like a wake-up call for her. Her eyes lit up, and she held her head high, looking at her with hope. She stammered, Is that really true? Marcella affirmed, yes, you can do it. Jemina still couldn't believe it. But I'm sure I'll make a mistake. I don't even know what to do. Her naive words made Marcella laugh. She cheerfully reassured her. So what if you make a few mistakes? Vlan would accept that risk for you. She moved closer to Jemina, placing a comforting hand on her. I heard he asked you to help get a horse's attention. See, he still needs you. Marcella took her hand, pulling her along. Come to my room. Jemina was startled and flustered. Excuse me. Marcella turned back to her, full of enthusiasm. It's not just men who go to the battlefield, women have their own battlefields too. Just like how Jagger gave Vlan the horse, Gam. Her enthusiasm flustered Jemina, but she still chose to follow Marcella's words. Seeing that she was willing to follow, Marcella gently encouraged her. I'll help you wield your weapon, too. At the estate of Joseph's, in the reception room, Lamon and Joseph sat facing each other. Jagger stood guard over them. Lamon spoke first. Count Gaida is currently unable to come to the north. Although he has a powerful army, remnants of Rafnoma, the former alliance leader, still exist in many places in the west, and the dwarf campaign front is supporting them. The image of battle-hardened dwarves, wielding terrifying weapons with their massive legions, would make anyone wary. The old man began to analyze everything for Joseph. Before choosing to leave for the north, he'll have to deal with the source of this threat from behind. Joseph calmly took a sip of tea in agreement. I agree. But old Lamon was still uneasy. However, I am worried. Seeing the situation had grown more serious, Joseph's expression hardened. About what? Lamon began to ponder. At that time, I had a reason to think that my final duty should be to a servant of the Bey's family. You might be offended to think of it as a cold judgment, but if I were to give my honest advice to the Bey's family, I would say this. Joseph's face remained calm as he faced Lamon. The old man hesitated for a moment before saying gravely, the Western Knights have already surpassed the Northern Knights. He narrowed his weary eyes and replied coolly, I understand. Lamon closed his eyes and thought, it seems I was too complacent when I walked the lowest path and looked upon the Western Knights. Thoughts like, I haven't fulfilled my duty flashed through my mind. A scene of a harsh snowstorm appeared, with a cavalry troop racing through the thick snow. Lamon recalled a time when the North was stronger and more honorable than any other region, a monster that relentlessly drove back the barbarians. The image of those terrifying monsters was a stark contrast to the lavish and glamorous central region. The old man said sorrowfully, the only thing colder than the northern wind is the discrimination from the indifferent central government. The Northern Knights were the ones who struggled and fought against everything. But what about now? The North's power, which was once so great, is fading as we've gained stability. On the other hand, the West's progress is slowly making them stronger. As he spoke, the old man's serious face looked into Joseph's grim one. You must not take Baron Ho's request lightly. We need to prepare before it's too late. Seeing that Lamon had finished, Joseph sighed. I completely agree with you, including the part where you said the North of today is different from the North of the past. He looked out the window at the peaceful, rolling landscape, his voice soft. Even so, the North continues to produce powerful, sweet fruit. Old Lamon followed Joseph's gaze, and the room fell silent. The old man cheerfully broke the silence. That's right. A new generation will always rise to replace the old. Vlan and No were still at a standoff outside the city gate, neither willing to yield. Vlan looked at the scene before him and sighed helplessly. What is all this? Why are there so many people? The city was packed with people crowding around to look at Vlan, and the townspeople were buzzing with discussion. A mysterious voice began to speak to him. There's something interesting here, so of course they had to come out and see. Vlan wondered. What's interesting? The voice continued. Well, think about what you've done so far. You tried to cover the horse's eyes to lead it. You tried to pull it with brute force. You tried to trick it with food. You even bowed your head and begged. Hearing these words, Vlan was at a loss for what to say. He thought to himself, well, I did do all of those things. The voice mocked him even more. The young kid who's getting more and more famous is helpless against a horse. How is that not interesting? He finally realized what was going on, thinking helplessly. I don't think that's why so many people have gathered here. Gemina's voice shattered the quiet atmosphere between the man and the horse. Startled, they both looked in her direction only to see her dressed in a brilliant red gown. A red veil covered her face, and next to her, a little girl helped hold a bouquet of roses. She grumbled, How long are you going to make me wait? Gemina's new look confused Vlan. Why are you wearing a dress? The voice continued, answering his question. It's the women's battle attire. I'm very impressed with her thorough preparation. People from behind shouted, It's time, Gemina. She lifted her veil, revealing her exquisitely made-up face. Red ruby earrings accentuated the proud elegance of her features. Vlan and everyone in the city were stunned. They yelled out, Whoa, you really kept her under wraps. The horse was captivated by Gemina. It raised its head to look at her. Seeing its reaction, the crowd also roared, Huh. The horse is reacting. Its dark, glistening eyes were fixed intently on Gemina. Facing it, she still felt a bit scared. Seeing it up close is even more terrifying. It's so much pressure with all these eyes on me. She held the bouquet of roses, trying to comfort herself. But if I hesitate because of a petty fear like this, then I'm not worthy of standing by Vlan's side. Gemina smiled, holding the bouquet forward, gently coaxing the horse. Good horse, come here now. The horse responded, taking step after step towards Gemina through the city gate. The people on the city walls were astonished. Oh, it's moving. It's coming in. It's coming in. Vlan held the reins tightly, guiding the horse safely into the city. Everyone cheered him on. That's it. Keep pulling it in. Vlan looked at the horse helplessly. Its eyes sparkled with so much joy that it even bared its bright white teeth. Oh, it seems to know exactly what it likes. Huh. They both reached the spot where Gemina was standing. The horse stared at her sincerely. Gemina met its gaze and boldly reached out her hand to stroke the horse. The moment she petted it, the horse immediately bowed its head, obediently letting her pet it. Haven joyfully congratulated her, shouting, Gemina, Miss Gemina. That woman is the Rose Maiden, the Rose of Xara. Vlan looked at him helplessly, bewildered. Haven and the Net brothers also joined in. Gemina. Miss Gemina, she is the Rose Maiden. The children threw rose petals into the air as if celebrating a festival, chanting in unison, the Rose of Xara. Everyone in the city also joyfully joined in. Gemina. Miss Gemina, she is the Rose Maiden, the Rose of Xara. Marcella and the other women, standing on a rooftop, had witnessed the entire scene. They whispered, asking her, These children and those precious roses. Madam, when did you prepare all of this? Marcella said proudly. Everyone, look closely. This is a sight that no amount of money can buy. One of them, still not understanding, asked again, What? Marcella's eyes grew thoughtful as she took in the entire scene. Have you ever seen anyone from the back alleys receive so much attention? Has anyone from the back alleys ever received applause and cheers from outside of them? She smiled. At least today, it's happening. The scene was bustling, the crowd noisy. Amidst it all, Vlan walked confidently, side by side with Gemina. Xara was watching them. Snow blew everywhere as two familiar figures came to a stop. They stood on the white snow, with towering mountains looming in the distance. Right at their feet were arms and legs, chopped into pieces, with blood splattered all over the ground. Rudiger and Dorsha both silently directed their gaze toward the scene. The place was littered with countless dismembered corpses, blood flowing everywhere, creating an incredibly brutal scene. Rudiger looked over, confirming it was total annihilation. Dorsha observed closely, then spoke. They were killed instantly. There were more than 50 of them. Rudiger's expression grew more serious as he replied, Yes. He looked at what was once a fierce battlefield and surmised, so fast they didn't even realize they were dead. Rudiger then said to Dorsha, Joseph's report was correct. Dorsha's expression became more grave. She replied, Yes, they've realized something. Dorsha's thoughts turned to an image of a heavily wounded golden dragon, covered in blood, falling from the sky. She said, The most perfect existence was torn apart by a single swordsman, and as it fell to the earth, its blood spread across the world. Dorsha continued tensely, That is how the dragon's remnants came to be. Next, she pictured the dragons. They appeared in many forms, from western dragons to massive worms stretching for tens, even hundreds of meters. As she thought about the dragons, Dorsha said, Some dragons lost their wings, some lost their scales, some lost their eyes. They were fragmented and forgot their origins. The two of them stepped over the corpses at their feet and continued walking. As they walked and talked, Dorsha explained that for some unknown reason, some have realized that they are dragons. Rudiger added, Indeed. Suddenly, Rudiger stopped. Right in front of them was a giant footprint. Rudiger remarked, One of the dragons with the most perfect pair of legs. Elsewhere, in the late night sky, the moon cast a hazy white light. Life is an endless cycle of choices. The image of a warrior holding a sword appeared. A group of people huddled behind him. Then the voice rang out again. Because no one can decide for you. There are times when you must face the situation yourself. The warrior's gleaming sword reflected the figure of a tall man. The group behind the warrior were small, defenseless folk as the narrator's affirmation continued. And the moment of that decision is when they realize what kind of creature they are. Back in the present, that same warrior was facing a massive, fully armed legion. Their leader was Sigmund Gaida. With a contemptuous gaze, he spat, "Are you going to ignore my command?" His words were directed at the unwavering warrior, Jagger. Jagger looked seriously at Sigmund and replied, "You are not my lord." Hearing this, Sigmund took out a white, sealed scroll and announced to Jagger, "Execute all remnants of the dwarven front. This order bears the seal of the Lord, Count Gaida." But Jagger's attention was on the group of people behind him before he replied to Sigmund, "If you have eyes, then look closely." With that, he glanced back at the weak people standing there. They are just refugees. The two men stood facing each other in a standoff. Sigmund justified it. Perhaps he decided that these people are no different. But Jagger didn't believe it. There's no way the Count would make that decision. Under the banner of the Gaida clan, Sigmund's face darkened as he questioned, "To doubt this decision is to be disloyal. Have you abandoned the oath of loyalty you swore under the Gaida flag?" Jagger gritted his teeth and replied, "I am a human being. I cannot follow such an absurd order." Hearing this, Zimon calmly said, "I see." Then he turned to the group of men standing nearby and asked, "And what about all of you? Are you going to continue following Jagger?" The entire group suddenly bowed their heads, their faces filled with helplessness as they remained silent. Someone looked at Jagger and said, "I'm sorry." One by one, they turned their backs on the powerless Jagger and walked towards Simon. They walked away, filled with guilt. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. No matter how wrong the order is, a knight must never defy their master's command." One knight remained, not choosing to go to Simon like the others, but not choosing to follow Jagger either. The eyes of the other two men fell upon Godwin. Jagger spoke first. "Godwin, it's all right." Godwin's cold face looked towards Jagger, showing no emotion. Jagger said gently, "Just go." In the present, in the meeting room, Godwin was closing his eyes, remembering Jagger's words. "Go to a place where you can shine even brighter." At the meeting table, everyone was deep in serious discussion. For the North, we need to pay attention to the Knights of the Iron Duke and Bay. We've received information that Mantman has been making some suspicious moves lately. A hand pushed forward a piece of paper covered in black ink. "This is the list of knights from the Iron Duke and the Bay family." Godwin took the paper, thought for a moment, and said, "The list from Bay is the same as the report from a few years ago." Someone added, "It seems they haven't been able to train a new generation. Except for the eldest son, Rutiger, there haven't been any noteworthy new knights recently." Godwin's eyes suddenly flashed purple as he spoke. "Don't be so quick to judge." Hearing this, the faces of the others in the room turned grim as they looked at Godwin. He looked back at the paper, his expression profound, and the scenery behind him only accentuated his dangerous aura. The weight of the name Bay cannot be judged by a simple report. Just as I was once the hidden sword of Gaida Bay, they surely have their own hidden sword as well. Immediately, the entire group bowed their heads and replied, "Our apologies." Suddenly, one of them spoke up, "Oh, now that you mention it, I heard there's someone from my hometown in the Bay family who's quite special." Godwin, with his eyes closed and hand on his chin, asked, "Special how?" The other man replied, I'm not sure if I should tell you, my lord." Godwin closed his eyes with a look of indifference and responded, "It's fine, speak." With that, the man began to explain, "I heard that a male servant is showing formidable potential." Godwin's interest was piqued. "What's his name?" He was stunned by the answer. "He is Vlan from Xara." The man continued, "He first appeared during the Duel of Honor with Derma. They say he used aura there." The atmosphere in the room immediately grew more lively. Everyone started discussing it amongst themselves. A servant using aura? Haha, that's ridiculous. Meanwhile, Godwin was deep in thought. It seemed no one noticed as they continued their chatter. It looks like the Bay family is making things up, probably because they can't train a new generation. That's right. At this rate, they'll be claiming they've slain a dragon soon. Ha ha, Godwin thought to himself. Vlan. I remember that name. An image of Vlan crying out flashed through his mind, and after a moment of thought, Vlan. Xara. That's right. That gutsy kid was Vlan. Godwin rested his chin on his hand, about to say something, but he just smiled, thinking, no way, it can't be him. He sat with his legs crossed in the chair, eyes closed, believing he only remembered a name and a face from his memory. Then he opened his eyes, a hint of doubt creeping in. But the image of Vlan clutching his stomach, kneeling on the ground with a determined expression, his body surrounded by a white light, had stirred something in him. He was shining so brightly that even I wanted to take him with me. He continued to think, I wonder if he's even still alive. As for Vlan, he was currently slumped over a table, his face haggard as if something had drained all his blood. He whined, I think I'm gonna die. Seeing Vlan still slumped over the table full of food, the sword called out, Stop whining like a child and eat your food. Hearing that, Vlan shot back, whining. Then, he recounted his day. This morning, I had combat training with Sir Jagger, and in the afternoon, I practiced physical enhancement techniques and aura with the old man. I even had a training progress discussion in the evening. Hearing this, the sword just tutted. Teesk, teesk. Vlan gloomily propped his chin on the table and sighed. I really think I'm going to die. But the sword didn't think so. You have no idea how lucky you are. It ignored Vlan, who had his face planted on the table, and continued. You should be grateful to have someone teaching you. Vlan knew that, so he replied, I know. That's why I'm gritting my teeth and getting it done. G, carrying a large bag, walked up and asked Vlan, Hey, Captain, are you all right? Vlan looked over and asked, Why are you carrying luggage? G answered immediately, Sir Joseph told me to stay here from now on. Too lazy to sit up, Vlan asked again, What? Why so suddenly? G smiled brightly and pointed at himself, answering, I heard you took over the stable in the backyard for your horse. Where the horse is, the groom must be, right? After a short pause, Vlan asked G, Can you handle it? G replied smugly, Come on. What's so hard about it? I'm the Bay family's stable master. Seeing this, Vlan wished G good luck. This made G feel uneasy. Huh? Good luck with what? Still slumped on the table, Vlan shooed him away. If you're done, then go. I don't even have the strength to talk any. But G wasn't finished. I'm not done yet. This made Vlan wonder again. Oh, what is it now? Vlan snapped to his senses after hearing G's reply. Sir Joseph told you to come back. He immediately sat bolt upright, turned to G and asked, For what? G said cheerfully, What else? Then he looked at Vlan and continued, He's probably calling you back to lift your punishment. Outside the castle, the sky was clear and blue, with golden sunlight shining down. With a look of resignation, Vlan judged himself internally. Gee, I was so stupid to believe what that liar said. Serious gazes were fixed on him, including those of Lon and Joseph, because he was now standing right in front of Joseph. The atmosphere made it clear to Vlan that this was not the kind of mood where his punishment would be lifted. In Joseph's office, he sat sternly, his cold eyes fixed on Vlan, who was standing before him ready to accept his punishment. He asked, That day, in one of you Metman's villages, you defied my orders and saved the children. Is that correct? Facing Joseph like this, Vlan broke out in a sweat and quickly confessed. Yes, that's correct. Joseph's face darkened as he looked at Vlan sternly. If a similar situation were to happen again, what would you do? Still defying my orders? Joseph's cold words sent a chill down Vlan's spine, as if he'd been plunged into an ice pit. He had to reconsider. Faced with Joseph's gaze, Vlan felt powerless. The image of himself kneeling before Joseph, taking an oath, weighed heavily on his mind. He hesitated, thinking to himself, I swore to always be honest with him, and so I can't lie. Vlan made a crucial decision. He clenched his fists and spoke up, Yes, I will still do it. His answer surprised Joseph. He mused, That's right. This is precisely why I chose you. Vlan had answered Joseph with sincerity and integrity, with no regrets in his heart. Satisfied, Joseph stood up from his desk. In a calm voice, he said, Others shine because of the honors they receive, but you shine because of your conscience. And when you move forward and lose your way, it will help you find the right path. With that, he strode over to a red cloth. Joseph glanced back at Vlan and said softly, Because you have found your own path. Then, Joseph pulled away the red cloth, revealing a gleaming suit of armor. Joseph smiled faintly. I hope this armor will help you protect that compassion of yours. Vlan froze, stunned by Joseph's gesture. He was bewildered that was armor made by Sanino, an organization that creates the most exquisite suits of armor. This set was crafted with various techniques, gleaming as if it were enchanted by God's own blessing. Vlan looked at it, then back at his own armor. He hesitantly reached out to touch it. This armor. Joseph understood his hesitation. I know you can't take yours off. Every one of those scratches is a testament to the life you've lived until now, he explained softly, trying to ease Vlan's burden. However, this armor is a testament to the path you have found. Vlan still didn't grasp the meaning of his words, replying with a confused, Yes, sir. Joseph stood beside the armor so Vlan could get a better look. He commanded, Come, take a closer look. Vlan obeyed, stepping forward even though he didn't understand what was happening. Looking closely at the armor, he noticed a meticulously and sincerely carved inscription. Vlan touched the words, unconsciously reading them aloud. The knight who protected the lives of children. They had given him a title, Vlan, Protector of the Children. Images of the stern Jagger, the reliable old Laman, and all his other companions, who had journeyed with him, flashed through his mind. Joseph also smiled in satisfaction. That's right. That is the path you will walk from now on. His reflection appeared clearly in the glass of a door. It aligned perfectly with the armor, and for a moment, Vlan seemed to see his future self in a place of cold, snowy mountains. VCO Baranov, the heir to the Iron Duke, was carefully surveying the area in his territory. He lifted his head, his gaze serious. His breath came out in a white cloud in the freezing air as he confirmed. There they are. In the direction he was looking, a forest on the other side was ablaze with torches. A procession of aggressive knights rode forward, holding bright torches, their war horses galloping at top speed. Their hoofprints marked the white snow. Suddenly, something charged toward them at an incredible speed, making the ground tremble violently. The snow on the ground shattered, and white dust flew everywhere. Amidst the white mist, a snow dragon appeared, its sharp eyes and razor-sharp teeth relentlessly pursuing the knights. The snowy mountain shook with its every movement. The chase was far from over, and the advantage was with the dragon. The knights tried to speed up, shouting, "Damn it, it's about to catch us." They tried to encourage each other, yelling, "A little more, just a little more." Just as the dragon was about to catch them, VCO Baranov, positioned high above, gripped an arrow shrouded in a powerful purple aura. Seeing that powerful purple aura on the cliffside, the knight screamed, "It's time! Scatter!" Seizing the opportunity, he took the arrow and fired it straight at the dragon. The white dragon opened its tooth-filled maw in a panic. The arrow flew at a formidable speed through the cold wind, aimed right at its head. With the dragon right in his sights, VCO Baranov gloated, "Got you now." But unexpectedly, the dragon tilted its body and dodged his arrow. It let out a ferocious roar. VCO Baranov couldn't believe it, his eyes widening in shock. "It was that close, and it still dodged my arrow? I knew it was fast, but I never imagined it was this fast. The fastest dragon? The Lindblum." The dragon opened its mouth, looking at VCO Baranov defensively, poised to flee at any moment. Seeing this wasn't good, he ordered his men, "Go. Don't let it get away." The knights panicked. "It's no use. We can't catch it." The dragon darted away, disappearing into the deep, snowy forest. VCO Baranov looked down from the mountaintop, so furious that veins bulged on his forehead. Damn it. Back in Joseph's office, Rutiger held a teacup, enjoying its aroma before calmly remarking, "You truly have a refined taste for tea. There's no place with better tea than this." Joseph was annoyed. "What are you doing here? Are you so free that you came all this way just to drink tea?" Rutiger smiled gently. "We're not strangers, are we?" This only annoyed Joseph more. Rutiger set his cup down. He said seriously, "It seems my judgment was correct." Joseph was surprised. Rutiger confirmed, "That's right. A dragon is heading this way." Rutiger's expression grew even more serious, his gaze hardening. He said gravely, "If the west has the death worm, then the north has the Lindblum, which lives in the frigid snowstorms. The coldest place, the coldest dragon, and the fastest." Joseph calmly retorted, "But it's not their migration season yet. They don't just migrate every winter." Rutiger fell silent, pondering. It seems something unusual had happened. The death worm was acting strangely last time, too. He narrowed his eyes, his thick brows furrowing, confirming the severity of the situation. The Lindblum has tasted the blood of a gray orc. We must eliminate it before it goes berserk. Joseph remained calm. Which direction is it heading? Rutiger didn't know for sure. He just replied, "It's unclear. It moves too fast to track easily." Joseph's brows knitted together. He knew this was a dangerous problem that needed to be eliminated as soon as possible, but we can't just stand by and watch. Rutiger reassured his brother. "Of course. That's why he has assigned me the task of eliminating the Lindblum." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Joseph immediately offered, "What can I do to help?" "Sarah's side will provide full support." Rutiger made his request. "Along with a thorough reconnaissance of the surrounding area, I request the dispatch of a knight." Hearing Rutiger's request, he thought it was reasonable and agreed, asking, "How many knights are needed?" Rutiger smiled and held up one finger. "One." Joseph thought to himself, "One? We need powerful swords to deal with a dragon. Even if I brought all the knights under my command, not a single one of them could stop it." Joseph was puzzled. "Are you sure you only need one?" Seeing his brother's disbelief, Rutiger explained, "Unlike the death worm, the Lindblum can definitely be struck by a sword. Of course, if a sword can even touch it." Hearing this, Joseph wondered, "So, who should we send?" Rutiger smirked smugly at his question. Before he could finish, a steady knock on the door caught their attention. Vlan's voice called from outside, "Joseph, I've come as summoned." Joseph was still trying to figure out what was going on. He asked tentatively, "This guy?" Seeing Vlan enter and bow before the commander, Rutiger became flustered. "Ah, my apologies. This was so urgent that I summoned you without asking permission first." He looked Vlan over and greeted him warmly. "Long time no see. Best dragon herder of the north?" Hearing this new title, Vlan looked up. surprise written all over his face. Night had fallen. In Gemina's room at the inn, the lamplight cast a warm, rosy glow, and tea had been set out. Gemina sat on the bed, mending a piece of cloth. Vlan sharpened his sword by the lamplight. The two of them worked in silence, and Vlan was the first to break it. He hesitated. It'll take more than a month. Gemina replied nonchalantly, "It's good that you're busy. You're very skilled." Gemina seemed to remember something. She paused for a long moment before speaking. "If only my aunt could see you now." The gleaming sword reflected part of Vlan's face. He stopped sharpening it and turned to ask Gemina, "Why bring that up all of a sudden?" Gemina replied calmly, "It's nothing. It just crossed my mind." Hearing that, Vlan didn't ask any more questions. He went back to his work, saying calmly, "Yeah, okay." Gemina sat on the bed, her hands never ceasing their mending, her eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. She acted as if they were just reminiscing. "I don't remember my own mother, but I remember yours." The image of Vlan's mother holding him tight, protecting him from bandits despite being covered in wounds, flashed through Gemina's mind. She said, "Even in that desperate situation, she didn't abandon her child, like my mother did." Vlan looked at Gemina, his expression pensive. He lowered his head, his hair shadowing his eyes and making them look somber. His mood seemed to darken as well. "Me too. I don't remember my mother very well either." Neither of them knew what to say next. The room fell silent again. Finishing the last knot and cutting the thread, Gemina turned to show Vlan her handiwork. The third cross, San Reno. She held the cloth up for Vlan to see, asking awkwardly, "This isn't too obvious, is it? The 3 counts are embroidered so beautifully." Vlan looked at his friend's creation, a slightly troubled expression on his face. No, not obvious at all." Gemina was quiet for a moment, then asked, "Dragons. They're dangerous, right?" Vlan answered softly, "Yeah, they're called living calamities." She got off the bed and walked over to Vlan, her voice tinged with disappointment. "It'll take over a month just to get any results, which means you won't be back until winter." Vlan kept his head down, his figure cast in shadow, his eyes deep in thought. Autumn passes quickly. Gemina knew she couldn't change anything. She sighed, clutching the cloth tightly in her hand. She held out the one she had just finished to Vlan. "Then, take this with you, too." Vlan looked at the cloth, surprise clear on his face. He asked, "What's this?" Gemina shot back, annoyed. "Can't you tell? It's a handkerchief." Looking at the handkerchief she offered, he thought for a moment, then gave a teasing smirk. "Still hung up about that, are you?" Seeing Vlan's punchable expression, she couldn't stop herself from throwing the handkerchief right in his face, shouting, "What do you mean, that? I just felt bad for you carrying around that useless silk handkerchief, so I made you one." Her face was bright red, her voice getting louder. "This one is cotton, so just use it freely." Vlan sat there, stunned, his face stinging from the impact. Gemina took the opportunity to run out of the room, but not without calling back a reminder. "Anyway, be careful." He held the handkerchief, his face still hurting a little, and sighed. What a stubborn girl. Looking at the handkerchief, he noticed a rose, embroidered in the corner, along with the neatly stitched name Gemina. He smiled softly. "She tells me to use it, but then she goes and embroiders her name on it." In the snowy mountains of the north, ethereal mists shrouded the forest as Rudiger's party made their way along the main road. Vlan looked at the large group and asked without thinking, "I only requested 1 person, but he sent 3. Rudiger asked him helplessly, "And what does that mean?" Seeing the displeased look in his eyes, Vlan could only offer his own guess. For extra safety, maybe. But Rudiger immediately shot that down. No, I know that guy. He's definitely unhappy with me about something." Then they both glanced over their shoulders, a bit embarrassed. Rudiger said, "Otherwise, why would he stick me with this ragtag crew?" Behind them, Laman and A were still bickering, glaring daggers at each other, neither willing to back down. Rutiger looked at the pair and thought to himself, A mangy warrior and A veteran knight of Baeus. They could be very useful if handled well, but right now, they can't cooperate at all. He then shoved the responsibility onto Vlan. "From now on, you're in charge of these 2. Vlan was taken aback. "Sir, I don't have the authority to do that." Rutiger was also frustrated. "Forget the manji for a second. How am I supposed to order around a knight of the former lord? You have a gentle way of speaking. Just give it a try." He put a hand to his forehead, exasperated. "I'm getting a headache just talking about this." Vlan felt just as helpless. What does he mean? Give it a try. I don't have a solution either. Looking back, the 2 of them were still at it. Lamon asked cheerfully, "Old man, you didn't die in prison yet?" A, not to be outdone, shot back. "And you still haven't kicked the bucket. I can smell the grave just by standing next to you." Lamon sneered, "Death doesn't pick and choose by age." I retorted instantly, "Want me to give you a proper burial?" The old man continued, Humph, as if you could. Just give me back my confiscated weapon. A replied, my bare hands are more than enough for an old geezer like you. The two of them, one old and one young, continued their childish squabbling, making Vlan feel helpless just watching them. He sighed, I want to go home. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He lifted his head and stared intently in that direction. Seeing this, Rudiger followed his gaze. His eyes grew serious. He stated grimly, the smell of blood. Dorcia immediately shot back. Are you a dog? How can you smell blood in the middle of a snowfield? Seeing the look in Vlan's eyes, Rudiger didn't doubt him for a second and ordered him to lead the way. He led them to a ravine, which was filled with corpses. Seeing the scene, Rudiger knew his suspicions were correct. Just as I thought, they've been on a rampage. Rudiger turned to A and asked, is this your tribe? The man shook his head. A neighboring tribe we knew, he stated firmly. But for them to have migrated this far south, it means my own tribe must have moved as well. Lamon looked at the mutilated bodies and felt something wasn't right. This is strange. These are sword wounds, but they weren't made by northerners. Rudiger agreed with the old man. I think so too. They have no reason to commit such a brutal massacre. The long war of blood for blood ended a long time ago. The thought of a warmongering legion from somewhere else immediately crossed Rudiger's mind. He was certain that this place had some uninvited guests. With his eyes glowing orange and his eyebrows furrowed, Jagger's face clearly showed that things were getting serious. The snowstorm grew stronger, creating a significant obstacle for Rudiger's troops. He remarked, good thing we arrived before the blizzard hit. That was the northernmost garrison of Count Bay's territory, Barren Fortress. In the distance, a formidable and sturdy fortress came into everyone's view. But what caught Vlan's attention wasn't its massive size, but the two flags flying from the top of the ramparts. He immediately reported to Rudiger. There are two flags. Rudiger was taken aback. What? He looked up at the top of the ramparts. Not only was the flag of the Bay family there, but also another, dark red flag bearing the image of a massive, fire-breathing dragon. Seeing that flag, Jagger's anger surged. He growled, what are those people doing here? Vlan didn't understand and turned to ask old Lamon, what flag is that? The old man eagerly answered his question. That flag belongs to the central government. Vlan was shocked. Not the central region, but the central government? Lamon confirmed it. Yes, the central government. The Knight Order under the direct command of the Dragon's Blood Duke. That is the insignia of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order. The flag was a brilliant red, with the dragon printed in a shimmering, brilliant gold. The Emperor's silhouette reached out a hand, seeming to manipulate the entire Knight Order. Rudiger led his troops into the fortress, and a guard approached to report to him. The Dragon Slayer Knight Order, sent by the central government, arrived 2 days ago. Rudiger wondered why they were here. The guard recounted. They said they came to subjugate Lynn Blum. Hearing this, Rudiger gritted his teeth and snarled. They sure get their information fast. He turned and called to the person behind him, Vice Captain. The other man immediately responded, yes, Sir Rudiger. He gave the Vice Captain a cold, sharp look, his eyes giving him an order. The Vice Captain understood the signal, bowed his head respectfully, and said, I'll get it done right away. The Vice Captain led his unit away. Vlan watched them go, then turned back to ask Lamon, what is the Dragon Slayer Knight Order? Lamon explained, just as their name implies, they are knights tasked with slaying dragons. They are recognized by the Emperor and led by the Dragon's Blood Duke, one of the central nobles. In other words, in any matter related to dragons, they are legally obligated to intervene under imperial law. Hearing this, a surprised Vlan said, so this place is welcoming some truly powerful knights? But his attention was drawn to something else. Vlan looked up, closely observing the top of the fortress, and asked, looks like there was a huge fire here, right? Lamon explained that the fortress itself was an observatory. Barren Fortress is also known as the Bay Observatory. There were too many things here that were new and confusing for Vlan. He kept asking Lamon questions. What is that? The old man didn't hesitate. It was captured and then retaken. The burned fortress was rebuilt. To the Manji and the monsters, this is a colossal wall. But to the Bay family, this is the fortress that symbolizes the indomitable will of this territory. The bloody battles of the Bay family flashed through his mind. The fortress was engulfed in flames, but the Bay's legion stood firm, calmly replanting their flag to declare their sovereignty. Vlan looked at Rudiger, who was walking away. He thought, to think they would just raise their flag like that without permission, showing no respect for the dignity of House Bay. No wonder he's so furious. The blazing fire of anger consumed Rudiger. He shoved the doors open and strode into the main hall. Missy's arrogant voice rang out, "You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." Rudiger looked up at the Dragon Slayer knights who had surrounded and blocked off the main hall. Their commander stood arrogantly above, looking down on everyone. He introduced himself, "I am Missy, captain of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order. He was Missa Dragulia, the firstborn son of the Dragon's Blood Duke and his official wife. Rutiger's expression was grim. It seems a great personage has arrived without my knowledge. His eyes flashed with extreme hatred, and his voice was sharp and firm as he declared, Rutiger Bey, I am the temporary commander of Baron Fortress. The two men faced each other like polar opposites, one arrogant, the other direct. Vlan's presence caught Missy's attention, and the boy's face became serious. A chilling sensation ran right down his body. He looked at the man in shock. What is this? It's the same feeling I got when I saw the death worms. Why am I getting this feeling from him? Missy was shrouded in an invisible pressure that made Vlan wary. The man smiled as he faced him. Rudiger spoke up, questioning him. Were the Dragon Knights behind this? The Manji attack. The man replied as if it were a matter of course. It was a necessary measure. We are the Dragon Slayer Knight Order, a force established with the permission of the founding king, which has accumulated knowledge and experience over centuries. Lin Blum is the fastest among the remnants of the fallen dragons. Since we couldn't keep up with it, we had to get its attention. The corpses of the Manji were the bait. Ruchiger could not accept these words. His expression darkened. From behind, Ace shouted, You cowardly Imperial scum! You're despicable. His anger blinded him, and he got into his stance to charge forward. Seeing trouble, Laman tackled him to the ground. Struggled, shouting, Get off me, old man. Laman threatened him. If you utter one more word, I will snap your neck. The old man's overwhelming presence made him hesitate. The old man leaned down and whispered to him, I understand your rage, but it's only justified if you're strong enough to back it up. Calm down. Keep acting rashly, and you'll just die a meaningless death. Watching this scene, Missy smiled provocatively. It seems the eldest son of House Bay has raised quite an insolent dog. Then he looked over at Dorothea, and the pressure he exuded made her ears droop. He sneered, and a cat, too, it seems. But I have to wonder, have you fully tamed them? Those lowly things sometimes forget their place. How could Rutiger tolerate such insulting words? He retorted. Even so, they are standing where they are supposed to stand. He walked towards Missy, which means it's now time for you to stand in your proper place. Seeing him approach, Captain Missy's Dragon Slayers drew their swords, preparing for a fight. The pressure from Rudiger's power radiated intensely around him. He walked with such an intimidating presence that the terrified knights had to make way for the master of the fortress. Rutiger approached Missy without the slightest hesitation. Standing right in front of him, his anger finally exploded. Rutiger demanded, Who gave you permission to raise that flag? Missy didn't back down, maintaining his arrogance. I made a request. However, since no one responded, I ordered my subordinate to raise the flag. Rudiger would not allow it. Whose permission did you receive before standing here? Seeing how serious Rudiger was, Missy also refused to yield. Well, I don't think that's reasonable. According to Imperial law, the Dragon Slayer's Knight Order has the right to commandeer any personnel or facilities within the Empire's domain. He stepped back down the stairs. From above, Rudiger looked down on him sternly. Yes, you do have that right. A flame of anger erupted within him. Rudiger stood before Mia, unyielding. However, that's only after you've requested permission from its owner. Mia growled, his eyes devoid of emotion. So, does that mean you refuse to cooperate? Rutiger replied coldly, his expression unchanging. No. In fact, I'm more than willing to cooperate. He stood majestically before Mia, a commanding presence. However, Rutiger pointed his index finger to the left. His finger aimed at something far off, outside the window. You need to follow the proper procedures first. Mia glanced with his blue eyes behind him to see what was out there. In the midst of a fierce snowstorm, the emblem of a black dragon on a red flag fluttered wildly. That flag was slowly being lowered. Mia was taken aback by the sight. The banner lay face down in the thick snow, looking incredibly crumpled. Instantly, hundreds of soldiers in perfect formation drew their swords, ready to fight. They shouted in fury, How dare you touch the banner of the Central Knights? Laman clenched his jaw tightly. These knights are all the same. He rested both hands on his sword, standing imposingly before the elite knights. This is why we don't want to get involved with you people. Laman's face was filled with killing intent as he commanded. No one makes a move here. Both sides were tense, on the verge of a fight. The master of this place has not yet given permission to act. Mia remained calm in the face of the situation. Captain Mia. Rudiger's large frame stood one step above him, blocking his view. If you wish to raise your flag, you can ask for our permission. Rudiger's gaze was cold, and his words were filled with judgment. You are on northern soil. If you want to hunt dragons, you should at least have the decency to ask. In contrast to his anger, that guy Mia just stood there with a blank face. Rudiger sneered. That's the first thing you need to do. We can talk about other matters after that. Mia's eyes sharpened. Are you going to regret this? Rudiger shot back. I don't know about me, but I wonder if those nobles from the central region will have any regrets. He leaned close to Mia's ear and taunted. No matter what decision you make, you could say that life is just a series of countless regrets, isn't it? Rudiger threatened contemptuously. If that's the case, I'll prioritize what needs to be done first. A subordinate inside a communication orb bowed his head and spoke. Vlan, 17 years old. Mia sat comfortably in his chair, resting his cheek on his fist as he listened to his subordinate's report. Born in the dark slums of Bay County, he mused, Xara is also quite a troublesome place. Recalling the furious expression on the face of the blonde, blue-eyed Vlan, I can feel every beat of his heart. It seems I'm certain now. Everything related to him has far exceeded my expectations. After a long pause, Mia spoke while touching a paper on the table. He's done too many questionable things, and on top of that, his social standing is low. The subordinate in the orb quickly replied, that's right. Tapping his fingers on the map, Mia silently pondered his plan. However, they do say that promising flowers can bloom anywhere. But can a precious seed truly be sown in a place like that? Mia was serious. I have a lot of information, but I still can't draw a definite conclusion. Find more information about him. We can gather more intel on what he's done, but his activities in Xara were quite discreet. He was surprised by his subordinate's words. How is that possible? We have spies everywhere. The subordinate answered sheepishly. Well, we haven't been able to contact our eyes and ears in Xara. After becoming mayor, he had all our agents monitored and brought the entire city under his control. Mia leisurely took a small sip of wine. He only just became mayor. Relaxing with the glass in hand, Mia gently swirled its contents. That's true. But with the recent disappearances, he used that as an excuse to strengthen his power. Now he understood why. Swordsmanship is like power. It must be flexible and sharp, and you must strike quickly and precisely. He unconsciously toyed with the wine glass in his hand. Joseph, I heard he can't even lift a sword. But no one understands his true strength better than I do. It seems the children of BS are noteworthy after all. Both are talented, but there's only one top position. A little wine accidentally spilled from the glass. It dripped onto the image of the kingdom on the map. He smiled to himself. I can still exploit this weakness. The sound of discussion echoed in the small room. Back in my day, there was less scheming and trickery. Lamon gestured with his hands, trying to explain everything thoroughly. However, no one could have anticipated this. We found the ones who attacked the village right after. But this is no different than the dragon slayers using the barbarians as bait for the dragons. Rutiger reluctantly had to agree. Of course, we had no choice. That dragon moves too fast for us to keep up. It was the only way. Dorothea, standing to one side, added, if we can't kill that dragon, then those people will have an excuse to stay here. Rudiger silently agreed. That's right. If we let the dragon slayers kill that dragon, they'll use it as an opportunity to carry out their own agenda in this central region of the north. Rutiger crossed his arms and inquired, how much time do we need to build a trap to lure the raptor? The man answered slowly. There don't seem to be any livestock farms nearby. Our best bet might be to ask the Play family for help. Rudiger irritably clutched at his clothes. We'll need about half a month. The two men next to him shared their thoughts. How about we go capture some barbarians? We could just take the ones the dragon slayers caught. Lamon openly objected. Don't say that. The barbarians in the dragon slayer's hands belong to Az people. If you provoke him, you'll have a real mess on your hands when he goes berserk. The old man winked in understanding. In any case, the northerners and the barbarians have lived together for a long time. If we use them as bait, what will happen to the peace our two peoples have built for so long? Will this entire north be plunged into war just to catch a raptor? Both of them slumped down, exhausted. Please forgive me. Our thinking was too shallow. The old man sighed, exasperated. This is truly exhausting. Listening to the conversation, Rudiger understood perfectly. Lord Lamon is right. No matter what we decide, there will be consequences. He started to feel tense. But this might be exactly the situation the Central Knights want, because they want the North to destroy itself with war. Rudiger shut his eyes tightly, bringing a hand to his chin. I heard Vlan has a pretty fast horse. Old man Lamon waved his hand dismissively, advising, I wouldn't even think about riding it. Everyone here knows that horse doesn't listen to anyone. He asked dejectedly. Oh, is that so? Sounds like it hasn't been tamed, huh? Lamon jokingly replied, that's right. It's incredibly stubborn. Forced into a corner, Rutiger was truly out of options. That won't work either. I wanted to use it in a plan to take down the speed dragon. Turns out the dragon slayer's accomplishments are more than just rumors. I don't want to admit it, but hunting dragons is just too difficult and requires meticulous planning. He gritted his teeth, as if to suppress the anger welling up inside him. This is bad. Is this challenge going to stall out, leaving us unable to do anything? However, just as he was wondering if they could find the speed dragon's usual haunts, he suddenly heard the sound of someone's hurried footsteps outside the door. The soldier called out, "Sir Rudiger." He calmly replied, "What is it?" The soldier's face was grim. "There's someone at the gate demanding it be opened." Rudiger was bewildered. "Who are they?" "The Iron Fist banner." His expression immediately darkened. Amidst the northern cold, the Iron Fist banner flew high against the gloomy sky. "Those are the knights of the Iron Duke from the House of Baranov." The blizzard grew stronger, burying the barren, rocky ground. A blood-soaked human hand lay on the white snow. Some strange creature was gnawing on the rich, delicious human flesh. It sniffed, licking the blood from its mouth. It looked truly monstrous, like a creature that had been starving for ages. It widened its bloodthirsty eyes and roared into the stormy sky. Outside the city walls, many people were hurriedly preparing their gear. Vlan stealthily whispered, "This spot is fine." Dorothea mischievously held up her tail and pressed it against his face. "Your face isn't protected. This is a cold resistance sigil. Stop complaining and give me your face." Vlan wondered, "Why am I the only one? Everyone else just gets it carved on their armor." Dorothea casually replied, "Because you'll be the one running until the very end." The knight behind Vlan teased him with amusement. That's right. The best dragon herder in the flock is going to run his heart out this time, just like he did against the death worm." Waving her hand in the air, Dorothea swiped a line across Vlan's face. A large, reddish-orange sigil appeared on his handsome face. It gradually sank into his skin and then disappeared. Dorothea kindly reminded him, "This magic-resistant sigil doesn't make you immortal. Make sure you dodge its breath." Vlan replied flatly, "I know." Pointing toward the stables, she squinted. "I'll also remember what you said about that horse. Be careful, it doesn't bite." Dorothea playfully let out a helpless sigh. "Is it a dog or something? Why would it bite?" Vlan imagined it in his head. "It does bite. He had been bitten by it when he tried to climb onto its back." Lamon cheerfully walked over. "Are you ready?" Looking back, Vlan slowly stood up. "Yes, sir." He said the scout team had returned, and the dragon had taken the bait laid by the Dragon Slayer Knight Order. However, the situation had gotten complicated. Lamon scratched his head. AG witnessed it firsthand, so he can testify that the conflict wasn't started by the Northerners, but tensions with the Manji people will continue. Anyway, for now, we just have to do our best. He glanced at Vlan, standing beside him. "So, do you fully understand your mission?" Vlan's eyes were full of confidence. "What's so hard about it?" "I just have to lure the dragon, Linum, to the designated location." "That's right. When you lure it to the Eastern Canyon, Rudiger, who's lying in ambush, will charge out, and at the same time, Vokop's team will also rush towards it." Lamon put his hands on his hips and pressed. "All right, if you have any questions, ask them now." Vlan was calm. "I don't have any." Lamon said, "Just ask. You do understand that you're the centerpiece of this dragon hunt, don't you? Remember, this isn't any ordinary hunt." Vlan was surprised by the statement. "Huh?" His face tensed as he gave a serious warning. "The future of the North depends on this hunt. The silent war between the North and the Central Knight Order has already begun. Baranov in the northeast, Bay in the northwest, the two pillars that support the North. The next generation of both families are directly participating in this dragon hunt. Furthermore, the eldest son of the Dragon Blood Duke from the Central Knight Order is here as well. The mere existence of any one of these three powers is enough to threaten the Empire. For the heirs of these three families to gather in one place is no small matter. What if the remnants of a dragon that the two pillars of the North couldn't defeat together are destroyed by the Dragon Slayer Knight Order? The Central Knights will use the dragon as an excuse to interfere in the North." Lamon's voice was grave as he said, "Remember this carefully. That dragon must be slain by a northern sword." Veins bulged on Vlan's face as he gritted his teeth. "Yes, we have to do it that way to save AG's tribe, who they're holding captive." Suddenly, something made everyone stop. Something that caused both Vlan and Lamon to look back. Mir had a smile on his lips. Rudiger was calm. It's appeared. He quickly got ready. "Is the vanguard ready?" Standing before thousands of cavalrymen, Rudiger coldly commanded, "Advance. We'll meet at the canyon." They placed their hands on their chests, showing their respect and reverence. The city gates were opened, and the legion of knights quickly rode out of the city. Rudiger silently watched from above, his gaze meeting a worried Vokop. "Rudiger, can that boy really do it? He looks so young." Rudiger smirked reassuringly. "Don't worry, Vokop. This is the best choice we could have made. He may look that way, but he's the one who lured the death worm up from underground. And he did it without a horse." Vokop was stunned, unable to believe it. "That's right. That's just how Vlan is. Everything about him is unexpected." Vokop lowered his head, deep in thought. "Age isn't everything. Experience, skill, and past achievements will be the criteria that decide this mission's success or failure. I had thought that in this generation of the Bay family, he was the only one worth paying attention to. But it turns out there's another one. Vlan rode his horse across the vast, snow-covered mountain range. A member of the cavalry pointed ahead. According to the information from the Manji and the direction of our pursuit, it should be up ahead. Lynam's current state can only be described as out of control. It's abandoned its territory, ignoring its instinct to seek warmth, and is moving south as if it has some kind of purpose. Normally, they operate purely on animal instinct, but the mages say that if they become self-aware as dragons, this is possible. He thought with concern. Last time, the death worm also relentlessly pursued those pilgrims. Had it truly become self-aware? He noticed tracks in the snow. The footprints alone were enough to know what kind of creature it was. It seems we've come to the right place. Last night's snowfall was a stroke of luck. Its tracks are clearly imprinted on the white snow. It looks like it passed through not long ago. Let's follow the tracks quietly. Together, they moved through the towering mountain range. The sun cast its final rays before setting. Vlan wondered to himself, constantly looking over his shoulder. This is strange. They said it ignored its instincts to head south. But the tracks headed north, and instead of crossing the open plains, they led into the forest. His body was weighed down by some kind of pressure. Vlan cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's a trap. A dragon on the cliff was slowly approaching Vlan. It opened its large, emerald-green eyes and stared at him. Almost instantly, he yelled, "Scatter." Everyone was startled by his voice. The dragon lunged aggressively down at Vlan. In that life-or-death moment, he yanked the reins, luckily escaping the deadly pounce. Snow sprayed into the air, some of it spattering their faces. It growled, exhaling a frosty breath. The captain of the knights yelled, "Damn it." Having secured the core, he tore the inscribed paper from his staff. A flame erupted, turning the staff in his hand into a blazing torch. The knights charged forward. They all lit their torches and attacked like a storm. They surrounded the dragon, gradually forming a glittering orange circle of fire under the night sky. The monster just stood there calmly. It looked up and down, then side to side, calmly observing each knight. Opening its mouth, the dragons blew magical energy as they moved in to surround and distract it. Watch its breath. Everyone, scatter. After the shout, the dragon unleashed its breath. It roared, attacking them. The dragon's cold, blue breath shot straight towards the vanguard. As it traveled, it made a horrifying sound. A member of the vanguard who couldn't dodge in time was hit by the dragon's breath. He tried to resist the bone-chilling cold. The knight and his horse were frozen on the spot, letting out cries of agony. Sharp, jagged pillars of ice surrounded them. Suddenly, two dark figures charged forward, skillfully dodging the ice pillars and their frozen comrade. They were two other members of the vanguard. They rode their horses, building momentum from a distance, then swung their swords, sending a slash of blade energy toward the dragon. However, the attack was ineffective, leaving only a tiny scratch. Looking back at the dragon, the two of them were stunned. "Are you kidding me? It's just a scratch?" Suddenly, the vice captain shouted with a grave expression, "Scatter." It turned out that while they weren't paying attention, the dragon had suddenly closed in on the two members of the vanguard. It raised its sharp claws to attack them. One of them glanced back, his face filled with fear and anxiety. He couldn't help but cry out, "What?" He only had time to see the ferocious dragon swing its claws down, followed by a long spray of blood and tragic screams. From a distance, the horrified vice captain watched as the dragon slaughtered his men. Feeling his anger rise, his pupils widened. A surge of power flashed like light across his eyes as he snarled, "Damn you." Then, the vice captain ignited his torch, making it burn brilliantly. Noticing something unusual, the dragon turned its head toward the vice captain. It saw a man and a horse in the distance, holding a blazing red torch. Seeing that he had the dragon's attention, the vice captain shouted seriously, "I'll take the lead and lure it away. You all maintain your distance." With that, he spurred his horse and rode off, holding the glowing torch high so the dragon would target only him. As if provoked, the dragon stomped its feet and gave chase. Behind it, the vanguard spurred their horses to keep up. It was a fierce chase where a single misstep could mean death. Suddenly, the dragon seemed to sense the vanguard pursuing it. It leaped into the air, leaving clouds of white snow below. The dragon jumped towards the cliff, continuing its pursuit of the vice captain. Suddenly, the vice captain looked up at the sky with a horrified expression. It turned out the dragon had used the cliff as a launch pad to leap forward. When it landed, it sent snow flying everywhere and blocked the vice captain's path, forcing him to a sudden halt. The dragon began to gather its cold breath, aiming it directly at the vanguard. The vice captain turned back and hastily yelled the order, "Scatter." At that exact moment, sharp, blue pillars of ice erupted from the ground. The horses instinctively reared back. The dragon shot its breath towards the ground, giving the vanguard no time to escape. Someone exclaimed, "It's aiming its breath at the ground." At the same time, Vlan quickly spurred his horse into the air, escaping the range of the dragon's breath below. He landed swiftly on a nearby rock ledge. As for the vanguard below, they were engulfed by the dragon's icy breath. Vlan looked on, thinking tensely, damn it, that dragon is pretty smart. Meanwhile, the vice captain was trying to steer his horse away from the sharp ice pillars. Then he looked back at the vanguard, who were also struggling to escape the ice pillars, and ordered, the plan has failed. Everyone, dismount. Now, hearing this, the entire group leaped from their horses to prepare for a direct confrontation with the dragon. They quickly got into a fighting stance, determined to chop off at least one of its legs. Facing the group, the dragon showed no fear. Its entire body radiated a terrifying power, billowing snow, swirled around it, accentuating the dragon's fearsome presence. Facing the situation, the vice captain thought worriedly, I don't know if we can pull this off. Suddenly, the dragon shot forward. It charged at the vice captain, who held the torch and raised his sword to defend himself as it opened its mouth to attack. Suddenly, a flash of red blood appeared from behind, along with its distinct metallic smell. Noticing this, the dragon turned around. The vanguard also looked in the same direction, completely surprised. Over there, a hand with a long, bleeding gash was raised, along with a shout, over here. Vlan held up his self-inflicted wound to attract the dragon. He followed it with a taunt. This is the blood you want. Hearing that, the dragon looked toward the source of the sound. A man and his horse stood imposingly on the cliff. The dragon glared and let out a low growl. Bright red blood slowly dripped from Vlan's hand. The dragon's eyes began to turn red. The falling drops of blood stained the snow. Vlan's action had successfully provoked the dragon, sending it into a frenzy. It let out a furious roar. Seeing this, Vlan pulled his hand back and exclaimed in disbelief, Holy crap, that worked way too well. The voice of the sword spirit rang out. But did you really have to go that far? The dragon leaped up with a ferocious expression, raising its claws to slash at Vlan. A loud crash followed, sending snow flying everywhere. Vlan had managed to jump off the cliff just in time, landing with his horse a short distance from the vice captain. The vice captain then threw the torch while calling out to Vlan. He reached out and caught the blazing torch. Seeing this, the vice captain ordered him to run. Obeying the vice captain, Vlan spurred his horse forward. As he rode, he replied, Right. With the torch in his hand, he easily drew the dragon's attention, and it began to chase him. To completely bait the dragon, a look of sheer determination flashed in both his and the spirit beast's eyes. He rode No at full speed, leaving the ferocious dragon to chase after them. As they fled, he urged, Let's go, No. Up ahead, a towering canyon and a vast, snow-covered plain came into view. Nearby, VCO Baranov stood on a mountain peak, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, a flash of red light erupted from the canyon, stark against the gloomy sky. A soldier on lookout spotted it through his binoculars and immediately reported to VCO Baranov. It's coming, he said. Baranov asked, How much longer? The soldier stared intently at the red dot in his scope and replied, It's just ahead. About 5 minutes out. But the red dot was moving erratically, getting closer and closer, making it difficult for the soldier to estimate the time. 4 minutes. No, 3. The soldier suddenly yelled, 1 minute. A stunned VCO Baranov had to ask, What? Through the binoculars, he could now see the image of Vlan, holding a torch and writing No, which made the spotter scream, He's right on top of us. Hearing this, a panicked VCO Baranov roared, What the hell is this? Fire the signal. Yes, sir. A soldier drew his bow, aimed at the sky, and fired a signal arrow. Vlan, who was running for his life, saw it and thought to himself, That's the signal. Just a little farther and we'll be at the canyon. Up ahead, he saw Rutiger standing at the ready with his sword drawn, thinking, This must be Sir Rutiger's territory. Suddenly, the color drained from Vlan's face as it contorted in pain. An intense, sharp agony shot through him, forcing an agonized cry from his lips. Sensing something was wrong, the voice from the sword called out, Vlan, what is it? It wasn't just Vlan. Both No and the dragon were trembling with fear. Seeing this, the voice wondered aloud, What is this? Vlan was shaking, clutching his chest as he endured the torturous pain. It felt like someone was crushing his heart. Vlan felt like he was trapped in the palm of someone's hand, surrounded by a cage of sharp ice as he writhed in agony. That's when the voice from the sword spoke with certainty. A binding spell. Through the haze of pain, Vlan struggled to think. A binding spell, but who would do this? He then saw a group of people appear a short distance behind Rutiger. It was the dragon-slaying knights, led by Messi Dragulia. The man looked towards Vlan and gave a triumphant smirk. Vlan gritted his teeth, fighting back the pain with rage. That bastard. What's going on? How did he just appear over there? Rutiger looked toward Vlan with concern. Vlan's whole body was trembling, and he struggled to breathe as he clutched his chest. The wind dragon started to back away, deciding that retreat was its best option. Damn it, the wind dragon is trying to pull back. Rudiger roared to his soldiers, charge. All knights, advance. Let's move. Surround it and push it into the canyon. Countless soldiers swarmed forward like a tide. We're going in two. Cut off all its escape routes. The soldiers quickly moved to block the wind dragon's path. It was trying to escape at all costs. Receiving the order, VCO immediately hurled an aura-infused spear towards it. Leave it to me. The spear struck the snow, erupting in a blast that sent the monster flying. Seeing that it had dodged a direct hit, VCO continued to press the attack, with a barrage of spears that slammed into the ground, kicking up snow everywhere. Is it down? He wondered. The blizzard of snow completely obscured his vision. But through the haze, the glowing red eyes of the bloodthirsty creature that had slain hundreds of people were still visible. It roared as it gathered energy, a dark breath attack forming. But it was too late. The wind dragon unleashed its breath towards them. The blast of energy was heading straight for Vlan, who was still immobilized nearby. The old man was startled. An attack like that would kill Vlan instantly. Vlan, get a hold of yourself. If the best option is off the table, we'll have to make do with the second best. Lamon leaped from his horse and stood protectively in front of Vlan, with all the dignity of a retired knight. He braced himself. You know, when an old man like me has to come out in this kind of weather, the cold seeps right down to the bone. Everyone watched, stunned, some even holding their breath at the sight. This is a chance to take responsibility for the future, he thought. Focus. Vlan. Vlan. It's so cold. The chill slowly invaded his body, binding him like a spider's web. I can't move. He slumped down in exhaustion, his mind feeling like it was no longer his own. I managed to crawl my way out of that dark abyss, only to get trapped in this soft snow. Vlan knelt in the snow, a voice echoing in his mind. Snap out of it. Vlan. 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 A brilliant light shone down from the sky, creating a beautiful rainbow-colored halo. Particles of light drifted down onto his frozen hands. So warm. What is this? Who is that man standing in front of me? Why does he keep pushing me? Get a hold of yourself, Vlan. This is the old knight's world. The man, Lamon, had blood streaming from his shoulder. The world he spent his entire life building has now reached your horizon. Now is the time. Shatter all your chains. Vlan's trembling hand reached for the hilt of his sword. He let out a roar, tensing every muscle in his body. His eyes blazed with light. He swung his sword with all his might, aiming for the horizon. A single strike that shook the world. A magnificent slash that tore through the very sky. The dome of the sky began to crack and shatter. The sword strike was so powerful that Mia felt him break free from the illusion in a spectacular fashion. Blood dripped down Mia's face as he smiled in excitement. Ah, so he does have some talent after all. Vlan worriedly called out his name. Lamon cracked a small smile. Go on ahead. I've fulfilled my duty. Now, it's your turn, kid. Vlan glanced behind him. The wind dragon was still frantically blasting the area with blue flames. The powerful shockwaves forced many of the soldiers to shield their faces. Vlan was truly enraged now. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, and swung his arm. Let's go. No! The old knight, Lamon smiled with pride, then collapsed weakly to the ground. The wind dragon attacked relentlessly, preventing the soldiers from mounting any kind of offense. The situation was looking dire. Rutiger hesitated, worried. Everyone has the mark, so they can withstand the cold, but it's still difficult for them to move right now. If I unleash my world now, no one will escape it. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Are we going to fail because of one wrong move? But then, emerging from the white mist, a young man with a sword in his hand strode forward confidently. Rudiger's eyes widened as he stared at the young man, who was radiating a killing intent as fierce as a wildfire. Vlan was no longer on his mount. He swung his sword through the air with a stunning, powerful blow. The wind dragon also charged Vlan frantically, and the two blurred past each other at incredible speed. Even so, Vlan found it difficult to land a clean cut. Its scales are too hard, but that attack was still effective. Look, you chipped one. Vlan and No wheeled around and immediately charged back towards the wind dragon. Don't stop. Keep up the attack. The two charged at each other in a frenzy, circling one another in a deadly dance. One attacked with a sword, the other with its claws. They clashed, the impact echoing across the entire battlefield. With a furious roar, they threw all of their strength into a fight to the death. It was like two planets colliding, and with every slash, Vlan only grew more ferocious. The swift dragon's scales were bleeding. Vlan thought to himself, it must have worked. I can capture it now. But before he could even celebrate, the sword in his hand cracked. Vlan stared in shock at his weapon, his sword. Drops of foul, green blood splattered across the snow. The swift dragon was still there, baring its fangs and growling menacingly. It charged at Vlan in a frenzy. He raised his sword, but for some reason, his arm was trembling. The swift dragon lunged at him, but luckily, Vlan managed to dodge the attack. Why did you hesitate just now? Don't hold back. He gritted his teeth, but the dragon leaped into the air, then dove down with its jaws wide open, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a brilliant purple aura flared, and a spear slammed down in front of the swift dragon, forcing it back. King Cop shouted, "Let me back you up." He swung his arm powerfully toward the dragon again. Although it didn't hit, it was enough to stop it from attacking Vlan. The beast glared hatefully at the source of the purple light and let out a breath. The swift dragon used all its strength to run in that direction. It was running back towards the grasslands. "Quick, chase after it. Vlan, you're the only one who can keep up with it." Vlan lost his composure as he stared ahead. Once anything in this world reaches its limit, it is destined to fall. You're still trying to push forward, while this is the end of the line for your sword. The two of you can't stay together forever. If that's the case, then let it fulfill its final duty. Vlan's devastated face was reflected on the shattered sword. He closed his eyes, ready to give up. Damn it. Let's go. No. With its raw power, it was running incredibly fast. It seemed as if nothing could stop the swift dragon now. But Vlan was right behind it, swinging his sword, which was now filled with aura. The swift dragon stopped in its tracks, startled, as Vlan raised his sword high. He brought the blade down hard on the dragon, and it shrieked in agony. Even so, Vlan continued his assault, striking from above and then from below, carving a beautiful pattern of wounds. "Stay still," I said, "stay still." The sword began to fracture uncontrollably as he delivered another powerful slash. "You bastard." The swift dragon's body spurted blood. It lost its balance and began to tumble to the ground. As the swift dragon struggled to stand, another spear came hurtling from above. It plunged straight into its thigh. The swift dragon fell to its knees, letting out a pathetic shriek. With blood dripping from his gauntlets, King Cop panted. "That was my last spear. It's all up to you, Vlan." The sound of horse hooves grew closer and more frantic. "This is the final battle." Vlan's expression was grim. "This really is the end. Thank you for helping me make it this far." His memories flooded into the sword. Gripping it tightly, Vlan advanced. The swift dragon focused all its energy, gathering its breath, its crimson eyes seeing nothing but Vlan. It opened its mouth, preparing to launch its attack. Vlan gritted his teeth and charged forward, slashing a straight line right across its abdomen. The sword swung up, sending the swift dragon's blood flying everywhere. Rutiger, King Cop, the other knights, and me all held their breath, watching to see how the battle would end. Many sparkling fragments drifted down past Vlan's face. Goodbye. The moment the sword broke was also the moment a tear fell from his eye. Though it wasn't a glittering star in the high heavens, this sword still shone brightly, for it was held in the hands of a boy who dreamed of one day shining himself. Even a sword from a back alley has the potential to become a star. The name that star left to the world was the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon's body, bound tightly by many soldiers, looked pathetic as it was dragged away. The silhouette of the young man was visible behind the soldiers. Vlan sat with his arms crossed, his head bowed. Rutiger approached him and praised, "You did well." Vlan's voice was low. "Is the old knight all right?" Rutiger looked confused. "The old knight? Wait, he still hasn't told you his name?" With tired blue eyes, he replied calmly, "That's right. He said he hasn't completed his duty yet." Rutiger sat down beside him and said, "He'll tell you his name soon." He glanced at the sword. "It's broken." It tried its best. "Yes, it did. I don't know if this will be any comfort, but I'll get you a new sword." Gazing sorrowfully at the fragments of his sword, Vlan wondered, will I ever find another sword like it? A sharp sword always breaks at its weakest point. There are countless swords that are sturdy or radiant, but one that can contain your entire world. I'm not so sure about that. Even an emperor would struggle to find a sword as special as that. Don't be too sad. Even though you can no longer hold it in your hand, that doesn't mean it has abandoned you. That sword will be with you forever, along with the title it helped you earn. Vlan asked naively. A title? You should be proud of it. In our generation at Bays, only you and I hold it. That sword is the witness. Vlan, the dragon slayer of Xara. Meanwhile, at the city hall, Josephs received a letter and asked, "Is it from Derma?" Jagger answered respectfully, "Yes. It's from Baron Ho himself." Joseph wondered, "Is there any movement in the west?" Jagger replied, "Count Guido's army hasn't made a move." Joseph didn't say anything, just let out a sigh. Then he turned and asked Jagger, "When is Vlan coming back?" The man replied, "The last I heard of him was his victory during the punitive expedition, but there's been no news since." Joseph stroked his chin and calculated, "It'll be at least a month." Jagger asked curiously, "Do you meet him, your grace?" Joseph replied grimly. It seems I'm running out of time, he mused. After the punitive force completes its mission, it seems they'll be returning to Sturama, won't they? Jagger replied, his voice uncertain. Probably. Joseph gave a faint smile. In that case, I will go to Stura. Jagger placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. I will begin preparations at once. With that, he quickly left to carry out the order. Joseph thought to himself, so, this is how Guido wants to play it, huh? Though he's not making a direct threat, his actions are certainly intentional. He smiled cryptically. Then again, it could just be a coincidence. I never thought that moment would become the perfect stepping stone to handle this problem. Recalling the sight of Alicia giving Vlan a handkerchief, Joseph thought with contempt. His mistake that day turned out to be the best move he could have made. The scene shifts to the Duchy of Baranov, where snow is falling heavily. 2 boxes were placed on a red carpet. Timer Baranov exclaimed with satisfaction. Excellent work. VCO Baranov reported grimly. The Bay's family contributed a great deal. Fortunately, the dragon was slain by someone from the north, so the dragon-slaying Knight Order had no excuse to intervene. Timer growled, where is he? VCO replied, Mir has left with the dragon-slaying Knight Order. The Knights of Bays will monitor them closely all the way. Timer frowned. The White Dragon is dead, and the dragon-slaying Knight Order has left. He continued. They have no more reason to be so aggressive. Timer considered this internally, but this is only temporary. It's only a matter of time before another dragon senses their potential, all because we're holding 2 dragon fragments at the same time. He calculated, I have to separate them. Timer suddenly paused, but he thought to himself, but who is trustworthy enough to be given this task? Timer stared ahead, deep in thought. The Guardian of the Covenant. Who should I entrust this to? The sun was already high in the sky. Layman, with his eyes cast down, spoke up. Hey, kid. The old man was wrapped up so tightly that only his head was sticking out. Layman exclaimed, what you think that you're bringing a corpse back? V shared. The wind is freezing, and we're still a long way from Sturama. Hearing this, Layman could only let out a sigh. He said in a helpless tone, Northerners aren't afraid of the cold. V frowned and replied teasingly, didn't you say you were getting old? Are your bones aching? Layman retorted bitterly, you little brat. I can't believe you remembered that. Defeated, he said, stop messing around. I'm tied up so tight I can barely breathe. Rudiger Bey and Messi Dragulia were observing them from above. Rutiger remarked, looks like you're all set, huh? Aren't you returning to Sturama with us, sir? He added, you are, an honored guest from afar. I'm sure my father would be delighted to meet you. M gave a faint smile. It's a rare opportunity, indeed, but I'm not sure if I'd be able to live in peace there. Rudiger was silent for a moment, then spoke. If you say so, sir, I won't ask any further. He continued in a courteous tone, I'd feel terrible letting an honored guest leave empty-handed. But V had already taken the spear that was stuck in Lin Boom's leg. Rudiger glanced over at M and asked, would you like to take its tail with you? M smirked. Then I shall do as you wish. Rudiger curled his lip. Forget it. It's a long road. Carrying it would just be a burden. He began. We will handle the captured Mani war prisoners. Leave the matters of the North to the Northerners. Please, take your time on your journey back. M agreed without a second thought. He looked off into the distance and spoke. Just one more request. May I say goodbye to the new Dragon Slayer? Rudiger replied, for a moment, you may. With that, he stepped forward. As the two passed each other, Rudiger threatened, but if you try anything, I won't let you leave. M growled. What do you mean by that? Rudiger questioned. You think I don't know? An image of V trembling on his horse, clutching his chest, flashed through his mind. Rudiger thought in utter confusion, what's going on? Why did he suddenly stop? A group of people appeared, led by Missy. His eyes gleamed as he flashed a dangerous smile. Rudiger stressed, remember this, there won't be another forced second warning. Missy replied, I'll keep that in mind. Afterwards, the two of them went their separate ways. M glanced back slightly and thought to himself, I acted too hastily again. That's not like my usual self at all. That was my chance to learn about his world. He encouraged himself internally. Well, no need to be disappointed. He reasoned that it was because he was about to see the most important thing. Looking at the neatly packed luggage, Vlan spoke up. I think the bags are all packed. We didn't forget anything, did we? The old man and I didn't bring much anyway. Lamont praised him. Not bad. M was calmly walking toward them, remarking, You've surprised me. Vlan replied sarcastically. If it weren't for a certain someone, I probably would have done even better. M continued. In any case, it was a pleasure meeting you, though it seems our feelings on the matter differ. Vlan answered coldly. I have no reason to be happy about meeting you, but I have a dozen reasons not to. M exclaimed, How sad. It seems you've misunderstood my good intentions. I didn't want you to walk into danger. Vlan paid him no mind, abruptly dismissing him. Stop spouting nonsense. If you're done talking, then get lost. M stared at Vlan. His aura was sharp, yet composed. In such a short time, has he matured this much? He smiled enigmatically and thought, it makes sense. No matter where you are, you have to learn to hold your head high. His expression darkened. You were born to be that kind of person, after all. After a moment of thought, M spoke. All right, I'll ask a few more questions, and then I'll disappear from this place. He said in a harsh tone. Does your heart beat faster whenever you see a dragon? Vlan was stunned. Seeing Vlan's reaction, M clicked his tongue. Shh. Vlan stood rigidly, staring at him. Missy exclaimed, the pure blood of Lin Boom. He glanced at Vlan and gave a faint smile. M suddenly stepped towards Vlan. He spoke with a dangerous air. I want to know. Do you want to drink dragon's blood? At Count Bay's capital city, Storama. Night fell, blanketing the capital. Inside, Vlan was clutching his head, deep in thought. His eyes seemed to carry a hint of sadness. Vlan fell into a stream of old memories. A voice echoed, do you want to drink dragon's blood? Hearing it, he angrily gritted his teeth. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? His gaze turned sharp. But deep down, he knew that every time he saw a dragon, his heart beat faster. Even when he faced one, his heart would tremble. In his mind, he saw the dark silhouette of someone. He demanded, who in the world are you? How do you know things about me that I don't even know myself? Suddenly, a knock on the door startled him from his thoughts. He answered irritably, stop bothering me. Go away. Rudiger was leaning against the door, his voice full of disappointment. Oh, how heartless. After all, we've been comrades who've hunted dragons together twice now. Vlan shot to his feet, realizing it was Rudiger. He stammered, Rudiger. My apologies. Vlan gave a weak smile and explained. They just keep asking about this latest hunt, so. Rudiger cut Vlan off with a light laugh and said, I thought you had a problem with me for a second. May I come in? Hearing this, Vlan quickly invited Rudiger in. Ah, yes. After getting Vlan's consent, he immediately brought his luggage inside. Rudiger looked around and spoke. So this is the servants' quarters? Huh. It's my first time here. Vlan, a bit confused, asked Rudiger. Why did you come here? Rudiger placed his luggage on the table. This is the sword I promised you, forged by the master blacksmith of BS himself. It's not just sturdy and sharp, but also light and well-balanced. Inside the luggage was, in fact, an exquisitely designed sword. Rudiger repeated himself. It's also light and well-balanced, so it's definitely worthy of you. Vlan was a little surprised, his face slightly awkward. Isn't this a bit much? Hearing that, Rudiger gave Vlan a slightly mischievous smile. Not at all. This sword is perfectly suited for a dragon hunter. It's a reward you rightfully deserve. Rudiger's gaze suddenly turned cold, reflecting off the sword's blade. I wanted to give you the best sword I could find, but that might cause a misunderstanding. He continued, I don't mean anything else by it. I know about the relationship between you and my younger brother. Hearing this, Vlan agreed to accept the sword. Yes, in that case, I'll accept it. Then, Rudiger changed the subject. Is Josep here? Have you seen him yet? Vlan's expression remained unchanged. Yes, we just exchanged greetings. It seems he's very busy. Rudiger replied, Indeed. Looking at you too, sometimes I can't tell who's serving whom. At that statement, Vlan asked, a bit confused. Huh? Seeing that Vlan didn't understand what he was saying, Rudiger was a little surprised. What's wrong? You haven't heard anything yet? His question only confused Vlan more. What's this I hear? He raises a hand and begins to explain that all the Knights of Bays have been summoned. The scene shifts to another location, where two figures are talking. It's Lamon and Peter. Lamon speaks up. It was my choice, but it was certainly a difficult time. Peter replies, I understand. His eyes sharpened. So, the final coin has been passed on at last. Lamon nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Peter continued, having accepted the price of honor, that boy's shoulders must feel incredibly heavy. Lamon immediately replied, that's exactly why I gave it to him. To that insolent kid. As a knight and a vassal of Baez, I feel relieved to have completed all my duties. Peter suddenly turned to the old man, bowing his head in gratitude. Thank you, sir, for your dedication to Baez all this time. Lamon bowed his head as well. I'm sorry for making you worry for so long. Peter then asked Lamon, will you return to your homeland now? The old man closed his eyes, a touch of sadness crossing his face. Yes, I suppose I should. My lands must have changed so much. Hearing this, Peter invited him to stay a bit longer. In that case, please stay a few more days. This statement puzzled Lamon. He thought to himself, that's odd. You're not one for sentimental partings. With that in mind, he asked aloud, is something wrong? Peter raised a hand and explained, "When one person leaves, another must arrive." Lamont asked again, "So that's why you summoned the knights? Has the head of the house approved?" Peter replied, "Those who are deserving should receive what they have earned." The record for the youngest and fastest promotion in the history of Bays is about to be broken. At this, Lamont burst into laughter. "I don't mind if that record is shattered." Peter continued, "To hear that from you, a man who has always cherished tradition, makes me even more confident." Lamont laughed in reply, "It feels like I'm getting a parting gift. I'm very much looking forward to it. The moment a new title is to be bestowed." Time flies, and 3 days have passed. Inside the main keep, a broad-shouldered figure appears, surrounded by vigilant guards. Another figure appears, catching the first man's attention. It's Jagger. He turns, his eyes cold. "Did she work her magic? She's transformed you into a completely different person." Vlan now carried himself with a cold, imposing dignity. He replied indifferently, "Oh, really? It feels a bit strange." Jagger looked at Vlan. "Are you nervous?" At the question, Vlan blushed a little, and it feels awkward. Jagger sighed. "If you were only a little nervous, I'd let you rest. Today, this door opens for you alone." Jagger paused for a moment, then shouted, "Vlan, retainer to the House of Baez, has come before the gate of knights under the Count's command. Grant him entry." The door slowly creaked open. "Enter." A blinding light flooded out from within. Vlan's eyes widened as he thought, "This is the great hall of the knights." Inside, countless knights stood at attention. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps caught Vlan's attention. He turned to look and saw Joseph, who was watching them from behind. Joseph thought to himself, "In the past, because I couldn't grasp the power of the sword, I never dared to stand before this gate. I thought I would never be able to cross this daunting threshold. But now, I am entrusting my own sword to what lies within." With that thought, Joseph spoke, "Go." Vlan's eyes widened at the sound of his voice. With a sorrowful look, Joseph added, "Congratulations." Upon hearing this, Vlan pressed his lips together, said nothing, and walked forward. "My sword, its blood-soaked path is the path of honor. That boy has walked that path without even knowing it, step by step, out of the dark and filthy alleyways toward his dream." Dressed in his formal uniform, Vlan steps out of the dark alley of his past and into the Hall of Glory, reaching for the brilliant star high above. Vlan walks down the red carpet, flanked by rows of onlookers watching his every step. And now, at last, he kneels on one knee, bowing his head before Count Joseph. He has touched the star. Count Peter looks down at him in approval. "Vlan, Squire of Bays, you have done well to make it this far. You shall hold the unchanging rule of the sword master in your left hand." As he spoke, he handed Vlan a white scroll, which Vlan received with both hands. The Count raised his sword and continued, "And you will carve its meaning into your heart." The sharp blade touches Vlan's shoulder. A knight must always focus on developing their potential. That is the second rule of the sword master. Knights must be willing to burn away all they have, even in the village of fog. If you appear where you are needed, you must act. Do not hesitate. The sole standard for your decisions shall be your own conscience. A knight must always walk the path of honor. That is the final rule laid down by the sword master. Vlan kept his eyes closed, absorbing the Count's teachings. To uphold honor, one must always move forward with their head held high and commit no shameful acts. That is the price worthy of a knight. Peter finished, his voice clear and loud. "Swear it, before my sword and the rules of the sword master, Vlan of Xara." Vlan, the boy who always saw the potential within an unadorned sword. The red-haired girl by his side can attest to this. Even while living in a dark, filthy alley, he held a long piece of wood in his hand like a knight's sword, protecting the smile of a rose from a one-eyed man. The boy was always ready to protect what must be protected. Jagger, the knight who guards the smile of that rose, can bear witness to his conscience, and while gazing up at the starry sky, he resolved to keep moving forward so that one day he might touch it. It was a rule he didn't even know existed, yet he always defended it with everything he had. The unglamorous sword, broken more than halfway, serves as proof. That which has struggled alongside him for so long can bear witness. Vlan spoke, "I swear." He clutched the scroll to his chest, as if to brand its words onto his heart, his gaze filled with the determination to uphold the sword master's code with all his strength. Count Peter commands, and now, Joseph, master of Bays, gives the order. "When you knelt, you were a humble squire. You shall rise as an anointed knight." He slowly rises to his feet as a voice echoes through the grand hall. He is the knight of Lady Alicia. An image flashes in his mind, a small hand holding out a handkerchief, then images of children with innocent smiles, ordinary people, with their extraordinary love, waving to him. He who protected the very breath of the children blessed by Sanjino, and is the dragon slayer, the name born beneath the blue blood of the swift dragon. The tips of the knights' swords are raised to the heavens, recognized by all the knights of bays. Vlan of Xara. He looks around the hall. Today, the boy with no roots has planted them himself through his own willpower, Maxim K. Gregory looks on with a smile, and Rutiger, too, watches him with satisfaction. Model, and so was the one-eyed Sir Jagger. In the hallway, a tall figure stood. They are the roots to which all the stars here can bear witness. Joseph smiled gently with pride, as if to say, "Well done." Sir Vlan was both surprised and truly happy. Meanwhile, in Gaida, a voice echoed through a room adorned with a red flag bearing the symbol of a spread-winged eagle. It's time to advance without hesitation, but those dwarves behind us are still making things incredibly annoying. So this time, I've decided to proceed slowly, bit by bit, just like those other damn nobles. The person spoke while rolling 2 walnuts in his hand. The overlord of the West, Sigmund, glared fiercely at the 2 walnuts in his hand and said, "I hear the only one left from House who, Alicia, is still without a spouse." Godwin replied respectfully, "That is correct." Sigmund sneered, "Humph. How can that be? How can she possibly endure this difficult world all alone in a woman's body?" He bared his teeth in a grin. "Godwin, this time, I'll need you to prove yourself." Godwin bowed respectfully. "Please give the order." "My lord," Sigmund's voice was low. "Go to Dioma with my worthless son and secure a just and fair pretext there." Godwin thought to himself. Not violence or war, but a legitimate pretext? As if reading his mind, Sigmund said, "But you have always been the one I trust. I hope you won't disappoint me." Godwin replied deferentially, "I will do my best." In his sun-drenched room at BS, Count Peter sat with his hands clasped in front of his chest. He said with a smile, "As you wished, that child has been granted a rank." Joseph, sitting beside him, bowed his head. "Thank you, father." Peter spoke slowly. "Soon, there will be a conference where all the northern lords will gather." Joseph was astonished. The Grand Council? Peter looked at his second son. "That's right." Joseph broke into a sweat. The Grand Council, which hadn't been active for over 10 years, is suddenly being held. I didn't sense any sign of it at all. He couldn't stop thinking, is their security really that tight? Or was it organized so hastily that no one could figure out the reason? Peter said bluntly, "At that conference, I intend to install Alicia Hu as the Lord of Dioma." That completely stunned Joseph. For a long time, the Hu family had profited from their position on the border between the south and the center. Peter opened a wine flask, pouring slowly. But now, they will have to decide whether to become the gateway to the south or an abandoned wasteland of the center. He took a sip of wine. If they choose the latter, they will become prey for the eagle of the west. The era of peace is over. Now is the time for everyone to cling to each other to survive. It will be a difficult choice for Dioma, who have always remained neutral. Joseph asked distractedly, "Will she choose the north?" Peter looked at his son. "I know you've worked very hard to create that option." Hearing this, Joseph's eyes widened in surprise. Count Peter put down his wineglass. "I will support you with everything I have, at least when it comes to Dioma." Peter stood by the window, watching Joseph's departing figure, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. Because you were born without sharp fangs, you must have your own way of fighting. It's quite concerning. He clasped his hands tightly behind his back. It's not just House Hugh that's standing at a crossroads. The longer I delay this decision, the more blood will be shed. I must end it all in my generation. He resolved to end this cursed cycle of brother fighting brother. A brilliant sunset painted the sky red as the sun slowly disappeared behind the distant mountains. He stood on the watchtower, lost in thought as he watched the scenery. "I finally have a chance to come up here and see the view," Lamont said. "I wanted to show you this sight at least once." The old man chuckled softly. "The castle walls look redder than ever right now." He slowly recounted, "These Starama walls have endured countless harsh trials by soaking up the blood of our enemies. The Bay family was no exception." Lamont became pensive for a moment. "If you want to protect something important, you have to accept that blood will be shed." From behind, the old knight's silent figure seemed to merge with the crimson sky. Knights are people who have sworn to offer their blood when needed. The old man glanced at him. "When that time comes, you too must offer your blood." Vlan replied with a faint smile, "Yes, I understand." Suddenly, the old man said, "My name is Lamon." He turned to look at the old man, confused. "What was that?" The old man said gently, "From now on, you can just call me Sir Lamon." Lamon handed him an object. "Here, take this." He asked curiously, "What is it?" The old man explained, "It's compensation for your armor." Vlan held the coin, his eyes filled with skepticism. "Compensation? Just this one rusty coin. My armor was made from gray orc hide." Lamon smiled kindly. "Its value is far greater than anything you've ever possessed. When the time is right, you will understand the value of this coin." The old man asked him, "You've received a mission after being knighted. haven't you? He nodded. Yes, I'll be leaving tomorrow. The old man instructed him, if everything goes well, be sure to stop by my mansion. Vlan replied immediately, I will definitely visit, but when I do, I'll be collecting the rest of my compensation. Laman extended his hand in a friendly gesture. You are always welcome, Sir Vlan. He paused for a few seconds. Excuse me. The old man smiled. I've had a truly wonderful time. He looked at the old man's hand for a long moment, then smiled softly and replied, Me too, Sir Laman. He reached out and shook the old man's hand, offering his sincere gratitude. Thank you for all your guidance. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a weary sigh echoed. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Alicia slumped onto the table, her voice dejected. I sent the letters a month ago, but I haven't heard a single thing, not even about who might be coming. Her butler gently consoled her. Please, my lady, be patient for just a little longer. He added, we must always prepare for the worst-case scenario. Only then can we respond in time. Hearing this, she muttered, the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario. Alicia looked up and asked her butler, what if I just do what? Count Gaida wrote in his letter and marry his eldest son. Hearing her say this, the butler remained silent and thoughtful. She quickly stood up and asked again, what do you think? Should I become one of his family? The butler hesitated. Perhaps I used the wrong words when expressing my opinion. Alicia clenched her fists. I'm still shaking with anger. On the outside, it was a wedding invitation, but the tone was like an announcement of something that was already a done deal. They have no respect for us at all. She frowned. They speak sweet words, but they offer no promises for the future of House Hu. The only thing I can see clearly is their bottomless greed. She fell into deep thought. I'm surrounded by opportunists. The butler reassured her once again. Please do not worry too much, my lady. Our chance to rise up will surely come. Alicia nodded in agreement. You're right. We will try to hold on until then. Suddenly, she rested a hand on her forehead, looking puzzled. But why hasn't the Bay family made any move at all? They're hesitating to even lend us a few attendants, the butler explained. They've most certainly calculated every move. They're well aware of the geographical advantages here. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. The only thing I'm concerned about is... A frantic knock at the door cut him off. A man burst in, breathless. My lady Countess, we've just received a report. Count Gaida's men have entered our territory. Hearing the news, she remained calm. So they've arrived? The butler quickly told her, I'll do my best to reschedule the meeting for tomorrow. I'll find a way to delay them. Alicia was silent, seemingly deep in thought. The butler gently reminded her, please remain calm. As they say, you can't expect kindness from a starving eagle. A flag embroidered with a soaring eagle fluttered in the wind. Leading the troops was the eldest son of Count Gaida, Isvan Gaida. He glanced around before making his assessment. What a backwards place. Godwin said to him, Dama has always been like this. He added, they value peace over war. If they could, they'd rather be farmers than merchants. Isvan scoffed. To put it bluntly, they're a bunch of dull and dreary folk. Isvan turned to him and asked, I don't actually have to do anything, do I? Godwin replied, at the very least, you should introduce yourself. He pressed on, so I just need to introduce myself? Godwin explained again, you should also feign some interest in her and make a little small talk. Isvan sighed, I hate doing this stuff. I hate all kinds of work, Godwin reminded him. It is a duty that comes with your bloodline. He grumbled, why is father making things so complicated this time? If you want something, you just take it. My father has lived his whole life by that simple rule. He said, annoyed. Can't we just take what we want from them by force? Godwin patiently explained to him. The North has never failed to protect what they hold dear. He continued, we in the West have what we have today thanks to conquest, while the North has what they have today thanks to protection. He concluded with, Count Gaida is currently the ruler of the West and the commander of the entire Western Alliance. It's understandable that he's acting cautiously after leaving his own territory. Isvan clicked his tongue. Fine. The fact that you're with me on this trip proves how seriously father is taking this. Suddenly, Godwin said, we heard that Alicia is very beautiful. Among the noble women in the region, none can compare to her. At this, a smirk spread across Isvan's face. Is that so? He declared brazenly. Well then, that gives me more motivation to press on. The scene then shifts to the magnificent capital, Brigantes, where a flag bearing the image of a dragon appears. He knelt before the throne and said respectfully, I have returned. Father. The man on the throne was the blood dragon Duke Dragolia. He commanded coldly, report. The man bowed his head and replied, forgive me, father. Su Long was killed by a northern knight. Sanus gritted his teeth. Those northern barbarians, they truly don't know their place. He continued his report. However, my trip was not without its rewards. I discovered a boy in the north. His final words sent a shock through the Duke. He is a dragon hatchling whose eyes have not yet opened. He then asked his father, "You have been to the north before, haven't you?" Stannis replied, "I have set foot in many places. I spent my life sowing my seed across the continent." He thought to himself, every seed is a possibility. No one knows what they will become. It was worth dedicating my entire life to that. He then asked him, "Did your heart and the boy's heart resonate when you met?" He immediately answered, "Yes, they did." The Duke asked further, "What color were they?" He described, "The boy has golden hair and piercing blue eyes, just like us. That hair and eye color only belong to those with Dragulia blood." Stannis said slowly, "I see." He continued, "The boy has not yet undergone the dragon's coil. It's very likely he hasn't awakened, just as you said." The sky outside the window began to darken. He went on, "Sowing seeds and waiting are both difficult tasks." Suddenly, his appearance changed. His wrinkled, aged face became smooth, and his white hair turned a brilliant gold. Even so, humans continue to repeat these things over and over. Stannis looked down calmly with a sharp gaze. "I, too, once lived that way." He let out a soft, cold laugh. "I want to meet this child." Isvan exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, seeing you in person is truly a different experience." He said to her, "No words can fully describe the beauty of the woman before me." He bowed his head respectfully and introduced himself. "It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I am Isvan of House Gaida." Alicia replied coldly, "Welcome to Dama, Isvan of House Gaida." Alicia's butler sized him up, thinking to himself, "Just as I expected, he has the typical air of a Western lord. How dare he call her my lady when she is the countess?" The butler's face darkened with anger at his arrogance. Suddenly, Isvan flashed a strange smile. Alicia spoke to him calmly. "You've had a long journey to get here. You should have given us advance notice so we could have prepared a more fitting welcome." He hesitated. "Ah, well, about that." But before he could finish, she continued. Furthermore, her gaze sharpened as she looked directly at him. "And shouldn't we also be discussing the marriage proposal?" House Gaida's attitude is somewhat disappointing. He sneered, thinking to himself, "So fierce. I thought she was a gentle lady, but her words are as cold as ice." Godwyn suddenly spoke up. "My lord, we often say that relationships that begin with such meetings are also to be treasured." Alicia looked at him and asked, "Even when the meeting is as rushed and careless as this one?" "Unexpectedly," he retorted, "the lord values Lady Alicia so much that he sent his own son to this meeting. Did he not?" The butler was now trembling with anger at his shameless words. He told himself, "I must endure this. Their shamelessness must have a purpose. It's very likely they're looking for a pretext." Isvan bowed his head and apologized, "Please forgive me for foregoing the necessary formalities." Godwyn continued with his brazen remarks. "However, Lord Isvan here is the future head of the house. His presence here today is a valid reason to overlook a few minor details." She was silent in thought for a long moment. Seeing her silence, he chuckled. "Please, don't be upset. We came here to discuss marriage, didn't we?" She told him. "We can discuss the details at our leisure later. First, please rest at the accommodations we have arranged for you." Unexpectedly, he had the gall to say to her, "Oh, no. I'd rather speak with Lady Alicia alone instead of discussing things with so many people around." When she heard that, her expression showed a flicker of surprise. He continued, "Normally, we'd have to greet each other's parents first, but the current situation doesn't allow for it." She angrily clenched her fists, wrinkling her dress. Patience is a virtue, but it has its limits. To keep enduring when the other person has crossed the line is no different from demeaning yourself. She was trembling with anger, gritting her teeth. "How dare you?" Faced with her fury, he just chuckled softly. "Too easy." Godwyn thought, "So, we have the excuse we needed." Before he could even act, a loud announcement came from outside. "The Knights of the Bay family have arrived." Everyone present looked astonished. The butler hurriedly called out, "Show them in." The door slowly opened, and a group of people walked in. The leader spoke up. "It has been a while. Allow me to extend my greetings to you, Count Hanel." All the knights bowed their heads to her in unison. "The Knights of the Bay family greet their lord." Alicia replied with a slight smile. "Welcome, Knights of the Bay family." He stepped forward, speaking as he walked. "Please forgive my tardiness." He placed a hand on his chest in a gesture of reverence. "Lady Alicia, I have come at your invitation." Alicia smiled, satisfied. "That's right. Only you have the right to call me lady, because you are the only one I permit to do so." Vlan said seriously, "I have come to offer a worthy price for the handkerchief you bestowed upon me." Hearing this, Isvan was a bit confused. "A handkerchief?" He glanced at the man and continued, "That price is." His expression became incredibly solemn. "I swear on the honor and name of a knight of the Bay family." The room fell into absolute silence. His sharp, cold gaze shot toward Godwyn. In his heart, it was as if he was telling him, My shadow has already reached you. Open your eyes and look closely. The blue moon knight, the pride on his face became even more apparent. Finally, I've earned the right to stand before you. Suddenly, the scene changes to a small building. Isvan rubbed his forehead and spoke. I thought things would go smoothly, but the Bays made an unexpected move. Isvan thought, Countess Xara, huh? This is the first time I heard that name. He thought he had a feeling he'd met him somewhere before, but that wasn't it, because the man was staring intently at Godwin, who stood right behind him. He suddenly smirked. What a novel feeling. This is the first time I've ever been insulted like this. Isvan asked him, Do you know that guy? He seems really arrogant, he explained. My relationship with him was brief. I never expected to face him here. Godwin recalled that he hadn't killed him that day out of pity. He knew the boy possessed a brilliant skill that made others want to cheer for him, to support him, even if it could lead to unforeseen consequences in the future. He chuckled softly. I'm a little proud. I can't believe the person mentioned in that earlier report was him. Isvan asked him again, What should we do now? Father said we just need to create an excuse. Godwin was silent for a moment, then replied, There is a way. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. All or nothing, huh? That rule applies everywhere. In another room, a voice rang out. Sir Joseph said that he wishes to demonstrate the strength of the alliance between our two families. She said that since Jagger had come in person, any other proof was unnecessary. The man presented a letter, telling her. He also sent a letter, Jagger explained. He says that even though Vlan holds Lady Alicia's handkerchief, it's still very difficult to refuse Gaida's marriage proposal. After reading the letter, she was a bit surprised. Gaida still has this option, the man said. Sir Joseph is putting forth his best effort for this. She replied, Yes, this method is entirely feasible. She continued, My grandmother and Lady Oksana both come from the Oscar family. That means I also carry Lady Oksana's blood in my veins. The butler standing nearby heard this, his eyes wide with astonishment. My goodness. The man continued, Yes, that is absolutely correct. It is because of this blood relation that the Bay family has agreed to lend you their men. If the Countess becomes my godmother, we can easily dismiss this marriage proposal. If Gaida's son wants to marry me, he would need the Countess's approval. Alicia mused, I feel worried about placing such a heavy burden on the Countess's shoulders. The man told her, Lady Oksana says that Lady Alicia is always welcome. The butler, standing to the side, thought to himself, On the surface, it sounds like they're doing all this to help us. But this proposal also gives the Bay family an excuse to interfere with the Hannell family in the future. He worried, just as I thought. The Bays aren't acting purely out of kindness. He looked at her, thinking, Although we have no other choice right now, it can't be. Did he calculate even this scenario just to delay the announcement? Joseph is a truly fearsome man. We've become a pawn in his hands. Alicia hesitated before asking Jagger's opinion. Do I need to make a decision right away? The man immediately replied, No. We understand that this is a great burden for Lady Alicia. She bowed her head slightly in gratitude. I am deeply grateful for your thoughtful consideration. Hearing this, the butler thought, We're caught between a rock and a hard place. Gaida is pressuring us with a marriage proposal, while the Bay family is luring us with an offer of protection. Is there no one worthy of Countess Alicia's complete trust? She remained silent for a long time, then she spoke to the young knight. It's been a long time, Sir Vlan. She asked him, So, are you feeling the pressure of your current role? He spoke to her earnestly. For you, Lady Alicia, I will do everything in my power. I was ordered to do so, and I also wish to do so. Both she and the butler were surprised to hear Vlan say this. Vlan's gaze was incredibly resolute. The butler looked at him and smiled. No, there is still one person. The person he was thinking of was him, only this young man, the only one who stands before the Countess without any ulterior motives. Alicia said softly, Those words make me very happy. Sir Vlan, she said with a gentle smile, Let me see my handkerchief. You always carry it with you, so I'm sure it needs to be mended. Vlan immediately agreed, reaching into his armor to pull out the handkerchief. Of course. Seeing his action, she felt a small sense of joy. He wanted to keep it safe, so he kept it inside his breastplate. Ah, it's a small thing, but it makes me feel strangely proud. Vlan took out the handkerchief and handed it to her. Here it is. Alicia's expression suddenly changed. He held out a white handkerchief that wasn't hers. Vlan fumbled to pull it back. Ah, wrong one. Suddenly, something flashed past his face like the wind. A second later, the handkerchief had vanished, much to Vlan's confusion. It turned out Alicia had snatched it in the blink of an eye. He didn't sense any impending danger, only marveling at her speed. She was so fast I didn't see a thing. I really couldn't see it. Her face darkened as she asked him, This isn't the handkerchief I gave you, is it? Model. He explained, It's just a normal handkerchief. Jamina gave it to me. It's the one I always use. Alicia, still annoyed, asked, Jamina, is your friend a girl? He answered nonchalantly. Oh, yeah. We've known each other since we were kids and grew up together. She suddenly burst out laughing, but a murderous aura radiated from her. Vlan, oblivious to what was happening, cheerfully added, it's made of pure cotton, so it's perfect for daily use. The butler standing there could only pray for the boy. Shouldn't you have kept something like that a secret? Jagger was just as worried. You damn fool, shut up. It was only then that he realized something was wrong. V turned around to see three faces with three different expressions staring at him. He wondered blankly, did I cause trouble again? That's right, and this time it's big trouble, you naive boy. Jagger spoke slowly. I despise fools. His eyes slowly filled with killing intent. And you are the biggest fool I have ever met. He snapped at him. Sir Joseph went to great lengths to arrange everything perfectly. And yet, you destroyed it all with a single handkerchief. Your level of stupidity is genius level. V stood timidly, admitting his fault. Forgive me. I didn't know the situation would turn out like this. Although he was furious, shaking with anger, Jagger told himself, calm down. After this winter, he'll be 18. I have to treat him like a man. After all, he is a knight. He waved his hand, signaling for him to get out. The boy quietly and furtively looked at him. Jagger asked irritably, what are you still standing there for? Aren't you leaving? Or do you want to get beaten to a pulp like before? But unexpectedly, V replied, to be honest, that might actually be better. Instead of kicking me out, could you just beat me? Jagger cracked his knuckles as a warning. Stop talking nonsense and get out of my sight. If I have to get physical today, I won't hold back. Hearing that, V quickly scurried away. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is... What am I going to do with this guy? V went out and quickly closed the door. He suddenly noticed something. The other knights were sitting there, staring at him intently. He asked curiously, is there something on my face? Why is everyone staring? One knight laughed. It's not every day we get to see a great man like you, so we have to get a good look. The other knights chimed in, the very air of a hero, a girl in each hand. They continued to mock him. I really admire you. As expected of a shining talent. V, frustrated, said to them, I want to be alone. Hearing this, they stood up to leave. All right then, we'll head out so you can have some quiet time. It's only his first day on the job, and our rookie is already proving how different he is. When he heard them say that, he turned his back and walked away. Fine, I'll go. Behind him, the teasing voices continued, I'd better warn the maids at the lake. It's incredibly dangerous to let a stud like him wander around. V left, annoyed. Damn it, why do things always have to get so complicated? He was quite disappointed about what happened today. It had to happen at the worst possible time. This is my first mission as a knight, so I wanted everything to go smoothly. Vlan was also quite sad that his comrades were laughing at him. The other knights even ganged up to pick on him. Instead of comforting him, they just mocked him. A voice rang out. From my perspective, everything is fine. They're not looking down on you. They just want to have a little fun by teasing you. The knights serving under Jagger have already accepted you as one of their own. He replied, I know. I've been in this situation before, he recalled. From back alley thugs to high-ranking knights, no matter where you go, people are pretty much the same. Then he sighed. Now that things have turned out this way, there's nothing I can do. You can't unspill the water. Vlan stared pensively out the window. I don't have anywhere else to go either. Suddenly, he thought, maybe I should pray. It's been a while. Meanwhile, in another location, Alicia was extremely irritated. The more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. No matter how clueless he is, how could he keep my handkerchief and another woman's handkerchief in the same place? The butler tried to defend him, but he kept it clean. She said, that's normal. The butler replied, not at all, my lady, especially for a boy his age. Alicia grew even more annoyed. She asked him, why is that? He explained, Sir Vlan has undertaken many difficult missions, yet he still managed to keep your handkerchief clean. That means it receives his special care. His action earlier was a mistake born from carelessness. In a way, he's innocent. At least he doesn't have the wicked intentions of others. Didn't he practice the sword for your sake, Countess? Alicia hesitated. That is true. Suddenly, the butler noticed something outside. He said to her, look over there. By the base of that tree, he's kneeling and praying devoutly. The butler continued, there's a reason for everything he does, which is why his superiors value him. Alicia also began to calm down. He hasn't changed much at all. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as a familiar figure appeared, approaching him. Who's that? The butler suddenly felt that something was amiss. He turned back urgently, on high alert. Is there someone outside? Quick, informed Sir Jagger, there's an emergency. The boy knelt on one knee before it for a long time, then spoke. Still can't remember anything, it replied calmly. That's right. V continued. That person said you'd regain some of your memories after seeing it, it answered. It seems there's some kind of relationship between me and the spirits. Someone is approaching. He glanced back without a word. The man strode up confidently, looking around curiously. A grave in a place like this? This must be the resting place of someone you knew. V slowly stood up and replied, "Only those permitted by the master of this place are allowed to enter." Isvan replied arrogantly, "So you're allowed in, but I'm not." His face was emotionless as he answered, "I asked for permission." The man couldn't help but scoff. "So you finally decided to look at me, you know? A moment ago, I felt like I was invisible because you were just staring at that grave without even glancing my way." Isvan continued haughtily, "He asked me to tell you. If you give up Lady Alicia's handkerchief, he'll forgive the debt for the second piece of beef jerky." He realized this was about the past incident and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Isvan continued, "What did Godwin mean by that?" To be honest, I couldn't care less about your relationship. Just hand it over." V was silent for a long moment, then said, "If you want it, come and take it. If you think you can." Westerners never hide their desires. In this world, only the greedy can survive. The North never backs down. In this world, only those who protect what's theirs can survive. Ivan replied calmly. He said, "You won't agree, so I have no choice. There's no way I'm leaving empty-handed." Without hesitation, he pointed his sword at the young man and sneered, "Northern rookie, I demand a duel for Alicia's handkerchief." Vlan, showing no reaction, said coldly, "State it properly." The man exclaimed in shock, "What?" The young man continued, "I am a knight of BS and also a knight to Lady Alicia. If you wish to duel me, state your name and house properly. Western thug." Elsewhere, Godwin looked at the papers in his hand and said flatly, "Wiped out a secret society in the city, pushed back the minions of a dark mage, drove away deathworms, and single-handedly took down a raptor. It seems like he's in a big hurry. He's still following standard procedures and common sense, but things aren't being exaggerated too much, creating his own opportunities. He would have grown even without this incident." Godwin recalled his own swordsmanship days. A single sword path was merely potential. For him to reach the level of a dragon slayer after just 1 year is absurd, but the fact that he awakened his own aura is truly surprising. That's not something you can just teach someone to do. What a shame. Or perhaps I should just bring him over here, whatever it takes. Just then, Godwin noticed someone approaching and turned with a slight smile. "You're back already? I take it the handkerchief is still with its original owner." Isvan replied, "That's right. Just as you said, he's not the reasonable type." Godwin continued, "I thought for sure you'd have secured the handkerchief." He replied, "I was about to, but the atmosphere wasn't right. I don't know how they found out, but that old knight of the lake and the one-eyed knight immediately rushed over to us. In any case, I've already demanded a duel." Godwin asked in surprise, "When?" The man said arrogantly, "In 2 days. They said they'll call a priest to oversee the match." He chuckled softly, "That's even better. With a priest as a witness, they won't be able to back out. We have both a legitimate reason and a clear advantage." Isvan said angrily, "And one more thing. It will bring me immense pleasure to see his damn face twisted in fear." Meanwhile, a butler asked worriedly, "Do we have a chance of winning?" Jagger replied coolly, "It'll be difficult." Isvan is the eldest son of the Western Punisher, from the Gaeta family. He's a tough opponent who has been formally trained since childhood. Even Sir Laman has previously praised the swordsmanship of the Western Knights. To be honest, Vlan's chances of winning are very low right now. The butler pondered for a moment before replying, Thank you for being honest with me, but at this rate, Countess Alicia's handkerchief will be taken." The man replied calmly, "Don't worry too much. He fought a knight while he was still just a supply officer, didn't he? And in this case, Sir Joseph was fully informed by the Count. He had a plan prepared before he even sent us." The old man couldn't help but turn to him in surprise. "Will that plan work?" Jagger just smiled faintly. "The duel is just a formality." The old man replied, "Oh, I didn't realize you had prepared so thoroughly for everything. If you need any assistance, please just let me know." The man replied, "Actually, I do have one request." The old man asked, "What is it?" He replied, "We would like Countess Alicia to consider a suggestion for the duel's location." As the duel was about to begin, the man was left speechless and called out, "Hey, Godwin, don't duels usually take place in a hall or a corridor?" Godwin replied, "This was the Countess's request. Since this duel is related to a marriage proposal, her parents wish to see it from their final resting place." His face darkened. "Is that so? That's a valid reason. Still, this meadow feels a bit creepy. It's so clean there isn't even a single pebble." Isvan asked, "Is it going to rain?" Godwin calmly replied, "No, sir." The man shot back, "It's not raining, but the grass is wet." Godwin replied, "This duel is taking place in the northern climate and conditions. You'll just have to endure it. Preparing the battlefield before a fight provides a great advantage. That's a basic principle any commander should know and implement. As Godwin turned, their eyes met, filled with hostility. Jagger spoke calmly. Gaida is extremely sharp. We'll block his line of sight, so just focus on controlling your breathing. All this time, he's controlled himself very well, even when unfacing his sworn enemy. When his patience reaches its limit, the only thing he needs to remember is his oath to Sir Joseph. His breathing stabilized, he opened his eyes wide and said, "I'm ready." The man smiled to himself. "You are my pride." "Good. Now go out there and teach that bandit how to use a sword." Alicia sat solemnly in the referee's chair. She began to announce the rules. In today's duel, both combatants may use aura. However, you are not required to fight to the death. If either of you is in mortal danger, we will intervene. Do you both agree to these rules? Vlan spoke coolly. "I agree." Isvan nodded smugly. A priest raised his hand and shouted, "Remember that God sees all under the sun." He swung his arm down forcefully. "Let the duel begin." A brilliant red aura enveloped Isvan. He looked at Vlan provocatively. "Are you still taking good care of that handkerchief?" The young man spoke thoughtfully. "What do I get?" Isvan was confused. "Huh." The young man repeated, "If I win, what do I get? At the very least, I should receive your sword." Isvan never expected him to say such a thing. He cursed angrily. "You damn bastard." The young man's gaze was sharp as he looked back at him. "I hear the tradition of the West is to plunder, isn't it? You seem quite proud of that." He remembered the pale, terrified faces of innocent people. There's a place where plunder is an inseparable part of life, and those who are plundered often face death soon after. Vlan began to move. "You are someone willing to plunder what you desire, and I am someone willing to plunder to survive." His tone was sharp and full of mockery. "I wonder which of us is the greediest." Isvan looked at his stance and frowned. "What kind of stance is that?" The young man looked smugly at Isvan. "I hope you like it." His cloak fluttered in the wind, revealing a familiar sight. Fully equipped soldiers stood in formation. Isvan was suddenly thrown into a panic. The soldiers stood solemnly behind Vlan. "This is what we've prepared for you." Godwin, standing behind Isvan, thought to himself. "All the BS knights carry longswords," he frowned. So they predicted this duel would happen. The young man took his stance and said, "Come on, show me." His provocative gaze was fixed on Isvan. Just how great is the eldest son of Gaida? Isvan swung his sword, slashing powerfully towards him, and the ground cracked beneath the force of the blow. He deftly dodged. Vlan jumped backward. Isvan angrily raised his sword. Humph. The massive blade overwhelmed him, and he struggled to block the blow. Vlan swung his sword, knocking Isvan's blade away. Isvan put all his strength into a swing. The blade aimed straight for his head. Vlan quickly leaped away. Gaining momentum, he continuously used his sword to push Vlan back. The members of the Gaida clan watched the fight without blinking, thinking to themselves, "Good, he's fighting well. Just like that, keep it up." Watching from a distance, Godwin silently assessed the situation. He's actively dodging the heavy blows and using the length of his sword to deflect the thrusts. He came well prepared. Moreover, this slippery grass isn't a problem for fast movements, but it's a terrible match for sword styles that require a firm footing. He couldn't understand who had chosen such a sophisticated dueling ground. The massive blade dragged across the ground as Isvan swung it towards him, kicking up dirt and rocks. Vlan dodged with ease. His opponent's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at him with fury. He roared, "You damn bastard," scurrying around like a rat. His massive, beast-like body swung the sword down with immense force. Vlan's eyes narrowed. He channeled strength into his legs, his small frame bracing to receive the powerful strike. He smoothly redirected the tip of the sword, deflecting it to the side. Isvan stared at him in shock. What the hell? Is he really a rookie who's only been training for a year? How could he completely block one of my strikes? Vlan quickly turned back to face him. Unwilling to yield, Isvan furiously swung his sword, but Vlan's body dodged it with ease. Isvan raised his sword and brought it crashing down, splitting the ground open in a long line. Without launching a single counterattack, he continued to evade all of Isvan's deadly blows. Isvan gritted his teeth and yelled, "Fight properly." "How long are you going to keep running?" Vlan smirked at him. "Who knows?" Isvan grew more frustrated. This damn place felt like fighting in a mud pit. The longer this dragged on, the more it would be to his opponent's advantage. He clenched his jaw. It was humiliating that some nameless knight could push him this hard. Isvan resorted to taunts. "It must be because of your lowly birth that your fighting style is so despicable." He looked at Vlan smugly. "If your birth mother could see your face right now, even she wouldn't be able to stand it." Vlan felt a chill run down his spine. He looked like he wanted to say something, but an involuntary, mocking smile spread across his face. "That will never happen." He looked at Isvan provocatively. If you knew anything about life in the back alleys, you wouldn't have said that. He looked at him, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I'm truly disappointed. I thought nobles use much harsher taunts. Isvan's brow furrowed. What? Vlan swiftly lunged forward. What you just said. His eyes turned cold, the tip of his sword aimed straight at him. Is nothing more than a casual greeting back in the alleys. The tip of his sword closed in on his face, and Isvan frantically used his own sword to block it. Vlan looked at Isvan mockingly. If Count Gaida could see the look on his eldest son's face, right now, he'd probably jump for joy. Isvan gritted his teeth in rage as the tip of Vlan's sword left a long scar on his face. Vlan continued, You've certainly proven you're a count's son with noble blood, dueling an orphan from the back alleys who was just recently knighted. You! Isvan roared as his aura exploded. You bastard. The aura shot towards Vlan like blades. Vlan leaped back to dodge his attack. Isvan now looked like a monster emerging from a sea of fire, his eyes ice cold. Even Vlan's sword trembled in fear. He growled, Don't even dream of getting an easy death. Godwin, observing from the sidelines, remarked, He's done well to last this long, but the match ends here. Jagger assessed that he was indeed a worthy heir to the Gaida clan. The depth of his world is on a completely different level. Now, the kid will have to give it his all just to hang on. Vlan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, when a duel between longsword users drags on, the physical strain becomes immense. Stamina depletes even faster if you use aura. If I just focus on dodging, I can at least fight him to a draw. He recalled Sir Joseph telling him it was okay to lose. The BS Knights, the ones who gave him a chance to train. Sir Jagger, his teacher, and Lady Alicia, who trusted him to protect her honor. They all thought his chances of winning were slim. He closed his eyes, but that's because they assumed someone from the back alleys could never defeat the eldest son of a count's family, who's had formal training since childhood. Before him, Isvan was like a wild beast, ready to pounce at any moment. Vlan tightened his grip on his sword. Even if I lose, I'll still gain something from this, but I really want to end it all right now. He took his stance, telling himself, Stop dodging, stop running, stop promising myself I'll do better next time. His gaze shifted to the person behind Isvan. At least, not in front of the knight who destroyed my home. His eyes flashed as a boundless aura erupted from him. Look closely. I finally have the status. The right I need to get to you. He gritted his teeth, his gaze sharpening. The fruit of my struggle. Isvan charged toward Vlan. Isvan growled. The terrifying thing about a long sword isn't its decisive blows. He swung his sword, and sparks flew from the blade. Be careful if he starts a continuous assault. The burning blade whipped past his face. Isvan shifted into a relentless barrage of attacks aimed directly at Vlan. He raised his sword high and slammed it down toward him. The heavy blow made the ground where he stood sink. Isvan roared in fury. Die, you scum. A single strike sent him flying. He bit back the pain, using his sword to prop himself up. A large patch of ground had been utterly destroyed by the attack. Vlan thought to himself, he's strong. This is the first time I've fought against a sword style so wild and violent. He looked at Isvan's silhouette through the smoke and fire, calculating. If I don't get within his longsword's reach, I'll definitely be at a disadvantage. He gathered his strength and quickly dashed forward. There's only one way to escape this. Isvan raised his long sword and swung. He executed a beautiful slash towards Vlan, who quickly dropped down to dodge it. His eyes showed sharp determination. Charge. Isvan slammed his sword into the ground, sending a cloud of dirt and rocks flying, knocking him back. Vlan was momentarily stunned, but not discouraged. Again, he ducked under Isvan's swing, crossing the line between life and death. In the middle of a swing, Isvan suddenly looked over at him in surprise. Vlan gave him a cold stare, swiftly swinging his sword to close the distance. The two swords clashed, their conflicting auras causing them to glow brightly. Vlan's powerful strike sent him flying. Isvan was thrown back, using his sword to support his heavy body. Vlan gritted his teeth. You're not getting away. He charged at him once again. Isvan growled in anger. You arrogant fool. He pulled his sword from the ground, kicking up dirt to block Vlan's view. The thick cloud of dirt and rocks flew into his eyes, blinding him, as the longsword came swinging straight for him. He was caught off guard, and his opponent smugly seized the opportunity. The ground beneath his feet sank as he dodged the heavy sword strike. Isvan couldn't react in time to his agility. Godwin was stunned. A body protection technique. How could he possibly know a secret skill of the Holy Order of Knights? Vlan dodged wearily. His attacks are too powerful, he thought. I can't deflect them completely. Isvan furiously swung his fist at Vlan, screaming, What kind of trick are you pulling now? Vlan roared back, You think this is all I'm capable of? They rushed at each other, and Vlan blocked the punch with his sword. Isvan let out a shocked groan. His hand was completely mangled, and he screamed in agony. Arga. Vlan looked at him smugly. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped his sword and swung with all his strength. Ha! But Isvan was no pushover. As their two powerful attacks were about to clash, a massive explosion erupted right in the middle of the arena. Alicia jumped to her feet in alarm, staring worriedly into the thick cloud of black smoke. A flash of blue light suddenly pierced through the darkness. He wondered to himself, "Ah, I won fair and square, didn't I?" Isvan panted, his face pale as a sheet, and growled. So he looked directly at Godwin. "I'm supposed to get a reward, right?" Godwin was lost in thought, so Vlan shouted angrily, "Answer me." He calmly replied, "Yes, you are." His gaze was sharp. "My sword finally reached you." He spoke. "Do you remember what you said to me that day?" Godwin remembered. The guide boy, a teenage Vlan, knelt on the ground as Godwin spoke. "A knight only accepts rewards he has truly earned. My name isn't Stannis, and I'm not really 42. Since your reward isn't exactly worthy, I'll compensate you with some beef jerky. However, I'll be taking this." His eyes were cold as he looked at the boy. "This is a reward worthy of me, the spoils of a true victor." Vlan's expression was icy. Godwin, vassal of Gaida, the prize for this duel. Vlan was the winner. He pointed to Isvan's sword. "I want Isvan's sword." Godwin was taken aback by his demand. So was Alicia. Everyone watching the duel was horrified. Isvan was stunned, but Vlan's eyes remained as cold as ice. "It is a reward worthy of me and the spoils of the victor." Meanwhile, at the BS family's main estate, Ven respectfully handed Joseph a letter. "It's an urgent message." He unfolded it. "I prepared him with the best I had, but this mission was still too much for him. Hopefully, we've at least managed to avoid the worst-case scenario." His expression grew thoughtful as if he just realized something. Joseph looked at Ven. "I never expected it would be him." He asked in confusion, "Was Gaida's Warden Isvan really such an easy opponent?" Ven was shocked. "That's impossible." He went on. "He's only in his early 20s, but there isn't a single new knight in the West with as much potential as him. It's gotten to the point where the knightly orders expect him to become the greatest knight in the West." Joseph looked down at the letter and murmured, "Yes, I built my plan around that assumption." He mused, "The heir of Count Gaida, the conqueror of the West. There couldn't have been a better opponent for Vlan's debut. If his opponent was famously powerful, Vlan's reputation wouldn't suffer even if he lost. But if he managed to push Isvan back even once, Vlan's prestige would have skyrocketed. Not to mention, if he'd lost the duel and the handkerchief, Alicia would have had no choice but to accept Bay's proposal." Joseph smiled. "This is certainly an unexpected outcome." He then called out, "Vorden, what's the status of the task I assigned you?" The man quickly replied, "Yes, Lord Joseph. I've finished the preparations without any mistakes." Joseph commanded, "Scrap all of it." The man quickly acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir. I'll get right on it." Ven suddenly had a realization. "What is it?" Joseph turned his head as Ven looked on in shock. "We'll have to replan everything from scratch." Ven panicked. What?" he stammered. "But we spent more than 10 days preparing, working around the clock." Joseph stated calmly, "The situation has changed." He continued, "I prepared for the worst possible outcome, but I never prepared for the best." I don't know whether I should be laughing or crying. Ven was crying on the inside. "I think I understand now," he thought miserably. The Gaida family knights were in an uproar, while Bay's faction was smugly celebrating. Godwin approached Jagger with a proposal. "At the very least, I want that sword back." Jagger calmly replied, "We can discuss that matter later. But what about the terms of your retreat?" Godwin refused to yield. "Don't you think his demand is a little excessive?" Jagger remained calm. "We'll take care of that." Godwin growled, taking his sword over one duel. "That's obviously too much." Jagger casually retorted, "But that wasn't just an ordinary duel. You people are the ones who overstepped your bounds without considering the consequences." Godwin, at a loss for words, finally asked, "Then what is it you want?" Jagger replied, "You can't ask me to make that decision. It's not within my authority, and you know it." Godwin wondered in confusion, did he take the sword because he holds some kind of grudge against me? Godwin's eyes went cold. "Then negotiations are off." Jagger said calmly, "If you understand, then go back now." Godwin stood up, glaring at Jagger with murderous intent. "We'll meet again." Unwilling to be outdone, Jagger released his own intimidating aura. "Feel free to arrange it for a nice day. I'll be there personally to welcome you." Godwin's gaze was frigid. "Say goodbye to that kid for me." Jagger replied smugly, "Sure, I can do that." Godwin turned and walked away. As Jagger watched him leave, he thought to himself, "Rookie, you just tangled with a terrifying monster." Back at her family estate, Alicia calmly sipped her tea and asked, "We no longer need to accept Lord Joseph's proposal, correct?" Duncan replied, "That is correct. Because you defeated Gada's marriage proposal using your own knight. She smiled. That's such a relief. No matter how welcoming the BS family might be, giving them leverage over us made me feel uneasy. Alicia narrowed her eyes as she looked at her tea. A knight like Sir Vlan is a rare find, isn't he? The man smiled. Indeed. Alicia then asked, how much stronger do you think he'll become? He thought for a moment. If he continues on this path, he has the potential to become the face of the North in the next generation. She was surprised. Really? That powerful? He calmly stated. And that's just a cautious prediction, because Sir Vlan's potential is anything but ordinary. Alicia mulled this over for a long while. She set down her teacup. As expected, bearing the title of family head alone is no easy task, and there's no guarantee that something like this won't happen again. Instead of getting caught up with the countless nobles aiming for the Hugh family's inheritance, she gazed thoughtfully out the window. It would be better if I had a knight by my side without any powerful connections. Duncan looked at her in surprise. Lady Alicia, are you? She cut him off. This would also be a rather attractive offer for Vlan, wouldn't it? From a certain perspective, it's like a blood alliance, isn't it? He was flustered. I think it's still a bit too soon, don't you? Even if a knight only has the status of a semi-noble. She mused. You said he has the potential to represent the North, right? We need to secure him before someone else does. That's still better than having to marry some weirdo, isn't it? Duncan wiped his sweat with a handkerchief as he heard her words. That's true, but, she smiled, I sincerely admire what he's done. In the distance, by a tree, Vlan poured liquor onto the ground. The golden liquid shimmered as it flowed down. The serpent spirit smiled cheerfully. He spoke. It seems like it really likes this stuff. Looks like the solution is to offer it whiskey as a tribute. Since this is a liquor brewed from barley, I think it will suit this spirit well. A spirit of the earth. It happily wagged its tail, slithering in a circle around Vlan, and then joyfully bestowed its blessing upon him. He felt happy, thinking that the expensive bottle of liquor was completely worth it for that spirit, because the blessing of the white serpent is no different than having a second life. Vlan gently patted its head. Thanks. Then he returned to the Hu family's villa. Alicia sat across from Vlan as Jagger asked if he felt unwell anywhere, like if he was injured. He replied, I'm fine, Lady Alicia. She then asked, Yesterday, it looked like you poured liquor on the hilltop, didn't you? He answered calmly, Yes, I paid my respects to the spirit there. Every time I come here, I achieve a glorious victory. It seems the former masters of this place are looking upon me with favor. She turned to her side. Sir Jagger, please deliver this letter to Madame Oksana. Tell her that I have felt the warmth of our bloodline after a very long time. She handed him a letter. And send this one to Lord Josep. She continued. After facing 2 trials from the center and the west, I am certain this is where I am meant to stand. Jagger replied, Understood, Lady Alicia. I will deliver them without any issues. She looked over at Vlan. To the knight who stood up for my honor, Sir Vlan, I agree with the sentiment that the previous family heads would also be fond of you. She took out a box and placed it in front of him. And so, she opened the box, and the object inside flashed brilliantly. She continued, They would surely permit me to bestow this. It has been passed down for many generations, and now, I pass it on to you. Inside the box was a gemstone that shone with a brilliant light. He was stunned. I remember seeing that before. It's the glory stone of the elves. The elves. They are a race living in the far north of the Empire. Because they worship different deities, the elves and the Empire rarely interact. However, it was said that the first lord of this region had a connection to the elves. Alicia picked up the gem and explained, It is thanks to that relationship that we came to possess this gem. I've heard that it was formed from the sap of a rare tree. My father used it to adorn his sword. However, I have no reason to wield a sword, so I've let it just sit and collect dust for a long time. She smiled. From my perspective, it would suit your sword perfectly, Sir Vlan. He stared at it and stammered, Usually, one would have to pay a hefty price to obtain an item of such value. Vlan looked up. Isn't that a family heirloom passed down from the first lord of this region? How could I dare? She smiled kindly. You deserve it. You've protected the Hu family twice now, Sir Vlan. Flustered, he looked over at Jagger for help. I know, but it still doesn't feel right. Jagger didn't know how to handle the situation. Alicia said with sincerity, If you would, please just accept it. I'm begging you. He was taken aback. He recalled his childhood. Vaser raised his sword. If you help me, I'll help you. I will help you find your memories. You will help me become a swordsman. Relying on that promise, I've come this far. Since I become a swordsman, I have to help him find his memories. Vlan reached out and took the gem. A knight only accepts rewards he has earned. He smiled sincerely. Thank you, Lady Alicia. Hearing this, Alicia was also pleased. Jagger was bewildered. Did he really just accept it? She spoke, "Thank you." Vlan, too, felt overwhelmed as he touched it. Vlan thought to himself, "Everything will be fine. This could be a clue to help him find his memories." She continued, "Look into the amber through my world." He was startled. A light from the amber flashed and enveloped him. A giant tree appeared before his eyes. The group of men behind him looked smug. "Our rookie is quite ambitious." One of them chimed in, "You're not just right, you're loud and right. Not everyone has ambitions that big, right? He just became a knight, and he already wants to become a noble." They laughed cheerfully, making sharp remarks. "See, a man's gotta aim high. Making an impression with your potential on the very first meeting," he explained, flustered. "It's not like that." They rode their horses around him, feigning confusion. "Not like that? What do you mean, not like that?" "It's not a bad decision. On the surface, it seems like they just lent it to you, but they actually gave you a treasure of the Hu family. And what's more, the one who received it is the very same knight who was personally given a handkerchief by the lady herself." They shouted with glee. "Of course. Chances are, there's a lot more good stuff to watch in the future." He stammered, "Hey, I told you it's not like that." Vlan turned to Jagger for help. "Please, say something." "Sir Jagger, you were right there next to me when it all happened. You saw everything." The man pondered for a moment, then said, "I will report this to Lord Joseph separately. This is something even I cannot decide." He looked down, dejected. "Yes, I understand." They looked ahead in surprise. Are we here already?" One of them answered, "That's right." Looking at the magnificent castle ahead, they were happy that teasing the rookie had made them lose track of time, and now they were already back at Xara. They continued cheerfully, "What a shame. How about we set up camp out here for the night and enter the city tomorrow?" He ordered his horse. "Let's go." "No." The group behind him laughed gleefully as the flag fluttered in the wind. The city gate was shrouded in darkness as they calmly rode towards it. Jagger spoke up, "Vlan, why don't you give it a try this time?" He was confused. "Me?" The man replied calmly, "That's right. Try opening the city gate with just a single sentence." He was flustered. "Can I really do it? Not long ago, I was sneaking through tunnels." The group behind him jeered. "If you can't do it, we'll just have to spend the night out here. I have to do this, no matter what." Vlan approached the city gate. A knight standing on the wall saw him. They shouted, "Halt! Who goes there?" He raised his sword. "I am Vlan, a knight of Bayes. I have returned after completing my mission." They were confused. Vlan was the knight who had just been knighted after defeating the swift dragon. The whole group gave the order in a fluster. "Open the gate, hurry." The city gate opened. Vlan was surprised. "They're really opening it." Jagger spoke up. "Of course." He looked at Vlan. "Knighthood is an honorary title. Only those who have proven their strength can obtain it. Now you have the right to demand that any castle on Bayes land open its gates for you." The knights stood in a line, and a representative stepped forward to greet him. "Please forgive me, sir." "Welcome back, Sir Vlan." Jagger smiled. "Just hold your head high and walk forward with confidence." The gate he once passed through as a squire now welcomed him as a knight. Vlan confidently strode through the city gate into the Gaida Chinova territory. The head of the Gaida family looked at Godwin and Isvan and said, "And you still dare call yourself a knight?" Jagger growled, "You should have left your head behind, not just your sword." Isvan turned pale with fear. "Please forgive me, father." His father's sharp gaze fell upon his broken hand, and he gritted his teeth, shouting in fury, "And what's with this pathetic state you're in? I thought things would finally work out. But you went and ruined everything." And the culprit wasn't even the much-praised Jagger. It was just some snot-nosed rookie who just got knighted. His eyes flashed with an intimidating red glow. "Do you think you only lost a sword? You've lost all of my influence, and now Bayes has the upper hand." He turned to Godwin and said, "Godwin, when this happened, what were you doing? When my son was being humiliated like a dog, you just stood there and watched." He bowed sincerely. "It's shameful." The patriarch roared, "What happened? Didn't you say you knew him?" Godwin's eyes were cold. "To be precise, he has a connection to you, my lord. He was raised by a deserter knight." These words hit the patriarch like a heavy blow. He trembled. The armrest of his chair shattered in his grip. He gritted his teeth. "That bastard. Even in death, he manages to screw me over." Godwin continued, "From what I know, he is a talented knight. The skill level of the knights with him is also a rarity. On top of that, he knew how to exploit the home field advantage. Besides, there was someone there I didn't expect to see. He could face me without any hesitation. Though few people know of him, I believe he is one of Bayes' hidden swords." The patriarch spat. "Humph, the north is full of treacherous devils." He looked at Godwin and ordered, "Jin, do you remember our ancestors' teachings? You pioneered the West, did you not?" He replied, "Of course, my lord." The patriarch continued, "Do whatever it takes to fill your belly, then take everything others possess. Only then can you survive in this harsh West. Exactly. I too follow our ancestors' teachings. From the day I was born, I have destroyed, plundered, and ravaged under this banner. His eyes were ice cold. The Gaida family are pioneers. We can take what belongs to others, but others can never take what belongs to us. He commanded. From this moment on, the eagle's eye turns to the north. Retrieve my son's sword at all costs from the Bayes family's castle. Ven cheerfully placed 4 gold coins on the table. Congratulations, this is your first month's salary. Vlan looked a little disappointed, thinking, only 4 gold coins. Ven noticed his downcast expression and looked at him doubtfully. What's wrong? Are you disappointed because this is too little? Vlan replied softly, a little. I thought knights received a generous salary. The man laughed cheerfully. Such a rookie. No wonder Sir Jagger still wants to keep you close to mentor you. Vlan asked, then how do they get rich? Ven explained seriously. As a knight, you must value honor, never forget your duty, and bear all the responsibilities that come with it. Vlan fell into thought, then spoke. What does any of that have to do with money? The man hid the gold coins and gave him a knowing smile. Actually, they are related. A well-fed cat doesn't need to hunt mice. If you want honor and wealth, you have to go out and earn it yourself. He explained enthusiastically. The price of honor is paid once a year. It's classified as a special bonus, and it's something you should look forward to. You've achieved quite a lot this year. Vlan was surprised. Oh, then what about the price of duty and responsibility? The man looked at him intently. You brought back the High family's heirloom for Xara, and you're asking me that question? Vlan gave a wicked smile. Besides Dragon Slayer, you have another nickname, don't you? The man who keeps ladies' handkerchiefs by his chest, Vlan the Messenger, the scoundrel of the North. Hearing this nickname again, Vlan was stunned for a moment. The man laughed happily. When you become a nobleman in the future, don't forget about me, you hear. Vlan looked at him with helpless embarrassment. Ugh, it's not like that at all. At the tea table, Joseph spoke. Now that you are a knight, your responsibilities must match your title. He picked up his teacup and said calmly, I will assign you an area to patrol. Vlan was surprised. Will I be patrolling that area alone? He explained, I will also send some soldiers to accompany you, but you will still be the one primarily responsible. Vlan replied respectfully, I understand, sir. Joseph continued, the area is the back alleys. It's very suitable for someone like you, isn't it? Vlan replied cheerfully, yes, that place is just like home to me. He reminded Vlan, you won't have enough men. A portion of my forces has already been assigned to Gregory, Maxim, and Ket. Joseph put his teacup down on the table. I will set up a salary fund for 4 men. You can recruit men to serve under you yourself. His eyes radiated coldness as he emphasized in a serious tone. This job is completely different from commanding mercenaries. A knight is a commander who leads from the front lines and can become a representative anywhere. In the back alleys, I only know a few good-for-nothing thugs. If I recruit them, would that damage your reputation? Joseph closed his eyes. Thank you for considering my position. However, you don't need to worry. Your men and their positions have nothing to do with me. If something like that could harm me, I would have left you back at Smile. Vlan scratched his head. Joseph smiled and reminded him, managing people is harder than killing them. Since this is your first time, I'll introduce someone to you. Vlan replied, yes, thank you, sir. He ordered, you may go. Vlan bowed. By your leave. And with that, he left. Jagger asked doubtfully, Sir Joseph, are you really sending that person to work for Vlan? He gave a knowing smile. Because it's Vlan, it's worth a try, don't you think? This time, I'm once again putting my faith in his unpredictability. At the Rose Smile bar, Guy suddenly asked, really, boss? No. He roared, Lord Vlan, I swear my undying loyalty to you. Vlan was confused. There's no need for such an over-the-top reaction. Just keep doing what you're doing. Guy trembled, wiping away his tears and choking back sobs. Sniffle, sniffle. I'm so glad I didn't run away back then. I had to work as a mercenary just to get through the hard times. I had to shovel horse manure and get bitten and kicked by them. Ever since I started following you, boss, all sorts of strange things have happened. And now, I've finally become your aide. Following you was the right decision. Vlan was skeptical. What are you talking about? An aide? Seriously, you're just a hired hand. Guy froze for a moment. He chuckled nervously. Well, who would have thought that the boss was also just a mercenary at first? Vlan replied nonchalantly. Right, just make sure you do your best. Vlan smiled at him. I have to keep Guy by my side. He's got a big mouth and panics easily, but he gets any job I give him done right. Marcella spoke up. You should take Guy with you. Vlan was puzzled. Huh? Who? She pointed towards a large figure in the distance. Him over there. Are you surprised? It's Oda. She continued. That's right. A big guy like him is wasted working at this quiet bar. Ever since he started eating well, he's just gotten bigger and bigger. Vlan smiled, looking towards him. Oda is a trustworthy man. He knows the back alleys like the back of his hand, and he's loyal. He looked back at Marcella, confused. But will that be okay? Where there's liquor, there's bound to be trouble, she repeated. Trouble? She smiled brightly. Who would dare cause a scene here? Do you still not realize your own position? The Rose Smile is now the safest place in the back alleys. Anyone can eat and drink here in peace. Business is booming. And why do you think that is? It's because Lord Vlan is staying here. Her words were a wake-up call for him. Marcella smiled and pointed at him. Just bring whoever you want to work with here. We get protection, and you get a base of operations, he said cheerfully. That's a great idea. She put her hands on her hips and said, it's a win-win situation. He got flustered. That's not what I meant. Vlan's gaze fell on the mug of beer on the table as he grew pensive. I just find it interesting to think that I can protect people without having to draw my sword. That's what I love most about being a knight. She smiled as she watched his happy figure. He's finally starting to understand his position. Vlan thought. Then the last person has to be him. At the bustling, crowded harbor, a drunk Haben shouted joyfully. This premium liquor is on another level. Compared to Captain Kwai's stuff, it's night and day. Vlan was horrified. He's still selling that stuff that's no different from poison? Haben laughed cheerfully and explained, it's his only joy in life. We just have to endure the after effects of the hangover. Vlan continued. Seeing you again brings back old memories. It feels like just yesterday, I was feeding you and Gemina and finding you both a place to sleep. They say you shouldn't keep black-furred beasts, but golden fur is on a whole other level, right? Vlan felt helpless. Was that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? Haben straightened up, looking serious. So, what brings you here today? You didn't just come here for a friendly visit, did you? Vlan stammered. Well, you're still learning how to navigate by the constellations, right? Haben took a sip of his drink. Oh, that. He smiled. I gave it up a long time ago. Who would hire a cripple like me as a navigator? Vlan was confused. But you said you wanted to go to sea, didn't you? You said that one day you wanted to leave this place and explore the world. Haben cut him off. Not all dreams come true. Even if you try your best, nothing is guaranteed. It's better to just know your place. For a nobody with nothing in the back alleys like me, this is as good as it gets. Vlan fell silent, then frowned at him. Do you really believe the words you just said? Haben was lost in thought. Vlan continued. Haben, did you know? If a bird is kept in a cage for too long, it forgets how to fly. Haben was startled. What? Vlan's voice was icy. Now I understand. He drew his sword from its sheath, his voice low. This place is slowly eating away at your dreams. Vlan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He gripped his sword tightly and growled. It's all their fault. The sword in his hand began to glow. Haben was terrified. Vlan. He raised his sword high. A sudden burst of energy erupted in the quiet room. Debris flew everywhere, causing people to scream and scatter. Get out of there. They stared at the huge gash in the room. Haben panicked. What the hell was that? What's going on? That's Old Man Hoover's place. A group of thugs aggressively pushed the onlookers aside, shouting, Move it. Don't just stand around blocking the way. They looked up at the room in fear. A massive gash was clearly visible, exposing the room inside. One of the men ordered, Report to the boss and call all our members here. Right? Bly panicked. That greedy old man just died and we've only had peace for a short while. Who are these bastards? In the room above, Haben was dodging Vlan's slashes. He yelled, Hey, you brat. What the hell did you just do? Vlan answered calmly, The filth. He swung his sword again, roaring. They are eating away at your dream. These pathetic walls are blocking you from the river. His eyes were cold and determined. You've been caged for so long you've forgotten your own abilities. The crumbling wall was continuously destroyed by his attacks. If you can't do it, then let me help you tear them down. After all, you helped me once before. Because of you, I wasn't swallowed by the darkness of the back alleys. You always reminded me to set achievable goals. And just like that, the wall was completely demolished by Vlan. Debris flew in all directions. The thugs dodged and looked up. What the? Bly looked up in terror. Vlan's murderous gaze met his. He murmured, Hey, Haben. He glanced back at him. Your dream is still alive. Haben's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at him. The surface of the sea shimmered under the setting sun. He mumbled, Yeah. The sunset, reflecting off the sea, seemed to illuminate Haben's dream once more. He smiled. Now I see it. Darkness fell over the back alleys. The two walked through a narrow alley. Haben remarked, Knights have a lot of perks, huh? Smashing a headquarters and just taking someone away. And they even gave you a gift. Vlan looked at the bottle in his hand and muttered, What the hell? This is from Captain Kwai, isn't it? They're basically telling us to drink this and just die already. Haben gave a strange smile. He thought for a moment before speaking. Now that I'm gone, it feels a little strange. Our boss really made terrible liquor, but he still took in people like me. Vlan reassured him, don't worry, Sir Joseph won't do anything to him. He knows how to tell the difference between harmful insects and beneficial ones. Haben lowered his eyes in agreement. That's true. The back alley economy relies on the captain's smuggling operations. He exclaimed, this mayor really is different. He's both smart and meticulous. He must have had his own reasons for sending you to the back alleys. After thinking for a moment, Vlan saw his point. You've got a point. However, he didn't give any specific instructions. You thought helplessly. So what am I supposed to do now? The voice replied, why are you asking me? You already know the answer. You were confused. Me? The voice calmly explained, you didn't cut anyone down today, but you still managed to convince that bald guy to surrender. You should go and tell the other leaders. Let them know about the new order in the back alleys. Guy was biting his nails. Ah, he kept glancing around, trembling. Where's the boss? He's been gone forever. Seeing you and Haben in the distance, he quickly ran over, yelling, boss, where have you been all day? We've been waiting for you. You gave him a puzzled look. What's the matter? Why are you so worked up? He rushed his words, someone's here to see you, boss. You were annoyed. And here I thought it was something serious. You ordered, take them to Gemina. She's in charge of my guests. He scratched his head and stammered, it's just. I think you should meet this person directly, boss. Seeing the horse baring its teeth angrily in the stable, you observed its murderous gaze, remaining calm. Still as feisty as ever. You stepped out and asked, hey, who let a stranger into the backyard? What if it bites someone? Ved suddenly looked toward the man. Huh. The man turned to look at you. You wondered, what are you doing here? A looked at you smugly. I was sent by the mayor. The fire crackled in the hearth. Jagger asked, puzzled, if A would be willing to bow his head to Vlan. Joseph sat calmly by the fire and replied, if I just ordered him to, he'd never bow down. But he understands my position. That and the sincerity behind my offer. Jagger continued, then the next move is definitely. Joseph cut him off. Exactly. Through Vlan, we will seize control of Dama. Now we must confront the dangers that lie beyond the northern border, he explained. A's Buta tribe holds great influence. We'll use them to keep the other tribes in check. His eyes were sharp. Over the years, many families have challenged the BS's authority. Now, we must respond with action. Once the threat behind us is dealt with, we can face any challenge without hesitation. The man interrupted him. The duty of restoring the North's prestige is a heavy one. Can a newly appointed knight like him really handle it? Joseph replied. Absolutely. He has more than just potential. He's riding the horse worshipped by the barbarian tribes, and he even slayed a wyvern to save them. If it's Vlan, no, only Vlan can do it. Breaking the chains of hatred. An image of Vlan heroically riding the horse, standing tall and leading the MJ. How absurd. A voice came from the next room. The noise caught Jimina's attention. Though it was a bit far, she knocked on the room's door. Vlan opened it, and seeing her standing there, he asked, Jimena, what is it? Her gaze was dark as she asked, are you the only one in here? Jimena threw a pile of clothes at you. You had no idea what was going on. She slammed the door shut and questioned, there's no one else in here but you, so why did I hear talking? She looked at Vlan with concern. Are you still talking to ghosts? You stammered. No, it's not like that. Ghosts? What ghosts? She looked you up and down suspiciously. I'm sure I heard voices. She walked in and told you to change rooms. You asked, confused, change to where? She sat on the bed. To the end of the hall, she thought to herself, no one can know about this side of him. Seeing you put the clothes down, she continued, I'll move into the room next to yours. You can't hide this forever. Hearing this, Vlan turned back, his deep eyes glancing at her. So you're willing to be my accomplice? Whether I'm a punk living in a filthy alley or a knight in shining armor, you always worry about me. Jemina got up from the bed and reminded him, remember to go to church once in a while. As she walked toward the bedding, you called out, hey, Jemina. She responded, you hesitated. Is there anything you want? Let me buy it for you. She was confused. Something I want? She thought for a moment, then sighed and looked at you. You should worry about yourself first, you idiot. She smiled and walked out. You should at least get yourself some new things. Vlan watched her figure disappear, deep in thought. He smiled to himself. I was just trying to be nice. Guy called out from the stairs, Captain. He reported that everything was ready. Your expression turned serious. Really? You strode forward confidently. Well then, let's go. A hand held a small ball, then dropped it onto the spinning wheel. The croupier shouted, odds. A man stood up and yelled, Ard. I'm gonna be homeless after this. The voice in your head reminded you, we should have come here sooner. If you want to train your reflexes and ability to track movement, there's no better place than this. An aura flared in your eyes. Exactly. I never thought combat skills could be used this way. Watching the ball roll, you thought, by focusing on one object, I can make time seem to slow down. Suddenly, the ball seemed to be hit by something and stopped short. You were surprised. The ball just now. The voice in your head speculated, that movement was outside the realm of normal probability. You looked up at the croupier and smirked to yourself. What kind of trick is this? Looks like this place is cheating. I guess every casino in the slums has its tricks. He looked toward you, and your eyes flashed with killing intent. His face went pale with fear. You looked at him like a predator that had the upper hand. What a coincidence. I was just looking for a reason to stir up trouble. A voice called out from behind. Sir Vlan, are you enjoying your time here? He approached with a group of muscular bodyguards. I told you, if you were planning on coming, you should have let us know so we could prepare a proper welcome. You looked at him skeptically. That makes it sound like I need your permission to come here. He pushed up his glasses and gave a sleazy laugh. Of course not. He suggested, please allow me to escort you upstairs. Our boss is waiting for you. You muttered, he's waiting for me, so he just gets to relax in his chair while I have to go upstairs and grovel at his feet. Seeing the man start to walk away, you called out, hey. Your eyes were filled with killing intent as you looked at him. Do I still look like some jobless punk from the back alleys? He froze in panic as his beefy guards stepped forward. Hey, I don't care if you're a knight. We can't let you get away with that attitude. The moment he finished speaking, someone kicked him squarely in the ribs. He collapsed to the ground. Gah. Guy scoffed. Attitude? He then flashed a badge, looking smug. Don't you idiots know this knight is on official business? I looked at the men, his face full of bloodlust. Can I kill them? It probably wouldn't matter if they all died, right? The man with the glasses was startled. A barbarian? How could a barbarian like him get into Xara? Vlan ordered, tell your boss to come down here. Starting today, this casino is shutting down. The man stammered. What? Why so suddenly? You narrowed your eyes. I don't want to repeat myself. Your gaze cut sharply through them. Bring me the ledgers. At the Bay family mansion, Gregory greeted you cheerfully. Hey Vlan, you're getting pretty famous these days. Rumor has it you've cleaned out 2 dens in the back alley, right? He bowed before the man. Lord Gregory, the man handed him a large leg of ham. Here, take this. Smoked ham is the pride of the CO family, you know. I believe Potley has given you this before as well. He happily accepted it. Yes, Sir Joseph and I enjoyed it together. He loved it. Gregory laughed heartily. Who wouldn't love it? Vlan asked, confused. Thank you, my lord. I'll take this home to enjoy. But why are you giving this to me? He looked at the man suspiciously. Is there something you wanted to ask me? The man gave a dismissive laugh. Heavens, have I been caught bribing you? He scratched his beard awkwardly. It's just that this matter concerns your territory. If I make an official move, people will think I have my own agenda. Vlan smiled. It's all right, my lord. Please speak freely. Gregory explained. There's a man known as Black Bear. He's the meat trading boss in the back alley. Vlan nodded. Yes, that's him. The man smiled. Vu Batcock used to be involved with him too. The guy's record is atrocious. What do you think? Do you want to take him down with me? Vlan was surprised, thinking to himself. No wonder he was worried people would think he has his own agenda. I want to restore order in the back alley, while Lord Gregory wants to expand Potley's influence in the meat industry. Black Bear holds what both of us want. Vlan spoke up. So, will this mission be a warning or an elimination? The man said smugly, with a guy like him, a warning will do nothing. Excellent. Recalling that Anna had been murdered by him, Vlan continued, I've been wanting to settle a score with him too. Gregory was pleased. All right then. I'll coordinate the forces under my command. We'll make our move in 3 days. Vlan replied at once, I understand. The man waved cheerfully at him. Let me know if you need anything. Vlan then said, could I trouble you for a bottle of whiskey? The man was confused. Whiskey? Vlan gave a strange smile. I need a little lubrication myself. Night fell over the back alley. Vlan stared at the door in front of him, suspicious. Is it closed? Did he take the day off? He knocked loudly on the door. Sir, are you in there? The door swung open on its own. It was pitch black inside, cluttered with things. Feeling a bit suspicious, Vlan stepped inside anyway. Vlan looked around the house. He walked toward a room, and his expression darkened. The figure of a person lay motionless on the bed. He was silent for a moment, then spoke. As promised, I've come today with the finest meat and spirits. He approached the bedside. But I think I'm too late. He sat down in the chair by the bed, silently looking at the person lying there. A faint smile touched his lips as he began to speak. This time, I made it to the northern border. It's a beautiful place, with towering, snow-capped mountains and endless white fields. There, I had to fight a dragon as white as snow. He pulled a sword from his bag. It was broken in two and slightly rusted. This sword was with me until the very end. There's so much more I want to say, but in the end, it all comes down to one thing. He placed the sword in the old man's hand and continued sadly, "Thank you for saving me." An ordinary sword, born from the dream of an old blacksmith, wielded in the hands of a young boy. This sword once reached for the heavens, and now it has finally returned to its maker's arms, shining brighter than anything. A clear blue sky stretched over the church. Vlan, Gemina, and Haben stood before the mournful graves. She continuously wiped away her tears, while he and the other man stood in somber silence. Haben was the first to speak. "You really are something else, using your first month's salary to buy a tombstone, and you even chose this expensive cemetery near the monastery." Vlan replied calmly. At least he got out of the back alley in the end. He read the inscription on the tombstone. "The best blacksmith in Xara," Vlan explained. He could forge a sword that could slay ghosts and pierce a dragon's hide, but to the world, he was just an unknown blacksmith. Haben mused, "I've asked all over, but no one knows his full name." Vlan was skeptical. "Is a name that important? All that matters is that I remember him." As they walked back to the back alley, something caught his eye. Vlan spoke up, "What's wrong with them?" Haben asked, "Who?" Seeing the small, dirty figures huddled in the dark corners, he was surprised. "Oh, the kids. Seems like there are more of them lately. Everywhere you go, you can feel their eyes on you." Haben looked at Vlan, confused. "You really don't know why they do that, huh?" Haben sighed. "I guess you've forgotten. We used to have that same look in our eyes." He continued, "This winter is colder than the last." Vlan grew pensive. Staring at the small figures in the shadows, he realized, "That's right. Many of them will freeze to death." He muttered, "All they need is a blanket to get by, right?" Haben quickly reminded him, "Wait, you only have 1 gold coin left from this month's salary." Vlan clenched his fist. "Even so, I can't earn any more money this month anyway. 1 gold coin is enough to buy blankets for all of them. When you hand them out, be sure to tell them to pray for the old blacksmith." Vlan gripped the gold coin tightly. "Humph, a prayer in exchange for a warm blanket. For them, that's more than a fair trade." Jamina kept rubbing her eyes. "I'll talk to the madam, too. Once their bellies are full, it'll be easier for them to fight off the cold." Vlan smiled. "That's right. This is how I'll change things. One step at a time." Though the humble sword was buried with the old blacksmith, the star he created continued to shine brightly, even in the back alley. The name and shape of that star had changed greatly from what it once was. The children smiled happily as they received their blankets and bread. A pool of blood reflected the gloomy buildings. Vlan stepped right into it. Vlan led a troop of men to Black Bear's residence. Gregory looked at the rotting skeletons in the corner and remarked, "This place is even worse in person than the rumors said. If the weather warms up, an epidemic will surely break out in the back alley." "No doubt about it," the man gritted his teeth. "At first, I only intended to do just enough so they couldn't do business anymore. But it seems we'll have to use a more thorough approach." Vlan cut in. "You don't need to hesitate, my lord." The man looked confused. Vlan's eyes were cold as he spoke. "Black Bear will give us the pretext we need to wipe them all out." The man was stunned. "So from the very beginning, you were?" Vlan gave him a knowing look. "From the very beginning, the back alley was never a place for half measures." Gregory smirked. "Right, simple and easy to understand. Anyone can get that." Black Bear's gloomy house loomed before them. Vlan spoke up. "Let's begin." The man replied, "All right." Vlan took a deep breath and shouted powerfully, "I am Vlan, an envoy of Xara. I am here to apprehend Black Bear for questioning on the charge of disturbing the peace in the city." He held out a document with an official seal. "Murder, fraud, human trafficking, and deceiving the noble masters of the city. Black Bear, you are to present yourself immediately and accept your due punishment." The house remained silent. There wasn't the slightest movement. The man clicked his tongue. "So, it's going to be a fight, just as you predicted." Looking at the door ahead, he continued, "Black Bear has given us the excuse we needed. He must have been prepared. If he gets caught, it's a death sentence." Inside, a group of men holding various weapons lay in ambush for them. He gave the order, Oda will take the lead." I looked up and asked, "What's the plan this time? Are we just going to scare them like at the casino?" "When I took this mission, I thought I'd finally get a good warm-up." He spoke up. "And what do you think? They dared to sell pregnant women and their unborn children as ingredients for dark magic?" These words enraged the man, and his cold eyes met his companions. A growled, "Is that true?" A terrifying blast of power shattered the door, sending the men inside flying. They struggled miserably to defend themselves. "Ah, His blade glowed red, and they panicked. "What is this?" The man strode forward menacingly, his voice filled with rage. "Just killing you won't be enough." They screamed in terror. "A barbarian? What's a barbarian doing in Sora?" A frowned. "Barbarian?" He furiously charged at them. "I come from the proud Budat tribe." They panicked and ordered their men to stop him. He raised his greatsword, and with a single swing, decapitated one of them. The others also fell under his proud blade. His eyes glowed red with rage. A group from behind rushed forward, raising their swords. "You animal!" Oda, holding his axe, charged from behind, leaping into the air and taking them down in one move. He forcefully pulled his axe from one man's head and threw it straight at the one standing in front of A. Corpses littered the floor. A smirked at him. "You've got some skills." He replied coolly. "Humph." One of them ordered, "What are you all standing around for? There are only 2 of them. Surround them and attack at once." A brilliant flash of a sword appeared from nowhere, and the man's blade was instantly broken in 2. Another strike descended upon them, and they looked in panic towards him. He was like a proud knight, radiating immense pressure. In a stern voice, he declared, "From this moment on, any bastard who dares to stand before me, I'll cut you all down." They looked at him as if facing a natural predator and retreated in fear. Vlan ordered, "Kneel." Now. Black Bear's accomplices were restrained by the soldiers and led away. Gregory spoke softly. "This area is secure for now. Let our soldiers handle the rest. Let's head deeper inside." Vlan immediately replied, "Then let's go, Sir Gregory." Footsteps echoed as they entered the deepest room. He grabbed the handle and pulled the door open. It was pitch black and cold inside. Vlan stared ahead in shock. A priest was performing a pardon ceremony for Black Bear. The man removed his hand from his head and said in a loud voice, "Welcome, Sir Vlan." He questioned him suspiciously, "Who are you?" The priest smiled gracefully and spoke, "I am a man of the church, here on the bishop's orders." Vlan's voice was stern. "And I am here on the mayor's orders. That man is Black Bear, a notorious criminal." The priest immediately countered, "No, there are no longer any criminals here. Black Bear's sins have been forgiven by God." He smugly pulled a scroll from his pocket, a writ of pardon. God is everywhere. However, his light does not reach everyone. First, it touches those at the top. Next, it touches the wealthy. That is what those at the bottom of society see. That is the way of God and the church. Vlan was skeptical. "A pardon? So that guy is an innocent man now?" The priest smirked. "Precisely. The bishop himself declared the pardon." Gregory was horrified. "Bishop P. really did that? This whole thing is absurd. Why would he pardon a scumbag alley boss?" Vlan was stunned. "Can that tiny piece of paper wipe away the tears of the countless women who died because of this corrupt church?" Black Bear spoke up smugly. "I'm an innocent man now. God has forgiven me, so everything's been erased, right?" He growled. "Forgiven?" The priest said smugly. "That's right. With a sincere heart, any sin can be forgiven." The man provoked him arrogantly. "You heard him. You came in here and raised all this hell for absolutely nothing." Vlan thought angrily. "How could you do this? The women you sold. They died in darkness, in pain, and in fear. And yet you, the one who pushed them and their children to their deaths. You can smile like that?" A sense of unbearable injustice welled up inside him. This was something he could never accept. His voice turned serious. "Father, is it really true that with a sincere heart, any sin can be forgiven?" The priest was unperturbed. "Precisely. If you are forgiven by God and the church, then no matter what crime you commit, you will be pardoned." Vlan closed his eyes and said softly, "I see. Sir Gregory, do you remember what you told me in that fog-filled village? If an important position is left empty, if no one dares to step up and take responsibility, then I should be the one." The man seemed to understand his intent and panicked. Vlan's eyes were cold and resolute, so he screamed in alarm, "Wait, Vlan." Vlan's eyes flashed, and Black Bear's head was severed from his neck. The law of the sword saint, his head flew from his neck. The priest looked over, completely stunned. Gregory could only shut his eyes and pray. A and Ota were slightly surprised. Vlan stared steadfastly behind him. A long trail of Black Bear's blood streaked across the floor. His body collapsed. The priest stared at the fountain of blood gushing from his neck. He roared in fury. "What?" Vlan calmly rested his sword on the ground. He declared in a loud voice, "I am a criminal, so please grant me the chance to be pardoned." A chill spread through the Bay family's mansion. Joseph bowed his head and murmured, "He really killed someone who was pardoned by the church." Gregory bowed his head and spoke quietly, "Please forgive me, my lord. I should have stopped him. I never imagined someone like Black Bear would receive a pardon," he said gravely. "It's highly likely he wasn't just granted a pardon, he was given one." Maxim was frantic. Why would the bishop extend a hand to save some petty thug from the back alleys? He looked up, his eyes cold as he thought, because he has no respect for the Bay family. Joseph's voice was sharp. Where is Vlan now? Then replied at once, he is in my office. I think it would be best for him to lay low for the time being. He spoke softly. Well done, Jagger. Then he raised his voice and commanded, arrest Knight Vlan immediately. He has committed murder. All the knights standing there were shocked. He narrowed his eyes, thinking. While it was a foolish act, I understand why he did it. Black Bear's pardon was a setup. The bishop's target was surely Vlan from the very beginning. Therefore, there's only one way. Jagger looked directly at him, as if he understood his true intentions perfectly. He bowed his head and said softly, understood. Gregory was alarmed. Sir Jagger, allow me. Jagger cut him off, his voice firm. It was my failure to teach him properly. I must take responsibility. Watching Jagger's figure walk out the door, Gregory was horrified. A teacher has to arrest his own student? This is all my fault. If I hadn't rushed the troops out to gain an advantage for the family. Joseph's voice was stern. Sir Gregory, you were directly involved in this incident, so you must also take responsibility. He bowed his head and said in a low voice, You are correct, my lord. I will take full responsibility. He exclaimed, Your judgment is truly sharp. Joseph handed him the letter and gestured. Take this letter to Vlan and give it to that person. Leave as soon as possible. He panicked. What? That person? You mean? Gregory seemed to realize something. He said in a serious tone, Understood. I will head there at once. Joseph continued to give orders, then summon a mage. I must contact my father and Sanino. Maxim, from now on, cancel all other missions, select your elite soldiers, and await my command. They shouted in unison. Yes, sir. He rose from his chair. Joseph stood by the window, deep in thought. I knew this day would come sooner or later, but I never expected him to act so brazenly. Bishop P has declared war on me and is using Vlan as bait. In that case, I must respond accordingly as the head of Baez. This might actually turn out for the best. Now we only need one, and no one can hold us back. A city that belongs entirely to Baez. Bishop B said gravely, Did he really cut down the Black Bear without a hint of hesitation? The priest replied, Yes, your grace. He opened the Bible and remarked, Then he's even more ferocious than what I was told. The one vouching for him is Father Endera, correct? The kneeling priest said softly, From what I've gathered, that seems to be the case. Bishop B closed the book and declared, Then we were right to make him our target. He thought smugly, If everything goes smoothly, we can eliminate them all in a single move. The second son of Baez, a man who can only rely on his bloodline to oppose me. Alongside him is that thorn in my side, a man everyone thinks is a devout priest, but it's all just a deceptive facade. And finally, a knight from the lower class, supported by the other two. There's no longer any reason to hesitate. My will is the Pope's will, and the Pope's will is the will of God. He said in a stern voice, Relay my words to the mayor. You must teach that foolish knight who dared to ignore my amnesty a lesson. Also, tell them to prepare. The priest asked in alarm, You mean? He said loudly, The very thing we've been painstakingly preparing ever since I was dispatched to Xara, the one who was struck by dark lightning. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to use aura and become a knight in just 1 year. It's highly likely that darkness resides within him. When the truth is brought to light, none of those who dare to vouch for that brat will escape punishment. A back alley in Xara was plunged into quiet darkness. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the captain of the Vatican Knights stepped forward. He raised his hand as a signal, and all the soldiers behind him immediately lowered their shields. He yelled, Listen up. We are here today under the orders of His Grace, the Bishop. The Knight Vlan dared to ignore the Bishop's amnesty, which is equivalent to defying God's will. This is a grave sin, on par with blasphemy. Open this door immediately, or I will consider everyone inside a heretic. The tavern door burst open, and the massive figure of Maxim stepped out, his voice grave. Why is it so noisy this early in the morning? The captain asked cautiously. Who are you? Maxim said sternly, I am Maxim, a knight of Lord Joseph. By order of the mayor, I am here to investigate the Rose Smile. The captain retorted, You have no authority to investigate. The people living here are all suspects of blasphemy. Maxim growled in anger. You're going too far. Is someone automatically guilty of blasphemy just for being in the same place as Sir Vlan? The captain calmly replied, The church will decide that. Surely you know that there is an inviolable line between the nobility and the church. Maxim looked at him menacingly, but we are not the ones who cross that line. Behind them, squads of Sarah's troops emerged, forming ranks behind him. Maxim announced in a loud voice, From this moment on, we, as the city's law enforcement, will seal off this area. If you wish to enter, you must first get permission from the mayor. The captain of the Vatican Knights fumed. You will regret this. A puny knight like you dares to defy the church. Maxim gave a slight, calm smile. I'll just have to do my best. I owe someone a debt, so I have no other choice. This is the least I can do to repay him for saving my life in that heavily guarded prison. Jagger questioned him loudly. Didn't I tell you to always think about the consequences? In the end, Lord Joseph had to step in and clean up the mess you made. Even after becoming a knight, you still act like an attendant. Vlan hung his head low and whispered, Forgive me. Jagger thought helplessly, he's very smart. If he just looked at the bigger picture, he wouldn't have fallen into such a cunning trap. But the problem isn't his perspective. All this time, you've been running around on missions, so you don't understand the delicate balance between the nobility and the church. Priest P. He chose his target perfectly. Jagger gritted his teeth and said, Lord Joseph is trying to buy you time, but we have a week at most. You'll have to testify before the church soon. Get ready. He replied curtly in a low voice. Understood. Jagger looked at him, deep in thought. Turning to leave, he said softly, The weather is getting cold. Let me get you a thicker scarf. As his footsteps faded, the voice in his head echoed again. Do not blame yourself. You did what you had to do. He replied sadly. I think so, too. I never thought I was wrong, but looking back, the fault still lies with me. The world of the back alleys is different from the world of a knight. He remembered what Jagger had told him. Remember my words. A knight's sword must be heavy because it is sharp. Vlan said softly, I finally understand what that means. Snow fell, covering the Grand Cathedral. Bishop B looked out the window and said grimly, So, they're determined to delay for a week? The crowd gathered before the church grew larger by the day. They shouted in anger. This trial is unfair. The Black Bear deserved to die. He even sold pregnant women. That's right. Vlan did what had to be done. Why is he being treated like a criminal? You granted amnesty to a murderer. Don't you dare insult our knight. Sir Vlan is the pride of Xara. We will not accept a bishop sent by the Pope. This is the North. Our bishop must have the blood of the North. Bishop B turned away in anger. This is why they say Northerners are nothing but barbarians. I can't believe he's using the public to pressure me. No matter how much effort they expend, when faced with the truth, it's all just cheap tricks, and failure is inevitable. He thought smugly. This trial represents the will of the Pope. On the day of the hearing, Vlan was led before the presiding chair. The crowd murmured restlessly. The priest guarding the door shouted, The bishop has arrived. All rise. Everyone stood up in unison. The moment Joseph saw him, he was horrified. An inquisitor? Excited whispers echoed through the hall. An inquisitor? This trial has gone too far. Even at the height of the witch hunts, they never went this far. He thought angrily, this is barbaric. They must have planned this. They wanted to steer this trial in this direction from the very beginning. Hasn't Gregory returned yet? In the end, time is what's working against us, P said grimly. Sir Vlan, place your hand on the holy book and swear that what you are about to say is the truth. He placed his hand on the holy book and said softly, I swear I will only speak the truth. Light radiated from the holy book. The magic circle at his feet lit up, and ancient runes crawled up the Inquisitor's body, enveloping the crystal orbs. Vlan was also shocked as he looked at the runes at his feet. The spectators stared in astonishment. P announced grimly, The blessing of the oath has been cast. If you speak even half a lie, the spheres will stop glowing. His gaze was sharp, devoid of any humanity. Joseph watched him from a distance. He angrily told himself he had to prepare for the worst. P smirked smugly. Watch closely. Savor this moment. See just how useless your northern blood is in the face of the truth. Presiding from his chair, P asked sternly, Knight Vlan, did you kill Black Bear, a man who was granted amnesty? Is that correct? Vlan lowered his head and said quietly, Yes. The light in the spheres on the Inquisitor's hand did not dim. He said softly, You have told the truth, so you admit to defying God's will. Vlan angrily retorted, What are you talking about? I did not defy God's will, P snarled. Next question. In the middle of the hall, the interrogated Vlan turned pale. Joseph clenched his fists, muttering in frustration. How despicable. He's trying to trap Vlan with leading questions. No matter what Vlan says, he'll just twist the answer to fit his own interpretation of God's will. P questioned, Do you truly believe that in cases similar to this one, your decision to kill has always been just and reasonable? Vlan glared at him and said, I do. One of the spheres in the Inquisitor's hand went out. P blatantly declared, You have lied. Joseph panicked. Vlan fell right into his trap. No one can confidently say they've never made a wrong decision, that they've always been just and reasonable. He deliberately put those words into the question to force Vlan to lie. Vlan angrily retorted, I did not lie. He said sternly, Next question. A year ago, in the back alleys of Xara, it was reported that a boy was struck by black lightning. Was that boy you? Vlan said quietly. Yes, it was. He maliciously accused him. So, you are cursed. Vlan was horrified as he raised his voice. Next question. After being struck by lightning, did you hear any voices? Did you detect the presence of any unknown entity? A confused spectator spoke up. Sir Vlan is cursed. Murmurs spread. No way. But look, he can't answer the question. If that's true, then all of his achievements up until now. Joseph was lost in panicked thought. The tables had turned, and Vlan was at a disadvantage. It's true he's grown at an extraordinary rate, but that doesn't mean he's communicating with some heretical creature. I've seen it with my own eyes many times. Nothing can compare to the holy aura that radiates from his sword. P smugly raised his voice. Answer me, Sir Vlan. Why are you so silent? He bit his lip in panic. What should I do? If I say yes, I'll become a heretic. If I say no, I'll be a liar. No matter how I answer, the bishop will get the result he wants. That voice suddenly spoke again. Say yes. Lying is more dangerous than the truth right now. Just say you're suffering from the after effects of the lightning strike and that your mind is temporarily unclear. If you say no, it will be a lie. In that case, you won't get a chance to explain. Vlan calculated silently. There are still 3 questions left. If the worst happens, I'll have to reveal your identity. He said softly, Don't worry. I have a way to protect my identity. Vlan panicked. What? P suddenly shouted. What are you doing? Why won't you answer my question? The voice reassured him again. Just trust me. Vlan said quietly, If you want to know whether I heard any voices. The church doors suddenly burst open, and Gregory's voice echoed. Stop. Joseph looked over in shock as the crowd turned to see. P's face was a mask of fury. Endera said grimly, This is an unjust trial. Vlan was startled. Father Endera. P roared in fury. You have no right to be here. How dare you speak of justice in this trial? He retorted, I am the guarantor for Sir Vlan of Xara. I was the one who chose that name when it was still buried in the earth and presented it before God. If anyone doubts Vlan, they must come to me first. Outmaneuvered, P snorted coldly. I will permit you to attend this trial. Endera regained his composure and spoke softly as he was respectfully helped along by Jang. Vlan looked at him, confused. Father Endera. He grasped the boy's tightly shackled arm. Endera reassured him softly. You've done well, my son. Now, let me handle the rest. Bishop P, please repeat the question. He declared boldly. From this moment on, I will answer your questions on behalf of Sir Vlan. He spoke with annoyance. We have confirmed that Knight Vlan is the boy who was struck by black lightning in the back alleys of Xara years ago. After being struck, did he hear any voices? Did he detect the presence of any unknown entity? Endera glanced at Vlan, who had his head lowered. He said softly, Of course, all of Sir Vlan's actions, past and future, have been influenced by that voice. The crowd was stunned. P said smugly, You're saying that a sinful, evil voice. Endera quickly cut in. Was that voice not the voice of God, who reigns in the heavens above? Bishop P was shocked. He continued with pride. Sir Vlan has cut through the darkness with a brilliant light. He protected the pilgrimage from the remnants of the fallen dragon and saved children from the clutches of heretical creatures. Please consider that a knight guaranteed by both myself and San Rosano is exceedingly rare. The people seemed to awaken, voicing their support. Oh, I see now. It wasn't the voice of some devilish thing, but the voice of God. That seems plausible? That's right. One of Sir Vlan's guarantors is Father Endera himself. Viera said grimly, Sir Vlan was born in the back alleys, a lowly place. Do you really think God would bestow his blessing so easily? Endera solemnly declared that Lord Frozen was the scion of a fallen noble family. He had endured countless hardships to one day stand above all. He became a sword saint and the founding king of the empire. When bestowing blessings, God does not care where a person is born. He only cares where they are headed. His voice was choked and low. Next question. Sir Vlan has committed numerous illegal acts in Xara's back alleys. Is that true or not? Endera stated firmly, that was emergency relief, not illegal activity. He shouted in anger. How can illegal acts be considered emergency relief? Endera said gravely, have you ever seen what happens in the back alleys? Bishops steal and men murder. Life there is just one tragedy after another. It's not just Vlan. Everyone who lives in the back alleys has been living like that day after day. If the church had treated them with kindness and offered support, this chain of tragedies would have ended. Pierre's hands trembled with rage as he clenched his fists. He roared. Regardless, Sir Vlan's growth rate is unbelievable. A man who only recently started using a sword has already awakened his aura, fought on par with knights, and even killed a dragon. Endera calmly recounted. On that day, a humble mercenary ran through the pitch-black night to fulfill his duty, tearing through the darkness with a pure, white, and miraculous light. I was not the only one who witnessed the brilliant aura radiating from Sir Vlan's sword. He asked skeptically, "Are there any other witnesses here?" "Without witnesses, it's just an empty claim." Joseph held up a stack of letters and announced, "I submit this evidence." These words were written by true knights. Knight Duckin from Haino, Holy Knight Justia from the city of San Rosino, and the heir of the Baronov family, the ruler of the North, V.C. Baronov. All of them can attest to Sir Vlan's achievements. Biera thought furiously. Concerns about his faith, his low birth, his past crimes, and even the doubts about his talent were all fabricated. It took me so much effort to weave this nearly flawless net. But in the end, do I really have to use that? He growled, "Bring in the binding seal." A group of knights entered the church, carrying a large, sacred box on their shoulders. The people began to whisper curiously, "Aren't those knights from the Vatican? What is that thing that knights from the Vatican themselves have to carry in?" He raised his voice. "I, Bishop P, the presider of this trial, wish to ask Sir Vlan one final question, and I will not ask with words. I will bring the truth to light through action." The lid of the box opened, and Endera was stunned. It was the mirror of St. Mariello. Biera smirked. "That's right. A holy relic from the Vatican with the ability to reflect the truth of anyone who stands before it. From this moment on, the exorcism ritual officially begins." Endera cried out in alarm. "An exorcism ritual? This is outrageous." Sir Vlan has answered truthfully and has already proven his innocence. Biera gave him a threatening look. "It is my duty to investigate even the slightest suspicion." Joseph, sitting in attendance, couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it, that sounds noble and all. But if the exorcism ritual happens, it will become an indelible stain on Vlan's name. The purpose of this trial has changed. The truth no longer matters. Now, he just wants those who vouch for Vlan to bear a lifelong burden. This trial is just an excuse to control the North." He said sternly, "Inquisitor, prepare to conduct the exorcism ritual." Endera suddenly spoke up. "Bishop, there is still an orb that can unveil the truth. Why would you treat a holy relic so recklessly?" He roared in fury, "Watch your mouth. Is the search for demons a trivial matter to you? If Sir Vlan's soul is truly pure, then all he has to do is stand before the mirror, correct?" He frowned, annoyed. If he uses the excuse of searching for demons, then refusing now would be the same as admitting Vlan is guilty. He looked at Vlan and spoke in a soft, reassuring voice. "I can't protect you this time, my boy. But don't worry. That holy relic only checks to see if there is an evil creature hiding inside your body. I place my complete faith in you. I have seen your true self." Vlan bit his lip, avoiding his gaze. Biera spoke sternly. "What are you waiting for, Sir Vlan? Step before the holy relic." Vlan stood frozen to the spot as the mysterious voice reassured him. "It's all right." He was confused. But the voice said gently, "Go and stand before the mirror with confidence. Move forward, just as you have always walked toward the light." "That's right," he thought. His steps became firm as he walked forward. It was as if Vlan had stepped into a world of his own. He looked down at his reflection in a panic, then suddenly looked up. Before Vlan stood the owner of the voice that had guided him for so long. The air between them was heavy with silence before the man spoke softly. "I finally understand how that blacksmith felt when he looked into your eyes." Vlan was stunned for a moment. The man spoke gently. He must have hoped that his humble sword wouldn't hold you back. "I have taught you everything I know. I wish I could stay by your side a little longer to watch you grow. But to hide from that mirror, I must dive deep into the world." Vlan was alarmed. "What do you mean?" The man said softly, "A knight's world is as vast and deep as the ocean. The world you have seen until now is only a tiny fraction of it. Now, it is time for me to dive deep." He panicked. "I'm not ready for that depth." The man said gently, "One day, you will reach it. But for now, I must leave you on your own. Only you can create a world for yourself." He said, flustered, "That will take a very long time. Even if I spend my whole life on it, I might still fail." Darkness slowly shrouded the man's face as he spoke calmly. "I believe in you. We will meet again when you reach a deeper level." He stared forward in a panic. The man's face had vanished, leaving only a faint streak of light and a farewell. Vlan squeezed his eyes shut. His soul felt strangely empty. Vlan stood before the divine mirror. Biera barked sternly. "What are you doing?" "Sir Vlan, open your eyes and look at the mirror." He spoke softly. "Very well." His blue eyes fluttered open, and a light from their depths shone into the mirror. He said firmly, "We will definitely meet again." The mirror seemed to be struck by a powerful force, and it emitted a blinding light. Biera was shocked by the burst of light, and the audience members were also taken by surprise. Endera stared with his mouth agape as people cried out in alarm. "Look, a white light. The light of dawn is shining from the mirror of St. Mariello. Only the souls of those who have never done anything shameful can possess such a pure light." In the sky, the clouds began to part, causing the people below to panic. Look, everyone outside was staring up at the sky, where the clouds reflected everything like a river. Everyone stopped what they were doing to watch it for a long time. Marcella and Gemina were also terrified by this phenomenon. The clouds swirled, with the church at their center. P panicked. Good heavens, he looked down at the boy with dread. Vlan's voice trembled uncontrollably. I have never done anything wrong. Why do they keep provoking me, only to panic? Tears of injustice streamed down his face. Why do they keep trying to take away everything I have? Vlan screamed helplessly. I already told you, I've never done anything wrong. A bolt of white lightning struck the church directly. The holy mirror emitted a blinding light. That boy truly had never done anything wrong. P shielded his eyes in alarm. The pure light was enough to shock anyone present. He was only trying to survive. He only did what he had to do, and the last of the witnesses stepped forward to testify to his innocence. The church bell rang. It was the voice that had been watching over him all this time. The townspeople standing outside knelt and prayed devoutly before this miraculous sight. P's distorted face was reflected in the shattered mirror. He stood there in silence for a long time. P wondered in confusion, I can't believe a holy relic granted to me directly by. The Vatican shattered after reflecting the soul of a rookie knight who's still wet behind the ears. He spoke gravely. Did anyone see what his soul reflected onto the mirror? It wasn't an evil entity. If it were, the inquisitors would have realized it. The priest behind him said softly. They say lightning struck the top of the church, so it must be powerful enough to manipulate reality. He thought with annoyance, even I don't know what it is. It gave off a brilliant light, so it's highly unlikely to be something profane, but it was also too intense to be considered a blessing from God. I must report this to the Vatican personally. Even if its nature isn't evil, an anomaly of this level will certainly pique the Vatican's interest. He might be interrogated again. A priest hurried over and said in a loud voice, Bishop P. We just received a letter from Sanino. Bishop P of the Xara diocese must clearly explain the connection between Black Bear, who was just granted amnesty, and the Dark Sorcerer. If he refuses, we will launch an investigation into him. He was so angry his voice trembled. Those little brats. His fists clenched in fury. Those bastards from the north. A low-ranking diocese from the north dares to speak to me, a representative of the Vatican. With that tone, the only reason they can speak so brazenly is because they have the backing of the northern families. If the entire north unites, not even the Vatican's authority can control them. He ordered in a harsh voice, summon the sorcerer. I want to send a letter to the Dragonblood Duke. Jagger reported softly. It seems San Rosino has sent a letter to Bishop P. Josep remarked, that was fast. They must have held a grudge against him for a long time. He said softly, everyone knows the Vatican couldn't care less about the northern diocese. Josep chuckled to himself. That's right, the central authority's favoritism and contempt for others knows no bounds. Normally, it would be very difficult to gain San Rosino's political support, but right now, a new balance of power is forming, an alliance between the northern families and San Rosino. He spoke gravely. Ven, how is Father Endera's condition? Ven replied immediately, he is resting. For the next few days, he'll have to stay in bed. His health wasn't good to begin with, and he had to travel through a blizzard to get here. He gave a stern order, take the best possible care of him. If possible, I'd like to keep him here until the end of winter instead of letting him return to Vlan. Josep's mind was racing with thoughts. Although we used Vlan as an excuse to bring him here, his mere presence is enough to put pressure on Bishop P. He's so well known that if he were to become bishop, no one would dare to object. At times like this, we must keep a firm hold on him. A knock on the door was followed by Vlan's voice. Lord Josep, I have arrived. He called out, come in. Vlan quickly entered the room. He was escorted by Jagger and Ven. Josep said softly, now, what am I to do with you? The boy bowed his head sadly. Please forgive me. He said sternly. I am the type of person who meticulously plans to achieve an expected outcome, but no one could have predicted what you would do. From the very beginning, everything you've done has been outside of my calculations. From now on, the Vatican will be watching you very, very closely. After all, you did interfere with their operations. Vlan stammered, I beg your forgiveness. He continued. Father Endera said that God's blessing may reside within you. The boy was horrified. That's impossible. Josep said sternly, that doesn't matter. If it's true, good. If it's not, I'll make it true. Vlan looked at him, confused. Josep gestured towards the money pouch on the table and said softly, take it. This is your special bonus. It's not your salary. Just consider it a reward for your recent achievements. Vlan remembered what Ven had said. The price of honor is paid once at the end of each year. It's classified as a special bonus. He was surprised, thinking, oh, so this is what Ven was talking about. Josep said softly, there are over 300 gold coins in there. He was stunned. 300? Vlan asked awkwardly. Why is it so much? He replied calmly. I took into account every achievement you've made while working under me. Now that you are a knight, you have the right to enjoy the fruits of your past victories, the boy said cheerfully. Thank you, sir. Joseph warned him seriously. Remember this, as a knight, you must bear all the responsibilities that come with the title. Do you understand what I'm saying? Vlan immediately replied, yes. He recited sternly. Knight Vlan acted on his own initiative, showing no regard for the amnesty that was God's will. This fault was pointed out by Bishop P, and therefore you must take responsibility. Knight Vlan, I am exiling you from Xara. Vlan's face went pale. What? Joseph's sharp gaze swept over him. Vlan didn't understand his meaning and stood there, stunned and speechless. Jagger and Ven didn't dare to look at him directly. A mess of thoughts swirled in his head as he questioned himself. What does he mean by that? Exile me? There's no other choice. Joseph saw the bewildered look in his eyes and thought to himself, they can use even the smallest mistake as a pretext. Bishop P and the Vatican will target you again. For you, half-hearted tolerance is no different from poison. We must act decisively now. He said in a low, firm voice, you must leave Xara within the week. Burley's voice suddenly echoed in Vlan's mind. I wish I had 100 gold coins right now. What would you do with that kind of money? He answered, buy some land, build a house, settle down. Anything, as long as it's not this life. Burley was confused. Farming? He immediately confirmed, of course not. I'm thinking of going into business. I'd buy a decent building somewhere around here. One of his guildmates was skeptical. Really? You think running a business is that easy? You'd go bankrupt in a heartbeat. Burley scoffed. Still better than being a mercenary, right? What do you think, rookie? What would you do if you had 100 gold coins? Vlan, who was mopping the floor, answered in a loud voice, like anyone would ever give me that kind of money. Burley chuckled teasingly. What's with the unfriendly attitude? We're just chatting. It doesn't cost you anything, right? Vlan thought for a moment before speaking. If I had 100 gold coins, I'd pay off my debts first. The man was shocked. You owe someone 100 gold coins? Our rookie's got quite a wild side, doesn't he? Are you into gambling or something? He said calmly. It's not a gambling debt. There are just some people I need to repay. Burley froze. Repay for what? Vlan thought to himself, my time here is running out. It's time to settle my debts. Merrill looked at the gold on the table and said softly, I told you not to worry about the lodging fee. He immediately replied, you've been spending a lot of money lately taking care of the street kids. You must have used all your savings to turn this place into an inn. Once we get through this rough patch, the Rose's smile will surely prosper. She was flustered. But you don't need to pay 50 gold coins. Vlan smiled smugly. I just want to improve the quality of service. Just think of it as an investment. You can share some of the profits with me later. Marcella sighed helplessly. Well then, I'll have to work my hardest. I can't let my investor take a loss. And here I was, planning to let Jimina handle everything and take a step back. He smiled gently. I can't let the Rose's smile go out of business. She advised him softly. If you're that worried, then make sure you take good care of yourself. You just got back, and now you have to leave again. Vlan said confidently, I'll come back safe this time, too. She said in a calm voice, I know you'll handle everything just fine. Vlan smiled softly and said, Thank you, Marcella. She was taken aback. For what? Marcella recalled their first meeting. Vlan had been brought in by a knight who was a regular at the inn. His body was lifeless, thin, and frail, but he brought color into my dull, listless life. He said softly, For everything. The bucket was filled to the brim, almost overflowing. Jang, with his small body, was carrying the heavy bucket. Vlan approached the little boy and said gently, If you keep carrying the bucket like that, all the water will spill out. The boy was surprised. Oh, Sir Vlan. Vlan took the bucket from Jang and asked softly, How is Father Endera? The boy replied, He still needs to rest in bed. For him, just moving around in this cold weather is already very difficult. And yet, as soon as he arrived, he got into a shouting match with the bishop. Vlan turned away, flustered. That's true. Does he need anything? Anything within my power, Jang said softly. Not really. Sir Joseph has already prepared everything. He nodded. I see. The boy continued. So, is it true? He was confused. What's true? Jang looked at him with admiration and said, People are saying that you've received God's blessing. He panicked internally. The further a rumor spreads, the more exaggerated it gets. He said softly, It's not what you think. Jang tilted his head, confused. Is that so? In any case, Father Endera is very happy that you've become a true knight. Vlan was a bit skeptical. Really? The boy affirmed cheerfully. Yes, and you've also received God's blessing. Vlan gave a forced smile. I already told you that's not how it is, the boy cheerfully suggested. Then can I go brag to my classmates later about how I once prayed with you? He tilted his head and said in a low voice, if you want to, go ahead. Though I don't know what's so special about that to brag about. He handed the bucket to the boy, spoke softly, and then left. Jang happily took it. Thank you for listening to me, sir. See you later. Vlan walked down the long hallway, muttering to himself. I was going to look for Father Endera, but he still can't get out of bed, so there's nothing I can do. His footsteps halted as Vlan fell deep into thought. He stood silently in the hallway. His world was now frighteningly quiet. With no one left to answer him, the space felt truly silent. It's been a long time since I've felt this lonely. He turned and thought to himself, I guess I'll have to get used to this feeling. At the Rose's Smile Tavern, Gregory held his mug and mumbled. Fate really doesn't want us working together, does it? Every time we team up, we end up getting disciplined. Vlan chimed in. You can say that again. The man's voice turned serious. When are you leaving? He answered promptly. In 5 days, but if everything is settled, I might leave sooner. Gregory sighed in frustration. All right. Maybe the outcome wasn't pretty, but thanks to you, our plan succeeded. The Black Bear gang has been completely scattered. The Cano family's entry into the Xara market is just a matter of time, and the negotiations with Sir Joseph also concluded successfully. He said softly, well, that's good. At least we got something out of it. Gregory looked over at him, dejected. The debt between you and me is just too great. As the head of the family, I want to repay that debt by sponsoring you for the rest of your life. Vlan cheerfully added, does that mean I get free sausages from now until the day I die? Gregory grinned. That's right. I'll feed you until you're sick of them. He suddenly grew quiet and said in a low voice, I'm not the type to say sentimental things. That day, your actions were nobler than any night I know. I don't remember when I started to change. Religion, politics, personal gain, and ambition. You ignored all of that. You remained loyal to the law of the sword saint. In the era we live in, there are very few true knights like you. I feel utterly ashamed. Gregory looked at him seriously and said softly, I'm proud of you. Take care, Sir Vlan. A smile spread across Vlan's face. He clinked glasses with Gregory and said gently, Understood, Sir Gregory. Over at the bustling harbor, Haben exclaimed excitedly, This is amazing. When was the last time I saw a ship? Look, that's a Xara-class ship. The river is frozen, so whoever is captaining that ship must have a real headache navigating it. Vlan added softly. It's also incredibly expensive. Vlan's tone turned serious. Haben, do you still want to set sail? He replied smugly, Of course I do. Vlan was skeptical. You want to go far away from Xara? He looked at him, confused. What's this all about? You're acting strange today, suddenly asking me to come look at ships. The two of them walked over to a large vessel. Vlan said softly, This one costs 200 gold coins. Haben was shocked. A merchant ship, he said pleased. That's right. It's a bit cheaper than the others. He chimed in, Exactly. That's why merchants always use them. Vlan said gravely, And that's why I bought it. Haben looked at him, completely bewildered, as Vlan just grinned smugly. To repay you for never hesitating to help me in Gemina, I swore that I would settle this debt, no matter the cost. You may have to limp on land, but once you're out at sea, you won't even have to think about it. He handed him a stack of papers and spoke softly. This is the ship's certificate of ownership. Just sign right below your name. Haben was stunned. How can you be so calm? It's yours now. Haben panicked. Wait a minute, this is. What do you mean, this is? Vlan looked at him in silence. He then placed a captain's hat on Haben's head. Vlan announced cheerfully, Congratulations, Captain Haben. As time went on, Vlan went to the blacksmith's grave and poured out some wine. Since I won't be seeing the old blacksmith for a long time, I stopped by to say my goodbyes. I also personally thank Lord Maxim for protecting the Rose Smile in my stead. And of course, Lord Ven, who brought me the news. Lord Gregory, Mr. C.A. Day. And I also had a private discussion about how to protect the children's future. And just like that, I started settling all my remaining debts, one by one. The names seared into my very soul slowly began to fade. But there are still some debts that I know I can never fully repay. Time flies so fast. At their old tavern, Vlan's voice rang out softly. I've already spoken with Lord Gregory. When the ice on the river thaws, you're to go to Sturama and pick up a shipment of meat from the Cano family. You won't be heading out to the open sea, but it's still a good start for your maiden voyage. Haben was skeptical. You've already set up a trade route just like that? Vlan replied calmly, It's best to be prepared. He glanced behind him and said softly, Yuta, I want you to help Haben with his business. Your presence by his side will mean a great deal. He nodded and replied simply, Got it. Haben quickly changed the subject. Tomorrow's the day you leave, right? Vlan confirmed. That's right. I leave at dawn. Haben asked doubtfully. By the way, did you say goodbye to the mayor this morning? Vlan lowered his head and spoke softly. He's a man who keeps his public and private lives separate. Right now, he's putting pressure on the bishop, so it wouldn't be wise for me to see him. Even a simple greeting could be politicized by the Vatican and used to their advantage. Haben grumbled. A damn advantage. So, have you seen everyone you needed to see? Vlan glanced over at him, then looked up toward the boarding house and said quietly, there's still one more person. Gemina had locked herself in her dark room. A knock on the door was followed by Vlan's voice. Gemina, open up. She lifted her head from her arms. He said in a steady voice, how long are you going to lock yourself in there? I have something to tell you, so open the door. If you don't open up, I'll break it down. Haven't told you everything, right? About what happened at Captain Hoover's headquarters? You know I'm not kidding, don't you? I do what I say I'll do. Now, don't get too close to the door. I'm going to count to 3 and then I'm breaking it down. 1, 2. As he counted down, Gemina scrambled to the door. 3. The door flew open. Gemina stood silently in the doorway. She cleared her throat. What do you want? Say it fast and then get lost. Vlan glanced at her, but Gemina looked away, refusing to meet his eyes. He said softly, I really wanted to wait patiently, but I don't have any more time. Please understand. Gemina looked up, alarmed. What? Vlan immediately swept her up into his arms. Gemina panicked and yelled. With that, he quickly ran off. Despite Gemina's struggles, he said in a serious voice, I told you not to hole yourself up in your room all week. Now I have to drag you out like this. She panicked. Where are we going? What's so important that we have to go out this late at night? Vlan said softly, I'm leaving tomorrow. Gemina sounded a little sad. Well, you should have behaved better then. Last time you left on your own, this time you're being kicked out. You're such an idiot. At least you're still alive. You should be happy you're only being exiled. She looked to the side and whispered, It's curfew. Vlan said softly, Later than I thought. Let's pick up the pace a bit. Gemina looked down at him, confused. What? His steps quickened, and just like that, he was running with her on his back. She panicked. Hey, are you crazy? Put me down. Her hair a mess. Gemina stared, unable to look away. The dress before her was magnificent, captivating all who saw it. She was frozen to the spot, letting out a gasp of surprise. The shopkeeper came forward to greet him warmly. Well, Lord Vlan. Vlan said softly, Sorry for being so late. Is the item I ordered ready? He replied cheerfully, Of course. Since you didn't come to pick it up, I was planning to send it to you tomorrow. Vlan looked at Gemina and gestured. Go on, try it on. Confused, she pointed to herself. Me? In the middle of a snowy Xara night, Vlan stepped on the thin layer of snow and said softly, I saw you before. The dress the madam lent you. It suited you well. Gemina slowly walked behind him. He looked back, puzzled. Vlan smirked teasingly. Why are you being so sneaky all of a sudden? Gemina shyly wore the new outfit. What are you talking about? Vlan remarked. Good thing. I told them to make it in your exact size. It seems you haven't grown much taller, have you? She clenched her fists angrily. Do you have a death wish? Vlan gently reminded her. Stop borrowing the madam's clothes and wear your own. She looked down at herself, bewildered. A necklace, earrings, shoes, makeup, even a fan. How much did all of this cost? He replied immediately. About as much as the sword hanging in the smithy. She fumed. Are you kidding me? The shoes alone must be over 5 gold. Vlan said softly. It would be perfect if you had your hair done too. I've just been a bit busy lately. Gemina said resentfully. Hey, when are you coming back? Vlan replied softly. Who knows? They didn't say, so I have no idea. She clasped her cold hands and whispered. It's not like you're never coming back, right? Vlan said softly. What? If I don't come back, are you planning on following me? She panicked. I'm not crazy. I'm never leaving the Rose Smile Inn, he replied calmly. Come to think of it, the madam wants to leave the inn to you. Gemina was skeptical. To me, he replied calmly. Just don't let it go under. I've invested a lot in that place. She panicked. What? Vlan replied firmly. Of course I'm coming back to get my investment. Take good care of our home. Gemina blushed. Our home. Vlan suddenly stopped and rummaged through his bag. He took out a handkerchief and said softly, Here, take this. It's a handkerchief. I don't really know, but it seems like nobles have a tradition like this. She was confused. What tradition? Vlan knelt down. He said softly, Lady Gemina, would you grant me your handkerchief? Gemina clutched the handkerchief, flustered. There are 2 ways for a knight to receive a lady's handkerchief. One is on the tip of his sword, and the other is hand to hand. In an empty square, a knight kneels before his lady and receives a handkerchief from her very hands. The lady may not know it, but by accepting that handkerchief, the knight has willingly accepted a responsibility. It is an oath to protect her. His silhouette stood out against the white snow, his horse's hooves stepping firmly. Footprints were imprinted on the snow as he passed by every shop, every familiar alley, and the familiar Bale estate. Vlan rode as if he wanted to take one last look at everything before he left. Guy stood in the snowy wind, his voice hoarse. What's with all the noise so early in the morning? I'm going to freeze to death before we even set off. Vlan was confused. What? What are you doing here? He replied calmly. What do you mean, sir? I am the humble servant of a noble knight, obviously. Vlan spoke sternly. Stop messing around. I've been exiled, remember? You should stay and find your own path. Guy gritted his teeth. No, forget it. I invested in you a long time ago. It'd be a waste to quit halfway. Besides, it's full of con artists out there. If you go alone, you'll be stripped clean in less than a week. Vlan said softly. I never expected a con artist to say something like that. Guy smiled smugly. Anyway, just trust me and do as I say. You may know every nook and cranny around here, but I understand this world better than you do. I heard you even bought a ship for your friend. Will I ever get something like that one day? Vlan gave a slight smile. That depends on your performance, the man asked, flustered. Where are we going? Vlan immediately answered. To the east. Guy was puzzled. Why the east and not somewhere else? Vlan squinted, looking behind him. The pommel of his sword was embedded with a dazzling white tiger stone. He said softly, because I need to find something there. Guy thought to himself, that's fine, I guess. It's better than wandering aimlessly. Vlan looked back one last time, the towering fortress seemingly etched into his heart. Vlan smiled and thought to himself, farewell. Then he turned and left. Vlan took the lead and said in a loud voice, let's go. The sound of hooves outside the city walls echoed endlessly as the two of them gradually moved further away. Joseph stood on the lofty fortress wall, Jagger behind him, speaking softly. The air is so cold, he continued, as cold as what's hidden inside. Not just cold, but stinging. He didn't look back, not even once. He's already found his purpose. We're going to be very busy from now on. Jagger, we need greater power. Enough power to never again lose what is ours. The man bowed his head and spoke softly. I will accompany you, my lord, but are you sure? He was already very unpredictable to begin with. You could have given him a mission or a specific destination, Joseph said softly. For someone who has only ever followed orders his entire life, I cannot take away the first opportunity he has to choose his own path, he said sternly. Jagger, this is also a historic moment for us, a knight setting off, carrying his honor with him. This is something that has only existed in our forefathers' time. The revival of an ancient tradition, nurtured by Xara and fostered by Bale, a knight carrying his own banner. In the imperial capital of Brigantes, the flag of the Blood Dragon clan fluttered. Santa sat in the presiding chair and said loudly, What do you think of P's proposal? Messi said softly, It is a plan that brings justice and benefits to both sides. That offer is the best it can be. The man said loudly, Good. That old bishop is pretty capable. We will accept B's offer. Plant my flag in the north. In Dobrade, the far north of the Central Empire. Demacia slammed his hand on the arm of his chair and roared, Again. How could this miserable thing happen again? Baron Dobrade Demacia, who the hell did this? As soon as we sow the barley seeds, they dig them all up as if they were waiting for it. The knight was flustered, even though we posted guards all night by morning. The Baron growled, Don't you dare give me excuses. They bowed their heads and said softly, We sincerely apologize. The Baron held his head, exasperated. Why is nothing ever done, right? We don't have fertile land here, nor do we have a temperate climate. Our only support is the dense forest and these barley crops. If we can't plant during this period, we'll all starve to death, he said, flustered. But with just the soldiers in the domain. Demacia threw a goblet at his head. He screamed in anger, If we're short on troops, then conscript the peasants. We're about to starve to death. Who cares about anything else? It must be the monsters in the forest. Mobilize all our forces to protect the barley fields for me. They bowed with a sigh. As you command, my lord. The knight left, feeling helpless. Demacia gritted his teeth. What a headache. I might have to hire mercenaries. He looked to the side. Demacia growled in annoyance. This damn forest. It seems even more gloomy and terrifying today. Guy carefully measured everything out. Pepper, salt, dried meat. He picked up the card, confused. What is this? She said softly. It's a pilgrim's certificate, written by Priest Endera for you. He nodded. Oh, I see. You brought all your valuable and expensive things without missing a single one, haven't you, sir? But why didn't you think to bring a fire starter? Hearing this, Vlan could only remain silent. He retorted in embarrassment, You only brought a shoddy fire starter yourself. I was a bit busy last week, Guy yelled angrily. At least I brought one. You're the one who smashed it to pieces, Vlan said softly. That's because it was defective, the man shouted. What do you mean defective? You deliberately smashed it. Now start rubbing. We'll freeze to death if we sleep outside like this. Vlan muttered angrily. Damn it, I can't do it. Vlan suddenly picked up his sword, making Guy jump in surprise. He strode forward aggressively, causing the other man to panic. It's hard, isn't it? Let me do it. Vlan looked behind him warily and said in his serious tone, Hey, if you over there have a fire starter, lend me one. This surprised Guy, who looked over at a bandit and said, Well, the young master has sharp ears, doesn't he? Guy was terrified. Bandits. The man lumbered over, his voice stern. Now that you found us, you should be running for your life. What are you still standing there for? The bandit looked at the two of them as if sizing up goods. Vlan watched him cautiously. The man said smugly in a loud voice, with a fair face like that, I'm sure we could get a good price for you somewhere. The group behind him also became rowdy. Which noble family is this young master from? Tell us your parents' names, and maybe we'll give you a reasonable price. Vlan said sternly, So, do you have one or not? The man was confused. What? Vlan said coldly, I told you to see if you have a fire starter. The bandit sneered. What the hell is he talking about? This guy's insane. Vlan narrowed his eyes, looking at the collection of finger bones hanging around the man's neck. Vlan drew his sword. Forget it. It's too much trouble to look. A glint appeared in his eyes. When I left my homeland, I had already made up my mind. The bandits were instantly shocked. His aura erupted powerfully, filled with killing intent. I must rediscover the original purpose that I had lost, he said sternly. Hand over everything you have. The bandits trembled, wanting to retreat, but his voice grew even colder. And your worthless, beastly lives too. The bandit leader saw the sword swinging towards him and was too stunned to speak. The screams of the bandits echoed throughout the forest. As dawn began to break, a guard on duty spoke in annoyance. This damn forest feels even colder today. I feel like something's about to jump out at me. You've got to be kidding me. There are already enough scary rumors about this place. The sound put them on high alert, and they pointed their spears toward the noise. A soldier called out in a loud voice, Who's there? A snort was heard, and it suddenly bared its glistening white teeth with a growl. The soldiers panicked. It's a monster. Vlan calmly reassured them. Stay calm. It's a horse. It won't bite. He walked towards them, and the soldiers, startled and confused, asked, A horse? He spoke gently. Lower your spears. I have captured the bandits who were terrorizing this region. They were skeptical. Bandits? You mean the barbaric criminals who murdered the nearby villagers? The bandits dragged their blood-stained feet, their hands dyed red. In one of their hands was a ferocious head. They were tied up and dragged forward one by one. The two soldiers were too terrified to speak. He said in a stern voice, I wish to see the Lord. I am Sir Vlan of Swara. Inside Damasia's mansion, the Lord welcomed him with a hearty laugh. I never expected a knight to come all the way to Dobry to prove himself. V bowed to show his respect. Thank you for the warm welcome, my lord. The Lord said gently, You've captured the troublemakers who've been giving me a headache. As the master of this place, how could I not welcome you? Come now, that's enough with the formalities. Sit down. V quickly sat down in a chair. The Lord smiled and began, I heard you captured a total of 9 bandits, is that right? He calmly recounted, 15, if you count the ones who are just heads. A few of them managed to escape. The Lord praised him enthusiastically. Excellent. I will reward you handsomely. Vlan replied politely, Thank you, my lord. The Lord, as if remembering something, said softly, That's right. As a knight bearing a standard, you must be looking for an opportunity to prove yourself, aren't you? Vlan immediately replied, Yes, my lord. Damasia pushed a cup of wine in front of him and said softly, As it happens, I have a job for you. A job for a true knight like you, one who seeks fame. He fell silent, a bit annoyed. He means he wants to use us for free, doesn't he? Let's just get the reward for the bandits and get out of here. Right now, we need to focus on finding a trace of that voice. Damasia began to explain, dejectedly. Recently, a very strange thing has been happening in my domain. It's barley planting season, but whenever we sow the seeds in the fields, they disappear. I've even had soldiers stand guard all night, but they still vanish without a trace. If animals or monsters were doing it, my soldiers couldn't have missed them. The old folks in the domain say it's the work of the spirits that live in the forest. V was startled. Spirits? In the frost-covered part of the forest, a little girl's innocent voice sang out, Wild raspberries, wild raspberries. The little girl tasted one and smiled happily. So delicious. I'm sure Mom will love these. A loud noise from behind made her freeze. She turned around, confused. What was that? Behind her was nothing but a dark shadow radiating an intense killing intent. She trembled with fear, its eyes fixed on her every move. The little girl screamed in terror. Next to the raspberry bush was a deep pit. She had vanished without a trace. Guy mused thoughtfully. This whole thing seems shady. You can tell just by looking that this place is dirt poor. Forget a reward. They probably don't even have money for food. Vlan said softly. He said he'd take care of it. He immediately retorted. Talk is cheap. I can tell right away who's not going to pay up just by looking at them. And the Lord here is exactly that type. When it's time to open his wallet, I bet he'll suddenly be busy with all sorts of excuses to avoid it. We should have gotten a deposit first, he replied evenly. You're the one who decided that. V continued to explain. Why do you think Sir Joseph always brings along a knight who can't use a sword? Do you know what Sir Bogdan's nickname is? Guy was confused. What is it? The Sugar Knight, he replied. It's Bogdan the Swindler. He froze. What? That dopey-looking old guy. He calmly played along. I suppose that face makes it easier to do business. In any case, that's the only thing Sir Joseph values in him. He did say that everyone has their uses, whether it's a deposit or a reward. From now on, you take care of those things yourself. Guy pointed at himself, bewildered. Me? Vlan said smugly, go on and show this baron from the Midlands. Show him that tongue, honed by the trickery of the North. Guy understood the meaning behind his words and broke into a strange, scheming smile. Oho. Night fell over Dobry. They stood watch over the fields with the other knights. A knight explained in a low voice, the Dobry forest is ancient, so it has many legends and mysterious tales. Actually, a child went missing this morning. They said it happened in the forest over there. They say a deep hole was dug near a raspberry bush. Vlan thought with annoyance, ugh, he talks too much. The basic rule of an ambush is to be discreet, even for a knight from a small domain. Does he not even know something that basic? The man continued. She was a very sweet little girl. It's such a shame. Her mother was at the Lord's mansion, crying all day. It's embarrassing to ask, but please, I hope you'll help search for the child. He quickly covered the man's mouth, his face darkening as he said sternly, shh. The man looked at him in alarm. What in the world is this? What's with that look? The field grew quiet again. Vlan glanced over in alarm, then quickly dashed down into the field. The knight frantically signaled, run, run. Everyone, after Sir Vlan. He came to a sudden stop at the spot where the bait was. Vlan was stunned for a long moment. The knight ran over in a panic. Sir Vlan, what's going on all of a sudden? He said gravely. The bait is gone, too. The knight looked down and was horrified. What is this? The seeds we spread out as bait. They vanished without a trace. He turned back and said sternly, did you bring a shovel? A knight immediately replied, right here, sir. The blade of the shovel dug into the ground. Vlan quickly started digging, perplexed. I definitely heard a sound, but I didn't see any movement. And what's more, there aren't any footprints left behind. He growled, how far is it from here to where the child disappeared? The knight was flustered. It's very close by. Why that spot? The dark earth looked as if it had collapsed, and a deep pit appeared before them. The knight panicked. What is this? V marveled silently. You can't even estimate its depth. This wasn't dug by human hands. He said softly, Captain, please lead the way. We need to go to where the child went missing. At the Lord's mansion, Dalmatia's skeptical voice rang out. So, what is Sir Vlan doing now? The knight answered cautiously. After returning from the place where the child disappeared, he is summoning the village elders. My lord. The lord was confused. The elders? What on earth for? He quickly replied. It seems he wants to ask about things from the past, about the traditions passed down in this place. Dalmatia was suspicious. Those old geezers aren't going to say something bizarre, are they? He then stated confidently, having lived this long, they must be wise enough. In front of a strange knight, they wouldn't say anything that could easily be used against them. Hearing this, the man held his head in frustration, thinking to himself, the flag also bears the Sanogino family crest, which means he has deep ties to the church. We can't just tell him to stop now, since we were the ones who asked for his help in the first place, but he's digging into everything way more than necessary. Dalmatia said in a serious tone, have someone tail him, just to make sure he doesn't go snooping into any strange matters. Guy's careful voice piped up, sirs, you really can't guess what's going on. He dramatically got into character. Right now, that child is probably stuck in some hole, waiting for a hand to pull them to safety. In the pitch-black darkness, that small, weak child keeps thinking. Their throat tightens, their tears have dried, and all they can do is cry in silence. The atmosphere became dead silent. Guy spoke softly. You must have some idea what's happening, don't you? The elders, now convinced, began to whisper amongst themselves that the disappearing barley had happened before. That's right, that's right. When we were young, we used to hold rituals, but ever since the church came and forbade them, we haven't been able to. Those bastards, though. A child has never been sucked into a hole before, right? They've only ever been taken by wolves. Vlan asked skeptically. A ritual for what? The old men all fell into a deep silence, lowering their heads evasively. Guy spoke gently. Sirs, what kind of ritual was it? If you don't tell us, we won't be able to save the child. This winter has been unusually cold. At this rate, that little one will freeze to death. One of them suddenly spoke up. An earth demon. There's an earth demon in that forest. Vlan calmly approached and said softly, could you please tell me more? Guy quickly signaled to him, Captain, you should step outside for a moment. No matter how young he is, a knight is still a knight. What's more, he's a knight bearing the church's crest. The elders are very wary of you. At this rate, they'll clam up even if they wanted to speak. Vlan stepped outside and said sternly, make sure you get to the bottom of this. Guy replied smugly, leave it to me. As Vlan left the dilapidated house, Knight Dute, who was guarding the door, spoke up. Sir Vlan, I need to speak with you for a moment. That ritual. It's not anything strange. Vlan was unperturbed, unaware. It's a form of idol worship that the church has forbidden. I'm also aware that if it's exposed, the punishment can be severe. The knight was alarmed. Vlan remained calm. I understand. Some rules have been preserved for a very long time. The knight was confused. What do you mean, sir? Vlan stated firmly. As for this earth, demon, or ritual, I will act as if I've heard nothing. I swear to the gods, I will focus only on finding the missing child and the barley thief. So, you don't need to monitor me anymore. Relay that message clearly to Lord Demacia. The knight bowed his head slightly. Ah, yes. My apologies for offending you, sir. Thank you for your understanding. The knight walked away from the rundown house. Guy stepped out and called out, Captain, how'd it go? Did you find anything? Vlan calmly explained, it's not some kind of evil demon. They say that as long as you perform the ritual, it will make the land fertile. The details began to overlap in Vlan's mind. A ritual for an earth demon. A spirit offering. They sound different, but they're essentially the same thing. He said in a serious tone, go get some barley. Guy was startled. What for? Vlan gave a confident smile. You've seen me drag someone up from underground before. This time, we need to set a proper trap, don't you think? Deep in the dark forest, Guy's hurried voice called out, Captain, will this work? Scattering it on the path is one thing, but why do we have to place it on this rock? Vlan, hiding in the bushes, calmly replied. When I dug my shovel in, I felt hard rock. Whatever this thing is, I'm certain it can't pass through stone. Guy was skeptical. What if it can pass through rock but just prefers to dig through soil? Vlan quickly signaled. Shish, it's here. The grain on the ground instantly vanished, pulled away handful by handful. Vlan watched intently. The rock holding the grain moved slightly, and he thought to himself, just as I thought, it can't pass through stone. A small claw reached up. Vlan drew his sword as the tiny hand grabbed the grains of barley. Vlan thought, there you are. So the culprit was a light mole. Both of them were stunned into silence. Guy roared in anger. Have those old geezers completely lost their minds? What earth demon? It's just a mole. Vlan let out a slight smile. He calmly explained, it's not a normal mole. It's a light mole. His figure vanished in a flash. The moment the light mole looked over, Vlan was right in front of it, his hand reaching out. Its round, black eyes widened in panic. The light mole let out a shriek. Vlan grinned victoriously. Gotcha. The terrified mole began to glow, emitting a flash of yellow light. Vlan was taken aback. Guy rushed over, worried. Captain, did you get it? Vlan's figure was still standing there, but in a flash, he vanished. Guy's eyes widened. He and No looked around in confusion. What? Where'd he go? Captain, he yelled. No seemed to kick the rock hard with its hoof, as if trying to signal something. Next to the rock was a huge hole. Guy was frantic. I'm gonna lose it. What is going on now? Vlan's body was sliding down into the pit. The massive underground tunnel was hit by a huge tremor, and a massive explosion rocked the entire passage. Vlan quickly regained his balance and landed safely. He looked around and muttered to himself, whoa, damn it, I'm alive. I thought it was bottomless. Where the heck am I now? A tunnel? There's a tunnel underground. He shook the mole violently and yelled, where the hell did you bring me, you little thing? If you weren't a spirit-type creature, I'd have finished you already. He thought warily, I don't know what's in here. I'd better be prepared. The light in his eye appeared again, and the mole was drawn to it, staring intently. Aura radiated from his sword as Vlan's body pulsed with intense energy. The mole looked at him in confusion and let out a chirp. Vlan glanced around and sighed. Seriously, nothing in life is ever easy. Climbing back the way I came is probably impossible. He silently sensed what was ahead and, opening his eyes, thought to himself, "There's a faint breeze. Somewhere in this tunnel, there must be an exit to the outside." Vlan said loudly, "Hey, little guy, if I don't get out of here by today, you're my breakfast tomorrow morning. For now, let's just see where this goes." His footsteps echoed through the tunnel. He held the mole up in confusion. "My God, what kind of tunnel is this long? I've been walking forever and there's no end in sight." Suddenly, the light went out. Vlan's voice turned threatening. "Hey, it's dark now." I tried asking nicely. "Light it up, now." Squeezed tightly in his grip, the mole reluctantly complied. Vlan was pleased. "That's more like it. If you turn it off again, you're gonna get it. Whose fault is it that I'm wandering around underground like this, anyway?" It waved its paws and squeaked nonstop, as if trying to signal him. He was skeptical. "I have no idea what you're saying. Let's just get out of here first, then we'll talk. The wind is getting closer. There's definitely a way out." He looked towards the light and cried out joyfully. "Look, there's the light, see? I knew this was the right way." A loud noise echoed, stopping him in his tracks. "What are you so nervous about?" The mole rat's face went pale as it trembled uncontrollably. V looked at it, confused. It was terrified. Was it scared of that sound? The tremors are pretty strong. "I don't know what it is, but it's emitting such terrifying power. For now, I'll just climb up carefully and see for myself." Vlan stared at the mouth of the crater with determination. He peeked half his head out to scout, and the moment he saw it, Vlan was shocked. Looking at the demonic beast's back, all he could do was let out a gasp. The monster's axe strikes were lodged deep in the large tree. With each powerful swing, the entire area shook. V watched, stunned. "What in the world is that thing?" "Demonic beasts don't exist in the north," the mole rat said, clutching its head, its voice trembling and barely a whisper. He looked at it, stunned. "So you're afraid of that monster? Does that mean the tree is the very essence of a spirit?" He frowned, thinking to himself, "If it doesn't concern me, there's no need to get involved, but I think I have to step in this time." He whispered his instructions. "You hide here and wait quietly, okay?" V climbed out of the deep pit. He got into his stance. The principle of one-hit kill was in the way Vlan firmly gripped his sword's hilt, and his steps were light. The target before him was locked on, a blue glint flashing in his eyes. Just as the demonic beast pulled its axe out, it drove it straight back into the spirit's body. Vlan's figure vanished in a flash. He swung the sword in his hand high. Caught by surprise, the demonic beast turned its head in confusion as Vlan's aura erupted, and the sharp blade slashed straight into its neck. Vlan backed away, celebrating internally. A direct hit. But then he frowned in alarm as demonic energy erupted violently from its wound. Vlan gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. It's you people again?" G's voice echoed through the deep forest. "Captain," he screamed. "Can you hear me? Say something. Anything will do." There was still no movement from the pit. Guy raised his voice. "This bastard is driving me crazy. What am I supposed to do about this? Should I go down there? No, I can't. What if I get into a situation where I have to pull him up? It's better to go back to the village and borrow a rope." "No," suddenly took off. He looked towards it, confused. Guy panicked. "Hey, no, where are you going?" The roars from within the forest echoed relentlessly. The words of the village elders flooded his mind. "I've been hearing strange screams from the forest. They don't sound human or animal." His face went pale with fear. Could it be the thing they were talking about? He watched No get further away. Guy looked around and cursed under his breath. "Damn it. For now, I'll just trust and follow No. After all, it is a spirit that those savages worship." He cried as he ran after it. "But I really don't want to go." The demonic beast's axe swung up once again. V quickly ducked. He swiftly dodged its attack. He swung his sword, a sharp slash aimed straight for the demonic beast's leg. Blood gushed from the wound. He celebrated internally. It worked. Now it can't use its leg. Its axe suddenly swung towards him, and he panicked at the sight of the demonic energy in front of him. What? The monster's attack, heavy with demonic energy, sent him flying. Thrown far away, he was in a panic. That last attack was soaked in a vile, sticky energy, just like that bastard's. The demonic beast's head, which had been rolling on the ground, was suddenly lifted up. The beast reattached its own head. The demonic energy filled the gash from the cut, healing it. V assessed inwardly, this guy also possesses the power of immortality. Half-hearted attacks won't work. He closed his eyes and mumbled, "In that case, I have to remember." The moment that voice allowed me to enter his world. As his eyes were shut tight in the silent void, a spark of light suddenly ignited. Vlan's eyes shot open. He thought about the feeling when his world and his master's world touched, and the aura within him exploded. The demonic beast was not in the least intimidated by his presence. Vlan charged at it like an arrow. The monster continued to swing its axe. As the sharp blade was about to reach him, he ducked to avoid it. Vlan passed by, leaving a deep gash on its body. He swiftly turned around, landing a series of other sword strikes on the demonic beast. He said in a serious tone, "I will keep slashing until you are completely dead." As time passed, the demonic beast's blood continued to spray everywhere. His continuous slashes made it scream in agony. Its massive body lost balance and began to fall, but it suddenly swung its axe straight at him. Vlan frantically dodged. The massive axe came down, sending dirt and rocks flying. He backed away, keeping a safe distance. The continuous fighting was starting to exhaust Vlan. The evil energy on the monster's body grew thicker, and its wounds disappeared. He frowned in panic. "This is insane. I've cut off its arms and legs, slashed its back, pierced its heart, and ruptured its lungs. Not to mention disemboweling it, pulling out all its guts and tearing them to shreds, and yet it still won't die." That voice said he once cut down a headless knight. Is my understanding of the world still too shallow? This is no time for self-pity. Right now, I just need to think about how to swing my sword. If slashing or stabbing it countless times won't kill it, then I'll just rip off its limbs and tear its body to pieces. No sooner said than done. He quickly raised his sword. The demonic beast gave a smug smile. V said sternly, "Don't you dare smile." A light flashed in the distance, and he panicked. What was that? Don't tell me there's another one in the forest. His eyes widened as he looked over cautiously. The sound of hooves approached rapidly. No was sprinting as fast as it could to get to him. V shouted in shock, "No." The demonic beast also looked over curiously. No charged from behind and gored the monster with its horn, piercing straight through its body. It grimaced in pain. No quickly ran to his side and let out a powerful neigh. Vlan ran over joyfully. "How did you find this place?" "Let me see. You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" He glanced back cautiously. The demonic beast was clutching the spot where No had gored it. V looked over, stunned, as the monster's hand held tightly to the wound caused by No. Don't tell me No's spirit power is effective against it. Upon seeing No, the demonic beast began to back away. V smirked triumphantly. "I was right. It's on guard." He climbed onto No triumphantly and said in a loud voice, "Let's go, No. No matter how brightly what you hold may shine, if you don't have the strength to protect it, it will only be taken from you. This world is full of those who sit on piles of wealth stolen from the sweat and tears of others." Vlan's eyes suddenly lit up. To take up a sword for those who cannot protect themselves. That is the code of a knight. Vlan rode No and charged towards the demonic beast. It gripped its axe with both hands, raising it high as if to intercept them. The demonic beast swung down the moment Vlan was within its range. The moment the axe blade was about to hit No's head, Vlan swung his sword and yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" He directly deflected the monster's slash. The force of the blow was immense, and the shockwave caused it internal injuries, making it cough up blood. Without stopping there, V unleashed another massive wave of power. The demonic beast took the full force of the blow and was sent flying several dozen meters away. The sounds of battle faded, leaving only the wind in its wake. The monster, unconscious and covered in blood, lay collapsed on the ground. But then, a miracle happened. It strained to get back on its feet, ignoring its grievous wounds, and began to channel its inner energy as if preparing for something. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was paused, he charged forward aggressively. No's attack was proving effective once again. Suddenly, the monster coughed up a spray of blood and then, strangely enough, turned and fled. It then leaned against a large tree and stood perfectly still. Realizing something was off, Vlan shouted a command. "Stop! No!" He carefully observed its behavior. The monster was no longer attacking with the same fervor as before. It put some distance between itself and Vlan, then suddenly raised its hand in a threatening posture, but showed no signs of actually charging at him. Seeing this, he quietly guessed to himself, "Is it trying to capture us because it can't attack? I knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with, but I never expected it to be this intelligent." The monster knew that No was the only real threat. Vlan frowned, realizing there was a more serious problem he needed to pay attention to. If we charge in, the original spirit essence will be caught in the crossfire. Vlan's mind was torn between two choices. What are we supposed to do? Should we rush in or not? Suddenly, something touched Vlan's sword hand. It was just a very light force. He glanced over and saw the glowing mole clinging to the hilt of his sword. Vlan looked on, bewildered, as it struggled to hang on. "When did you get here?" The mole hugged the hilt tightly, and he helplessly reminded it, "Hey, this is really dangerous. Go hide in that hole." Suddenly, the gem embedded in the sword's hilt began to emit a golden light. Vlan stared in amazement as the glow grew increasingly blinding. He thought in shock, the elven amber. It's resonating. Vlan was stunned by the strange phenomenon happening to his sword. He vaguely realized that even the monster didn't dare to make a reckless move. Golden light shone down. The monster turned its head, The ancient tree it was leaning against was the source of this light. Vlan's blade felt as if it had been enhanced. At this point, it was obvious to him that this was his spirit's blessing. With this power, he thought, I can definitely cut it down. The mole quickly scrambled into Vlan's clothes for safety, with only its face peeking out. Now that it had protection, the mole pointed at the monster as if giving an order. Vlan, take it down. He glanced at the little creature, which clearly had more guts than brains. All right, I get it. With that, Vlan pulled on the reins. Let's go. No. Man and horse charged toward the monster. Not to be outdone, it let out a roar. However, faced with Vlan's cold, murderous gaze, the monster flinched. It was the look of a predator locking its eyes on its prey. And so, out of the 36 stratagems, the monster chose the best one. Retreat, knowing full well it didn't stand a chance. Of course, No wasn't about to let the monster get its wish. It accelerated. To the monster, Vlan and No were like terrifying demons right on its tail. And what was bound to happen, happened. In a gloomy room, a single weak candle flickered. Someone was sitting in a chair. Lamistu's eyes were as cold as ice, completely devoid of emotion. She issued a command in a low voice. Dobri's light has been extinguished. Go and confirm it. The subordinate kneeling below bowed in obedience. Yes, Lord Lamistu. She rested her chin on her hand, pondering, only a soul that has surpassed its limits could possibly break my curse. However, in that god-forsaken territory, who could possibly reach such a level? I wonder who it could be. Deep in the forest, a faint whimpering sound came from the hollow of a tree where a little girl was huddled inside. With tears welling in her eyes, the little girl rubbed them and mumbled, Are you sure this is the place? It said this was it. Suddenly, she heard voices from outside. So now you can talk to animals like that. Just be quiet and follow me. It was the one that found you when you were crying in the woods. Someone quickly tried to defend himself. I wasn't crying back then. The little girl felt a glimmer of hope. She reached out her hand, about to step out, thinking the villagers were looking for her. I'm over here. Suddenly, the little girl's hand froze. She became wary and thought it over. Wait a minute. That sounds like a stranger's voice. What if they're bandits and not villagers? Besides, that monster might still be nearby. Footsteps gradually approached the hollow tree. The little girl trembled, clamping both hands over her mouth. Vlan pushed aside the tree roots. Right now, he looked just like the boogeyman. Vlan even gave a mischievous grin and lowered his voice. Found you. The terrified little girl screamed as if she'd just seen a monster. Her scream made Vlan feel a pang of some hidden pain in his heart. But upon seeing the mole on his shoulder, the girl calmed down. That was the creature that had saved her. The mole rummaged around in Vlan's hood, pulled out a handful of wild berries, and offered them to the little girl. She froze for a moment, then, out of sheer relief, her eyes filled with tears. Vlan gently extended a hand toward her. Let's go home, kid. Without hesitation, the little girl ran out and threw her arms around him. In this world, there is a belief that if you possess something that shines, you must know how to protect it. Those who fail to do so are left with nothing but catastrophic ruin, and they must begin a life of wandering just to survive, with no end in sight. A group of dwarves left their town in a long procession, leaving only their desolate ruins behind. However, there would always be one who was different. Deep inside a cave, a fire blazed intensely. A dwarf stood before a derelict forge, doing nothing at all. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, followed by someone's voice. The fire in this place still hasn't gone out, has it? The dwarf pondered for a moment before replying. Someone has to be here to witness the end, right? The other person continued. But it's a good thing I didn't arrive too late. I've come to make a commission. He was wearing a long, hooded cloak and held out a bag in his hand. The dwarf asked suspiciously. At a time like this, the man opened the bag. Inside were several ore ingots. The old dwarf flinched, immediately recognizing what it was, a metal that only the eternal flame could subdue. The cloak man made his request. O master of the last forge, I need you to forge this for me. The old dwarf asked with a grim face, What exactly do you want me to forge? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he removed his hood, revealing a cold face and red hair, before speaking a name, the Dragon Slayer's sword. Those 3 words made the dwarf jump. The man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he declared bluntly, I'm going to kill the most perfect dragon. Back in the present, Vlan was sitting on a wooden bridge, holding his sword, his reflection cast upon the water below. He was silent, as if wrestling with some internal conflict. Suddenly, Guy approached from behind and called out, Captain, what are you doing out here? Why are you up so early? Vlan answered curtly, I didn't sleep very well. The night air was quite cold. Guy crossed his arms to keep warm and tried to start a conversation. That makes sense. Who would have expected to run into something so evil right here? Is it true what I heard, that the monster's body vanished like a puff of smoke, Vlan said nothing. He recalled the other entities he had fought before. They never left a trace. The way the aftermath was handled makes their intentions obvious. This is definitely related to them. With that thought, Vlan spoke up. We have to report this incident to Lord Joseph. Guy reminded him. But there are no mages here. Are we supposed to send a message by post-horse? Vlan turned to him and asked, horses will be too slow. It's winter, so travel is difficult and will take a lot of time. Is there a city with mages if we head east from here? G stroked his chin, calculating. East. If we go east, it would probably be Tanovo in Count Vit-sized territory. Hearing this, Vlan immediately made a decision. All right, that'll be our next destination. Get ready to leave tomorrow morning. G raised his hand in a gesture of understanding. Then, he turned and walked away. Vlan remained seated, lost in thought. It's clear I dreamed about something, but the memory is like a phantom. Nothing sticks. He recalled fragmented images, like a desolate fortress, a forge with a blazing fire, and the last dwarf standing guard. But especially the final declaration. I will slay the most perfect dragon. The more Vlan thought, the more silent he became. He repeated it to himself. Kill a dragon? That voice is so familiar. Perhaps it's a fragment of memory left behind by that voice. Vlan slowly drew his sword and closed his eyes. He began to channel his inner energy. I'm still connected to him. Suddenly, Vlan's eyes snapped open, sharp and cold. The image of a red-haired man appeared, along with his cryptic words, see you in a deeper world. Vlan gripped the hilt of his sword, gradually stabilizing his energy as his resolve hardened. That day will definitely come. The next morning, under a clear blue sky, Baron Damasia's retinue saw Vlan off. Why not wait for the weather to warm up a bit before you leave? Is there a reason for such a rush? Vlan answered respectfully. Not at all, Baron. I've finished what I needed to do here, so it's time for me to depart. Damasia grunted, thinking to himself, I was planning to squeeze more value out of him before letting him go. He glanced over at G, whose mocking smile irritated him. I wonder how many gold coins that guy's tongue has managed to pry loose. Vlan looked at Damasia's group, seemingly in thought, then spoke up to remind him. Baron, please do not forget what I said yesterday. Damasia replied awkwardly, just to get it over with. All right, I'll take it to heart. From now on, I won't burn the forest too, expand the barley fields, or cut down trees indiscriminately. Vlan added, and offering a small tribute to the forest from time to time would be a good idea, too, because last night I felt its will within the forest. This statement made Damasia jump. Vlan took out a gold coin and said, this is an offering to the deity who blessed me with victory. Damasia took it and looked at the coin, contemplating. This isn't just idol worship of a spirit, but a prayer offered up to a god. He marveled to himself. How can a barbaric northern knight be so noble? Vlan's attitude and actions had earned Damasia's respect. He bowed his head slightly towards Vlan. I offer my deepest thanks for your piety and your heart. I will always remember our conversation last night. Vlan also bowed in return. I will pray for the prosperity of Dobry from afar. He turned on his heel and looked up at the fluttering flag. On it was the symbol of a tree, representing the sanctity of the land of Dobry. Vlan said silently, you take care, too. Deep in the forest, the ancient tree the monster had once leaned against stood as a counterpart to the symbol on the flag. Its trunk radiated pure golden light. And what a spirit needs to exist is presence, the memory of someone thinking of them. Emotions like these would help the spirits endure in this land. A glowing mole sat beneath the tree, happily eating wild berries. It was a gift it had received. The emotions of the young girl, imbued in the raspberries, were truly warm. The mole twitched its nose as if it had noticed something. It turned its head towards the forest. A group of people was slowly approaching, led by the little girl it had once saved, who was waving her hand. Behind her were the villagers. The forest, its spirits, and even the mole would no longer be forgotten. Today, in the Dobry forest, a shining golden star had returned. The mole stood up, happily waving back. At the same time, in another country, snow was falling heavily. The entire scene was cold and gloomy. On a distant palace dome, a figure could be seen faintly through a window. It was Joseph. He spoke coldly. Have you found out who he is yet? His subordinate reported. He is said to be the biological son of Duke Dragulia. They say he's the half-brother of the captain of the Dragon Slayer Knights. Hearing this, Joseph thought, the son of the Blood Dragon Duke. If he's Mia's half-brother, then. Outside, a flag with two different symbols fluttered in the snowy sky. The clatter of horse hooves rang out. Joseph spread his arms to welcome the approaching person. The man was tall and large, exuding an aura of invisible authority, and it was none other than Radu Dragulia.